The beginning of the story is the image of a puddle floating on the brick floor. The young man's face lay in that puddle with thuds. The thud woke the boy up. He wondered what sound it was. There was a notification message from the system welcoming you to the apocalypse of the world. The reincarnation game was about to be original. It seemed that the boy had fallen into the space of some virtual world game. There is a notification from the system: welcome to the apocalypse of the world. The reincarnation game is about to start. The boy stooped to his feet, holding his head, looking stunned. The system announces more time remaining, 59 seconds before the game starts, and the time starts countdown. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared that caught his attention. In front of the boring boy is the horror face of a hideous long-haired zombie. The frightened boy fell backwards, shouting, "A demon." Around the guy now are a bunch of zombies. He shouts, "What the hell is going on? So where am I?" The surroundings are old buildings, damaged cars, and a gloomy gray atmosphere. The message notification system has 50 seconds left before the game starts. In the apocalypse of the world, survival to survive is your only goal. The game world is being built. The remote auction purchase function starts. The system continues to notify the guy that the chat channel is open. The reincarnation game starts to load resources. The guy wonders what the apocalypse is. What is the reincarnation game? Earlier in the real world there was a big power outage in the city. He was lying on the street and falling asleep. Was he having nightmares? There are 48 seconds left before the game starts. Zombies in a static state cannot move or be killed. Seize the opportunity as soon as possible to hide. The boy received the notification but did not seem to believe it. He smiled approvingly. "It must have been a dream. Don't be impatient. I'm going to do it," he said, and he clenched his right fist. The young man scooped himself in the face to try to see if he was real or dreaming. But it seemed that this punch was self-destructive, a little strong, nose blood dripping. He was in pain after punching himself in the face and realized what was right now was real. The screen announced that there were 40 seconds left before the game started. In the dark side suddenly appeared a series of zombies that scared the young man pale while running and crying for his life when there were 36 seconds until the game started. This is Blue Glass. Here culture and science and technology are similar to the Earth, and the area here is thousands of times the area of the Earth. When there are 34 seconds left for the game to start, the young man is still chased by zombies while running and screaming, "Damn it! I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by zombies." In the middle of tall apartment buildings is a hiding place for zombies in ragged forms. Fierce face with sharp teeth and bloodshot bright eyes. The message from the system says that the whole world has been occupied by zombies and mutant creatures. Kill them to earn energy to level himself up will probably be more profitable than weapons. The young man is chased by zombies close to the side, feeling zombie everywhere, has nowhere to run away anymore. With 26 seconds left for the game to start, the guy now has no running power. Don't bend his legs and curse your mother. I didn't create any karma, but technology bumped into this damn game system. The game system tells him that there are many prop mirrors scattered all over the world in which you can get the items you need and have a high chance of getting good props. The boy gasped, sweat dripping down the road with 22 seconds left before the game began. Time kept counting down to 18 seconds. The guy cursing your grandmother wasn't just a game. Why I didn't die so easily. As a gamer I would definitely get through. The system told him in the game everyone had a space ring that could increase storage space by consuming energy. The young man got angry and yelled at the old man if he could give some useful hints a little. The system told him to take advantage of the gathering ability to quickly collect materials from zombies and mutant organisms. When night falls, zombies and mutant creatures will be more active, making the boy start to worry. Currently the mutant level of zombies and mutant creatures has been much suppressed, but this ability to suppress will decrease every 30 days, so be prepared well. The young man was worried too late, and with only 10 seconds left for the game to start, he had to hurry up and find something to return to himself. He noticed a bodyguard nearby, not sure if it was a model or what. He was holding a large shield in his hand. This was exactly what he was looking for. The boy rushed as fast as he could, 10 seconds still in time. He rushed fast. This guy grabbed the protective shield. The boy was determined to snatch the shield from the bodyguard hard. He snatched the bomb from that guy. Armed with weapons, the young man with a shield in his hand, a mighty bomb in his hand, headed towards the other zombies. But without waiting for the boy to strike, the bodyguard just now with the letters FCI on his back slammed into him. The boy fell to the ground after the bodyguard's butt. Was it time for the game to start? The startled boy glanced ahead. Sure enough, the countdown returns to 0. Night falls in the bloodshot moonlight and the zombies begin to activate. The game officially begins. The zombies begin to rush towards our boy with lust. The system also messages the boy that the reincarnation game officially begins to wish you happy gaming. Our protagonist boy is being attacked by zombies. The first person to attack you is the bodyguard. Just now he pinned the boy on the shield. The boy was struggling to resist the other bodyguard, around other zombies approaching. That bodyguard is also a zombie, only he wears a costume unlike other ragged zombies. The boy jumped up and kicked a shot at the stone shield that knocked the zombie backwards. The rest of the zombies rushed towards him, waiting to tear up this fresh meat. The boy bites the latch of the bomb to dry the blood with the enemy. He threw the bomb at the zombies, shouting another blow. It was just a smoke bomb. The smoke bomb thrown out created a hazy area of smoke. The boy took advantage of the chaos to run fast while running and breathing pink. The boy kept running unconsciously fast in the abandoned city. On the way he saw two zombies attacking another young man. He was also crying out for help. On the other side, two young men, one climbing a tree, one swinging a pole. Below is a horde of zombies attacking the school. The male protagonist thought these were all randomly teleported players from Earth, which happened so suddenly that they didn't even have time to improvise. Another player hiding in a Volkswagen-branded car surrounded by zombies cried and shouted, "I want to recharge." The boy had run a long and fast distance, so his sweat was pink. Now he had to find somewhere to hide first. He ran back to the compound with glass doors and brick walls, and next door there was an H&M fashion store. Found it, he found a place where he could go to hide. The boy was about to rush inside the restaurant when there was an announcement that there were 27 zombies waiting for the person to submit their lives in the restaurant. If you suddenly stormed them, they would definitely have a full meal. The boy felt anxious, hurriedly braked his legs and noticed why the system's queue turned red. In the BIA next to the store, there were two young men who were also trying to get inside. There is a green notification sent by the system that there are 6 zombies and some water in the supermarket. If you have weapons and bravery, you can go inside to fight them. The male protagonist was stunned. He wondered if they hadn't seen the hint and felt that he was really powerful. Two young men had just come inside when there was a loud shout. There were zombies running quickly. Our boy was still standing outside watching the situation. He looked around wondering if he was the only one who could see the hints. Could it be that the information sheets sent there were his needles? But he put that aside for a moment. He had to find a way to survive first, informing him that the zombie-free inner compound had a level 2 supply box. The boy quickly ran like a dog into the compound with a sales office sign. He opened the door to the room and rushed inside. Once inside the safe room, he sat down with his back against the door and breathed pink. The young man opened a box of items available in the room, which contained supplies including 1 mineral water, 1 fire axe, 1 injection gun of strength boosters, elementary strength pills that can help the physical condition of ordinary people reach an extraordinary physical state. The physical level of normal survivors is divided into 5 levels: first weak, then medium, then strong, followed by extraordinary physicality and finally S-level extreme body. The boy feels lucky to even be able to open the premium supplies card. He had an energy booster in his hand. It was a gun with a needle tip in the barrel. The boy thought to himself that my pet, if injected, would be extremely powerful and didn't know how much of the anomaly would come. Without hesitation, many of the boys immediately injected the gun into his left hand. Needle marks marking the blood vessel lines on his hand. The red bump spread to an area even to the young man's hand. He threw the gun away, his other hand clutching the arm that had just been injected, screaming in great pain. He felt like his arm was about to explode. The pain made him blush both his sweaty eyes. His face was profuse, biting his teeth, biting his gums, moaning. His irises hemorrhaged with rays. The system told him that with this injection of this primary fitness enhancement pill, the physical strength needs to reach a strong state to complete the promotion stage. The probability of successful promotion is only 30%, and those who fail to level up will end up dead. The guy who saw that there was only a 30% chance of survival cursed, "Damn, why not speak soon?" But this time he must be dead. The young man after the primary fitness injection was lying painfully on the ground next to the injection gun. Outside, the pounding of the door sounded. His eyes were bloodshot with pain and tears. He used his mouth to bite the pain tightly so that he could not cry out, because if so, it would attract the zombies. He lay on the floor, struggling in his lap, trying not to speak. Outside on the street, zombies are chasing a boy with a sword and a girl in short clothes, revealing her body covered in wounds. The girl runs while crying for help. When the zombie had approached the boy, he glanced and drew the sword in his hand. This guy swung his sword. Slashing a blow cuts off the zombie's head in half from its neck. He also seems to have taken primary physical medication and felt it worked. The guy with the long scar under his eye named Wang Kei-chen was the first unusually strong person of the area. He felt that he was the owner of this area now. Well, the male protagonist didn't even know the name that the male subordinate already had. Back in the room where our male protagonist was hiding and playing with the slightly shocked Tofu, he regained consciousness from his coma. The young man hurriedly took the jug of water from the item box. He took a breath and drained all the water in the jar. And threw it aside panting. The boy spread his hands out in fatigue. He trembled and mumbled that he was alive. The boy sobbed, "Hoo hoo hoo hoo, so good I'm alive." Suddenly there was a cry for help that startled him. Who is the boy who wants to lure Zhang Shi to death? Outside the window is a girl in a purple full-bodied skirt who is being attacked by two zombies. The banging on the door became more and more, and the metal sliding door seemed to be about to become unbearable. The boy mistakenly calculated to look at the appearance, and this number was not a few zombies outside. The boy's hands grasped the axe and shield in readiness to fight, drying blood with them. The system that told him that there were only 7 animals on the second floor was now attracted by the screaming woman, who could proceed from behind. The boy holding the axe stood at the bottom of the stairs thinking about going to the second floor. It seemed that he could only take one dose this time. By the way, try this extraordinarily strong man's physical ability. Thinking about it, he put his axe on his shoulder and charged with a mighty look. The purple-dressed woman was cornered by 2 zombies to the window railing outside the second floor. This situation can only die or jump down, it will not save her life. Suddenly an axe knocked directly on the zombie's head at the window. The boy appeared and told the girl to keep her voice a little low. The cry would attract more erection. The frightened girl just suddenly said, "Save me, hurry up and save me." The one axe one shield boy attacked the gangsters. One was slashed in the neck and one ate an axe in the middle of the face. The boy felt that now his strength and reaction speed had both increased no less. The girl was still crying in panic, screaming incessantly. He hurriedly told her to shut up and cry out, "We will all die." As soon as he finished speaking, the iron door below could no longer withstand the destructive force of the reinforcements. They flooded in terrible numbers. The boy reached out his hand and told the other girl to grab my hand quickly. The other girl looked at him suspiciously. She shook her head and refused to take his hand to leave. The system announced a series of messages to the guy that you recovered Zhang Shi's body, received 1 energy node, 1 car key, 3 mutant fertilizer and a simulation key, 1 small blade and 2 mutant fertilizer. That's the result of the last 2 kills. The men below rushed up to the second floor where they stood. The girl continued to scream in annoyance. The boy with the axe and shield ran to another road to find a way out. This way had no erection but a dead road. The other had a VIP elevator to the 3rd floor with a total of 11 gangsters. The 3rd floor had no children. He clenched his teeth and ran away. He pondered for a moment and then ran to the side where there was a waiting reinforcement. In front of him was a hideous creature with bloodshot eyes and a disgusting horror face. However, now that he was so strong that he unflinchingly stuck an axe in the face of that erection. The other men who saw this also rushed up and tore the young man apart. However, they seemed to be quite weak enough not to trouble him. A few axes knocked down a bunch of reinforcements. The boy screamed to death. A creature he knocked out of a glass window flew from a high floor to the ground. He finally found the location with the VIP elevator to the 3rd floor. The boy tried to open the elevator but couldn't because it needed a VIP card. Suddenly there was a loud noise on the other side of the wall like an explosion. In the hazy dust appeared a muscular man dressed as a soldier. The young man looked at Zhang Shi with extremely surprised eyes. The closer he looked at the name on the boy's face, he realized something. It turned out that there was a bunch of keys on top of him, which the system informed him about, which was the key to the president's room on the 3rd floor. There was no reinforcement that could serve as a temporary base. In addition to the key beam on the 3rd floor, there is also a VIP elevator card hanger. He found out and secretly calculated. This time the boy had to take a risk. He gritted his teeth trying to keep his composure to act. Thinking of what hesitation there was, the boy brandished his axe, and shouted to eat one of my axes. His axe slammed straight into the shoulder of the athletic Resolute. The boy cursed his axe-cheeked dog was already safe. The big man wasn't the kind he counterattacked, knocking the boy into the distance. Fortunately, with a shield to support him, the axe still clutched to his shoulder. He rushed forward with a very methodical fist and attacking appearance. The constant punches he punched against the shield the boy was trying to wield, the axe still lodged on his shoulder, seemed painless. After a series of punches, he threw a hook punch from the bottom up, beating his shield. Suddenly from the wreckage another man rushed out to pounce on the boy. This newly appeared gangster rushed up to strangle him. The boy also quickly clasped his hands around his face and cursed his cheeks loudly. He shouted out that he really thought I was a soft persimmon, and then snatched the head of the creature out of his neck vigorously and angrily. The athletic man also rushed up to attack the boy, not giving him a chance to relax. The boy threw the head of the other gang at the worried Gang Shi and said, "Two of you go and get intimate with each other." The boy quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher. He opened the lock valve and sprayed all the flame retardant in the face of the big man. The guy who took the blow from the fire extinguisher splashed backwards. The boy quickly snatched back his axe. He also quickly snatched the keys to the third floor and the elevator VIP card from Gang Shi. Before leaving, I did not forget to fold my hands and say goodbye to T-Win without an appointment to see you. Rushing to the elevator, the boy tapped the button repeatedly. He tapped the elevator button as he spoke. Hurry up and the exam comes again. His body has blue marks on his neck and face and he looks tired. The boy hunched over and groaned as a dark figure approached. The elevator started buzzing and the boy didn't seem right. The injections in his system seemed to have side effects. The black figure just now was a scumbag, his scream catching his attention. Is an officer in a police uniform. And he had a gun on him. The boy noticed it, there was sweat on his face and green stains were spreading to his face. The male protagonist looks at the gun on the police officer's body. He had to think of a way to get this gun for him. Another fierce fairy Chang appeared, it screamed terrifying and rushed towards the main south. The boy used his shield to defend and knocked Meng Shi aside. He jumped into the elevator to temporarily avoid these zombies in his mind, calculating to ignore these people. Tomorrow will come again anyway. These zombies can't run. Now what needs to be done is to find the presidential room that the system mentioned first. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the gang tried to cling to the side of the elevator door in pursuit of the young man. The elevator finally closed, separating the boy from the zombies. The guy was taken by the elevator to the third floor. He stepped out of the elevator empty-handed from his axe and shield, blue streaks spreading to both sides of his face. Arriving at the president's room, the boy didn't seem right. His right hand leaned against the wall to breathe. The president's room had 5 rooms. 2 halls inside there were no zombies. The key in his hand could open the door of the room. The boy felt uncomfortable inside, the blue streaks flaring up more and more, causing him to moan. He collapsed because he was so uncomfortable, he didn't seem to be able to take it anymore. He slipped into the room. Let go of the axe and shield. And go find water to cool down the body. The boy walked over to the fridge and opened it, and there was a lot of cool water inside. Unable to hold back any longer, the boy hurriedly took the water bottle and opened it quickly. In self-esteem. Then, throwing it aside, he sat panting again and raised his hands to examine. The strength in his hands had increased not a little. It seems that when drinking water there will be help with absorbing the remaining amount of medicine in the body. He stood next to the fridge, his body was better, so he felt happy. There was so much water in the fridge that was enough for him to completely transform into a truly strong person. Waiting for tomorrow to get the left Luan spear. He would not need to be afraid of zombies anymore. Outside, the sun began to fall behind the shadows of the buildings. Hordes of zombies outside and other players are still fighting each other. Inside the president's room, the male protagonist is relaxing in the living room with lots of snacks. He opens a can of soda like a cocaine. While the male protagonist is relaxed, outside the war is still going on without end. The players try to block the door to prevent zombies from entering. Others are struggling and the male protagonist is cultivating the eldest girl. In the war between humans and zombies, a guy in a shirt is directing everyone to fight the demons. He was Jung Hao. Jung Hao directed the others to quickly block that side. As long as everyone united, they could definitely defeat zombies. Our male protagonist, after emptying the can of water, eats it to recharge. Outside, Wang Kechen put his sword on his shoulder and watched the people killed by zombies lying on the ground. He gave you a sinister smile and said, "I'll take your storage rings, thanking you for your hard work in a bunch of useless exchanges." In the president's room, the male protagonist sat drunk, holding his stomach in satisfaction. Outside the kingdom, it was time to go to the central floor to look for police zombies with guns hanging from their backs, which is also where the male lead is resting. It looks like good drama is coming. Night had fallen, and the moon was as bright as the 8th full moon. The zombies are still wandering among the deserted streets. In his shelter, Jung Hao was using the game screen, surrounded by others who were resting in a tired look. Jung Hao secretly thought that he had to find a way to summon a few more players here to build a survivor base together. Others were resting their heads, some trembling young men clasping their hands in prayer hoping for peace through the night. There was a girl hiding behind a wooden table telling herself not to be afraid of the zombies that were hovering around looking for them outside the window. Returning to the male protagonist who had just finished eating and drinking, he immediately took inventory of today's harvest. The boy opened the game board to see the items he obtained today, including clean fabrics that can strengthen the defenses of clothes after winning can make clothes, fertilizers that can be used to speed up the growth of agricultural products and livestock, etc. 10 mutant fertilizers can be combined into one speed fertilizer. The crystal energy used can enhance your physical strength, and the cash used to buy food packaged in vending machines has a very long shelf life. The male protagonist slowly analyzes that killing zombies can gain crystal energy. Their bodies are also zombie body transformation fertilizer is All Hallows. Just this reserve space is a little small, have to put all small items out to put some food and water inside in case they need to be used. Among the items were car keys, a cross-country car key that could go to the underground parking lot to try his luck in which there were important item marks. Wait for tomorrow to get the gun and then he would go find out what it was. The male protagonist sees more other players. What is the current state? In the general exchange room, people were chattering. Someone asked who had water. I just hid from zombies and was about to run for a kilometer. The water was too thirsty. Then a series of messages called for help. Someone was near St. Lin Hospital. I was locked in the doctor's office on the 5th floor of the hospital and who came to save me. Someone shared that during the day, I looked through the window and saw that in the central sales floor, there was an old man with an axe and slashed and killed 10 zombies. Is that old man here? Little brother, please follow. The male protagonist laughed happily. The old man said that it is not me. Why is it too embarrassing? There is a message from Jung Hao on the system greeting everyone. My name is Jung Hao. Me and 6 teammates have set up a survivor barracks. Everyone can privately message the location for me. Tomorrow we will go find you. We unite towards resources and capacity. Only then can he resist. The male protagonist sees that Jung Hao does this as the way, or the male protagonist is the one who can see the reminders of the system. If he joins so that people can detect his ability to be afraid of trouble, it should still be a solitary act. The male protagonist notices a series of messages from a person who is Wang Ketian, who sells a series of 500 miles Li-liter clean water and a series of perfectly packaged ham sausages. Many others expressed admiration for Wang Ke. Naturally said, heaven and earth. What kind of god is this? It is too good. There is both water and ham. Quickly see what this great god needs. Maybe use an object to exchange for food. A girl with a tag at Wang Ke naturally said the god, look at the private message. The sister wants 2 sausages hams. The male protagonist realizes that the system also has a medium trading area or takes advantage of the supplies in hand in exchange for a few things. Clean water in 500 miles Li-liter opened for sale in exchange for 1 fusion energy. The ham sausage he opened for sale also exchanged for 1 fusion energy. The male protagonist felt that this price was too expensive because the crystal energy was needed to level up. If Wang Kechen sold all these supplies, he was afraid that his strength would increase to an unimaginable level in the short duration. The previous thing about the game, food and water, was the most important. Stronger combat power also needs to replenish physical strength. The male protagonist happily calculated that everyone now wants to be stronger. The requirements for weapons are huge. He can use the weapon in the ring to exchange for food and water. He immediately chose to sell small knives with 2 kitchen knives for 3 pieces. Chose to exchange lunchbox meat, clean water 500 miles Li-liter. The system quickly announced that Ting Ting lost 2 small deliveries, 3 kitchen knives, received 2 canned meat, clean water 500 miles Li-liter 3 bottles. Less than 3 seconds of opening the sale was sold. It was indeed like what he thought. He decided to continue to pluck more evil hooks tomorrow. He continued to look at a series of other sales lists of people. A Hao opened a sale of women's lingerie, exchanged a handy weapon. Wang Chang opened a sale of rubble for a lunchbox. Spirit Star Soldier opened a chair for sale for a crystal energy. Zhao Shichen opened a sale of Tianyang City at a negotiated price. Zhao Shichen opened the sale of blood-stained keys at negotiated prices, selling chairs for an energy map of Tianyang City. The map is something that makes the male protagonist pay attention. He pressed the button to message the seller. It was a girl I scratched sitting cowering in a dark corner. It seems that the male lead can see her through the screen. In the spacious presidential VIP room, the male protagonist is sitting on the big bed and opening the information board of the role-playing game in the zombie world. He is telling the person named Zhao Shi-chun is the other girl that the 3 items she gave him all want and tell her to bid. Zhao replied that I needed clean food and water, but only water would be possible. The male protagonist carefully analyzes the game. If there is a map, it can roughly judge where there are abundant supplies, which areas cannot arbitrarily enter. The map is too important but does not reveal his needs, giving the lowest price first. The boy texted the girl that this map of hers was actually a bit weak to him. He offered half a 500 ml bottle of water, plus the half box of pâté he had eaten, and exchanged the 3 things she was offering for sale. The guy who had just contracted and tried to give a fake smile, he probably didn't think it would be right away. Immediately agreeing to succeed made him startle as well. Zhang Chen said, "So here I put in the trading system," and then confirmed a little. He was happy to say, "Thank you, you're a good person, unlike everyone else." Naturally being complimented, Zhang Chen happily scratched his head. It is not easy to help each other, so do I have to do it? Is it a bit too much? The notification system that you have lost half a bottle of clean water, half a box of pate has been eaten. Received a blood-stained key 5 stars of Tianyang University map and Tianyang University distribution map. On this side turned to the sound of Grease's hurried eating, and he hurriedly prevented Drill from choking. Looking at the messy pile of food shells on the table, Zhang Chen felt guilty, thinking about adding her friend first, waiting for her supplies to be full later to make up for her. Then he happily turned to ask her named Zhao Shu, did he no longer want to add friends? Shi Chen was still busy eating, his mouth chewed, holding a bottle of water. Zhang Chen asked more. That's right, where are you? Why do you have such an important map of supplies in your hand? Before she could reply, the disconnect screen asked in surprise and turned off the private chat. Why was she in a special place? He sat back and pondered for a while. It was also true that there was no law and moral bondage. Humanity 10 times more exaggerated. A girl should keep her guard up, she also rests early. The crowd filled the streets. They kept screaming. The survivors were hiding in a dark room. Zheng Hao told people to get close to each other, not to get lost, and Qinglin Hospital was behind 2 streets. Zhang Chen was also coming down from the elevator at this time. He already had a shield and an axe in his hand as a weapon. The elevator doors gradually opened. When the door opened, Zhang Chen's face remained cold. He then switched his status to fighting, wielding an axe and rushing to kill. But there was not a shadow of Gangxi in front of him, making him lose all his emotions. Standing in one place, Zhang Shi was lost. Slipping under his feet appeared fresh blood. He speculated that human blood had been passed by players. Blood stains that do not splash if bitten by an erection are. He suddenly realized that someone was hunting players. The player's killer stole the shotgun, he was most likely nearby. Speaking of this, his hand suddenly trembled. He reassured himself, no, the person did not have a card. The elevator could not go to the 3rd floor. Saying that he did not know that the 3rd floor had already left. He clutched the axe in his hand and walked around searching, heading down to the basement to park his car first to find the mountain bike the system had suggested earlier. In an empty room, a young man opened a window and climbed in. He jumped in and looked sideways. He thought that running really fast, this person's physicality is not weak, the supplies on his body are definitely abundant. He picked up his shotgun and gritted his teeth and said, I'm not weak physically, I'm here waiting for you to come back. Zhang Chen went to the basement to park his car. He picked up his keys and tried to press the find button. After a brief search, the car squeaked. The noise woke up the corpses from nowhere. Zhang Chen at an evil smile is now the most dangerous thing. Without saying much, he directly took the axe and sent the 2 gangsters on their way. The system notifies you that you recovered a body. Zhang Shi received energy fusion, a 4-star clean cloth, mutant fertilizer, or why you recovered a body. Gang Shi received a 1-star energy node, paper towel, or 4-star mutant fertilizer star. Zhang Chen approached the car, then opened the door. He was surprised. Gosh, the thing suggested by the system was non-trivial. Inside appeared a gun along with 5 boxes of necessities. Zhang Chen prospered happily and immediately collected all the supplies. To make sure it was safe to wait until after his body had completely absorbed all the physical pills before going out to search for supplies, he suddenly had to stop. He thought couldn't go back directly, couldn't think that the perpetrator hadn't spotted him. Maybe he was in ambush in front of the elevator door. The front corridor was pitch black. A can of water was thrown out. The young man who broke in earlier was hiding in a door. What was he thinking? Zhang Chen on this side also picked up his gun. The notification system was careful in the living room across the elevator with the gunner. Zhang Chen swore that his mother was indeed targeted by him, but he pressed his foot. The gunner opened the door and peeked out his head to see if the iron box was open. Zhang Chen said that the enemy did not move. I did not move. Suddenly there was a shout that sounded a save life. Zhang Chen looked out in amazement. It was that woman, she wasn't dead. It's broken, that little guy downstairs is about to arrive? He didn't hesitate and immediately opened the door and raised his gun. But in front of the corridor was silent without a shadow. Zhang Chen's short face really went downstairs, and he couldn't let him go, being targeted by this kind of person at night, sleeping restlessly. A beautiful girl was tied up at the base of a tree, surrounded by approaching animals. She kept begging for help, begging you to let me go, they were almost here. The people inside stood still where her life was, and we told her what to do, she had to do. The bald head continued, Gang Shi is not enough. The rat-faced guy next to him whispered, Big brother, can we really deal with so many Gang Shi? He smiled cunningly and said, Yesterday, the man with the hammer, I saw that he killed 8 Zhang Shi consecutively, without wasting any strength. This proves that Zhang Shi's body is very weak. The girl kept crying out for help with no, don't come over here. A Gang Shi approached and bit the girl in the face. Others who saw this were also intrigued. They constantly rushed to bite the girl. The two scum saw that there were enough Gang Shi you needed to storm out and then go kill 20 Gang Shi. We withdrew. Chang Chen ate the bald man who rushed forward and swung a knife and slashed at Gang Shi. A dagger hit Gang Shi's head but it was unharmed. He started sweating all over his face anxiously and then the knife couldn't be pulled out. The two fat one skinny one saw that they could not fight the gang when they started running for their lives screaming for help. The crowd chased right after those two guys, extremely numerous. The fat man ran and turned his head to look. Zhang Chen hiding in the distance watching and thought in his mind, why was this? So far, the fat guy reached out and pushed the skinny guy one, causing the skinny man to fall into the fierce gang, and he ran away and shouted apologies to his brothers. The thin man was gradually devoured by the gang and shouted in anger, Big brother, I turned into a Gang Shi, did not spare him. Zhang Chen immediately exclaimed one sentence, lost all morality and reproached this deserving death. He sighed that the person was probably going to leave. The fat guy who was running now was also exhausted. He was running and panting and screaming for help, who saved me? Zhang Chen saw him running close and whispered to him not to run towards him. This side was presenting him. Then the fat man who betrayed the brothers suddenly tripped over the stone. Tumbling to the ground caused the reinforcements to catch up at this time. Zhang Chen saw this, and laughed, saying that he was evil and evil. The men now rushed relentlessly to bite the fat man, causing him to scream in pain. At this time, the other one Zhang Shi raised his head and looked forward, and found Zhang Chen hiding in the bushes. Zhang Chen was alarmed, heaven he saw him. The gunfire will attract more and more reinforcements, it is still a hammer to solve. Zhang Chen does not have much time to come up with a solution. One began to crawl towards him. Zhang Chen had prepared in advance and jumped out to fight it. From behind, 3 or 4 more erections also rushed. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and swung his axe at them. His hand held a shield, slashed one after another and rushed forward, swinging one axe flying the head of 3 erections. Zhang Chen slipped one, land safely on the ground. He turned to look at the fat man's body lying on the ground. The notification of the system appears. The player's storage ring can take out objects from it, cannot proceed to store materials and materials necessary to upgrade the ring. This thing can only be taken from the player, which also means that if you want to upgrade the storage space, you have to kill people, set up dogs. Zhang Chen cursed in his stomach. The system again gave a careful warning to the top of his head. One young man with rushed forward and landed. He was the next king. Zhang Chen quickly dodged to the side, so he could avoid the other man's attack. The sword-wielding Wang Chen glanced at Zhang Chen. Xiao Zi reacted quickly. Suddenly something surprised Jiang Chen. Wang Kechen looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Finally embodied." He pointed at Jiang Chen and said, "He jumped the window just to lure Jiang Chen out." Jiang Chen was trapped again. Jiang Chen was surprised. This astonished prince knew that he was hiding behind the star wall. Wang Chen naturally hugged his stomach and laughed, "Ha ha ha. That empty can on the ground had just been eaten." Such a clear detail was difficult not to guess. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Wang Chen slowly walked over, his expression fierce, saying that Jiang Chen was still dead in his hands. Jiang Chen immediately pulled out his shield in front of his chest, shouting out who was dead. Wang Kechen heard this, and said with a smirk, "Jiang Chen is quite confident, kid." Then he stomped his feet, rushed to punch one strong blow towards Jiang Chen. Then he swung his sword again, and said, "Let Jiang Chen see what was extraordinarily strong." Jiang Chen luckily dodged one of his swords, but he was also injured in the cheek, which was dangerous. Wang Kai suddenly took the sword and continued to rush forward. While throwing a blow in praise, Zhang Shen Shaozi reacted quite quickly. Try this move, and then he delivers the next one blow, causing Jiang Chen to fall backwards, splashing several tens of meters away. Wang Kai suddenly stepped forward, mocked Zhang the chicken god who was the chicken, so quickly he had already laid down. He asked why the taste of broken bones was so pleasant. Jiang Chen was beaten badly, his mouth was covered in blood, his combat experience was much richer than his, using a gun was afraid that there would be no victory, he had to think of another way. Wang Chen stepped forward and said, "Jiang Chen's game. Here comes the end." It was at this moment that Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to rush to hug Wang Chen. Wang Kai was surprised, yet he was able to move. Jiang Chen loudly cursed Wang Chen, "Of course, this bastard, everyone is at peace, why hunt and kill players?" Wang Chen at this time angrily struck Jiang Chen on the back with his elbow, and he shouted loudly for Jiang Chen to let go of him. Jiang Chen was made to cough up blood by his other one blow. But he still refused to surrender and asked Wang Chen in a provocative tone, "Didn't he have a gun?" Took out his gun. Wang Chen naturally gritted his teeth, as Jiang Chen wished. He took out his gun, not knowing that this was also Jiang Chen's plan, and had already arrived. "It is now." Jiang Chen rushed forward and bit down hard on Wang Chen's hand, causing him both surprise and pain. He grabbed the gun angrily and shouted, saying he had to break him, he was going to blow his head off. Jiang Chen also threw the king away at this time. Then he held out his hand. "Take out his gun." Wang Kai naturally saw this, and laughed. His hand held the gun pointed at Jiang Chen. But at this moment, Wang Chen did not have time to react. Jiang Chen's gun was pressed to his forehead. Jiang Chen was breathing pink at this time with fatigue. Wang Kechen saw that he was defeated, and hurriedly lowered his voice, called Jiang Chen big brother, and demanded to negotiate with Jiang Chen. The whole city was now in chaos, shrouded in a deadly color. The crowd rushed out from nowhere, and they were attracted by Jiang Chen's gunfire earlier. Zheng Hao shouted loudly to everyone in the back, "Someone opened fire, or the gang is about to be terrified. Let's hurry back to the gymnasium." Jiang Chen on the other side was sitting breathing pink, he had already finished off the other prince. At this time, the crowd had also arrived. Jiang Chen was so tired that he collapsed to the ground, he lay on the ground and his body could not move anymore. The system screen appears, summoning music to request chat. Shi Yu saw that Jiang Chen was pathetic, and asked anxiously, "Why did you become this form?" The gang was constantly approaching, and Jiang Chen lay on the ground with difficulty answering. Zhao Shui anxiously urged Jiang Chen. Behind him he quickly stood up, she said that she had stimulant drugs. "There is also medicine," passed all to Jiang Chen, urging him to stand up quickly. Soon he couldn't keep up. Jiang Chen tried to stretch out his hand. Taking the stimulant that Zhao Shui gave him, the stimulant drug can stimulate the physical energy of the human body, causing the person to enter a violent state in a short time that has an effect after 3 seconds of injection. Jiang Chen tried to hold the injection tube to his leg. He prayed that the please, which must work before the exam came. Time start countdown, 3 seconds, 2,48 seconds. 2,05 seconds. After a 51-second, Jiang Chen also felt some strength at this time, he picked up his sword. A 10-second comma. Without a second, Jiang Chen immediately took the sword and slashed the approaching Gang Shi to death. Then he proceeded to slaughter a series of other corpses, silently cursing them all to death for me. At this time, the system again signaled that the effect of the drug was about 10 minutes. Zhang Chen immediately calculated 10 minutes before returning. At this time, the crowd came more and more. Make Zhang Chen stand still, because they are too many. The reinforcements at this time rushed together to attack the divine school. Front post also, rear also has. Although he hid inside, there was also inside. Why was there everywhere? At this time, a rusher approached Zhang Chen, wanting to attack him. Zhang Chen immediately raised his gun, risking it. But by the time he pulled the trigger, there was no reaction. Zhang Chen was so alarmed that he swore, and he ran out of bullets. A Gang Shi from behind grabbed Zhang Chen, but luckily he was quick to avoid it. But he also wobbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Chen looked in the distance, he spotted something, that was. It's the stop line. Zhang Chen's hand gripped the sword tightly, he had a way. Zhang Chen used his strength. Rushing quickly, knocking out nearly a dozen incoming erections. Then run quickly towards the other stop lines. Take it, biting your teeth using your strength to pull one up. The crowd now doubled the number and approached him. Zhang Chen took a deep breath. Then shouted to kill, full of energy. At this time in the distance there was a boy talking to his friend to look over there. They stood from the top floor watching Zhang Chen fighting alone with an astonished herd and exclaimed, "What is so strong, so cool 1 on 10. One immediately pulled out the screen. He said to the screen, "Everyone hurry up here and see. There is a great god who is fighting the gang." He was sitting on the roof of the car watching Zhang Chen fight when he was suddenly startled. Zhang Chen standing below who was fighting with blood was also startled, and froze in surprise. One big fat giant looking extremely scary appeared. At this time the system announced this road to the riverbank. There was a wire mesh that could stop the Gang Shi. Zhang Chen was still standing there looking at the giant gang in front of him and exclaimed, "Oh mother, what is this?" Everyone watching through the viewing screen was also amazed. But this big fat guy couldn't make it difficult for Zhang Chen. He swung his sword to finish him off, and then finished off the other beasts. At this time, everyone had to say that this person was not the next great god Wang. Zhang Chen fought for a while, he was tired. He ran and cursed in his mother's lap to fight back, not fight back. Only this net can stop the erection. Zhang Chen jumped up with all his strength. He turned his head to look at the crowd that was being stopped behind him, thinking in his heart that it must be safe this time. Zhang Chen still did not forget to say goodbye to his brothers, and his little brother was one step ahead. But suddenly his body changed. Zhang Chen hugged his chest. It's not good. The medicine worked. Without time to do anything more, Zhang Chen immediately fell to the ground. He fell from the fence. Zhang Chen slumped on the ground from the effect of the medicine. His face was full of blue veins. The system shows notifications. Upgrades can help absorb physical drugs. Check to detect that you now have enough resources to proceed with the upgrade. Zhang Chen exclaimed as he opened Wang Qishan's bag. How many supplies did that little prince Wang Ke-chen finally gather? 100 Spirit 5 Energy Fusion, 90 Transformation Fertilizer, Bait Box 1 Spirit 9, White Water 106.6, Sausage 108.4, Pistol 1, Ammunition 4 boxes, Fragments of Storage Ring 10, Knife Line Drawing, Map Fusion Machine, Martial Arts Knife 1, Pistol 1. Such a lot of food and water temporarily did not need to worry about eating. The system appeared again and asked if 100 souls 5 per 100 energy nodes, checked if it was suitable for the upgrade conditions, whether to proceed with the upgrade. Zhang Chen immediately chose yes. His body immediately underwent transformation. The upgrade was successful. Zhang Chen felt that every cell in his body was full of strength. The side effects of the medicine were now gone. The system congratulated Zhang Chen to upgrade to the extreme position. The awakening stage, it needed 5 300ths energy nodes. Zhang Chen immediately turned to look at the large rock beside him. He immediately threw one right. The rock immediately shattered. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was immediately surprised. So strong, and there was not a single wound on his hand. Was this really his doing? Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt like crying, definitely in the eyes of Zhang Chen. The system announced to check that Zhang Chen's treasure ring was eligible for upgrade, was upgrading. Zhang Chen's treasure ring has successfully upgraded to level 2, 24 cell space, 3 pound upgrade, 0 100ths ring fragment. Level 3 and 5 501st energy node can open virtual car storage. This time can survive out of the encirclement. Zhang Chen feels that he should thank a person. Zhang Chen suddenly paid attention to the system message. With 10 days left in stage 2 of the game, The weakening of the exam and mutant creatures will be eliminated. Please prepare players well. Not only Zhang Chen but all the players saw this announcement. They did not stop talking. What there is still the second stage. In their hands even a soul weapon is not there. Some people are worried about spending. By the second stage, the reinforcements are stronger. Humanity is about to die. Zheng Hao immediately reassured everyone not to worry. Their team has already grown. As long as they continue to work together, they will definitely overcome difficulties. At this time, one voice from behind Zheng Hao said, I will take the lead tomorrow. Let's destroy the Fujing supermarket in the East Road. These two people are Qi Hongdat and Qi Pearl Jade. Everyone who heard it agreed. Yes, the supermarket has enough resources, doses and doses. Shi Chun was sitting down to eat well at this time. She devours it seems very hungry. Zhang Chen saw this, and said that she ate slowly. No one disputed her. Shi Chen looked at Zhang Chen through the screen with joy and said that he didn't expect him to really survive. Her medicine was not wasted. Zhang Chen said that this time he really had to thank Shi Chen. If it wasn't for her, Zhang Chen would have died. Shi Chen humbly said that human lives matter, ordinary people do it. Zhang Chen heard that, laughed at ordinary people. This world is covered by ordinary people. Hearing this, Shi Chen was also silent, agreeing with Zhang Chen, yes. Zhang Chen now asked Shi Chen if she was hiding under the table forever, telling him the location, he would come to save her. Shi Chen heard this and was naive. Then confused about to turn off the phone. Zhang Chen hurriedly stopped her, told her not to turn it off. He didn't mean otherwise. Zhang Chen wanted to say that his place is very large, very safe, can take a hot bath, she can stay at his place. Shi Chen heard this, thanked Zhang Chen for his good intentions, also thanked him for his food and water, and then she said goodbye to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen saw this, and hurriedly asked Zhang Chen what kind of suffering he had. Tell him, he can help her. Zhang Chen didn't have time to finish speaking. Shi Chen hurriedly turned off the phone, and Zhang Chen sighed and wondered why she didn't believe him. Shi Chen was sitting under the table sadly thinking in his heart, if he can really leave here, it's good. The people outside don't know anything about the real danger. Suddenly her gaze became frightened. Shi Chun looked towards the window. She suddenly became extremely tense. A huge hand that looked extremely scary suddenly reached up and banged on the window where Shi Zan was looking out, scaring her to breathe heavily. The scene moves to Zhang Chen. He was skimming down the road. Suddenly there was something that made him run and he had to stop paying attention to it. It is a potato seed. Thai's energy makes love. He feels tough like meat containing proteins and trace elements. Strong adaptation to the ripening cycle of 4 months. By now it was dark, and the moon was high. Zhang Chen arrived in front of one building and went inside. He opened the door to a place that was soon in ruins. The windows were shattered, and the lockers had been taken clean. Zhang Chen stepped forward. He was surprised that someone had intruded in. Night enveloped the whole city. The atmosphere was frighteningly gloomy. At this time, one scared monster appeared, looking at it with an extremely scary shape. The draft against the window caused the curtains to fly. Zhang Chen with the gun slowly approached extremely vigilantly. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, Zhang Chen let out a sigh, thinking that it is really urgent. Tempered glass that can also break certain strategies super strong. If this person has a system soon, he has already suggested it. Suddenly there was a super loud burp in the cabinet. Zhang Chen immediately turned around and pointed his gun in that direction and shouted out. The scene of the open cabinet is, in which is one little girl, holding a hammer, the whole body trembling looking extremely fragile. Zhang Chen saw it blankly, it was one little girl. He went to ask the little girl, or her mouse, if she had emptied my fridge, and she lowered her head in a pitiful manner. Hurriedly explained, not that she did. The window was not that she smashed. Nor did she sneak a peek at the hammer in her hand and angrily yelled before lying to at least put the tools of the crime first and considered me a fool. She again asked harmlessly if he could give her a bottle of water, drinking water. Zhang Chen felt too much to bear at this time, and immediately yelled at her to take so much water from the fridge and wanted him to give more. She was too much. Zhang Chen could not finish his sentence. The other girl hit his leg with the hammer in her hand and cursed him pettily. Zhang Chen screamed in pain. The pain in her leg was not over, and the other girl came forward and punched Zhang Chen in the face, causing him to bleed from his nose and fall backwards. He sat on the ground cursing the damn rat loudly. The other girl ran away and didn't forget to worship her brother's treasure ring. Hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately resolved, star ring. He took the gun and stood up angrily. The dead rat didn't catch my aunt growing a banana tree. Before she could wait for him to find him, the other girl took the initiative to turn around and ask, "Does your brother have a gun?" Zhang Chen heard this, and hurriedly vigilantly hid the gun behind and asked what the other girl was doing, and if she didn't use it enough, she wanted to steal my gun. The little girl at this moment panicked and hurriedly closed the door. The little girl's face turned pale like a clone, saying that Zhang Chen quickly turned off the light and had already arrived. Zhang Chen came over and shouted at the little girl saying that she didn't return the ring, and Gang Shi and her dealt with it. This time, the system carefully warned the window. Zhang Chen saw that and immediately became highly alert. The system had just finished warning when one extremely hideous-looking mutant monster jumped inside from outside the window. The larval bull, the second-type mutant body, the fast speed of jumping, low eyesight and light. Zhang Chen looked at the monster in front of him and said to the sky, "What is the bull lan?" The other little girl's name is Xiao Shi. The mutant erectile exam was rushing to attack Zhang Chen. Xiao Shi also rushed from behind. "Knock me one hammer on the head." The little girl shouted that the rotten erectile exam ate one of my hammers. Zhang Chen was surprised. Heaven, what is this innate mental energy? No wonder I eat so much. But having taken advantage of his time, the god school picked up his gun and pointed it at the finished exam. Then he pulled the trigger and fired one shot into the head of the mutant creature, causing it to fall bloodied. Zhang Chen was breathing pink at this time, wondering if he must be dead. It seems that the transformation is not very difficult to solve. Then he turned to Xiao Shi and said that now it was her. Zhang Chen immediately threatened not to turn into a dead rat, and quickly returned the ring to him. Suddenly the mutant creature stood up. It was alive, much to the amazement of both Xiao Shi and Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen stretched out his hand towards Xiao Shi and shouted, telling her to give him the ring quickly. The gun ran out of ammunition and then the bullet in the ring. Xiao Shi was not to be outdone, shouting that Zhang Chen threw her the gun the same. Without waiting for them to say more, the mutant creature rushed forward to attack. Zhang Chen quickly dodged, and then shouted for Xiao Shi to hurry up. He swung his kicking leg for the first exam. The erection splashed away but immediately clung to the cabinet, causing the cabinet to distort. Seeing that the situation was already very situational, Xiao Shi decided to throw out the ring and return it to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen immediately grabbed the ring. At this time, the other creature also began to rush to attack. Zhang Chen quickly took out the bullet from the ring and put it on the gun. Shot towards the mutant creature that was rushing towards him. The one that was shot immediately jumped up and clung to the ceiling. Zhang Chen stood on the ground and looked at the mutant creature in amazement. It knows how to dodge star bullets. This monster has mental power. The creature that was shot immediately changed its target to Xiao Shi, and it rushed down from the ceiling. Xiao Shi stood there shouting in frustration. But at this moment there was one slash sound. Zhang Chen took out his sword and cut off the head of the mutant gang before it jumped in to attack Xiao Shi. His sword was now stained with blood. Zhang Chen also stretched out his hand, and the system announced that Zhang Chen had recovered a body of a rolling crawler, receiving 15 energy nodes. After resolving this, Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Shi coldly and told her to leave, respecting her face earlier, so he spared her. Xiao Shi said in a stubborn voice that she didn't go. Zhang Chen had a lot of supplies. Xiao Shi said, "Can you be her big brother to protect her?" Zhang Chen finished listening and didn't say anything, which raised the sword in his hand to reveal the wound. Xiao Shi shouted anxiously. The old brother was scratched by the monster and injured. Xiao Shi saw this, and he smiled overbearingly, and said that Zhang Shenxiao, 2 hours later he will become a gangster. If he gives all the supplies to her now, she can let him die comfortably. Zhang Chen looked at the wound in his hand angrily. It was clear that the monster was used by her, based on where the unlucky person was him. Zhang Chen rolled up his sleeves and walked over and said before he died. Xiao Shi at this time asked in a panic, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Zhang Chen said Xiao Shi asked him what he wanted to do. Of course, before he died, he had to make her a cushion. Xiao Shi panicked and shouted, "Who wants to die with him?" She waited after he disappeared before coming back, until then knocked on his head. Then the little girl angrily turned to leave. Zhang Chen looked at her and said that she was finally gone. Although there were many bad but overbearing people like her, it was rare. Unable to provoke, he let out a breath and looked at the wound in his hand. The scene was moved to the second day. Xiao Shi was sitting on the ground crying loudly at this time. She had just gone one evening. Where did he bring so many supplies? This time, Zhang Chen was still healed and went to another place. Thanks to Zhao Chen's map, he was able to find such a good place. The system also announced that this place does not have an exam, which is the perfect settlement. Zhang Chen approached the door. Then he pushed open the door and walked inside. Zhang Chen immediately looked around. He considered everything. Suddenly behind him came a splitting sound. Zhang Chen immediately turned around to find out where the sound was coming from. Under the table is one dog. It is an energy heterogeneous beast, the baby Yu Lang King. The S-level combat heavenly endowment can raise meat to conduct taming. Zhang Chen finished reading the announcement of the system, and was extremely moved, shouting out that Xiao Yu Lang was also an S rank. The loud noise made by Zhang Chen startled Xiao Yulangwang, who stood up and barked loudly and vigilantly. Zhang Chen immediately threw out a piece of meat towards it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu Lang the other child immediately came over and sniffed. See what it is. Realizing that it was meat he immediately ate. Zhang Chen saw this, and was glad to eat it and eat it. The system now announces that the sympathetic energy beast 1, after the sympathy level reaches 100, will be bound to the owner forever without betrayal. Its current combat power is equivalent to that of a strong human wielding a weapon. When Zhang Chen heard it, he was astonished, and at such a young age, his fighting power was equivalent to that of Wang Chen, as if he had picked up the Hallows. The scene was transferred again to Zheng Hao's side. This time, there was one injured person who lost an arm and was kneeling on the ground crying bitterly. Zheng Hao saw this, and said with great sympathy to give them some food. Qian Chenu saw this, and said that after 2 hours they will turn into Jiangxi. Now our food is also. Zheng Hao did not wait for her to finish speaking, but hurriedly cut them off for protecting us and was injured. At least let them eat well before they set off. Everyone who heard Zheng Hao say this, everyone was moved to tears. Qi Hongxian saw this, he was extremely disdainful, cursing them stupidly in his heart. Zhang Chen held the piece of meat in his hand and said that this was the last piece of meat. He threw the piece of meat in front of the fat man, telling him to try a little. There was only one more point of sympathy, the 99 sympathy level energy metabolization beast notification system. After the two fats finished eating the other piece of meat, the notification system congratulated Zhang Chen, successfully taming the fighting creature, Xiao Yu Lang Wang. Bizarre beast, the mutant energy mutant beast Yu Lang King. The young maturity stage follows the enhancement of the adult stage. The fighting power will increase and will acquire new skills. The favorite food is meat, erection, mutated animals, mutant insects. Combat skills are multiplied. After fighting, the accumulated strength, speed, and quality will increase many times. Zhang Chen is happy. He can also eat meat Jiangxi. It is easy to raise. Then he called her over for a drink. Zhang Chen looked at the water discharging from the tap. Then mused, the second stage approached, except for the monsters that began to appear. Even the water became unclean. Then he and the fat man went out to dig for something. The fat stamen wagged his tail very happily, digging excitedly. Zhang Chen turned to tell him that he didn't need to dig anymore, he ran out of seeds. Zhang Chen thought that if it didn't rain, he couldn't sustain it for a long time, and he had to think about how to get a set of filtration equipment. But by the second stage, only protective water is not enough and a net must be made. Then he bent down and told the fat two to watch the house, not to let the thing move near the small island. The fat two seemed to understand and wagged his tail. The game's public chat channel, did people find out? The spring water in parts of the city has become cloudy. Yes, Gangxi seems to be more beneficial. Yesterday I also saw the Gangti as big as a bus. At night people absolutely do not turn on the lights. Recently there was a kind of animal crawling on the ground that appeared they liked the light. Why haven't you seen the next great brother Wang for a long time? So who else added him? I have something to exchange with him. Has anyone ever seen a Gangxi holding a shotgun in the center of the sales building? It's not my stray big brother. Hello everyone. I'm Zheng Hao. Now our barracks have 15 lucky survivors. Including I have 3 very strong people. Yesterday with me attacked Fujing supermarket in Pudong. Recently I have an action plan of this kind. Welcome everyone to join us. That's right. Lately a group of about 4 men and 2 women were robbing the lucky survivor. To be a little careful. I didn't want to join the barracks and hit the supplies and have to share them with others. Now on the street, a girl was slashing at the head of the Gangxi in front of her with a knife. A boy on the other side attacked Gangxi with an axe. They looked at each other and said that today's harvest was good, the 12th gang. She was talking happily when suddenly an arrow came and hit the other girl in the neck. The astonished boy shouted at Xiao Yun. Without giving him time to protest, another arrow hit him. 2 people were shot dead lying on the ground. A scar-faced guy on high nagged the redhead, "Didn't he tell her not to kill that woman?" The red-faced girl was as cold as money, saying, "Kill too. Yes, I don't feel like it's enough." After saying that, she climbed up the wall and told him not to squirm, go collect the booty. Suddenly the scar-faced man said, "Wait." Someone came. It was Zhang Chen, who was carrying a sword for a walk. At this time, the system immediately warned Zhang Chen to be careful of the 3rd-floor window, where there were 2 robbers holding bows. Using weapons to attack from afar, it seemed that many people died in their hands. The scar-faced man told the redhead to move, not to reveal his location, this little boy from the river bank where the body was gathered. Then turn on the screen and talk to the old man. "You guys approached me, there are hard goods." Zhang Chen glanced upwards, plus climbed to the 3rd floor in 20 seconds, by which time they had already run and had to think of a way to lure them down. This time, Zhang Chen was thinking when a few burly people appeared in front of him, and they split into 2 lines that seemed to be the organization of the crime. The other man with a knife came over and said that Zhang Chen handed over all the supplies on his body, and they would spare him from dying. Zhang Chen smirked, saying this, he returned it to them. Suddenly, at this moment, a big guy came out of the bushes and shouted to die, intending to sneak up on Zhang Chen. The other redhead girl standing on the 3rd floor also shot at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen immediately reacted, and his hand caught the incoming arrow. But he was sneaked one in the back by the guy who came out of the bushes. Collapsing to the ground, the old man came forward with a mocking smile and said that Zhang Chen was a brainless young man, only that he dared to be overbearing with him. The one who came from the bush immediately beckoned to the old man, "You can come down." The old man was still extremely wary and told the redhead to wait a moment. The redhead constantly mocked him for being so small. She watched everyone listen to her later. The redhead came forward confidently and said, "Later everyone listened to me." Zhang Chen was lying unconscious on the ground at this time. The old man suddenly shouted badly. The old man was careful. But not in time. At this time, Zhang Chen stood up. One sword slashed right behind the old man. He smiled and watched as they finally had enough. Old San, seeing his brother being slashed, was extremely angry, took the axe and came forward and shouted for his life. He had just finished his sentence when he was cut in half by Zhang Chen. The system again warns Zhang Chen to be careful of grenades. As soon as he finished his sentence, the grenade exploded. The old man hurriedly told the redheads to run away. They encountered black eating black. A loud bang rang out. The person in there couldn't run, only in time to shout at the old man. Zhang Chen had already managed to run away from the explosion at this time. He clung to the wall and jumped upstairs. The redhead named Xiao Wei asked the old man if there were grenades in his pocket. They didn't need to run like that. The old man immediately said, looking at the speed and strength of the person 80% who had extreme physical strength, they couldn't cope. The old man looked behind him and cursed to death. He chased him up. Zhang Chen had caught up with the fleeing people at this time. Suddenly it all came to a halt. Ask each other what it is. In front of one giant erection appears. It is a cancer erection. This time, Zhang Chen also jumped from the top. The old man immediately said in a frightened voice that wanted to negotiate, "Today we have eyes that do not bump into you. We are content to give half of the supplies to you, must please ignore us." Zhang Chen's attitude didn't change and asked them if he was a beggar, at least 80%. The old man immediately frowned. 80 was really a bit much. Xiao Wei also shouted to Zhang Chen, "Don't be made by water." Continuing like that to carry the body to him couldn't run. Zhang Chen confidently said, "So let's wait. The system now tells you to try to stay away from the body. It can kill you in an instant." At this time, the hideous Gang Shi was approaching and opened his mouth, extremely terrifying. Xiao Wei and the old man saw this, and were afraid to blush. The old man hurriedly returned to agree to Zhang Chen's request. 80% was 80%, but he had to throw the knife in his hand over here first, and then they would throw their treasure rings to him. Zhang Chen immediately threw down the sword in his hand. The old man agreed, thinking that Zhang Chen was guilty. Waiting for Zhang Shi to get a little closer, he threw the grenade over. Xiao Wei went to pick up the knife on the ground. Xiao Wei was worried that there was no weapon who had extreme physical strength. Zhang Chen seemed to have guessed the intentions of the two of them, so he just smiled softly. At this time, the gang also rushed forward. The old man now urgently asked where his grenade was. But no one responded to him. Xiao Wei pushed him towards the hideous giant. The old man was extremely surprised, and asked Xiao Wei what she was doing. But not in time, he was already filled by Xiao Wei, the closest person beside him, into the crowd. The old man was pushed towards the approaching gang. He was punched by the other man for one straight into the sky. He shouted and asked Xiao Wei why she did this. She took the grenade and hurriedly ran away and said didn't he say he loved her, so help her. Then he fell to the ground, and was immediately struck by one. Xiao Wei took advantage of the opportunity to jump up and pull out the grenade. Thrown towards the reinforcement for it to explode one match. After that explosion, smoke and dust flew. Zhang Chen was angry, she was really evil and aimed at the grenade in the right second. The smoke and dust cleared, and Zhang Chen saw that the old man had already eaten his head. His treasure ring fell on the ground right next to the creature's feet. The other one suddenly turned its head. He rushed forward and stretched out his hand and tried to grab Zhang Chen. The system immediately told him to stay away from the giant body. Going after the female bandit might be a better option. Zhang Chen finished listening and immediately left, before returning to get the blade later. On this side, Zheng Hao's group came before the body that had been killed by Xiao Wei earlier. They looked at each other and said that this must have been done by the bandits. Zheng Hao said strangely, why were the supplies on them not taken away? Suddenly one person shouted in panic, presenting the body of the bandits here. Zheng Hao was surprised. The robber is also dead. Not good. It is black eating black. The body is bait. He shouted for everyone to immediately be on guard. At this time, Zhang Chen and the female bandit Xiao Wei chased each other here. Xiao Wei shouted loudly to curse Zhang Chen if he was sick. Did not go to pick up the treasure ring to chase after her. She had just finished her sentence when she was immediately punched for one blow. Falling to the ground, everyone saw this and panicked because Zhang Chen had a gun. Zheng Hao stood up and told everyone not to move. Zhang Chen suddenly raised his hand and called out the system. The drawing of the primary water purifier. The need for ordinary water purifier 1, energy node 5. The primary water purifier can filter slightly polluted water. The water after filtering can be used to brush teeth, wash face, irrigation, etc., but not drink. Zheng Hao trembled and called out to Zhang Chen, telling her to take the ring on the human body on the ground and give it to Zhang Chen. If Zhang Chen still refused to ignore it, he immediately led the team to retreat, and he and Pearl Jade stopped Zhang Chen. Zheng Hao immediately stepped forward and told Zhang Chen, they were just passing by here, there was no intention of desecrating. Pearl Jade on the other side showed a gentle expression and sat down and picked up the ring that had fallen on the ground. Zhang Chen immediately raised his guard to the barrel of the gun. Make pearls afraid of cat's eyes. Even Zheng Hao and Hong Dat on the other side were also afraid to sweat profusely. Zhang Chen said that others must have been killed by him. The ring was discovered by them first, naturally belonging to them. Zheng Hao hurriedly thanked him and asked Zhang Chen's name. Zhang Chen turned and left and threw back the other two rings to the pearl. Zhang Hao said they called him Lei Feng. Zhang Chen looked down from above. He searched for a few rounds, and he couldn't find the knife and ring. They could not have been picked up, but the gang was still here. There was no way for people to enter. He left to go home to plant the field. In the other corner it was little Xiaoxi herself. Having picked up Zhang Chen's knife, she looked at the knife in her hand and felt that it was a good knife. Today was lucky. The scene moves to Zhang Chen's islet. Meat potatoes have begun to germinate. The way of ripening still requires 120 days. Can use fertilizer to accelerate maturation. Can only use one time of manure in 3 days. Consumes 200 mutant fertilizers. Successfully combines into 220 fast-growing fertilizers. Successfully used 7 fast-growing fertilizers. Meat potatoes are 6 days away from ripening. Zhang Chen looked at the trees and smiled. 3 days later, he used one more time of potato manure. He could probably ripen. Until then he would collect seeds, plant on the small island. At this time, he was carrying 1 bucket of water. The efficiency of the primary water purifier is still very good. If you can find drawings to make an intermediate water purifier, then there is no need to worry about drinking water anymore. Zhang Chen happily patted Xiao Chen's head and praised him for doing well, waiting for the watering to be finished, and they went to fight together. Dark night outside the city was a lot of reinforcements appearing. At this time, one arrow rushed forward. Shot one diamond head. The arrow earlier was shot by Zhang Chen. He moved gently through the buildings. The fat man at this time also turned out to open his mouth and bite the others. Noting that the battle state of Xiao Yu Lang King can be eliminated at any time, Zhang Chen thought in his mind that this new form combat strength is not bad. He also had to take advantage of the time to upgrade. Then Zhang Chen stretched out his hand and recovered 13 corpses, received 5 energy nodes, 19 energy nodes. How to upgrade the awakened person segment needs 103 103rds energy nodes. Second Fat suddenly found one Gang Shi running away. It immediately gave chase. Seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately shouted to tell Fat Yan not to chase danger. The fat man didn't seem to hear and continued to chase. At this time high up, there were 2 more mutant beasts rushing to attack the 2 fats. The 2 fats were able to bite one, and the other one did not have time to react, so he was bitten by it. The mutant creature used its tentacles to attack the fat, making it cry out in pain. At this time, several more mutant beasts jumped to attack the 2 fats. Zhang Chen shouted loudly to tell the fat man to persevere. He came here. Zhang Chunyang bowed up and aimed properly, there could be no mistake. Zhang Chen let go of his hand and shot the arrow forward. Hit a mutant erection. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and patted him off. The creature that was hit immediately changed the target of the attack to Zhang Chen and rushed forward. Zhang Chen saw that it came at the right time, so he had to go over and find it. It aggressively rushed towards Zhang Chen who was standing. Zhang Chen saw this, and immediately took out the knife. Slashed the gang into 4 pieces and angrily shouted not to die for him. Notification system. Zhang Chen successfully killed a prostrate larva, received the 15th energy node. Zhang Chen shouted and said that Zhang Chen quickly turned his back to him. Second Fat immediately obeyed and turned his back. Zhang Chen immediately swung a knife and slashed to death the creature that was clinging to its back. Seeing that the 2 fats were wounded and still eager to fight, Zhang Chen immediately came over to stop him and told him not to bite anymore. The quick battle on this side was a little wrong, they retreated. Those mutant beasts were extremely aggressive. Their numbers are constantly increasing. Zhang Chen led the fat man to run when suddenly something happened. Zhang Chen led the fat man along to run. He regretted that he didn't take it with him. At this time, one mutant reinforcement jumped out in front of Zhang Chen's head. Zhang Chen thought too much in his mind, thinking that he didn't feel normal, maybe something was going to happen. Zhang Chen shouted and told the Fat 2 to split up and run. Zheng Hao's side at this time. Everyone was picking up things together in the supermarket. Zheng Hao said all move quickly, otherwise attract Zhang Shi. At this time, there were 2 people guarding outside the door, when a mutant body appeared. They shouted, prostrate. Oh mom, there are 4 of you. Pearl Yu walked over and asked what was wrong. Why did one come out so many prostrate monsters? The short-haired girl behind her trembled, and couldn't go back. The prostrate monsters now began to become aggressive. Zheng Hao ordered everyone to quickly block the door. They all tried to push the large cabinets out to block the door. On Zhang Chen's side, he was relentlessly fighting back against those mutant reinforcements. The notification system obtained Energy Fusion 10. Zheng Hao's team looked out from the supermarket and shouted quickly. Someone was surrounded by prostrate monsters. But they watched, gosh, one of them had to surround him, and he watched and realized he was. Zhang Chen outside was now fighting with the prostrate monsters. Pearl Jade watching inside saw him and shouted to tell him to be careful behind him. Zhang Chen swung one blade back again. Then quickly pulled out his gun. Explode the prostrate monster's head. Stay in one other corner of the city. Xiao Shi woke up from being too hot. She touched her face wondering why her face was so hot. Then the system appeared with a congratulatory message. Successfully attacked the awakened person unit. Opened the endowment system. Xiao Shi read the announcement and bewildered the awakened person. She only slept one sleep, has already turned into an awakened person. On the side of Zheng Hao, he spoke up to everyone. Suddenly there were so many prostrate ones, it was devilish. Today's plan was cancelled. They went directly to the sports field. Zhang Chen on this side was still being chased relentlessly. He angrily swore in his mother's lap to chase him 6 paths and then didn't get tired. Suddenly all the prostrate monsters stopped. Zhang Chen wondered in amazement why he had suddenly stopped. Then the system showed a red message, check the current game world. There was a lucky survivor illegally attacking the awakened person. The second stage of the game was opened, 59 seconds away from the game refresh time. After watching Zhang Chen, he immediately wondered if this is an overbearing person. The second stage of the prostrate game will evolve into an adult body. The threat is extremely strong to kill immediately. Zhang Chen turned to look at the prostrate group was really one chance. With 39 seconds left in the game, Zheng Hao urgently told everyone to find shelter nearby. 25 seconds away from refreshing the game starts maneuvering resources. The second stage reinforcement team is refreshing. The reinforcement group is a transparent image that has not been completely refreshed. In the reinforcement group there are many giant reinforcements and giant prostrates. Zhang Chen exclaimed to the sky, "So many roads are blocked, how can you go?" Zhang Chen immediately asked the system if there is another way. The system immediately answered that he had to go through the alley, turn right 300 meters. There was a truck full of gasoline about to refresh. He could drive it out of the gang. Zhang Chen immediately answered the system, but he did not know how to drive. But he also ignored it. Wasn't it the steering wheel? He risked it, 10 seconds away from the refresh time. The flood has not yet come. This second stage does not leave people alive at all. Zhang Chen was trying to run away, and he was about to lose time, 8 seconds away from refreshing the game. 5 seconds away from refreshing the game, Zhang Chen reached the truck that the system pointed out. On the roof of the car was one submissive. Zhang Chen shouted and asked if this was his gift. He didn't have a chance to open the car door. He hid under the car first. Now that the game refresh time was 3 seconds away, Zhang Chen immediately risked one fen to slide under the car to hide and wait for the opportunity. But what he didn't expect was that there was one stone in his way. The system now announces that the reincarnation game phase 2 officially opens, wishing players happiness. Zhang Chen stood on the side holding his legs and cursing the dog stone, and he didn't know where to come out. An adult prostrate rushed in to attack Zhang Chen. Its speed and power were extremely terrible. Fortunately, Zhang Chen dodged the attack just now. His body had grown large, and his speed had not slowed down. Zhang Chen had not yet finished his soul, but the monster rushed to attack him again. It swung super fast death blows. Fortunately, with the main character's aura, Zhang Chen picked up the life. It is dangerous. The speed of this prostrate is not inferior to his. The castle will definitely die. It soared in the air, then continued to rush down. Zhang Chen had no knife path, he couldn't hit. He decided to find shelter, then ran towards the truck. The prostrate one saw Zhang Chen running away and immediately gave chase, but luckily he managed to climb into the car. Then took out the rocket and prepared to finish off the monster. Zhang Chen raised his rocket and fired one blow at the monster, but it quickly dodged. Keep rushing towards him. Zhang Chen now felt safe, not letting the monster be overbearing anymore. Then he fired another grenade at the monster. This time it couldn't dodge anymore, so it was blown to shreds. Zheng Hao's side was now surrounded by a large crowd, and the situation of 1,000 pounds hung by a hair. Zheng Hao told everyone to persevere. As long as they united, they could definitely break through the siege. Pearl Nok shot and killed one incoming gangster with an arrow. One young man in the squad who was about to be crushed cried out bitterly, "I don't want to die." Suddenly there was a loud noise. Boom! Yes, one giant foot gradually appeared. A creature as tall as a building appeared in front of them. The redheads in the Zheng Hao team cried out, "The giant body is here, they must die here." Zheng Hao turned around and told everyone not to be alarmed. They hugged the group, slowly retreated backwards, looking for a place where the group was little. At this time, Hong Dao said no, there must be something to attract the attention of the giant Zhang Shi. He gritted his teeth. Then he turned to tell Zheng Hao that he had a way, maybe let most of them break through the siege, and he needed to sacrifice his brothers. Zheng Hao heard this, and was stunned, and tears welled up in his eyes. Then immediately shouted at the pink to shut up. Hong Dang saw Zheng Hao's weak attitude and turned around and shouted at him, "This is a world where the strong eat the weak. Without sacrificing everyone must die. This character of yours is not worthy of leading the squad." Chen Yu saw that they were arguing incessantly, and hurriedly dissuaded them from arguing. The giant exam has arrived. Zheng Hao ordered everyone to follow him to retreat towards the drain on that side. Everyone was running together when suddenly something rushed out. A prostrate monster crawling out of a drain. Zheng Hao asked in astonishment. As an adult prostrate monster, everyone thought in horror that Pepper was spent this time. Qi Hongdao on the other side said disdainfully to Zheng Hao, "Watch and disobey him. Now even if they use decoys, they can't escape. Zheng Hao clenched his teeth. At this time, Zhang Chen's truck rushed over, and everyone shouted to see if there was a truck. Zhang Chen sitting in the car was extremely excited. He was constantly gaining energy fusion 3. Energy ganglion 4 is obtained. Energy ganglion 3 is obtained. The system suddenly announced, upgrading the awakened person requires 58 out of 300 energy nodes. Zhang Chen satisfied the upgrade condition whether to proceed with the upgrade. Zhang Chen did not hesitate and clicked to agree to upgrade. Immediately his body sensed the change. The system congratulated him on upgrading the first stage preliminary awakener, successfully opening the heavenly endowment system. Upgrading to the second stage preliminary awakener, requiring 288 per 1200 energy nodes. Zhang Chen took the rocket gun. Everyone in Zheng Hao's team was happy. The truck was heading towards them. They were saved. They were finally saved. Zhang Chen looked out of the car door and looked at it. Fire one grenade forward, causing the prostrate monster to dissolve. Everyone who witnessed it complimented it. So cool. Pearl Jade was also glad it was him. Zheng Hao hurriedly exhorted everyone to go quickly. Everyone quickly followed the truck. On the other side in 1. Xiao Shi is transforming into an erection exam. She feels that her genius is to turn into an erection. Not only can she escape a lifetime, but later live with Zhang Shi to collect supplies. She does not need to worry about fear anymore. Suddenly Xiao Shi noticed the other corner. As Zhang Chen's fat sister, Xiao Shi immediately complimented the cute little dog. Zheng Hao's group side escaped one lifetime. Hong Dao asked Zheng Hao if he needed to send someone to follow. See where he was Zhang Chen here. Zheng Hao angrily yelled at him to kill everyone later. They invited Zhang Chen to join them earlier. People didn't care that this kind of person couldn't be guilty. Pearl Yu was also extremely thoughtful. It seemed that he had turned sharply in a few days. Zhang Chen drove back home to find that Yan Chen had also returned safely. He got out of the car and went over and rubbed his head and said he was back, making him worry about dying. How was the wound on his body? The fat man still happily wagged his tail incessantly, his mouth barking. At this time, Xiao Shi opened the door from the house, and Zhang Chen asked if there were guests coming to our house. She saw Zhang Chen suddenly. It was big brother Zhang Shi. Zhang Chen asked the two fat guests who saved him and cured his wounds. The two fat immediately barked two beards as if he was right. Suddenly the notification system is careful, head. Xiao Shi took the knife and said, Big brother Gangxi, I won't let you die in the moor. Zhang Chen dodged lightly, his hands in his pockets said that the pups were her. Then he suddenly realized that this was not his sword, and then the money came here and drew his knife. Xiao Shi came over and asked Zhang Chen why didn't he turn into an erection, why didn't he wait for her, she looked for him too hard. Zhang Chen coldly turned away and said Xiao Shi don't make them, and this appearance of hers is about to turn into a Gangxi. Xiao Shi patted her chest and smiled confidently. This is the skill she awakened. When Zhang Chen finished listening, he said 1 hour. Then immediately swung one knife towards Xiao Shi, causing the little girl to ask the old man what he was doing. Zhang Chen didn't reply, but continued to swing another blade. Xiao Shi was angry at this time, and immediately used the binding skill. The notification system became a green-level exam mist, belonging to the Tianfu exam system. In 3 seconds the anomalous Hua Gang exam was enveloped. One blue mist suddenly enveloped Zhang Chen. Xiao Shi on the other side of the bullet-shaped gaze. Zhang Chen hurriedly waved his hand and told the little girl to stop. He was just trying her, don't do it. This genius is cool. Zhang Chen thought in his mind. He already knew that except for those 3 hackers and him, Xiao Shi was the third awakened. Did not have the courage to fight. Upgraded so quickly with dignity and 3 dots it was generally impossible to keep her by her side. Zhang Chen hurriedly walked over and smiled and said thank you Xiao Shi for saving his charisma. I guess the food in his fridge has already been cleaned up by her. Please ask if she can go now. Xiao Shi turned his face and said that Zhang Chen is her old man. How many meals are common? Why eat some of your stuff and drive people away? Zhang Chen heard this and shouted loudly, who is her elder, and she called it eating a little. Xiao Shi put on a pitiful face, said, Zhang Chen, don't be nice to her, there are a lot of skill books and drawings. And there are 3 dozen ring fragments that can all be used as food money. Zhang Chen angrily picked up Xiao Shi and said no negotiation, no, it is not possible to have her here. He can only sleep with one eye open. Annoyed, Xiao Shi is about to be sent away. hurriedly said that she still knows the location of the armory. His ammunition will be used up sooner or later, until then it was even more annoying. Zhang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked, "Say, where is the fire depot?" Xiao Shi refused to speak. I told him a week later, if I finish speaking, you send me away. Then I have a heavy loss. I have to stay in the capital first. Zhang Chen instructed, Second Fat to watch her, especially at night. Once he found out that she was acting abnormally, immediately reported it to me. Second Fat wagged her tail and barked at her beard. Xiao Shi turned around, then I went upstairs. Zhang Chen hurriedly stopped me. Wait, don't you still have skill books and drawings for me? Xiao Shi didn't seem to understand. What skill book? What skill book? I did, misheard it. Zhang Chen threatened. My rocket ammunition seems to be quite a lot, the fire depot cannot go. Xiao Shi was frightened and hurriedly folded his hands. I remembered, it is true that there are skill books and drawings. It is still the memory of the old man who is good. I went to take out a respectful person. Zhang Chen gave a huff. Played a game with me, you are still young. Xiao Shi swung his arm. Then take out the skill tables, expert level climbing skills. You become a mountaineering master, can climb the vast majority of floors and cliffs. Master skills can let you take advantage of fabrics to make clothes, shoes, protective gear. According to the level raised, crafting items have a rare quality item occurrence rate and plus attributes. Wood material collecting can defeat wood from trees and items made of wood. Standard longbow drawings can make you understand how to make long bows. Eye detection can let you see the opponent's strength level, and at the same time have the ability to see. The efficiency will increase and the strength will increase with the increase. Zhang Chen extended his hand to take it. The system continuously announced, you have learned the technique of successfully obtaining wood to grasp expert-level climbing and costume master skills. You have mastered the method of making accurate long bows. Open your eyes to detect. Zhang Chen said, Yo, it turns out that she can also learn well, take the initiative to deliver, can train. Xiao Zai's face is resigned to saying nothing. The notification system collects 30 more ring fragments. After a while, I gave you the mutant fertilizer. Later you and Second Fat are in charge of taking care of these potato plants. In this second stage, food is very scarce. Xiao Shi looked at the 7 potato plants on the ground. Okay, old man. After finishing the work, Zhang Chen went first. I went to rest first. You can go to work with the surroundings. Find some work. Xiao Shi obeyed the order. Rest assured, old man. How many errands on the Rat Island in the future? She thought with interest. Hee. This is lighter than wasting your energy to go out and feed a lot. Arriving in the room, the system suggests 120 clean cloth consumption. Successfully bases the friend's teasing, creates first-level protective gear. The direction of gene improvement, through the constantly changing gene attribute, can receive strong body qualities, gain high speed, strong strength and resistance. The direction of energy improvement, through improving the utilization rate of energy fusion, making the lucky survivor have an energy field force package. Check that you are the first awakened person to meet the legal standards of this world. Especially rewarding the dual endowment system, whether it simultaneously unlocks genetic improvement and energy improvement. Zhang Chen pressed the yes button. The system prompted, you get the enhanced gene evolution endowment. The self-healing effect upgraded to 10 times. The mild poisonous virus infection can heal on its own. The strength, the reaction rate upgraded to 50%. The system suggests, you get the energy evolution genius. You've been surrounded by pure energy. Plus 10% damage, 10% damage exemption, 20% energy fusion enhancement rate. Zhang Chen raised his hands to feel the new flow of power. There was an energy protection shield, plus a sharp blade. Melee combat with a huge reinforcement should not be a problem. At this moment, in one place, the gang was surrounding a door. Zheng Hao held the hammer and nailed the door tightly after the nailing was finished, and checked it carefully again, and the gang would not disperse. A voice rang out, closing tightly, accompanied by the sound of the hammer falling to the ground. We can't get in, we can't get out, we die sooner or later. Now the barracks are our graves. Pearl encouraged, cheered, we also encountered many difficulties and traps before. Didn't we all overcome them? This guy laughed ha 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 ha. His eyes flashed with red blood, passing, speaking softly. That's because you weren't injured, his whole body was gone, and his nails were getting longer. Zheng Hao shouted, Pearl you, be careful, he has been bitten. This guy was going to rush to attack Pearl Jade, so that you could also taste the infected taste. But he hadn't done anything when a sword was swung. Cut him in half. Pearl Yu looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Qi Hongdan held the sword, the injured person now stood out. I find a place for you to live peacefully until the exam. If you let me check it out, don't blame me for turning. People started gossiping. One of them was sweating profusely. Then go to the front. He looked at Qi Hongdan trembling. Qi Hongdan smiled with satisfaction. Very good. He pointed his sword at the child. Zheng Hao also drew his sword. Hongdao, don't be like that. Pearl Yu held a gun and pointed it at Hongdat's head. What do you want to do? Zheng Hao rushed forward to stop Qi Hongdao. But he beat him to the flying sword. Taking this opportunity, Qi Hongdan reached out to the child. The child who was slashed died on the spot. Qi Hongdan spoke, Old Zheng, don't have a woman's heart. Chen Yu and Zheng Hao were both helpless because they couldn't save the baby. Zheng Hao shouted angrily, didn't he promise to let it live to the end? Pearl Yu had tears in her eyes, making it the most serious just now. He's always been a good boy. Pearl Yu clenched his fists. She angrily took out her bow and arrow. Qi Hongda, you bastard. Qi Hongdan was also angry. Qi Pearl, don't forget who saved you earlier, you want to shoot me with an arrow. Qian Pearl was angry and didn't say a word, wanting to strike. But Zheng Hao's arm came out. Pearl, collect the bow again. Now we are surrounded by the gang. Absolutely cannot rebel. Pearl Yu bit his teeth to endure the anger. Then with a huff put away the bow. Qi Hongdan glanced at Pearl Jade. He rushed up, everyone who wanted to kill me had to die, and Pearl Jade stepped back in fear. Zheng Hao rushed to stop him. Gave Qi Hongdan a blow, causing him to fall backwards, hugging his bleeding belly. Qi Hongdan shouted, Lao Zheng, you are an outsider who uses a hidden technique to deal with me, I am your best friend. The person who holds me back must not be killed. The person who is about to make me not kill. The person who wants to kill me, I must not even kill. The whole world you are most merciful, reserved. You will point 2 places to death. Saying that, he collapsed in pain holding the wound. More blood there spilled out. Our whole class of 12 people passed through here. I was the one who feared death the most. Zheng Hao, you saved me. Today my life is paid to you. Go ahead, kill me. Zheng Hao looked at Qi Hongdan and said nothing. Then waved to the 2 people behind him. The 2 people stood there blankly, and did not even help Hongdad down to treat the wound. These 2 people immediately went out to help Qi Hongdao up. Zheng Hao told everyone, what happened today in the future. Everyone should not repeat it. Forget it all, everyone is in unison. Zheng Hao turned to ask Pearl Yu. The food is enough for us to hold out for a few days. Pearl Yu said 2 days. Zheng Hao stroked his chin calculatingly. Tomorrow morning, waiting for the group to dissolve most of it, I went out alone to collect supplies. Pearl Yu heard it and was extremely surprised. Zheng Hao continued, if I don't come back in the evening, you guys will leave, and Pearl Yu was moved to tears and called out to the captain. 4 days later. The potato plants are already large and can be harvested. Xiao Shi was commanding the 2 fats to harvest the potatoes, rushing to the 2 fats. She picked up the harvested potatoes. Wow, one plant has so many potatoes, enough for the 3 of us to eat for a week. Zhang Chen lying on the grass reminded him, don't just think about eating, remember to collect varieties and then find time to plant them again. Xiao Shi didn't care about Zhang Chen's words, but asked, old man, the potatoes have a lot of water. The feeling is not easy to protect, or I used my dew to dry them. Zhang Chen's face darkened. Sit up and yell, did you mean to piss me to death? Wanting to let us be 2 people and 1 dog? Xiao Shi pouted, what do you do? I just want to try it, don't quit, don't quit. Zhang Chen turned on the phone, and the system announced that the fruit was hit by a green-grade erection, which could make it poisonous, and at the same time did not destroy its inherent appearance and taste. Zhang Chen spoke, wait, try a potato plant to see what works. Xiao Shi obeyed. Okay, old man. She began to use her strength to test. But there is no change at all. Zhang Chen thought, oh, wanting this result, it is true that the spirit of yin. Later encounter an opponent that cannot be solved, use it. Zhang Chen stretched out his hand to check, and the notification system received 31 potatoes. Even the name of the suggested system has not changed, be careful not to eat it yourself. Zhang Chen used his wood gathering skills, and the notification system collected 165 pieces of wood. Then consume 100 wood, 10 energy nodes, make 10 refined long bows, consume 10 wood nodes, 3 energy nodes, get 30 arrows. After the crafting was completed, several bows and arrows appeared. Zhang Chen instructed Xiao Shi, take these things to the store to sell, prioritize the exchange of gasoline, followed by food and water along with crystals. Xiao Shi asked if the average of each bow with 3 arrows is too much. Zhang Chen whispered, this you don't know, the bow is sold. They will have to constantly buy arrows in the future. Until then the price of arrows we can arbitrarily increase. Xiao Shi patted his chest and laughed, he, the old brother is too ugly, rest assured, make sure to sell out. On the notice board that appeared Zhao Shixuan requesting the transaction. Zhang Chen was a little surprised. Zhao Shixuan had not contacted for a long time. Then he pressed the transaction button. The notification system showed that you received 30 mutant fertilizers, 5 energy nodes, 10 clean fabrics, 2 bright light flashlights, 3 batteries. Zhang Chen wondered, directly trading. He pressed the video call button for Zhao Shichen. On the other end of the line, Zhao Shichen was holding his head and breathing heavily. She asked why he was video chatting with me. I had already decided to give up. Zhang Chen was worried. What's wrong with you? What's going on? The other side let out a very strong thump. Zhao Shichen shouted. Hey, it's coming in. Zhao Shichen said the last words. Brother is happy to get to know him. Thank you for letting me live so long. I hope these things work for you. Zhang Chen tried to call Zhao Shichen to ask for the location, telling me where she was. I can save you, Zhao Shichen. At the other end, no one answered. Xiao Shi appeared from behind and said, Mother, what the hell? The window has such a large footprint, but looking at the environment there, it seems to be the fire depot that I went to last time. Zhang Chen grabbed Xiao Shi by the collar. Mao said I knew the location, hurry up, Xiao Shi shouted. He was about to be strangled. He let go. I said it's okay. Zhang Chen released his hand. Xiao Shi opened the map and pointed here. But last time I only went around outside, not daring to go deep. Zhang Chen hurriedly left, and the whole thing started the fire depot. Zhang Chen drove hurriedly to the military depot. Xiao Shi sat in the car and looked out. The imperial court finally retreated. How many people did this castle have to die yesterday? Zhang Chen did not listen to Xiao Shi, but only thought of Zhao Shixuan. Zhao Shixuan, she definitely had to persevere. The car passes through a block. Xiao Shi said quickly, look, someone is soloing with an adult submissive. That person was Zheng Hao. He was throwing his sword against the submissive. This submissive quickly dodged the incoming sword. But in the end, it was not all avoided. Zheng Hao rushed forward and slashed its neck. Zhang Chen opened his eyes and looked. The extreme physical person notification system, which is having an adrenaline effect. Upgrading the awakened person needs 1 in 300, Zhang Chen said. This brother has just upgraded, using the strange powerhouse who dared to go out alone, braver than himself at that time. Zheng Hao flew his sword again. Slash through the submissive. Zheng Hao jumped to the ground. Watching Zhang Chen's car pass by. He was a little surprised. His mother directly used the truck to grind through the exam. This distance was too big. Zhang Chen's car continued on the road. Zhang Chen said Xiao Shi and Yan Shi sat firmly. Then directly pressed the gas and stabbed the erections in front of him to death. Xiao Shi and the fat man in the car sat in fear and hugged each other. The system begins to announce, receives 5 energy nodes, receives 3 energy nodes, receives 4 energy nodes. Receiving 6 energy nodes, Xiao Shi was excited. Wow, I also got the energy node, it seems to be the average distribution, it is still a blessed old man. Suddenly, a huge creature walked across the road blocking Zhang Chen's car. Xiao Shi reminded, there was a huge erection, careful, and the fat two also barked beards. Zhang Chen's gaze was extremely steadfast. Zhang Chen pressed the accelerator, and the car rushed straight away and stabbed the giant gang to death. Xiao Shi breathed a sigh of relief, it was dangerous. Zhang Chen said that my car is a reinforced version heavy truck, and some giant ones are not afraid. As soon as he finished, a prostrate creature appeared blocking the glass in front of the car. Zhang Chen took a squeeze, who prostrated. This time, underneath the car, there was another one preparing to crawl into the attack car. It jumped up on the hood. Zhang Chen bit his teeth and swore, his mother. He turned to give Xiao Shi the task, she drove, I went out to slash them. Zhang Chen hurriedly opened the car door. The 2 fats also went down. Zhang Chen instructed. The 2 fat lashes went first, and in the back crept along. The prostrate person had the power, aiming for the opportunity to strike. Zhang Chen jumped on the hood of the car. There are many prostrates waiting here. Zhang Chen stood above loudly. The baby mouse. The truck handed to her, accelerated past without stopping. The car started rolling. The butt starter support kicked in, effective for 15 minutes. At this time, two prostrates rushed from both sides. Zhang Chen took his sword into a fighting stance. Yo, learned to grip the two sides. Pity ye have seen your prey wrong. Zhang Chen blocked the prostrate child's hand in front of him with his sword. Taking advantage of this moment, the prostrate in the back rushed up to attack. Zhang Chen quickly dodged. Then slash it with the sword. Whatever caste wants to sneak me. The notification system successfully kills the adult prostrate, receiving 36 energy nodes. When Zhang Chen didn't notice, a prostrate person bit him on the shoulder. Zhang Chen punched the prostrate man in the face with his fist. This little bravery about further evolution. Next, Zhang Chen cut off one of its hands with his sword. Look at the two wounded prostrates standing in front of him. Zhang Chen said, compared to humanity, you are still young. You took the sword and jumped, now I took the initiative to strike. Zhang Chen's gaze shifted in the other direction. Then turned to slash the prostrate person on the side. This thing called Yang East Attack West, the notification system, successfully extracted the adult prostrate person, received 32 energy nodes. The last prostrated man was frightened and ran away. Zhang Chen sighed, he finally left, he didn't even go. His hand was about to not lift. Fortunately, the shield prevented 10% of the damage. Notification system, effective launch of endowment of strong genes, start fixing muscles. Suddenly, a prostrate came out of nowhere. It approached and pinned Zhang Chen's body down. Trying to push Zhang Chen down from the car. Zhang Chen turned around and said, go back and forth with me, you will die very unsightly. The fat stale now rushed forward, holding out its sharp claws. Pulling the prostrate away from Zhang Chen's body. Then directly killing the prostrate, the notification system successfully extracted the adult prostrate person, receiving 32 energy nodes. Zhang Chen rubbed his head, you know when the danger takes you out, good job. Xiao Shi in the car called out loudly, old man, hurry up. The system gave a red alert. 50 meters in front of the truck there was a large number of centralized exam reinforcements. Xiao Shi in the car also raised his voice. And there were many huge reinforcements in front. Xiao Shi shouted in panic, unable to slow down the speed that was about to hit. Xiao Shi drove the car straight into the crowd in front of him. Zhang Chen tried to lean outside the window. He clung to the door with his hand. Zhang Chen was hanging outside the cockpit where Xiao Shi was sitting. Xiao Shi saw Zhang Chen appear. He was surprised. Zhang Chen hurriedly said what to do, quickly gave up his position. At this time, the truck suddenly changed direction, crashed into the road in front of it, and was about to crash into the bridge wall. Xiao Shi shouted in fear. The old man carefully turned into a bridge. Zhang Chen suddenly steered. Xiao Shi sat in the car. Her expression was extremely listless. The truck successfully swerved. It continued to plunge into the crowd in front of it. Suddenly one jumped up, attacked the front of the car, beeped. Xiao Shi sat in the car with folded hands and prayed. The pale girl's face said, old man, do you feel? Our car is about to explode. Zhang Chen scolded the crow-mouthed girl. The system appeared announcing the killing of a giant erection that received the 36th energy node. Receiving this information from the system, Zhang Chen's eyes seemed to glow. The system appeared to remind the truck how to explode with 40 seconds left. Zhang Chen thought angrily that 40 seconds, the time was not enough. The truck continued to run, but there was a fire in the front of the car. On the side, the gang continuously attacked the sides of the car. Xiao Shi shouted "Ya!" At this time, black smoke has entered the cockpit. Xiao Shi closed his eyes tightly, used his hand to help him say to old Zhang Chen, can I slow down? I want to get off the car and vomit a little. Zhang Chen immediately refused. The dog in the car also raised his face and cried out two beards. Zhang Chen secretly thought to Zhao Shi Chen. Zhang Chen controls the burning truck. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief. We have arrived. In the city in front of him, there are countless exams gathering here. Zhang Chen is glad to talk about it. It is this place. Zhang Chen clung to the car door with one hand, then shouted, I counted to 3, jumped the car, 3 hectares. Xiao Shi and the little dog also got up, clinging to the car door. Zhang Chen shouted and jumped. At this moment the car also completely exploded. Xiao Shi cried out in fear and later beat him to death, and he didn't ride in the old man's car anymore. and the little dog also agreed to bark at Two Beards. Zhang Chen coldly said, "Don't be resentful, by the time you go quickly, the flames have now enveloped the entire car." Xiao Shi is still anxiously asking the old man, "Why are we going to stay like that?" Zhang Chen led Xiao Shi and the little dog to jump on a pile of rubble. He said no, here waiting for the group to come more fun. Zhang Chen held a sword in his hand, and he looked at the system control panel in front of him. The system gave him information that there was a large pangolin with the same strength as the second stage awakener. "Please be cautious when entering." Zhang Chen was stunned. It was hard to believe what to say. In front of Zhang Chen and Xiaoxi at this time was a giant pangolin. Its eyes were bright red looking at the two of them. Zhang Chen silently pointed his sword at the pangolin. The pangolin opened its mouth wide to attack Xiaoxi. Zhang Chen reacted quickly and immediately pushed Xiaoxi away and shouted to get out of the way. Xiaoxi was pushed out by Zhang Chen and fell to the ground. The little girl sat up and cried out anxiously. Suddenly the little dog rushed to the bearded pangolin. The giant pangolin bit Zhang Chen. The small dog turned big and rushed towards the pangolin. Xiaoxi anxiously shouted at Second Fat not to go. Xiaoxi cried anxiously, "Second Fat," she thought. "Do we have to die here this time?" The giant pangolin swallowed Zhang Chen into his mouth. But at this time he was extremely suspicious and let out a cry. The pangolin opened Zhang Chen's mouth wide and jumped out from its mouth. Xiaoxi said with great emotion, "I know that your life is hard." Zhang Chen held a large gun and sat on the ground, angrily scolding the pangolin that everything he ate, it would only harm him. Zhang Chen stood up, carried the gun on his shoulder, and repeatedly fired the gun at the pangolin, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle speed notification system was decisive. The pangolin was repeatedly hit by Zhang Chen's taper attack. He focused on the system control panel. Although he was attacked continuously, the pangolin was repairing the wound. Zhang Chen drew his sword, feeling extremely troubled by this monster. Zhang Chen took the opportunity of the pangolin that was still repairing the wound to jump up and attack it. "When you were sick, taking your life." As Zhang Chen was about to approach it, the pangolin stuck out its long tongue and broke the shield in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was injured by its sudden attack, and he exclaimed in surprise so quickly. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth were still stained with blood, and he sat on the ground, holding his chest in one hand, angrily saying that he deserved to die as if he had broken his chest bone. Zhang Chen, even though he was injured, still had to try to get up to deal with the pangolin that could not last any longer. The system showed information about this monster. The eye was the weakest part of the pangolin, could carry out damage, its fatal weakness in the spine. Zhang Chen shouted at Xiaoxi, attacking this man's eyes with the body mist. Xiaoxi immediately agreed. She released a blue mist body at the pangolin. The body mist enveloped Xiao's eyes. Mist enveloped the monster's eyes. The pangolin was in pain, it screamed bitterly, growling "Aaaa." At this moment, Zhang Chen jumped up and attacked it. Zhang Chen put the sword in front of him. He was determined to say now, "See you off." Zhang Chen lowered his sword and landed a blow on the pangolin's spine. Attacked in the back, he opened his mouth wide in pain. Zhang Chen planted the sword on its back and he clung to the sword tightly. Xiaoxi anxiously called out to the old man. He increased his strength, pressed his sword deep into the back of the pangolin. "Died for me, The monster trembled in pain, it didn't move any further and stuck its tongue out. Then collapsed to the ground and died. Zhang Chen let go of the handle of his sword, and he laughed ha-ha. There were streaks of blood on Zhang Chen's face, and he breathed a sigh of relief and said it was finally over. Zhang Chen jumped down from the back of the pangolin. Xiaoxi hurriedly ran to the old man. "Are you okay?" Zhang Chen said it's okay. He held a sword in one hand, and supported his chest tiredly, and hurriedly went to find out if Zhao Shichen was nearby. The system appeared to announce the repair of the powerful gene endowment, and began to repair the chest bone. Xiao Shi happily stood next to the corpse of the pangolin, opened the photo software. "Wait a minute, I took a selfie. I went back to post the community channel enough I said steep for a year." Zhang Chen was made angry by the little girl to say that her head, "Go find it quickly." Xiao Shi quickly ran to find it. Zhang Chen manipulated the control panel, tiredly said not properly. The system shows a picking bulletin board, harvesting fusion energy 50 plus 100 plus energy endowment, fertilizer accelerates 10. The blood of the evolved person 2. The skin is strong 20. The sharp claw is 10. The body of the pangolin turns blue then slowly disappears. The system suggests the blood of the evolved precious medicinal materials. Flexible skin can be used to make protective energy. Sharp claws are rare materials for making energy weapons. Xiao Shi hugged the little girl as she walked and called Zhao Shichen. Are you here? Our old man came to save her. Xiao Shi secretly thought in his mind that he seems to like you very much. Zhang Chen also shouted Zhao Shixuan. I am Zhang Chen. The pangolin was beaten to death. Zhang Chen thought anxiously of a worst-case scenario. Could Zhao Shichen have died? No, it can't be, probably not. Suddenly Xiao Shi shouted to the old man, hurry over here and see. Xiao Shi pointed to a secret window there. Zhang Chen was amazed at the window. Yes, this place. Zhang Chen lifted the barrier stone at the entrance with all his might, and Xiao Shi exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Shi looked at the unconscious Shi Chen lying inside with joy but also worry and said that the old man had found it, but she was infected. What was Zhang Chen astonished? Xiao Shi approached Shi Chen. The little girl touched it, causing Shi Chen's body to be covered with a layer of blue power. After checking Shi Zan's condition, Xiao Shi said that he had been infected for a long time. Fortunately he met me. As for saving, it is just a very deep viral infection. Eradication takes a long time. Zhang Chen found that there was a door in the front. It was okay for her to treat her. I watched next to her. The notification system in the room had a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Zhang Chen was amazed at the ammunition weapons. He rushed excitedly into the other room. In the room, there are not only weapons and ammunition, but also vehicles. Zhang Chen was extremely surprised. Mother, this is an armored car. The medicine that Zhao Shichen gave him last time seems to be taken from here. Did not expect this place to be so dangerous. It is really difficult for her. Zhang Chen began to collect items, obtaining AK-47 100 trees, 100,000 bullets, 6 rockets, 238 rocket shells. Zhang Chen was stunned. He seemed to hear something. Xiao Shi outside was treating Shi Chen. She was extremely confused. Zhang Chen carried a gun on his shoulder, quickly ran out. Don't move, I went to check it out. Zhang Chen suddenly stopped. Zhang Chen rushed over with his gun. In front of him appeared boxes. Zhang Chen doubted or it was a yellow box. Zhang Chen began to worry more than the hidden hint of no reaction. This thing became more and more stagnant. He continued to run until he saw that there was a well in front of him. Zhang Chen doubted or a well. He was scared. Something. From under the well, a huge hand came up. That huge hand clung to the wall of the well. Zhang Chen carried the gun on his shoulder and was about to crawl out of the well. The arm of the thing under the well slowly exposed. Zhang Chen was frightened, stammered and called out to Xiao. Behind the arm is a huge head with glowing red eyes. Zhang Chen shouted at the baby mouse with all his might, went to the iron door room to drive, and hurried up. Xiao Shi anxiously ran in to see the old man. What's wrong? The treatment is not finished. After seeing what was in the room, Xiao Shi screamed in fear, Mother, what the hell? Zhang Chen kept firing at it but it had absolutely no effect. Zhang Chen took a moment to tell Xiao Shi the puppy. She quickly led Zhao Shichen first. I stopped it. The giant monster, no matter how many bullets it hit, was not injured. Zhang Chen said in amazement that he was not hurt at all. The system appeared to announce that Zhang Chen had super strong strength, speed, reaction, and ability to withstand super strong blows, could perform a sonic wave attack. Instantly, he punched the ground, causing Zhang Chen to splash backwards. Zhang Chen thought in fear, what was wrong with this world? Is this still an exam? Suddenly there was a stream of mist flying to cover the eyes of the herd. Xiao Shi just helped Shi Chen while executing the mist. She shouted to the old man, hurry up. I can't control it. Zhang Chen took out a sword from the system. He decided not to leave the mouse. She went to drive first. This place is assigned to me. Zhang Chen, as the man was holding his face in pain, holding his sword, jumped up. Slashing one blow into Zhang Chen's body, the affected sword fell out of Zhang Chen's hand. The iguanas turned to look at him. Its mouth spewed out a light. Zhang Chen thought in fear that there was no wound. The iguanas were furious, and it spewed a blast of power at Zhang Chen. Knocked him to the ground, growled "Aaaaa." At this moment Xiao Shi drove to the old man, hurry up to the car. Zhang Chen quickly ran towards the car, and he was extremely angry and shouted that he deserved to die. He even lifted the fat man who was on the ground with his hand. The iguanas were screaming angrily, and Zhang Chen climbed onto the roof of the car with him. He punched a right to the ground, causing the ground to crack. Zhang Chen drove instead of Xiao Shi, and Shi Chen was in a coma in the backseat. They drove fast, trying to escape from the herd. His eyes were bright red, and he looked angrily in the direction the car was leaving. It punched a right to the ground, causing the car to splash. As if Zhang Chen's car had broken down and was smoking, Zhang Chen angrily thought why he didn't jump out in warning when he appeared. Xiao Shi said desperately that this time we are gone. The car kept moving forward, then was slowly falling. Zhang Chen was almost desperate. The system wants me to fall, the car just keeps falling to the ground. The system suddenly appeared countless bulletin boards. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth angrily. At this time, the car has fallen somewhere. There are many strange eggs that appeared to their information. The crier, the prostrate, the giant erect, the prostrate, the herd, the prostrate. Zhang Chen was surprised that this was in the monster's egg. Xiao Shi held a can of gasoline in her hand, and she doubted or asked the old man if he had emptied all this gasoline. Xiao Shi poured gasoline and sadly shed tears. Who took a lot of bows and arrows to exchange. It was so heartbreaking. Zhang Chen said anxiously that he had to burn this place down. So many monsters. If he hatched all the heavenly young city, he would be in big trouble. Zhang Chen heard a strange movement. It turned out that above the herd just now also jumped down. Zhang Chen said in fear that it was already coming. The baby mouse. The driver was about to run. When the beast landed, Zhang Chen ran away, and he shouted in amazement. Xiao Shi hurriedly drove the car. The little girl drove while grumbling and said that she would not follow the old man out in the future. She was always risking her life. The sound of the car's brakes made a deafening sound. Zhang Chen continued to run to spread gasoline. The iguanas aggressively chased after him. Zhang Chen ordered to go S-shaped to avoid it. Being hit by us will become meat pies. Zhang Chen shouted and stepped on the throttle, circling. Zhang Chen hugged the gas tank tightly. At this moment he turned to face the herd, throwing the gas tank in his face. Zhang Chen took out a gun in space. He smiled evilly. Hee. Zhang Chen opened fire. This was not a bullet gun, but a flamethrower. A large flame enveloped the herd inside. Xiao Shi quickly drove away, struggling in the fire to chase after him. Zhang Chen held his gun and nestled against the car door. The sound of burning flames continuously made a crackling sound. Xiao Shi dodged the attack of the herd, and breathed a dangerous sigh. The hordes of monster eggs burned by the fire made a splitting sound. Zhang Chen looked at the notice board in front of him that successfully burned 11% of the monster cultivation pole area of Heavenly Yang City. Especially rewarding a second-level chest. Please pay attention to check it. At Xiao Zai's side, who was bored driving, going through the incident just now. Zhang Chen was astonished that he had only burned 11%. Was this nurturing pole too big? The car continued to drive forward at this point as if something huge appeared in front of them. Zhang Chen looked outside, thinking in fear. A giant monster, a fierce appearance appeared in front of them. A new type of monster, the second type mutant hidden hint system. The cultivator of poison. Can spew extremely corrosive poison, very dangerous. The gang sprayed poison on one side of the body. Immediately the chassis stained with poison was immediately corroded. Zhang Chen was surprised. What the hell? Even tanks can corrode. This one sticks to people. Xiao Shi, who was driving, suddenly reminded the old man in front. Not only one, but three at the same time spraying poison into the tank. Zhang Chen was surprised by three. The front of the car where the poison was contaminated was immediately corroded. Xiao Shi cried out in fear. Zhang Chen grabbed the rudder to stop. The car will be deadly. Quickly dodge, let me drive. Zhang Chen replaced Xiao Shi as the driver, and he angrily thought that the car was going to be unable to hold out anymore. Zhang Chen stepped on the accelerator pedal and hurriedly said quickly. The car sped off towards the door, leaving where the devil was going. After the tank broke through the door. After a phase of howling fear, the baby mouse hugged Zhang Chen and cried. Finally got out. Old man, next time he didn't come to this hellish place again. Zhang Chen also cried back. Yes, you beg me not to come anymore. The gang appeared more and more, and their mouths did not stop moaning. They were getting very close to Zhang Chen's car. The little mouse is so afraid. Old man Gang Shi on the earth said that it is over. Zhang Chen clenched his teeth angrily and said, "You must go around the way. Otherwise the heavenly city will be ruined." Zhang Chen slammed on the accelerator pedal. The car quickly accelerated, leaving the crowd behind. Suddenly there was a strong noise on the hood that made Zhang Chen and the pups very alarmed. It turned out that one of them had jumped on the roof of their car. Zhang Chen immediately ordered her mouse cubs to drive. These rats are so wrong that they can only be above to deal with them. One of them poked its head into the car, and the frightened pups shouted, "They're going to get in." Instantly, a sharp blade pierced through the head of the gang. Zhang Chen shouted to die. At this time, Zhao Xian let out a loud voice. Seeing this, he called her name and summoned him, and the old man immediately drew his sword. The little rat was worried about Zhao Shu's poison exam that had not yet been eradicated, and if he did not cure it, he would disappear. The old man said loudly, "Rest assured, go and treat her, I handle Gang Shi." The mouse cub agreed, and at that moment the old man turned out the glass door. Two hands and two guns pointed directly at the terrifying corpses. "Die for me." He fought the ferocious gangs alone. At this time, the notification system received 3-star energy nodes, 13-star clean fabric. The system continuously sends notifications receiving energy nodes multiplied by 5 clean cloth by 12. The gang is getting more and more vicious. The system continued to send the upgrade message to the Stage 2 Preliminary Awakener, which required 756 out of 1200 energy nodes. The old man's bullets just kept pouring out. The Gang Shi were gradually weakening, and their heavy firepower engulfed them in flames. Some had their heads blown off. Zhang Chen said aggressively to the Gang Shi people to come here Lao Su so that you can see what is called a little bit of medium firepower or the notification system of receiving 4-star energy nodes clean cloth kernel 11. Receiving energy nodes multiplied by 3 clean cloth multiplied 10. Upgrading to the preliminary awakening stage 2. Requires 1032-1200 energy nodes. The Gang Shi didn't stop, they were even more aggressive. At this time, the old man immediately ordered the baby mouse to quickly drive towards the lap bridge. The gangsters immediately launched a strong protest. The old man's fighting spirit is very strong. I don't believe that several tons of bridges could not even crush you. A huge anti-tank missile was placed on his shoulder. Then launched directly at the Gang Shi. The fire emanating from the sphere lit up the whole sky, forming huge explosions. Zhang Chen clenched his fists and rushed forward and shouted, "Ha ha, am I to die?" At this time the sky was hazy with smoke. Gang Shi screamed in pain. Zhang Shi seemed exhausted, painfully resisting. Zhang Shi now used all his remaining strength to stand up, shouting loudly. Zhang Chen's car and the baby mouse arrived in Tianyang City. At this time, Jing Hao told everyone that it was almost dark, and his movements quickened. Zheng Hao asked Zhen Yu, who had heard the reporter earlier, saying that the supplies Qi Hong had obtained in the past few days, they had not been handed over to her. Zhen Yu had a disappointed expression on his face. Yes, they have recruited many people these days, and they have not heard any mistakes, unless he tells them. Zheng Hao sounded too used to Qi Hongdao's actions. Let him go, as long as he is still in the team, he is still a member of us. Suddenly, the tanks rushed past to the surprise of Zheng Hao and Zhen Yu. Everyone in Tianyang City panicked and didn't know who drove the tank here. Someone exclaimed, "It's me, Dizzy, it's a tank, heaven, someone is driving a tank." Night gradually fell on Tianyang City. Zheng Hao picked up Zhao Xian and put him on the bed. At this time the pups were tired and the dog was breathing edematiously. The mouse cub said tiredly, "Finally back, saved 2 people continuously, tired of me." The puppy sat down and sighed. Zhang Chen was very thankful that there were pups to help today. Xiao Shi, it was hard. This time, Xiao Shi heard this, and immediately jumped up and ran to hug the old man's legs. "Old man, you finally stop calling pups, I've been waiting for this for a long time." Zhang Chen rubbed the head of the baby mouse. "We are one family later, you rested." Zhao Shi woke up, and then called me. After saying that, Zhang Chen immediately left. Night gradually fell in Tianyang City, raindrops fell. Zhang Chen in the room. Looking at the system, he saw a level 2 chest that he first saw. Curious, he immediately pressed it open. Right now the notification system: congratulations on receiving a 30-star picnic tent, 30-star sleeping bag, 10-star picnic lighting device, 5-star night detector, 100-star focal length telescope, 1-star glass endowment, 1-star primary energy armor blueprint, premium pet food 1-star. Continuous notifications sent to Thien Fu glass after use. It is possible to increase 1 point of heavenly endowment. But each heavenly endowment gets 1 point. Primary energy armor can be reconciled with the genius of cage breaking. When danger will actively cover the whole body, can reduce damage by 25%. High-level pet food after use. It will accelerate pet maturation. Only works on pets before maturity. This time, Zhang Chen was very wistful. The system constantly sends notifications. Congratulations on receiving genes, energy evolution direction, 1 point of heavenly endowment. Must shoot links. Enhanced dodge, speed, 150% reaction capacity. Rich in one method. Acquire resources. Item type not special. Increase output 60%. The screen still announces lashing energy capacitor. Can shoot out an energy gland from the hand. Destroy enemies. Power increases by level. Zhang Chen thinks I use the knife line, more melee chances. Plus reduces damage and better attack. Genius. The system continues to announce rage in a short time. Enhance all attributes, at the same time reduce damage by 30%. Zhang God presses the button on the screen. The screen appeared announcing congratulations on your success, lighting up the 2 heavenly fury and gathering energy. At this moment, Zhang Chen's body suddenly had a burst of energy entering. One eye was blue fire. The other side was red fire. In front of him were 2 flames, one blue and one red. Zhang Chen wondered why one is hot, one cold. What kind of energy is this? In Zhang Chen's hand, there was a blue and red flame. It was morning. Afternoon sunlight entered the city of heaven. Zhang Chen was still lying on the couch. Suddenly a fragrance came from nowhere. Where does the smell of fragrant meat come from? Zhao Shi went to a plate of fragrant meat. Zheng Hao was surprised that she had woken up. Zhang Chen asked her if she was okay. In his head he was thinking, what kind of fairy beauty is this? Much more beautiful than in the clip. Zhao Shi immediately thanked him. Thank you for saving me. Later this life of mine is yours. Zhang Chen was afraid. Don't say that. It wasn't your medicine last time. I can't live to this day. The 2 of us are tied. Little Xiaoxi seemed a little irritated. At this time, Xiaoxi came in with Zhao Shu, who was very impatient with the meat plate, and exclaimed, don't be reluctant. Hurry up and eat the barbecue potatoes that are about to cool down. Zhang Chen looked at the plate of meat and asked, what is this? I thought it was barbecue. Hope replied shyly before crossing the air, self-taught through some food. If you like, I can make you eat every day. At this moment, Xiao Shi shouted, old man, hurry up and watch out the window, and the herd has arrived. Zhang Chen panicked. Where? Xiao Shi took the opportunity of Zhang Chen to look out the window and took 1 piece of meat potato. Zhang Chen instinctively pulled out his knife. Realizing that it wasn't the herd that came for her baby mouse, Greece's first plate had to be fed to me for free. Xiao Shi panicked. The plate of meat potatoes flew, but she was still stubborn. This meat potato I ate today. Zhang Chen took her hand with a dissatisfied expression. Seeing this, Zhao Shi laughed and said, don't break it, I can make another plate. At this moment, the dog that followed Xiao Shi grabbed 1 piece to the surprise of all 3. Zhang Chen, fat, even you dare to betray me. Fat second immediately ran away with the piece of meat potato that was taken. With no plates of potatoes, the 3 went to the garden with bright potato plants. Xiao Shi immediately asked Zhang Chen if the fertilizer where I used it all, and the old man immediately replied, my place is also gone, and it seems that I have to go out to find fertilizer. Zhao Shi brushed off his hand and smiled and said, I hope I can live peacefully forever. Zhang Chen also spoke, then I already have enough power to protect everything here. Zhao Shi immediately said to Zhang Chen, that's right. I have a few skill books and a diary of geography. Last time I was too quick to forget for you. Zhang Chen looked to question the diary. Zhao Shi entered the common narration system. Done when using can drive the entire transport tool. Magic Gunner after using the hit rate is raised. Blood staining diary written by the research staff in the former location. Steel gathering algorithm can separate steel materials from in-metal materials or structures. Skills strengthening mechanized repair elementary. It is possible through steel consumption to carry out repairs, strengthening and renovating mechanized equipment. Zhang Chen is very curious, is upset about tank repair. There are these 2 skills of hers. This problem seems to be solved. What the hell is the diary? Zhang Chen wondered. At this moment the screen displays the message, congratulations on learning the whole skill of collecting. On August 12, 2012, the virus mutated, the whole infected person turned into Gang Shi. The military sent people to clean up the infected city. The city forbid 24 hours night. People who appear on the street will immediately be shot. September 29, 2012, Gang Shi is just a small matter. Mutated insects and plants are humanity's nightmare. There are many monsters that kill will also resurrect from the ground. The main army is destroyed. All the weapons that humanity arrogantly takes in front of the creature mutants are not worth a blow. On October 12, 2012 today another soldier shot me in the head with a gun. I have had enough of this storm. I heard that in the military compound there were 3 armored vehicles filled with ammunition. We decided to steal them and kill them. November 7, 2012 the earthworm came up, mutated, did not occupy the land, and the warriors had not even had time to enter the armored vehicle. Everyone was screaming, "This world is gone." After watching it, Zhang Chen exclaimed that the armored earth treasure. The tanks had rushed in, and the men were running fast, and they used all their strength to run. Xiao Shi looked at this, and immediately thought that there is this old repairman here. The road is his home in the future. See where you guys run. Second Fat saw the running gangsters running wildly and roared loudly, making the gangsters even more frightened. Zhang Chen rushed to the window from afar and looked down and secretly said that this was the last group of examinees. It was definitely enough for him to upgrade. Without thinking, Zhang Chen rushed down, and a light was released. He threw himself down from the room at a very fast pace as everything below awaited him. Soon he landed. A green energy emanating from Zhang Chen's body made him even more flashy. At this moment, Zhao Chen held a firepower pointed at Zhao Chen. Although she was small, but some strength helped her carry a long gun with her whole body. Under this, Zhang Chen spread her arms and shouted loudly, "Open all the fire," as if ordering Zhao Shi. From somewhere, Xiao Shi wore sunglasses, held a gun, looked very enthusiastic to end this gang of exams wearing glasses on. Everyone did not love, just the one who ended Gang Shi. Down here, Zhao Shi and Xiao Zai's firepower turned this place like a volcano, and the surroundings were gradually heating up and burning the floods. Everyone who was trying to destroy the Gang Shi could not be without the dual secret member. The dual secret was also very aggressive in the battle, determined to destroy the Gang Shi. Zhang Chen had the opportunity to use the powers he had received from the system. Zhang Chen immediately spread his arms, looking very majestic. "So try your power, don't disappoint me." A stream of red-green energy mixed together, causing stone tiles to splash. Using a move that caused Zhang Chen to lose a lot of strength, he immediately shouted and realized that this move could only be used as a move. It hurt so much that this move could only be used as a final move in the future. His expression at this time was pained. Realizing that he should use another move, he immediately raised his hands to radiate a blue energy. Seeing that this technique could be applied at this time, Zhang Chen secretly said that repairing armored vehicles takes a lot of energy to get back the capital. At this time, the system also sent 2 notifications obtaining 723 nuclear energy nodes, 1020 kernel clean cloth, 1140 mutant fertilizer. Second stage preliminary awakening person upgrade. Requiring 1755 1200 energy nodes. Have you satisfied the upgrade conditions? Will you proceed with the upgrade? Zhang Chen read the message on the system and immediately pressed the agree button. His expression seemed to be frightened. The system showed another notification of success attacking the primary awakener stage 2, receiving a multiplier genius score of 4. Upgrading stage 3 needing an energy node of 555 600s. At this moment, Zhang Chen's hand showed 2 red-green flames again, and in his mind, he secretly thought that the attack condensation was also strengthened and added Tianfu points. Before you could understand what happened, the system sent a notification success in dividing points on Fu. You have grasped the Lynx reflex and the richest in one direction. Avoiding the ability to jump plus 150%. The output of collected items increased to 60%. Strengthened, Zhang Chen rushed forward, and in an instant appeared in front of Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was alarmed when he saw Zhang Chen right next to him, and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, old man, he knows how fast it is." Zhang Chen's pleased expression was evident on his face. Zhang Chen explained to Xiao Shi, "This is just my avoidance genius. I didn't forget to ask Xiao Shi how many upgrade nodes she lacked." Xiao Shi sadly replied, "Even the upgrade progress is not there." Zhang Chen was both puzzled and a little angry. What is possible? Xiao Shi was both embarrassed and replied, "Who ya, ignore me, old man. It seems that the prostrate beasts in the city are all hiding from us now. On the way I don't see any of them." Zhang Chen's eyes were full of contemplation. "These prostrate beasts are intelligent. Retained as the paintings of Tianyang City. Let me see where they are." Zhang Chen immediately opened the system, using the observation feature to upgrade the range several times compared to before. He discovered their location. From the top of the floor, Zhang Chen popped out his head and said, "Zhang Chen, I upgraded the extraordinary false Chang, and I will not implicate you in the future." After hearing Zhao Shichen's words, Xiao Shi and Zhang Chen seemed to gain good strength. Go, let's go purge all the prostrate beasts in Tianyang City. In a dark place, prostrate beasts are eating a person, blood and gore on the floor. Suddenly there was a sound that shattered bricks and stones, and the prostrate beasts were shot at them, causing them to cover their eyes with their hands. His eyes widened to look and then growled as if he didn't understand what was happening where he thought no one would find them. A bullet pierced straight into where they were before their stunned gaze. The bullet ignited into a very large fire. The prostrate beasts still did not understand what was happening. Then Zhang Chen stood right in front of him with a majestic appearance. The prostrate beasts were frightened because they didn't think Zhang Chen could find their whereabouts. They were looking for a place to escape. Zhang Chen immediately said, Chang learned to watch and can run. I will chase all of you prostrate into the trap. At this time, he also ordered Xiao Shi not to spare the ammunition once to kill them. Xiao Shi immediately raised his hand to obey the order. At this time, in the large room, there were a few people discussing the battle that took place this afternoon of Zhang Chen's group with the Zhang Shi people. Did you notice that this afternoon it seemed that someone was killing Zhang Shi in Tianyang City? Another person immediately replied, why do I even think that I am fighting? But it scares me so much. Dare to go out. Another added, I am far away. Seeing are 3 people, a tough girl, an aviation sister. The most powerful is the man with a knife. That firepower is very strong. One more good person. Now the erection in the city drops sharply. Tomorrow the competition for resources may be very vehement. There is an idea to send me a message. The conversation hasn't stopped. The business district in the city has been covered by my stadium barracks. Tomorrow the player who goes alone arbitrarily, don't blame Chi Mo for my cruel hand. Another person laughed at the stadium barracks. I have some brothers who join you silently complain to me rice is also not full. The other person angrily replied with a cruel hand, you're too scared. Lao Su has relied on foreigners in a few days. You will all have a small surprise. From somewhere someone came to defend Chi Mo. I am the person in charge of the Zhangchen Stadium business. I apologize to you on behalf of Chi Hongda. We have no thought of cutting off the Tianyang City resources. The scene was tense. All eyes were on Chi Hongdan. Chi Hongdan pointed directly at Zheng Hao with an overbearing expression full of anger. The sharp drop in the city is a good opportunity for us to have supplies. Do not rely on the strength to conduct a blockade of the area. Meaning, where do we establish the place? Zheng Hao explained with a helpless expression. Reducing Zhang Shi is a temporary thing. Very soon there will be a new reinforcement. Our strength is still too weak. The enemy is too much, only increasing the risk. The girl next to him, her eyes full of fear. The conversation has not stopped. De Hongdat continued. Not having new supplies is the biggest risk. Tomorrow I will lead the team to blockade the commercial district. It doesn't matter if you come or not. Zheng Hao looked at him with a helpless expression. Zheng Hao said to Theo when Chi Hongdat left, Chi Hongdat, who still considers me your brother, no longer obeys my maneuvers. Ray Hongdat does not care that the autocratic is not me. Even if you can listen to my opinion, our relationship is not this far. After saying that, Chi Hongdat immediately slapped the other brother's hands in front of Zheng Hao's anxiety. Tonight, we went to occupy the commercial area. The brothers had a very responsive expression and shouted in unison, yes. At this time, only Zheng Hao and the girl holding the bow and a few other brothers remained. Zheng Hao said anxiously that Zhang Shi was gone, and the figure was about to come. He must be very worried about Tianyang City. Night fell on the city. In another development, Zhang Chen and Xiao Shi were having a sumptuous dinner made by Zhao Shi in a small house. Zhao Shi Chen was really a girl who was not only beautiful in beauty but also very brave. She was already picking up the last dish of the golden jade Manchu tang. Xiao Shi saw this, and was very surprised. Just from the potato plant, under Zhao Zai's hand, he could make a lot of dishes that were not only beautiful but also very delicious. Xiao Shi immediately said, wow, I hope that too much of a potato meat can make so many things. Xiao Zai's gluttony was irresistible. She gathered all the dishes towards her. These things are all yours, I ate before. Zhao Shi saw that and could only laugh. Zhang Chen felt embarrassed. Instead of Xiao Shi, it's really submissive to you. You haven't eaten it all your life? Sometimes when she picked up the food and said that the old man did not know how hungry I was when I came to this world before, she only knew how to eat the branches in the mountains. It seemed that she was going to say Zhang Shi, but she said that the branches in the mountains. Zhao Shi saw this, and took a wipe for Xiao Shi. I see that you are not only hungry in this world. Before you have not come to your house, you are very poor, right? Xiao Shi excitedly replied yes. Not only that, but she also told the story to Jiang Chen at this time. When he didn't come back, she live-streamed us in a while, sold out of bows and arrows. That scene doesn't speak. There are foreigners giving gifts. Now we have 30 barrels of gasoline. As if Xiao Shi was keeping a secret from Jiang Chen, she was afraid in her sentence, revealing that she was from this world. Jiang Chen ate while saying, so we can leave for the Earth Treasure tomorrow. Zhao Chen looked worried about what the two of you still want to go to the Earth Treasure. Jiang Chen immediately said that now the competition in the city is not enough to provide me with upgrades. Before the game enters the later stage, we must get the armament and the diary. After finishing the meal, in the house, second secret suddenly appeared. All four people surrounded a black object. Xiao Shi found it strange and asked the old man if this was a high-class pet food. Why Zhao Shi couldn't help but wonder how this looked like that thing. Jiang Chen with a pleased expression said to Second Honey, what could the master mean badly? This is the only high-class food in the world that obeyed a mouth to swallow it. So he immediately gave it to Second Honey to swallow. Jiang Chen excitedly raised his hand and said excitedly. After swallowing, his eyes lit up. A puff of black smoke surrounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw this, and thought that it had already worked. Xiao Shi still couldn't help but be bewildered. The black smoke was poisonous, and he ran quickly. As if the black smoke was poisonous, causing Zhao Xian to be poisoned, Misa spoke up. High-level dog food is really strong. Dropping farts can also hurt the pseudo-heterodox powerhouse. Jiang Chen turned around anxiously hoping she was okay. Xiao Shi quickly treated her. Xiao Shi worriedly agreed. The black smoke hadn't gone away yet. Jiang Chen still had a worried expression on his face. At this time, the legs appeared extremely long claws, and the walk also became heavier. Although Zhao Xian was very tired, he still couldn't leave because he was surprised by the change in the bile after eating high-grade food. At this time, she is no longer an adorable little dog like before. Instead it is a large and winged dog, roaring very scary. Xiao Shi was still staring at Yan Yan. Zhao Shi immediately opened the system to look up the information of the binary secret. The system displayed the pet name of the binary secret. The type of catabolic energy beast Lang King. Mature stage, Junior period 1. Favorite food, meat gang shi mutated animals mutated insects. The system continues to announce that the genius skill of combat is multiplied. After entering the battle, the volume of strength, speed, quality will double. The static dilation can summon 2 peppers, Yu Lang. The poison image will join the fight. After the battle is over, the mono image will disappear by itself. This time, second secret was very large. His eyes seemed more ferocious than before. Jiang Chen thought that his stomach was not ashamed to be a warrior. The young man had such strong strength. He considered that tomorrow he could safely go to explore the Earth Treasure. Jiang Chen was relieved when there was a bile at home rubbing his head and said, "A sign am I not to let any moving living things into the small island." Everything follows Zhao Xishuan's arrangement. Xiao Shi saw that he also hugged the Second Honey. At this time, Zhao Shichen's expression seemed to be better than before. Yan Chen immediately bearded as if he was agreeing with what Jiang Chen had just said. Xiao Shi embraced this call without changing at all. There was a big difference from his appearance. After instructing Yan Yan to stay at home with Zhao Shichen, Jiang Chen was assured to explore the Earth Treasure. Let's go to the Earth Treasure. Right now at the Great Bao, there was a melee between murderers led by Qi Hongdat. In his mind, he thought, it was still a fast-resourced murderer. A big fat man wearing a disgruntled gold bracelet pointed to this as the behavior of your stadium barracks, tricking us here into gathering supplies, waiting for us to finish gathering them, chasing and killing us again. Qi Hongdat shamelessly blamed Zheng Hao. Don't blame me, as all Zheng Hao's orders we are also out of the way. Pity Jiang Chen who does nothing is also given a bad reputation. A disgruntled person spoke. Are you not afraid to spread out to become everyone's common enemy by that time? There must not be a good ending. Qi Hongdat still keep a disinterested expression, sighing, we are not easy to kill. At this time, Qi Hong reached a deal with the others, so you guys leave the ring for us to talk about. I let you go, see how. Fearing for everyone's lives, the big fat man wearing the gold chain asked if it was true. Qi Hongda's answer was of course true, but when you propagated Zheng Hao's true face, don't say I said. Qi Hongdat is really sinister. The people feared for their lives and nodded their heads continuously. The people handed the rings to Qi Hongdat and said that he took it. The rings radiated a bright golden light that looked very valuable. As soon as they finished handing over the ring, the others ran to save their lives. Qi Hongdao's expression of satisfaction in his mind thought to himself, "Don't you always want to build a good reputation image? I have to let you have a bad reputation." Zheng Hao still doesn't know that Qi Hongdat has played him a game at this time. Out of nowhere, two bespectacled men in suits looked very well groomed holding guns. The bespectacled man in black suits asked, "This is the third wave of people they have robbed, isn't it?" As he asked, as he got on the barrel of the Long Kingdom's gun, "There is an old saying, mantis catches ticks, sparrows are behind. We don't know what this saying means." As soon as he finished his sentence, he pointed his gun at the building and said he could collect the net. He pulled the trigger. A burst of flame splattered bullets into the building, to the surprise of many people below. In the flood building, Qi Hongdat was still standing there, not understanding what happened, when a ray of light shone in. The bullet hit Hongdao's body, sending him flying into the sky, blood splattered. Everyone around him shouted loudly. At this time, someone ran back to tell Zheng Hao, "Old man was not good," and then he was taken away by a group of foreigners. Everyone in the room was very worried. Zheng Hao showed a face that was both angry and worried. What foreigner slowly brought the matter to light? The people next to him were also very nervous, sweating. The informant did not breathe. He told me, "We did as he was told. Rest assured to collect the supplies in the commercial area. Do not provoke anyone. Do not expect someone to collude people." Foreigners accused us of killing some people but fighting against foreigners with hot weapons. The girl with the bow then asked the messenger where the others were. How could he run back? The messenger gasped and trembled in reply they were all dead. And then the foreigner who released me told me to give this list to him. They were still holding the paper in their hands. They said tonight not to bring the supplies on the list to the designated point they were going to kill, then find someone to attack the barracks. Zheng Hao had a very worried expression on her face at this time. She was looking at what supplies the paper had. After seeing this, she immediately exclaimed, "This is almost half of the supplies of our whole business." The others who heard it were also very worried. They started talking about any foreign power in Tianyang City. Someone made an opinion that they have hot weapons. We are not their opponents. Hurry up and move out of this place. The atmosphere at the moment is very tense. Especially the genuine is very worried about those arrested. As a leader, he still reassured everyone, "Don't panic. Tianchong City is where our Dragon Kingdom players gather. This group of foreigners does not dare to make a mess." He reviewed the list as only half the conditions, not too draconian. The supplies could no longer be collected, just afraid that they would take the supplies, not release people. Still the mindset of a leader who always chose to prioritize people's lives over supplies. The girl with the bow immediately spoke up and told his Italian team that he really wanted to get the supplies there but miss. Zheng Hao Chen immediately reassured her, "I have a way to save Hongdao." On the other side, Xiao Shi went to a cave. "This must be a treasure," she must exclaim to heaven. With the terrain being intertwined trees, big and small stones, Xiao Wei had to say, "This blood pole, why not fight? Where is the armored weapon after all?" Seeing her in a cave is really terrifying. But she still comforted the great elder. He had to persevere. Not a mouse who wanted to be lazy. Suddenly Xiao Shi let out a loud voice, as if she was seeing a strange object approaching her. A huge blue-eye-colored object billowing with its tongue oozing blue mucus was standing in front of Xiao Shi, two braids standing up speechlessly. But it was not easy to frighten Xiao Shi. She immediately reassured her and asked what the giant object looked at, and asked MIMI if she knew where the armored armor was. The blue object didn't say anything. His eyes were still looking at Xiao Shi. His mouth was constantly oozing blue fluid. The blue object must have understood Xiao Zai's question and shook his head continuously. Xiao Shi must have gradually understood that the blue object did not know where the armored weapon was. Sometimes she angrily told the blue object not to know. "Get out of my way." The blue object seemed to understand her words and turned away. At this time, Xiao Shi was very suspicious of why he could speak to the blue object, and he understood what she said. "Could I involuntarily upgrade and open the hidden heavenly endowment?" The blue object did not have time to turn around. Xiao Shi immediately ran after him and said, "Wait a minute." She didn't see through the big piece of iron where Zhang Shi was afraid. The blue object, when she heard Xiao Shi, pointed to the ground. Xiao Shi looked at her in bewilderment. The blue object told her that it was still downstairs. She asked again, the object was still below. Suddenly there was a noise somewhere. A red light turned out to be Zhang Chen's punch. He used all his strength. His punch radiated a blue energy, punching him in the face. At this moment, he realized that the primary energy plus the heavenly endowment that started the butt with a total reduction of 30% damage could not sustain a right of the herd. His whole body was enveloped by a blue energy. While fighting with cancer, he still asked Xiaoxi why she hadn't found Lao Su armor that was about to become unstoppable. Cancer herd was getting more and more. Zhang Chen alone couldn't fight against cancer. These cancers are too strong. He could only echo to Xiaoxi. Lao Su was about to be unable to resist anymore. This side Xiaoxi was going to the bottom of the abyss at the direction of the blue object. Down to where she was breathing, Seven Spirits' eyes looked disbelieving, catching herself so deeply. It seemed that this was a place she had never seen. In front of her eyes was a set of 4 armors. Maybe this is Job. Xiaoxi has questions in him. She watched silently from the number of heads that there must have been 4. But she still suspected that this could only be a component, and counting as finishing only one, but it also looked broken. In her stomach she thought that the old man could give up this time. She moved closer to the armor that was 10 times larger than hers, looking at the armor like a giant robot. At this time, the system echoed the call of the baby mouse god chapter. She immediately reported that the situation of the old man was all broken. Besides, there are 5 iguanas patrolling here. We retreat. Zhang Chen's expression after fighting with the herds is also very tired. It seemed that he was injured. After hearing the mouse cub report the situation, he immediately told the mouse to wait. The one behind her was not complete. Through the screen he thought he could fix it. He told the mouse he would come down here right away. It seemed that the baby rat had realized that the old man had been injured. She must be very worried about the old man. Old man reassured her that she was not careful to be punched by the flock. After saying that, he was about to go down with the mouse cub. Xiaoxi was very worried about the old man. Kui 1, he was injured. 5 didn't come to give his life. Zhang Chen's face now had wounds that looked like he was not light, but he still told Xiaoxi Fu for danger. I will cause a commotion near her place before luring out the herd. Fight. Xiaoxi couldn't do anything about Zhang Chen's assertiveness. She immediately shouted, "Kill me, and risk too much." The next time I let him go, she didn't know that there was a herd behind her. Hearing this, the men immediately moved closer to Xiaoxi. They began to use their power to splash fire. Xiaoxi still didn't understand what happened, his eyes full of fear. The closer advances looked aggressive. The 5 iguanas used their strength to shoot sparks, and soon the cave was filled with flames. At this moment, Zhang Chen appeared carrying a gun. When he wondered, he asked how old this was. Before the attack of the 5 Xiaoxi herds, he immediately burst into tears. The old man, I feel that it is better for us to withdraw. Ignoring Xiao Zai's mournful cry, he immediately scolded her to stop chattering. Mao used dew milk to surround this place, and the herd will come back very quickly to repair it. Must take a long time. Behind him is a sequence of numbers 0101. At this time, the system again reported the harvest of Star Steel 638 Special Steel Star 135. Getting started. Based on existing resources, starting the armament and armor remodeling is expected to take 30 minutes. The system is constantly announcing the progress of repairs. 0% steel -10 energy nodes -10. Xiaoxi saw this, and cried away. Zhang Chen took her hand. Give her the 100 bombs he just took. Wait for the herd to come to her to attract their attention. Type. When she was very worried about her friendship, asked the old man again, I am not dead. You have to believe in yourself now to play stage 2 onwards. It will be more difficult. At this time, the system announces the loss of the bomb by 100. She used the bombs of the magic belt to destroy the herd, and the herds entered with a huge flame. She listened to the Taoist to attract the attention of the dragon, but still did not forget to tell him after repairing the armor to remember to pick up Xiaoxi. When the god chapter was still repairing the armor, she immediately ran away with the number of bombs. The gods comforted her. The dragon water people did not fool the dragon people more. We are family members. As long as I have one breath left, absolutely will not leave her behind. Zhang Chen repaired the armor but was very worried that steel and energy fusion consumed so quickly. He did not know how much it could be repaired. The system kept announcing the progress of repairing 3% of steel -84 energy nodes -57. On the other side, Xiaoxi was attracting the attention of the herds. She single-handedly took the bomb to fight with 5 cancers. The iguanas are not easy to fight either. She is trying very hard to fight these herds. These iguanas are too strong. They know which direction she is going to shoot. They dodge her bombs, they don't hit you dead. But without deterrence, she was still very aggressive in fighting the old man. A bunch of fools threw and shouted so loudly, for you eat bombs, don't be flutes. While Xiaoxi was fighting with Zhang Chen, who was repairing his armor, there suddenly appeared a horde of reinforcements, up to more than 10. Some even climbed into tanks, where sparks were emitted in the cave. At this time, it seemed that the bombers had weakened, but just in time for the bomb rocket bullets with the Shaoxi card to have been used up. An iguana used the last bit of strength to stand up and counterattack Shaoxi. Shaoxi, although his fighting spirit was very aggressive, he still thought of the old man, and he was definitely at a critical repair moment. The gang was getting better now, it was several times bigger than hers, and she comforted herself for a moment longer. The men stood before her. She had no ammunition left, her expression full of worry. She couldn't ask Zhang Chen for help, she didn't have the strength to fight the herd anymore, but she still tried to use what little strength she had left. She comforted herself to give the old man a little more time. Whoever was afraid of anyone else, she changed it into a real exam. The closer Gang Shi got to her, scaring her even more. At this moment, the old man appeared with the armor. She looked at the star armor muscle with a feeling of distorted and twisted posture. At this time, the iguanas also saw the armor with a very surprised expression. A small call of hope came, and a burst of green energy ran over the heads of the iguanas. Zhang Chen said to Shaoxi, "The armor has been repaired. There is a lack of materials, now it can only fly simply." Shaoxi is anxious not to believe that the armor has been repaired by Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, who was still on his armor, ordered Shaoxi. She said to go home first, and I lured her away. The men got closer to Shaoxi. Zhang Chen instructed Shaoxi before handing over the armor to her to drive back, "Don't let it be damaged, it's the last armor in this world." He immediately stretched out his hand towards Shaoxi as if to catch her. "When Hong hacks look at you, Mi's opponent is here." She climbed the armor to rest assured. "This is us using our lives in exchange for the mouse cub to ensure the completion of this task." As she said, she drove the armor. At this time, Zhang Chen was left alone to fight the elders with knives and stabbed him directly in the shoulder. But this move of his just now did not hurt the herd. Zhang Chen used another move. He raised his finger to the iguanas, emitting a ray of blue energy. Shaoxi steered the armor in his hand, because the old man had to go out no matter what. She drove straight up to the mouth of the cave. To the surprise of the cancers, Zhang Chen saw this, and said that "Well done Shaoxi, he must be very proud of Shaoxi." He looked at Shaoxi and forgot that Zhang Chen was still here, making him say, "Where you look? Over here, my fight is not over." After saying that, he immediately radiated a red energy pointed directly at each of the iguanas. The herds now had no strength left. At this time, there was a popping noise at Zhang Chen's house on the island. Zhen Jade shot a bow and arrow into the house. In her mind, she secretly thought that he could respect his compatriots to help deal with those foreigners. Listening to Zhang Chen's teaching, he ran to see what was going on in front of him, and Aaron Yan's aggressive gaze looked at the girl. Without hesitation, he looked at his face and rushed down towards the jade leg, causing the jade leg to be very frightened, and asked what this was. Chen Jade wondered why there was a monster in his house, but she didn't know that the honey was a mutant beast. After turning into an even more aggressive beast, breaking the glass door of a section of the house, Chen Jade still did not understand what happened in his mind, always wondering what kind of monster this was, so fast. But in her mind, she still couldn't let the plan fail. She thought about luring this monster to Zhang Chen first. But when she turned around, she was alarmed, and the bile was already tremendous. On the side of the foreigners in a cell, two men in vests, Qi Hongdat was dangling in the air, blood dripping to the floor. The man sitting on the sofa looking at the clock in his hand spoke up, and then the cowardly wiper did not come anymore. Hearing the order, a man in a suit and dark glasses immediately took a basin of water and splashed Qi Hongdan in the face. After being splashed with water, Qi Hongdat woke up, but in his heart, he always blamed Zheng Hao in the end. "You still abandoned me. I knew that even before you were nice to me. You just wanted to take advantage of me." The man in the sunglasses said, "Don't be afraid of your life like a fire. I help you light it," said the man just lighted the fire. At this time, Qi Hongdan was sweating. He must have been very scared. He stared at the flames, not believing that he would die here. From behind the foreign flood suddenly there was a noise as if the door was open, and all looked back. None other than Zheng Hao, with a tall appearance, although he did not carry a weapon, he still exuded a majestic and fierce expression. The man in dark glasses reproached the middle soldier to see how he got in behind. The custodian did not make any move, if he was ever killed. But still no one knows how Zheng Hao got here. Zheng Hao threw out one ring towards the foreigners. "This is the supplies you want my people to be able to release," Zheng Hao spoke up. The bespectacled man in the red dress angrily pointed his gun at the sister, sneaking here from behind. "What do you mean? You came to ransom people, not to discuss business with us." Standing in front of nearly 10 people pointing guns at Zheng Hao, he was still very calm. Although the man in the red suit was not happy, he still received Zheng Hao's supplies. "You made me unhappy, so the supplies I received from you I also received." Zheng Hao still responded calmly, saying that Westerners who pay the most attention to spiritual memories are nothing more than flattery. "The man in the red dress is still overbearing compared to the spirit of the contract I like comes from the position of power to get to know others." At this time, Zheng Hao took off his shirt. They didn't think that Zheng Hao was bombs on his body. The man in the red suit must have been trembling with money, ordering his release. However, he was still very angry, and Zheng Hao immediately led Qi Hongdao out of the door. Of course, the man in the red suit had not spared Qi Hongdao and Zheng Hao. He ordered the men to follow them to kill them. The soldiers in the black dress immediately obeyed his words, and those people immediately chased after Zheng Hao and Qi Hongdao. Since Qi Hongdao had no strength left to run, Zheng Hao carried Qi Hongdao. Qi Hongdao not only did not appreciate it, but also blamed Zheng Hao. Didn't he have to get out? Did he need it so urgently? "My wound is about to crack," Zheng Hao said at this time. "The ammunition in my life is fake." He used all his strength to run fast. Qi Hongmin couldn't help but be surprised at what his mother was doing just now. "He was pretending to take my life, kidding." Zheng Hao didn't care about Qi Hongdao's words. In his mind, he just thought why Zhen Yu hadn't lured that person to could it be a failure. Zheng Hao and Qi Hongdan couldn't believe that the foreigners were still following them. Out of nowhere, foreigners in black suits and dark glasses came running right in front of Zheng Hao and Qi Hongdan. He carried the guns of the dragon countrymen. "What do you run so fast?" The fierce countenance and words of the foreigners. "Our old man has something he wants me to give you." At this time, Qi Hongdan said to Zheng Hao, "The business has failed. If we first called the brothers, we would have escaped soon. Zheng Hao is such a leader. I can't risk your life for you." Qi Hongdan just shouted, "Which also means that you didn't intend to save me, you just came to be a hero." The bald foreigner who heard the conversation immediately made an agreement to quarrel, and then "It seems that your feelings are not very good, so you left behind by me let you go, how?" Somewhere, out of nowhere, there appeared the twin secrets, causing them to panic, turn around and look. He shouted so dirty, it seemed that Qi Hongdao and Zheng Hao were about to be saved. The skinhead Jack pulled out his hunting rifle. "This is the aid you invited." The beast's eyes lit up and barked. Jack sneered, "This is the dog pet that the dragon water raised. What else did I think it was? It turned out to be a dog, ha ha ha." This time, there was the sound of Pearl Yu coming down from upstairs. "Captain Zheng, hurry up, hurry." Zheng Hao thought to himself, it seemed that the situation was a little unusual, and he immediately launched a grenade. This grenade exploded, causing the smoke and dust to be seen. Jack shouted, "Chase me, don't let them escape." As soon as the smoke faded, in front of him appeared a beast at a very close distance. He suddenly raised his gun. "Ah, what is this?" But before he could open fire, the beast rushed to steal this man's gun. He was about to run away when the beast bit him on the leg, causing him to scream in pain. The place earlier, the blonde was furious. It had already been an hour, even a wounded scrapper could not chase, a bunch of useless. Suddenly at this moment at the door appeared a warrior beast gnawing on a gun running in. The black man was surprised. That is, what the hell, the blonde recognized, it was Jack's hunting rifle. He pulled out a shotgun, it wasn't done, this was a beast, and quickly shot and killed it. Finishing their words, the two men opened fire in quick succession. But this beast was unharmed, but also directly rushed to where the foreigners were standing. It kept biting, causing every one of them to be seriously injured. The frightened blonde ran away, retreated. "This beast is too strong, it won't die. Brother, hurry up and save me. We were attacked by the dragon water beast." The frenzied beasts rushed up in pursuit, making the blonde unable to avoid their claws. He was bitten once in the neck, then tried to signal for help. Don't save your life. If you had known in advance that the dragon tamed the beast, it would not have come. Outside, Qi Hongdao came down from Zheng Hao's back. "Thank everyone for saving me again. Now I can go by myself." Zheng Hao explained, "Sorry brother, I am also for everyone's safety. I hope you can understand for me." Qi Hongdao turned his face away, not forgetting to leave a sentence. "Understand? How dare I not understand?" Chen Yu was about to storm out angrily. Zheng Hao immediately stopped him. "Pearl Yu, don't move." She cursed loudly, "No heart no lungs, not even zero save." As he walked, Chi Hongdao thought angrily, Zheng Hao, don't try to use this favor to bind me. Very soon I will be promoted to an awakened person. By then I will definitely replace you. On the road, the tank and the car are moving. A group of men in black hats were holding guns in the car. The cars arrived and stopped. The bald head in the car ordered, get off the car, kill all the people in this city, avenge my dead brother. Carry the treasure chest to a place with a wide view, so that more people can be attracted, then ambush. Hearing that there are people taming the charisma, we must capture it alive. Taking orders, the people in black hats go down to the car one by one. Chi Hongdad was hiding in a nearby grove. He was a little afraid, so many foreign hired soldiers, the heavenly city was about to die. At this moment in the sky, something was flying. The mercenaries looked upwards, were weapons, armor. The bald head panicked, why even have this, hurry away. Xiao Shi was sitting inside the armored armor looking down. Why did Tianyang City have so many armed foreigners, considering the ministry unfriendly? She smiled, letting her grandmother scare you guys. Xiao Shi immediately controlled the armor to rush directly below where the soldiers were standing, causing them to be extremely frightened. In the body of the armor appeared a place to shoot. The frightened soldiers flew all over the glass, running quickly. The armor was about to open fire, waiting for me. They hurried up to see the tanks and the cars sped away. Xiao Shi also drove the armor away. Chi Hongdan now dared to raise his head. His armor was completely overwhelming. The distance was too large, even if it was me. The small person could only wear people to kill. I had to turn strong. The treasure chest left by foreigners, now unattended, word. Chi Hongdan walked out of the grove, looked sideways and checked to see if there was anyone. Then walked towards the chests. He still had a gun in his hand in case of any problems. Opened the chest. Chi Hongdat was extremely surprised. It was an intermediate physical enhancement pill. His face showed excitement. Zheng Hao, I must attack to be the one who awakens before you. You wait for me to return. Second Fat returned with a hunting rifle and a lot of rings. Zhao Shichen saw that he also had to exclaim, wow, there are so many storage rings. Second Fat, you have made a big hit. Second Fat wagged his tail and barked. Zhao Shichen looked at the sky, and the armor was flying back. She was excited. Zhang Chen had succeeded. The armor landed with a blue light flashing. At this time, in another location, a car parked on the side of the road sounded, that's what it is. That group of foreigners must have come to seek revenge. Zhang Chen was sitting inside the car talking to Xiao Shi and Shi Chun, which meant that she had accidentally saved the whole city of Heavenly Heaven. Zhao Shichen said, but, if those foreigners don't see the armor chasing them out, will they come back? Maybe they are on their way back to Tianyang City now. So what should we do? Xiao Shi suggested. Or should we withdraw from Tianyang City? They were crowded, there were tanks, rocket shells could not be stopped, and he was wounded. Zhang Chen immediately refused. No, we can't easily give up this place. Now we immediately go to the road to the ambush city. Someone comes just shooting, don't fight head on. I came right away. Shi Chen prevented it. Now you need to heal. He couldn't risk it. Protecting Tianyang City wasn't his responsibility. Zhang Chen reassured, don't worry, I have a way to deal with those foreigners. Believe me, you think? Repairing the armed armor still requires 1,000 fusion energy. Now Zhang Shi is obviously gone. He can only rob. Those villains killed the treasure taker, began to tremble. The cars carrying outsiders now returned to the same place. Xiao Shi and Shi Zan are already here. These guys are definitely back. Fortunately we arrived in time. Zhao Shixuan had the missiles ready, or we fired away. Maybe we can kill them. Saying that, Shi Zan fired, firing one shot under the cars. A loud explosion sounded, burning an entire car. Greek continued to fire, this time shooting down the tank. After the smoke, the tank appeared undamaged. Xiao Shi held Shi Chun's hand. It's not good, we're exposed. Run quickly. Shi Zan still looked down. He wasn't hurt, so he started the bus behind him. The tank fired repeatedly at the window where Xiao Shi and Shi Chen stood earlier. The wall was shattered by the force of the rocket, sending bricks around. There were also shards of glass from the window that flew out. Xiao Shi and Shi Chen were trying to escape from this place. Guy in the tank holding the megaphone said, the rats in the mall listened. Surrender your armor, I spare you from dying. From inside the shopping mall came a coughing sound. Xiao Shi tried to cover his mouth with his hands so as not to inhale too much dust and dust. Their target was armor, fucking. Absolutely do not let them achieve. Relying on you also deserve to call me a star mouse, Shi Zan said. Second Fat watched at the other exit, hoping that he could hear the sound of running in time. The bald head was impatient. The wine offered not to drink, so taste this. He pressed the button on the car. Then the tank spewed out a huge flame. Shi Zan shouted, "Quickly lay down." Xiao Shi cursed, "Rubbish, set fire again." Suddenly Xiao Shi heard a familiar cry. This cry was, "It's the Fat Two." The Fat Two came to save us, and at this moment, quickly ran away. The Fat Two's eyes flashed with red light. It jumped into the barrel of the tank. Then, jumping to the soldiers, the frightened soldiers opened fire repeatedly, the warrior who had killed the vice captain, and opened fire quickly. The captain in the car looked out angry, deserving of death. This creature spoiled my good deed. He aimed his target at the fat man, and went to die. He immediately opened fire, just as Xiao Shi and Shi Chen ran out. The two nervously called out the names of the Fat Two, the danger, quickly dodging. Hearing his master's voice, he turned to wag his tail. But without being able to dodge, an earth-shattering explosion occurred that knocked the two fats away. Xiao Shi cried out her name and was about to run to it. Shi pulled Xiao Shi back, not wanting to put her in danger. "Xiao Shi, don't go." Xiao Shi collapsed crying, speechless. "Fat, they. Hope is also full of tears, we must live on, to avenge it." The soldiers rushed up, gave chase, didn't let those two brats run. But at this moment, a cannon was fired to destroy the pursuing soldiers. Xiao Shi glanced back at him. Zhang Chen drove to the place, urging the two girls to hurry up and get into the car. Shi Chen was happy to call Zhang Chen. Xiao Shi also called the old man. As soon as he got into the car, Xiao Shi cried, old man, sorry, Zhang Chen." He was blown up by the tank. Zhang Chen was surprised. "What?" After getting into the car, Zhang Chen drove away, and the foreign soldiers also got into the car to chase after him. In the car, Zhang Chen said, "The rocket bullets could not cope with tanks. But one thing is possible." Zhang Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressing the accelerator to accelerate. "Then go into a cave. The captain is still shooting. Cave, wants to play cat and mouse with me, I play to the end." The convoy also sped away. Suddenly a giant appeared in front of them, blocking their way. The soldiers in the car looked out in a panic. "Wait, what the hell is this?" The giant clenched his hands and slammed down on the cars. The wounded captain opened the lid of the tank and stuck his head out. "What the hell is this?" The giant raised his hand again, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Zhang Chen parked at the side and replied, "Naturally giving you the monster that sent you to hell." The captain was now scared to blush, raised his fist but could do nothing. The giant struck a blow to the tank, sending smoke and dust billowing. After the last blow, the giant suddenly stopped. The notification system, "The god has been stiffened, may have been attacked on the weak point," proceeded to deal with it. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Chen was about to take action. There was an enemy to report, and there was also a surprise harvest. He took the sword and walked out of the car. "Between us, it should be over." Zhang Chen jumped on top. Holding the sword directly pierced the eye of the god, he died. Zhang Chen jumped down. Xiao Shi ran back to call the old man, and Shi Chen also got off the car and called Zhang Chen's name. The notification system congratulates you on becoming the first survivor in the world to destroy the demon god. You will be rewarded with a third-level supply chest. Please watch. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But then there was blood in the mouth. He collapsed to the ground, his wound finally unbearable. The Zhang Chen people left, leaving only a pile of rubble. At this time, there were two foreigners walking around here looking for good things. The nail-headed man laughed. He, hiding in the back is indeed right, collecting all the supplies that can be reused. The shaggy-haired man said, "Pity, the good stuff was collected by that man like the devil. If he can die with Huo Qian, it is good." The first guy was going to kick the captain in the head. "You dog, you fucking smoke." Shaggy hair patted his shoulders, nails heads, pointing in the other direction. "Hey, that side." In the smoke appeared a figure standing above the god's corpse. The shaggy-haired man swears, his mother, and the other wild scavenger. The ruffled hair called out loudly, "Hey!" The other man's sharp eyes turned to look. The ruffled hair continued, "This place is our territory. Hurry up," the man said. "There have been many real foreigners recently. This is the domain of the dragon country. How has it become your territory?" The nail-headed man laughed. "The dragon water chicken also deserves a realm. Lao Su comes. You must quail." At the same time, the shaggy-haired man next to him also pulled out his knife. But before they could do anything, they were shot once each, dead on the spot. This man is the lucky survivor of the wandering land. The captain Zhao Longchuan said, depending on entering the dragon water realm. You don't even know how to turn your tail, you die unjustly. Zhao Longchuan put his hand on his ear, exchanged with someone, found him. On the other side, the lucky survivor of the barracks, the gunner Chang Shen Chen, was looking at the binoculars and answered. Looking around, he didn't find him. He must have withdrawn. He was seriously injured and could handle it so cleanly. I admired him a little. Zhao Longchuan ordered everyone, let's go. If he doesn't die, he must be nearby. At least before Shi Chao arrived, he must be found. In another location, Zhang Chen's car was parked here. Zhang Chen, Xiao Shi and Shi Chen turned out to have gone back to the same place to look for the Fat Two. Zhang Chen asked if he had found the Fat Two. Shi Chen, who was walking around, said no, it must be here. At this time, the warning system, danger, 5 prostrates are approaching. Because the player is seriously injured, the action force will decrease sharply. Petition to withdraw quickly. But before he could retreat, the prostrate arrived. It opened its mouth as wide as a man eating flour. Next, the others also came together to surround Zhang Chen. Xiao Shi is worried, so much, it's all kind of two. The old brother is still injured, is it okay? Zhang Chen bit his teeth to endure, small matter. The two of them are a little careful. Then 3 men with their weapons rushed up to attack. Xiao Shi said as he fought, old man, if you die, I will eat all the potatoes without sparing you any. Zhang Chen laughed, you want to die with me? I didn't give you the chance. Zhang Chen slashed at the prostrate man's hand. Next, cut off its head in half. Suddenly at the side appeared the footsteps of a large beast. Zhang Chen turned to face him. Heaven! Here, what? A huge red-eyed beast approached. This beast shouted, growled, and rushed towards Zhang Chen. The system now announced, carefully behind, there is a prostrate person approaching. Zhang Chen was a little irritated, suggesting if this system is sick, this immediate trouble is more dangerous. But the beast did not attack Zhang Chen, and rushing past him frantically biting and lying behind. Zhang Chen was surprised, he didn't care about him. Just worry about eating erect exam. Wait, eat erection exam. As for that cry, although it was a little too much, at this time, there was a reinforcement that was preparing to attack Zhang Chen from behind. The beast was still constantly eating. Zhang Chen turned around and cut off the reinforcement behind him. After eating the prostrate person, his wound healed. On the other hand, the examiners are constantly under fire. Xiao Shi and Shi Chen were holding guns to shoot the other bodies, which were broken. Xiao Shi turned to Shi Zan. This side has also solved. Let's go find the old man, in the corner. A girl who is hiding there whispers, what the hell, these two are so strong, so let them solve it, the system suggests. Pay attention. The corner of the street hid from the 3, and soon learned to lure a little more reinforcement, the girl said regretfully. Zhang Chen appeared with a sword strike that slashed the 2 gangsters to death on the corner. The blood splashed out, terrified the blonde. Xiao Shi and Shi Chen standing in the other corner were startled. What's wrong? Someone bumped into Zhang Shi. Zhang Chen held a book and a backpack in his hand and asked the girl, you are a person of the Pink Clam country. The girl is afraid. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Zhang Chen asked, not staying still in the Zhongbei area, what to do in the Water Dragon area. The girl brooded, no, no, I. At this time Xiao Shi and Shi Chen also arrived. Brother Shen, old man. What happened here? This is. Xiao Shi paid attention to the thing in Zhang Chen's hand. The old man, what is in his heart? It is moving. Ah, yes, you see, inside the backpack, a small dog sticks its head out barking. Xiao Shi looks at the muddy dog. Here, what is this? It's so bad. She suddenly paused. Wait, this stupid cry, isn't it? Zhang Chen was excited. Yes, this is too fat. It was badly burned when the water burned, but based on swallowing it, the wound has already healed. Shi Chen and Xiao Shi rushed to hug the too fat. It's good, the too fat, you are alive. The too fat, hoo. You turned into whatever form I love you the most. Zhang Chen turned around, the atmosphere was so good, although I really wasn't willing to lose interest. But where she wanted to sneak away, the startled blonde stood back. Zhang Chen stabbed his sword in front of the girl. My question she hasn't answered yet. Honestly tell me, don't play tricks, trembling girl. My name is Xiao Mei. I am not a pink water person, I am a dragon water person. It is the people who kidnapped me. If not my brother came in time, I don't know how long I had to be bullied by them. Zhang Chen asked what you ran. Xiao Yan hugged Zhang Chen's leg and explained, it's just that the brother is too strong, he is temporarily threatened. He is my life-saving benefactor, he takes me away. Whatever I do, I am content, even if it is a sharp thing. The three of them were puzzled. What disease did this woman have? Zhang Chen made a condition. She wanted me to take her away, so she had to take out some sincerity. Xiao Yan agreed. Well, just be able to follow him. She hugged Zhang Chen's arm. Whatever you wanted to do, Xiao Yan spoiled him. Zhang Chen was helpless. What was she thinking? Zhang Chen pointed the hilt of his sword at Xiao Yan. Stop pretending to be stupid. Hand over the treasure ring to me. Xiao Yan smirked. It turns out that he likes this type. Zhang Chen buttered her. Let's see what is there. It was destructive. Inside the storage ring were a craftsman, a cute cat-eared girl costume, a small bridge that knew how to shake, an unknown cylindrical object, 3 instant noodles, 5 carbonated drinks, an energy node, 5 mutant fertilizers. Zhang Chen was disappointed. I had never seen such a useless treasure ring. This was something that should appear in the world. Xiao Yan flexed. Even so, they gave him everything. Zhang Chen didn't care, turned to ask Xiao Shi, "Baby mouse, how was the harvest with her?" Xiao Shi reported to the old man. "This is a big household, weapons, food, household items are all there. There are also 3 drones. It's me who has a question. What is this cylindrical object that can shake?" Xiao Shi picked it up and shook it back and forth. Zhang Chen said to immediately throw it away to me, immediately and always. Then everyone got into the car and left. Many unknown items were thrown back. In the car, Shi Zan hesitated. "Brother Shen, that." Zhang Chen immediately asked what is wrong. Shi Zan said softly, "I feel that we don't understand Xiao Yan very well." Zhang Chen thought to himself, Shi Chen seems to have discovered something unusual. The resources of Zhongbei are very inadequate. The 2 people of Nihong have mediocre strength. The supplies on their bodies are so much that they can feed the 10 people of the barracks. Zhang Chen smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, I have moderation." Then Zhang Chen grabbed Shi Chen's hand. From the behavior they lured the monsters to attack us. It was most likely that they crossed the border to the heavenly city based on the hunting of the players obtained. Shi Zan shyly jerked his hand back. Zhang Chen turned to look at Xiao Mei. This woman who called herself Xiao Yan was also a pink water person. Xiao Chen saw Zhang Chen turn to look at her, and immediately blinked. Zhang Chen thought that she had to take advantage of this point, and fished out the big fish behind her. Xiao Shi hurriedly turned Zhang Chen's head forward. The old man, even if Sister Shi was more beautiful, he couldn't look at it forever. Front. Heavenly, the car almost crashed into the stones blocking the road. Zhang Chen braked hard. Everyone in the car each leaned in one direction, deserving of death. Exploding the wheel, Zhang Chen told everyone to sit firmly. The car staggered into the side of the bridge. Then stopped. Xiao Shi was afraid of Blue Face. Danger, danger. Zhang Chen with the sword jumped out of the car. "You are careful, I went down to see." The system now notifies, "You have entered the firing range," petitioning quickly to find cover. A lot of artillery shells were shooting towards Zhang Chen, and he quickly dodged. Zhang Chen looked upwards. Where the shooter was standing, he shouted, "Xiaoxi, Shi Chun, don't get off." Chang Shen Chen sat above holding a gun. "Yo, a little brave, dodged it all." Zhang Chen hid behind the car. Looking ahead, the bridge on the other side was approached. This time there was no danger reminder, what this group of people wanted to do. It turned out to be Zhao Longchuan. He asked Zhang Chen, "You're the one who purged the fire arsenal, can you come out and talk?" Zhang Chen was still hiding in the back of the car and asked, "He played this game just because he was talking to me. I almost exploded my head just now." Xiao Shi on the car observing the situation said, "The old man don't believe him. He asked the armory, 8 parts are robbery, too fat. Let's risk him." Shi covered his mouth in surprise. It was. Shi Zan opened the car door. Xiao Shi immediately called Shi Chun. Shi Zan was happy. It was him, not wrong. "Sister Shi Chun, don't go out, it's dangerous." Xiao Shi tried to stop but couldn't catch up. Shi Zan jumped out of the car. Zhao Longchuan was also surprised when he saw Shi Chun. Shi Chen happily ran to Zhao Longchuan. Zhang Chen hurriedly ran after him. "Shi Chun, wait." What she was doing, Chang Shen Chen above also ran after Zhang Chen. Then she jumped directly downwards. Zhang Chen had his sword ready, and it was time. Chang Shen Chen stopped Zhang Chen. "Hey, wait a minute. Don't let the gas be so heavy, I'm sorry." Jiang Chen was puzzled. After all, Shi Chen called out loudly to brother Shen, "Wait, it was all a misunderstanding." Shi Zan took Zhao Longquan's hand and introduced himself, "He is my brother." Jiang Chen was surprised. "What, he?" Zhao Longquan introduced, "Hello, I am the captain of the Lang land, Zhao Longquan, who is also Shi Chuan's brother." Jiang Chen asked what was the reason for setting up obstacles and attacking us in the first place. Chang Shen Chen apologized and apologized. He alone dealt with the arsenal of fire and killed the herd. In a state of indiscriminating against us, we defended reasonably. Jiang Chen asked, "So, if it wasn't for Shi Chun, what do you want to do?" Zhao Longquan replied, "I naturally have to determine your battle first. Recently, Tianyang City has entered a lot of foreign forces, and the military supplies of the Long State cannot be taken away by other forces." Jiang Chen glanced at the car where Xiao Shi and Xiao Yan were looking through the window. It made sense. Zhao Longquan continued, "If it is determined that you are not an enemy, the next step is to enlist you to join us." Jiang Chen asked again, "Join you?" Chang Shenchen replied, "Yes, if we want to protect Tianyang City, we need to be as strong as you." Zhao Longquan said, "According to the investigation, there is now a powerful body of more than 10,000 people coming to Tianyang City, waiting for them to come. For Tianyang City it will be a destructive calamity." Both Shi Chen and Jiang Chen were surprised. "What? Faced with a competition of this scale, we dragon people must definitely unite. This is also the reason why I constantly recruit powerhouses and collect military supplies. We built a military base in the south. There was already a lot of water being moved there. Jiang Chen, you also come with us." Jiang Chen stroked his chin. "The military stronghold. It sounds very believable." Jiang Chen sighed. "Okay, I've decided. I will not follow you. If there really is a body coming, I will be responsible for stopping them outside of Heavenly City." Zhao Longquan and Chang Shenchen were surprised. "What?" Jiang Chen said his point. "The boat going upstream will not go back. This time I dodged. So what about next time? What about next time?" Jiang Chen raised his fist. "Instead of dodging, I felt that I continued to turn stronger and more believable." Shi Zan was worried. "Brother Shen, how could he alone?" Zhao Longquan immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Shi Zan." Jiang Chen held the sword and called out Shi Chun's name. "If you have reunited with your brother, go or stay with me without compulsion. You choose yourself." Shi Chen hurriedly called out to brother Shen. Then turned to Zhao Longquan. "Brother, why don't you advise Jiang Chen, if you can go south together, this with him is beneficial." Zhao Longquan shook his head. "It's useless." That look in his eyes, he was so understanding, so sure, so confident, no one could shake. He wouldn't change anything for anyone. Moreover, with the power that can kill his body, it is possible to actually stop the emperor, at least, this corrupt world. He is definitely the number of people who can survive. Xiao Shi saw Jiang Chen come back, and hurriedly asked, "Old man, what did you say?" Xiao Shi pushed Xiao Shi away. "Brother, are you busy? Are you thirsty? Hurry up and drink some water." Xiao Shi stood by angrily cursing, "This rotten woman." Jiang Chen took the bottle of water. "Thank you, we didn't say anything, just a little misunderstanding to explain." Jiang Chen turned to Xiao Shi, "And Shi Chen may follow her brother." Xiao Shi doesn't care. "What Shi Chen wants to go, I don't want to," Jiang Chen explained. "Rats, it's people's brothers, don't mess around." Xiao Shi had a sad face. "My hands pulled at my shirt. I don't want to. Sister Shi Zan cooked rice. I didn't eat enough, and didn't you say we were family members?" Xiao Yan approached Jiang Chen. "Brother, the strength of those people seems to be very strong. What is it? Sister Rat is very unlikely. Sister Shi is not okay. Can't we follow them?" Xiao Shi is angry. "Who is Sister Rat?" At this time, Shi Chen called out to brother Chen. The two stood looking at each other. Chang Shenchen told his troops to rest enough, preparing to depart. Shi Chun said she had already chosen. Arriving home, everyone ran out of glasses together. Jiang Chen was happy, to congratulate Shi Zan on staying. Tonight added a new dish. Xiao Shi was happy. "I even thought that I couldn't eat Shi Chun's rice in this life. When I was pressed, I didn't even worry so much." Xiao Yan picked up a piece of food for Shi Chun. "Shi Chun, my brother has such a big team. Where will he stop in the future?" Shi Zan dodged. "Such a big heavenly city, who knows?" Xiao Shi leaned against her chin and asked, "You really don't know? It's not intentional not to tell us." Xiao Shi took the plate of food. "Where did you get so many words? If you don't eat, let me." Jiang Chen said, "The imperial court is coming. It is normal not to reveal your location. Starting tomorrow we must also try to find new supplies, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Fortunately, silently told Xiao Shi and Shi Chen not to tell this woman the truth. Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Yan. As I ate the chicken thigh while thinking about it. Especially recently the foreigners in Heavenly City have obviously become a lot. I think it is also related to the upcoming court. Zhang Chen got up. I went to bed a while ago. The two of you slowly ate. Xiao Yan pulled Zhang Chen's shirt back. People have just arrived. Can you walk around? Zhang Chen agreed. Okay. The ruffled fat appeared in front of Zhang Chen. He stroked it. The fat too. You are in charge of protecting Xiao Mei. The fat second wagged his tail in disarray. Zhang Chen thought. There is a fat second to watch. I don't believe she can make any waves. Arriving at the room, Zhang Chen lay on the bed. The business system is open. You have not joined any business at the moment. Please ask if you need to build a business that belongs to you. Zhang Chen said that he didn't pay attention to this option. It seemed that Zhao Longchuan had already chosen it. The business system has opened. Please choose the type of founding business. 1. Refugee camp. 2 is the lucky survivor business. The third is the mystical organization. Due to your current level of strength, petition to directly choose a mystical organization. Zhang Chen said so. Listen to you. About the mystical organization. The founder requirement must be a top 1000,000 level strategic existence in the current game progress. The lowest member combat power required in the top 100,000 in the world. The above condition will change the total number of survivors into the rate of transformation. Organization members are permanently loyal to the leader of the organization, absolutely not betrayed. Unless the name is removed by the organization member can join any business. The status of the organization, the leader of the organization can be transmitted to the side of any member. There is a waiting time to recover. The leadership of the organization is very high. It is possible to have its own servants. Forever not betray. Follow orders. Building requires 1,000 energy nodes. The number of crystals will increase over time. Ding! Check that your strength has entered the top 1,000 worlds in accordance with the conditions of the person who founded the organization. Ding! Check that the number of energy crystals is full. It is possible to establish the organization. Ding! You lose the energy fusion multiplied by 1,000. Zhang Chen is standing in front of the selection table named the logo. Name. Zhang Chen stood and thought for a while. Then, Dream Yan. Dream Yan is the chosen name and a dragon-shaped seal. Zhang Chen was quite pleased with the name. Notification system congratulates you. The organization has been established. You are the founder of the organization. Also the leader of the first term. Zhang Chen stretched his shoulders. It was cool for no more than 2 seconds. The mystical organization sounded quite cool. The result was not even the drum commander. Xiao Shi and Zhao Shichen's combat strength was not yet in 1,000 worlds. This world was really the most important. Suddenly at this time, Xiao Mei's brother was called. Zhang Chen was startled. What did she come here to do? Xiao Yan dressed in a cute cat cuz suit stood in front of Zhang Chen. He saved people. People naturally wanted to ask him if they needed help. Zhang Chen asked, "Do you want to help?" Early the next morning, the house was cleaned up. Hot cooked rice is laid out on the table. Garden plants have also been watered. Xiao Shi and Shi Chen were both surprised. There are ghosts in our house. Zhang Chen yawned as he stretched his shoulders and walked down the stairs. Xiao Yan followed behind him. "Brother, I see if you do well." Zhang Chen is still sleepy. Not bad, keep trying." Zhang Chen went downstairs, waved at Xiao Mei. "Let's eat. There are a lot of things to do in a while." Xiao Chen thought to himself. Continue. "She's angry. The old lady has never been teased. You wait there for me." When everyone started going outside, there was a sound of gunfire. The reinforcements were hit in unison. Zhang Chen also slashed them in half with his sword. Shi said, since the last time he cleaned up Tianyang City, the number of reinforcements is obviously less. The supplies that can be collected are also very few. Xiao Shi blamed the old man. He has destroyed the ecological balance. Zhang Chen knocked Xiao Zai's head. What kind of ecological balance is it? Xiao Shi rubbed his head. At least now he wanted to be like last time. It was impossible to quickly upgrade. The next few days were coming. Zhang Chen glanced at Xiao Yan, who was peering along the back. Then she was not sure. She definitely knew where to gather. Zhang Chen went out to ask Xiao Mei. Where did she and the 2 pink watermen lure her from before? Xiao Yan was asked suddenly. It's a cave room recently. You want to go? Zhang Feng immediately. Xiao Yan calculated in his mind. This is that he found it himself. He can't blame me, and if he can easily get it, He will definitely praise him, she said. The place is blocked, almost no one can enter, but he definitely has no problem. In another development, a group of gangsters were chasing after them. These people shouted, "Aaa, Chi Hongda. You are a fraud, bastard. Use us to lure Zhang Shi." Chi Hongdat sat above watching the fun. "I only promised to lead you to the eternal bridge, not to protect you in peace." Men ran in fear and tried to run away from the exam, but unfortunately still bitten by them. On the other side, Zheng Hao was trying to lift the rock, finally pushed it out. The crowd was gnawing. Then suddenly a large stone fell from above, forming an earthquake here. Zheng Hao threw the stone away, and his hands trembled and he stood breathing. The system again announced, detecting people with extremely strong bodies, ranked 999,546 in the world. In accordance with the requirements of the mystical organization Dream Yan, can enlist. Zhang Chen stood from above looking down. "Yo, he's." Zheng Hao jumped down, calling for the rest to hurry up. He stormed off without hesitation. Directly kicked the heads of the erections. Suddenly, a prostrate creature rushed down from above, intending to attack Zheng Hao. But he had barely opened his mouth when he was pierced through the throat by the sword. Zhang Chen wielded a sword and slashed a long line, causing the reinforcements there to simultaneously cut into several segments. Zheng Hao looked at Zhang Chen and said, "Every time he saw me, he felt that his strength was really too paradoxical." Zhang Chen also turned his head. He was more naughty. Every time he saw him, he led a group of handicapped young and old. Zheng Hao smiled. "In general, thank you. Why did you appear here? Also want to go to the Nihong water refugee camp in Zhongbei?" Zhang Chen asked again. Zheng Hao asked if he didn't watch the livestream. "Crossing the Yanggu Bridge is coming. I heard that there can be a lot of accommodation. Recently Tianyang City has lacked supplies." Zhang Chen thought. Is the water of the pink bao eating and drinking? This demon also believes they are not going to be able to live by themselves. Zhang Chen huffed. "There are no free meals in this world." Zheng Hao sighed. "I also know, but there are many people in the barracks. I can't stop them, at least bring them to safety." Qi Hongdao appeared. "Old Zheng should go." Watching everyone leave, Zhang Chen thought, "Well, the strength is really good. The quality is not bad. Mo Yan can leave a reserve position for him." Qi Hongdad asked as he walked, "Didn't you tell him the truth?" Zheng Hao told Qi Hongdad to shut up. At this time, Zhang Chen and Xiao Yan were standing at the door of a cave. Zhang Chen asked, "Is this place?" Xiao Chen said yes. "But the main cave door is sealed. We have to leave." Without finishing his sentence, Zhang Chen took out a grenade. Directly thrown into the cave entrance. "Make the cave door explode." Xiao Yan scolded loudly, "Brother, you are stupid. This place is the mountain body, it will collapse." Zhang Chen said again, "You idiot, this place is an air defense cave. Understand what the air defense cave means." Xiao Yan smiled again. "Yes," Zhang Chen urged. "Let's go, didn't you come in and lead the way?" Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Okay. This guy's strength is so strong that he can conveniently lead me to the laboratory. I have to find an opportunity to contact the senator. That lab diary must be found." Inside, Zhang Chen slashed a few of them. The number of them here is not small, but luckily neither strong. While slashing, Zhang Chen stopped, spotting something. As a ventilation passage. From the ventilation hole appeared another sword. Zhang Chen immediately swung his sword and slashed. This was the last one. "Look at the hordes that have just been slashed to death in a series." Xiao Yan exclaimed, "Wow, you are so good. You have already dealt with all these monsters in a moment. This harvest is enough for us to live for a long time." Zhang Shen butter always Xiao Mai and watch the announcement of the system. Congratulatory notification system you have received, 72 bags of chips, 48 bags of fried squid, 96 nutritious shrimp cakes, 72 grilled chicken wings, 3,500 gram cheese, 106 sentence sausage bags, 24 knife fish 1,000 grams, 82 dragon fish, 48 cows made up of 300 grams, 20 cotton chickens 300 grams, 66 curry chicken thighs. Little America tightened 1. These supplies had been watched for a long time by the people of the Pink Country, but these guys were all scraps, and she angrily kicked a creature. If it wasn't for the Dragon Water people who didn't know that there were no supplies in the cave, this place would have been cleared soon. Zhang Chen turned around and told Xiao Yan to go first. She changed her voice immediately. "Yes, there is a larger storage room in front. You take me to the house. Notification system plus a fruit knife." As she was walking, Zhang Chen asked. She was sure that it was the storage room. Xiao Yan affirmed, "Believe me, the people of the Red Country wasted their hearts wanting to go there. It was just that they were too weak, they couldn't go deep inside before." At this time, the notification system in the bottomless pit. Below there is a starved iguan, urging you to be careful not to fall. This reminder is that nothing says to find words. The system sent out a notification again, "Be careful behind, if not unexpected, after 2 seconds you will fall into the big hole. Please do a good job of carefully preventing a leg failure." Zhang Chen was surprised. Huh. From behind, Xiao Yan with a fruit knife rushed forward, going to die. Zhang Chen immediately avoided, but Xiao Yan stood in his way. "Causing you to fall into the pit," she laughed, "wishing you a happy death, disgusting Dragon Nation men." Then she laughed, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha," Zhang Chen said as he fell, although he said that he was really negligent. But without rejoicing so soon, he stabbed the wall with his sword. Finally stopping, it seemed that the storage room opposite was her ultimate goal, pretending to be a real line, believing it was to clarify the exact location. The annoying thing is that you have to deal with this guy first before you can pass. Zhang Chen looked down below, which was a system iguanas mentioned. The starving iguanas saw people in a hurry to jump up and eat meat. Zhang Chen calmly calculated, this thing had to damage his whole body by over 30% to die. In the item he had obtained earlier, he remembered it. Zhang Chen searched for a while, and found it. You idiot, look here. Zhang Chen threw down countless gasoline bottles underneath. See these bottles being dropped. He immediately punched the bottles with his fists, and the gasoline inside flowed out. Zhang Chen held the gun in his hand, and offered him a drink of strong wine. Now dead, Zhang Chen pulled the trigger. Underneath there was a huge explosion that burned the herd. If Xiao Yan thought that he was definitely dead, then he would definitely not worry about going to the most important place. Zhang Chen drew his sword and gained momentum. Then jump out of the burning hole. Let me see what this pink country is playing. At Dental T325 laboratory. There are a lot of bodies being locked in glass cages. Xiao Yan was looking for something. Really, why is there an earthquake? This demon place didn't collapse. There was another man's voice asking. Haven't found it yet. Xiao Yan flipped through the pile of documents. There was none. It wasn't destroyed, or the intelligence was wrong. The man through the screen asked, "You are really in the dental laboratory?" Xiao Yan said. The other man chattered, "What, doubt me?" The man replied, "Of course, the place where we wasted so much elaboration could not enter for you to sneak in." Xiao Yan showed charm. Don't compare me to you idiots. Work must rely on brain and demagoguery. My Schwanzi, I just need to shake my hand. There are a lot of powerful men who sell their lives for me. The man who led me in was as strong as a monster. If it wasn't for his disobedience, I really wouldn't have killed him. Besides, the lake of the island he was in was not only safe but also abundant agricultural items, very suitable as a stronghold. The location. Speaking of this, my Schwanzi was stabbed through the chest, bloody mouth. Zhang Chen appeared from behind and said, "If you don't rush to tell me my whereabouts, maybe you can live for a while. Unfortunately, watching you act is quite interesting anyway." Zhang Chen collapsed. Zhang Chen looked around. Laboratory. This name is very familiar. Zhang Chen opened the diary, and inside there was a logo identical to the logo of the Raven T325 laboratory. Marked the same. Are they looking for this? What do those pink water people want to do? At this time, an announcement came, inviting video from Shaoxi. Zhang Chen turned on the phone and listened. "How is it to tell the two of you to investigate?" On the other end of the line, Shaoxi said, "Old man," as he thought, "that woman is the one from the pink water. We pretended to be stray people, and met a bunch of people who were stealing supplies. They also kidnapped and raped the beautiful young girl." Zhang Chen asked worriedly, "What, so Shi Zan is okay?" Shaoxi is angry. "It's okay. We're okay. Why is it just Sister Shi Chun? You are also a lovely beautiful girl." "Brother Shen, I quickly watched someone named Wu Jingjing livestream. I feel that he must be related to the recent actions of the Red Clam State." Zhang Chen asked again, "Don't you know? Wu Jingjing, unheard of." Zhang Chen searched for a while. "Then I saw a guy who was live streaming eating, found it. Is this guy? This guy just ate and said, 'Come to Zhongbei, there is no need to collect supplies, food is enough. There are also people from the pink water to protect. The people of the pink water are very close, ha ha ha.'" Zhang Chen thought that it was true that the devil, He, who would provide food and protection in the apocalypse, Moreover, if Zhangbei's supplies were really abundant, they wouldn't need to go to the sneaky Tianyang city. Suddenly on the livestream there was a strange noise, ha, ha. Wu Jingjing was eating when his expression changed, and he covered his mouth with his hand. Then the livestream loses signal. At the other end, when the livestream turned off, Wu Jingjing immediately took out the food he had just finished eating. The man in front of him asked, "Why don't you eat anymore?" Wu Jingjing is scared. "I'm sorry, I really can't eat anymore. Please let me rest for a while." The man picked up the chicken thigh. "Well, it seems that you really don't want to eat anymore." Wu Jingjing is afraid that his face will turn pale. The man took a bite of a chicken thigh. "So do you want to be eaten?" Wu Jingjing trembled and stepped back and begged, "No, spare me. I can eat." The other man didn't say anything, but directly killed Wu Jingjing, who shouted "Aaa." Zhang Chen opened the cabinet to see if there was anything left, although Wu Jingyi's livestream was clearly talking indiscriminately. But in the world, there is always someone who takes a risk. At this time, there was an announcement coming. The notification system approached the left route secret path of the laboratory. The customs clearance code was 356,681. Zhang Chen looked at the wall on the left. The star secret path. Zhang Chen approached and touched, finding no trace of the door, nor was there a place to enter the password. Like the other walls, there are many scratches. This scratch is so strange. There are 3 fingers and 6 fingers, it is different. Zhang Chen remembered the announcement earlier. The customs clearance code was 356,681, could it be? Zhang Chen traced the scratches on the wall, 3, 5, 6, 6, 8, 1. The door slowly opened, and it was. Zhang Chen went inside, looked at the pile of things inside and said, "Oh my god, it's crazy." This time prospered. The system repeatedly announces, "Congratulations on acquiring 100 M16 guns, 5 armor guns, an anti-armor handle, 20 exoskeletal auxiliary devices, 100 tactical helmets, 100 bulletproof vests, 100 military uniforms, 200 grenade fragments, 80 hot lead throwers, 120 torpedo shells, 80 sticky C4 explosive shells, 50 optical shells, 50 tear gas, 50 smoke shells, 1 million pistol shells, 1,200 armor-piercing chisel shells, 200 armored anti-armored artillery shells, 4 T-20 armored raw materials, 1 strongly corrosive grenade, strong corrosive grenade blueprint, 20 barrels of armor-armed gunpowder. Hidden reminder: strong corrosive explosives can quickly disintegrate the organic organization, forming irreversible damage, often used to deal with great threats, such as Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen is excited. Or very good, the spirit of the iguan. This thing has to do a little more. Zhang Chen opened the door of the cabinet, and the system announced the addition of 20 antidotes, 40 synthetic biologic pills, 15 strong wolf room sprayers, 5 strengthened blood, 5 tough skins, 1 submissive pill drawing, the globally unique, so cool. Global subjugation potion, used with players lower than themselves. After use, the brainwashed player becomes a loyal servant of the user. Can arbitrarily command the command, make the wrong potion to submit. Need 10 condensation bands, 1000 energy nodes, 5 blood of the fanatic, can make the wrong medicine to submit. Zhang Chen praised the good stuff. Fuck, not right. This kind of demon thing is lucky that I have. If it falls into the hands of the people of Nihong, the consequences are unthinkable. Here. Zhang Chen pulled out the cabinet. A hole in the wall appeared, like a human cave dug out. Zhang Chen sat down and looked inside and examined this place. He slipped inside. Wasn't it the armory guardroom that had saved Shi Chen before? The air defense was linked to this place. No wonder she had a lab diary. Someone must have intentionally hidden the diary on this side. Zhang Chen turned to see that there was an inscription on the wall, "Come to Zhangbei, we have abundant supplies, and at the same time we can provide protection for the water people. The people of the Red Water, even this place, have come through. At this time, on the harbor, there are many people gathering here. Welcome. I did not expect to meet so many compatriots in a moment. I am really happy," said a pink man. Everyone crowded together to ask, "Where is the food?" Not to mention Zhangbei, there is no need to do it. The people of Nihong reassured everyone, of course, there is no shortage of food. In the other corner, the two were talking, and one asked how the shipment was. Xiao Ji used his eyes to check and then tightened. The garbage and the garbage. It was a bunch of decoys. The councilman threw his face in the other direction. The people on that side didn't look bad. Xiao Ji immediately looked at the Zheng Hao people with his eyes. I looked at it. Yes. The average stat is much higher. The leader is the extreme physical ability and at the same time is in an awakened state. Among the anomalous adults who have also reached the upgrade realm. The two men laughed at each other, taking them to the lab, and Sam was bound to be happy. Suddenly Xiao Ji saw something. The councilman immediately asked what was wrong. Xiao Ji shook his head. No, it seems that I saw it wrong. Xiao Shi and Shi Zan were hiding behind the wall. Xiao Shi whispered, Shi Chun, what do those people want to do? The pink waterman assured the people in front of him. The food is absolutely enough. The other end of the bridge has a restaurant, let's hurry up. He turned to the Zheng Hao people. The comrades on that side must also accompany him. Zheng Hao refused. No, we are only in charge of escorting, not counting on the water. Don't say that, Councilman and Xiao Ji hurriedly interrupted. Okay. Not reluctantly. The water dragon is so cautious. The subordinate immediately proposed. To express our intentions, even if you don't stay, please take some new supplies. Star supplies. The two foreigners took out a large amount of supplies, causing the Zheng Hao people to be confused. Here, so much. These things are all witnesses of the friendship of our country. After coming back, let's help us. The people in the group who see so many good things are disheartened. This little thing doesn't matter. Zheng Hao stopped him. Hey guys. But not in time. Everyone came forward to open the box. Medicine. This is all an urgent item. Don't win. You go get the other one. A person picked up the item and found a countdown timer hidden inside the box. A big explosion happened that startled everyone. What's going on? The two people of the Red Country have already put on anti-poison gas masks. The people of the Water Dragon. The strength is also useless. It is really stupid. The black-shirted man shouted loudly at the people of the Water Long. Hey, you don't want to die. Come over here. Carry them together to Bagjiang barracks. Hurry up, Xiao Shi said softly. Knowing that the people of the pink water are not good, there is nothing good for free food. But what do they make a lot of people do? I have a very bad feeling. At Zhang Chen's house, the barking of the beard of the fat man came out. Bearded, Zhang Chen opened the door and walked in. I went back, and then Xiao Shi, and Shi Chen didn't come back. Zhang Chen remembered. Yes, I brought a good item for you. Zhang Chen took out the high-grade salary. Come on, too fat, high-class pet food I just obtained. Quickly try it. Since the last time you were injured, you are already very sick. You have to make up. Although the shape is a little bit, but you even eat Zhang Shi. You probably don't care. The angry fat two can't do anything. Just bark the beard in protest. Okay. No need to thank me, you eat first. Zhang Chen called Xiao Shi. What's wrong? I came to the house and you haven't come back yet, Xiao Shi said helplessly. Old man. Sister Shi definitely wants to go to Beijiang. I can't stop it. You quickly think of a way to go. Xiao Shi told all about what had just happened. It was like that. All the water dragon people were taken away. Sister Shi said that the water dragon people couldn't help but save the water dragon people. She couldn't ignore them. Zhang Chen put his hand on his forehead helplessly. This sense of righteousness and action. It's unfortunate that Zhao Longchuan's sister. Okay. The two of you pay attention safely. I passed. The other end of the line answered. It is also good to probe the side of the pink water. I also want to see what they are playing. Before leaving, Zhang Chen did not forget to instruct me. I went to pick up Xiao Shi and Shi Chun, and someone dared to come and kill. The high-end animal food I left for you to eat, and the dark-faced fat ones were not happy at all. At the same time, in a basement, above which there is a net, a voice below comes out. Where is this? The Qi Hongdat people are locked up here. Hey, what do you want to do? Let us go. The man above ordered the girl behind him. The tide was almost here. The experiment could not be cut off. Yes. In addition, before my Schwanzi hung up the phone, he said that a Lake Heart villa is very suitable as our new base. Send people to check it out. The girl pushes the glass. I understand. Then the experiment began. The door below immediately opened, and inside were red eyes appearing, and the girl from the Zheng Hao people was scared and screamed to run away. The door opened, and I prostrated myself. The prostrate that had just come out cut off a man's head. It then jumped down from above and tried to attack Qi Hongdao, and he jumped up and dodged. But this prostrate creature did not spare, and continued to chase Qi Hongdao, causing him to swear, his mother. The man in the chair watching the good play below. The anomalous intensity among the dragon water people is more powerful than us pink water people. It is not fair. Yang Zi behind him said, "But if you want to survive, you have to rely on your head. This is also the first time the senator taught me. They are stronger and they are nothing more than pigs serving us. Yes, doing a good job of documenting experiments, we must collect enough materials before the tide comes, so that we can prolong the eternity of the rose water." Yang Kai immediately. Below, Qi Hongdan was confronting the prostrate child. Suddenly from above dropped several swords. Qi Hongdan looked upwards. The man said the data showed the fatal weakness of the prostrate child in the neck. "If you want to live, come on. I will prepare a premium beef hotpot for the lucky survivor." Qi Hongdan angrily cursed the damn Nihong people. "Lao Su went out and definitely killed you." The prostrate began to rush to attack. Narrowly, Qi Hongdan pulled out an axe. "Then shout out and prepare me for prostration." In another part of the pink clam water, the men were guarding when they heard a girl in front of them. I don't know. It's very simple. The pink watermen are all eager, no problem." One guy held up a gun. "Hey who, come out here." Shi Zan appeared raising his hands in surrender. "Beg you, don't hurt me." Seeing the beauty of Shi Chun, these guys salivated excitedly. He shouted, "Flowers, flowers, great beauties." The men behind him asked in surprise, "What, where are the flowers?" Then they surrounded Shi Chun. The beautiful lady was all brought into the room by the gods. "Where did she come from?" Shi Zan brooded. Yes." Then with a twinkle in my eyes, begging me to agree, begging you to spare me. These guys laughed sinisterly. He, everything promised. "Then serve you well, I'll spare you." Shi Zan yelled yaw, try to dodge. Xiao Shi appeared from above. "Still let me serve you first," the frightened guard said. Zhang Shi. Xiao Shi blew out something blue from his mouth. The guards dosed poison and foamed at the edge. Then collapsed. Xiao Shi jumped down excitedly. This technique of the spirit brother, the old man taught him, called Yang Dong, Yang Dong. Shi Chen covered his body with his hand. "It is Yang Dong. The technique is quite good. Next time don't use it. This kind of thing I really can't do." Xiao Zai's eyes light up. "So next time you take the bait." Shi instructed, this time because it didn't make a sound, it was too new. "You can't do something stupid, it's too dangerous. Xiao Shi ran to tell you." Xiao Shi walked to the door and used his power to unlock it. The water dragon people who were locked inside and saw Xiao Shi were frightened, and he was terrified. Xiao Shi put a finger to his mouth. "I'm not a waterman, now let you guys go." Zheng Hao was angry. "This is a plot of the people of the Red Country, and many people of the Dragon Water were tricked into coming. We must save them." Xiao Shi cut off the chains that bind. It was tight, and it wasn't the fools who were fooled. Everyone was angry at the same time. What did this girl say? We want to be fooled. Right, if we want to blame, we blame the countrymen. It's disrespectful. Seeing that Xiao Shi was about to cry, Zheng Hao said loudly, "Enough is enough." Shi Zan brought some weapons. "Tell everyone. We found out that there are not many foreigners here. You are a little careful to avoid them. Try not to cause conflict with them." Everyone is confused. "What, and the people of the Pink Country, why don't you kill them?" Shi Chen turned his head away. Then turned to Zheng Hao. "Maybe you can take them away. We go find the others." Zheng Hao is worried. "It's only the two of you." Shi Chen shook his head. "No, we have the strongest reinforcement." At this moment, Zhang Chen is standing on the bridge preparing to arrive. Blood dripped from the axe drop by drop. Qi Hong reached the chin of the axe in his hand, breathing pink. Shansam standing above laughed slightly. "Ha, break through the extreme of the human body in this state. Yangzi, go test him." "Listen to the order." Yang Zi immediately replied, "Yes." Qi Hongdan looked upwards and saw someone's figure. This time, Yang Zi jumped down and landed. He recalled the scene where she kicked Zheng Hao one time. Qi Hongdao exclaimed, "Hey!" He looked at Yang Zi and thought to himself, "It's the rotten woman who dealt with Zheng Hao. The real power is at least the one who awakens." Qi Hong wondered, "Where is the superior beef? Lao Zi is hungry." Yang Kai replied softly, "For real men, it's not just cows, you can expect something else." Qi Hongdan ate and left food in his mouth. Shangshen spoke, "We like someone who knows something like Mr. Qi. The people of Nihong will not mistreat their friend." Qi Hongdao gritted his teeth, clenched his hands. "This Dao only considers the real power. What water is Nihong? What is the Dragon Kingdom? It is all farts. Say what you want me to do." Shansam heard it and did not hide it, but replied, "We need a new stronghold. The location in the center of the island lake of Tianyang City. It's just that I heard that there is a very strong man there. I need Mr. Qi to guide us and solve him at the same time. Turning the guard to Zheng Hao's side, he now began to command everyone, "Okay. The weapons are distributed, let's go." What is the use of running? The words uttered made Zheng Hao a little unbelievable. Everyone around began to criticize, "Who that Brad did not have a good mind, show us weapons, leave no food and other supplies. Even if you go out, you will starve to death, not even here." Zheng Hao didn't hear it in his ears and retorted, "You guys are enough. Is there still an illusion with the people of Nihong now? Not going is death." People who didn't know it came together to criticize Zheng Hao, what is called delusion. "After all, they didn't do anything to us. You want to attack that pink water woman. The result is locked. Yes, your abilities are weak. You want to drag us to death." Zheng Hao couldn't believe what people said. "They are still manipulative, follow you back, all day low, without fighting. There is no food. I have lived enough this day. All day I said I was the captain of the barracks. I took the supplies. The result was taken away by the water now. You are not their insider. Tell me to go. You go and kill the people of Nihong and Gangxi. Otherwise I won't come out." Zheng Hao blackened his face and said nothing. They were a little startled when they saw Zheng Hao like that. The killing aura on Zheng Hao's body radiated, "Hi." Zheng Hao began to laugh hysterically. He let out the exasperated words in his heart, "It was ridiculous. I risked my life to protect you, risked my life to protect the barracks. I didn't expect you to look at me like that." No, Zheng Hao became frantic. His eyes were full of anger. "It was wrong to start from the beginning. You are not worthy of protection. Because you are not human. You are a bunch of bastards." Zheng Hao began to pick up his knife. The experience gained by hunting humanity was much more than hunting Gangxi. "I should have done so soon. I should have listened to Hongdao's advice soon." The others began to feel scared. "What do you want to do?" The loud shouts rang out. "Ah, help, save, Zheng Hao is crazy." Everyone lay on the floor. Zheng Hao smiled lightly and replied, "If it is so beneficial, why would you want to rely on Nihong before, not to use the power to protect our barracks?" He held up the knife in his hand, his eyes sharp. "In this way, weakness, incompetence, cowardice, selfishness can all be forgiven." Zheng Hao's eyes lit up and then slashed down, but the antithesis was not. Blood dripped drop by drop from the knife in Zheng Hao's hand. "Okay, start collecting." Zheng Hao retracted the knife, and the beep beeped. Notification system, receive crystal 30. Notification system receive sperm 30. Notification system receive sperm 69. Notification system, you are currently the limit of the human body. Currently have met the upgrade conditions, can be upgraded as an awakened person. Please ask if there is an upgrade. Notification system, upgrade. Zheng Hao's surroundings suddenly lit up. His breathing seemed to change too. Notification system, your current level is the one who awakens the stage 1 preliminary. Zheng Hao clenched his fists and looked determined, it should be sooner. Switch scenes to Zhang Chen's side. He looked up, "Hello, how are you two?" I went right in. I immediately replied, "Rest assured, brother, there must be a part of the lucky survivors of the dragon water running out." The door suddenly opened. Zhang Chen turned around in astonishment. The cars came out from the inside. The image of Qi Hongdat sitting in the car was seen by Zheng Hao. His brother recognized him, as a follower of Zheng Hao. They were the lucky group of survivors who withdrew and said, almost killing. Xiao Chen beside Yang Zi immediately said, "It's not fair. The crystals these dragon water pigs fell out and were all taken away by the dragon water pig. We have to stay here to clean up again." Yang Kai then turned to say, "Pay attention to your words. I will report to the counselor. Can the next experiment be prepared?" Xiao Chen smiled lightly. If I rely on selling my ass to be able to exchange cum, I will also speak for the upper Sam." One shouted, "Who are you?" Zhang Chen stepped forward step by step, causing the others to run away in fear. Zhang Chen said, "Want to experiment, don't you? I play with you." Yang Zi was a little wondering, Dragon Water Man. How did he get out? Xiao Chen next to him was afraid. Yang Zi, this person, it is not easy to deal with. Xiao Chen stared at Zhang Chen approaching. I didn't see his level. Yang Zi didn't understand and asked again. "So what?" Xiao Zhu was annoyed and shouted. "Chatter, I am an elementary human body extreme. Can scan enemies lower than me and 3 levels higher than me. If even my eye detection loses its effect, it proves." He was the one who woke up, and Zhang Chen laughed dangerously. Zhang Chen held the sword aloft, aiming directly at the two people Yang Zi and Xiao Chen. Yang Zi slowly transformed and smiled and said to Zhang Chen, You are the one who awakens. Coincidence, me too. Her hand created a barrier to prevent Jiang Chen from taking him a little surprised. One hand is transforming into something. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Zi's right hand in surprise, and his hand turned into the head of the compartment. Yang Kai immediately said to Xiao Kai, go tell the councilman, the next step experiment can be tested. Xiao Ji, who was looking for a way to escape, heard this, and turned his head and replied, I know, you must stop him. Jiang Chen and Yang Zi were fighting fiercely. Two guys like you hit me and I dodge. Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chen and said, look at your appearance, you must be wearing a genetic improvement, right? I am the direction of improving energy, you are not fighting me. Jiang Chen's expression is still indifferent without any fluctuation. She still blatantly said, but if you will coordinate with me, not only will I not kill you, but I will give you the highest treatment in the country. Jiang Chen immediately asked Yang Zi, beep is finished. She was a little surprised. Wait. Jiang Chen immediately took out the hot weapon in his hand, and said with a smile, this thing compared to you, which side is stronger? Jiang Chen aimed directly at Yang Zi, causing her to cry out in pain, Ya quadruple A. His mother, still a hot weapon of revenge, said as he turned out two grenades. Yang Kai used all his strength to stop. Jiang Chen attacked her as he said, you awakened, didn't you? Evolved energy, come on. I see how good you are. Lao Zi is not afraid of a woman who is pink. She angrily walked towards Jiang Chen, dragon water pig, you dared to tease me. Yang Kai rushed towards Jiang Chen and said, kill you. This martial turtle is already here, said Jiang Chen as he put away his weapon. He blocked her two drills firmly with his hands. Seeing this, she was a little surprised, stammered and said, you. Jiang Chen said calmly, you're right, I don't have to improve energy, I am the one who awakened but was gifted, and higher than her. After saying that, he slammed her head on the ground breaking into pieces. Yangtze was lying unconscious on the ground. Jiang Chen looked at her with a little disdain, garbage. Notification system. Energy ganglion 255 plus 204, plus 80% endowment. Tiger thread 2. Notification system. Alloyed tiger thread drawing 1. Storage ring fragment 107. Wine bar 15. Clean cloth 25. Mistress hotel room cart 1. Notification system. Reminder, please continue to explore the headquarters of Ni Pink Water. Find the world truth. The speed must be fast. Don't miss it. Jiang Chen asked questioningly, world truth. Zheng Hao was surrounded by circles. A cry sounded, ding system notified, upgrade successful. Your current level is the preliminary awakener stage 2, Titus, incoming call. One voice rang out, old Zheng, are you okay? Why can't you see me? Do you need help? Zheng Hao replied, rest assured, I'm okay. The other party immediately said, we were saved by two younger sisters, who were about to withdraw. He looked towards Ht Zan and Xiao Shi, who were holding the elder, but did not see many people who asked to come to Zhangbei in our battlefield before. Zheng Hao on the other side also replied, it's okay, I've sorted them out. And yes, the pearl money is not here either, she was led away by the lone pink waterman before. Zheng Hao was surprised, what? He ran away and said, you withdraw first, ensure the safety of your fellows, I go and lead the pearl back. But he didn't forget to leave a message, also, if anyone in the team held back, left it. The other end of the line hesitated a little but then obeyed. The surrounding monsters cried out, oh. Zheng Hao gradually became hurried. Mao listened, but only Titus responded. He walked through the cages of monsters and corpses. Titus. Zheng Hao became even more urgent. Hurry up, Titus. Pearl Jade finally responded. Brother Zheng. Zheng Hao felt happy. Pearl Jade. Finally located, I was close to her, immediately came to save her. Is there danger next to you? Pearl Jade hesitantly replied. No, only me. Zheng Hao quickly ran to her. Pearl Jade. Seeing that she was lying on the ground, Zheng Hao's expression became stiff. It's okay. At this time, Pearl Jade was lying on the ground. There was no cloth covering her body, all over her body. Brother Zheng, you have arrived. Pearl Jade clutched the ring in her hand. She slowly shed tears. The treasure ring of our business. Brother Zheng, I did not hand it over. Zheng Hao's gaze became frantic, and tears fell from his eyes. A miniature from afar ran to announce, Counselor. He hurriedly announced, one awakened, the dragon water mixed in. The other was a little surprised and turned to ask, what? Secretary Yangtze was stopping him, but I felt that she was no opponent, and before I could finish the sentence, there was an explosion behind Xiao Ji. Everywhere was filled with flames. Gang Shi burst forth with the sea of fire, and the people cried out, "Help, IAAA!" There was a sound of announcements, "Warning, warning, the reinforcement cage opened abnormally. Please be careful to dodge." Xiao Chen looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. "Here, the reinforcement cage ran out. There is no way, it is a strengthened cage. Dynamite cannot explode." Shansam looked at the gang in front of him feeling uncomfortable, tight. He immediately turned around and said, "Although, after all, the new headquarters has already been chosen, this place must leave sooner or later. Withdraw immediately." Xiao Ji immediately replied, "Yes." Before running away, the missile from nowhere attacked two people. Zhang Chen took the grenade launcher and walked over. "Withdraw, Pink Waterman, don't go." Xiao Chen was surprised by Zhang Chen's appearance. "Is that Dragon Waterman?" Xiao Ji also noticed the abnormality. If he appeared here, so Ji Yu Yangtze must be dead. As he said, he ran away, causing the Upper Sam to suddenly turn his head. "Hey, what are you running?" "Just running," Xiao Ji thought. "Don't fight back. Leave the Upper Sam can probably resist for a while." Sam turned his head and ordered his subordinates, "Where? Shoot, kill him." A series of bullets were aimed at Zhang Chen and approached. Zhang Chen thought in his mind, after reaching the Stage 3 preliminary awakener, the damage that attacks hot weapons usually bring to me is smaller. Zhang Chen gently dodged the enemy's attacks. Was it because his speed was faster than ordinary people who did not grasp his trajectory, or because his agility improved his ability to dodge? Zhang Chen turned out his sword and rushed towards the two subordinates of the Upper Sam. With a twist, he only used a few blows to defeat the other two. Zhang Chen thought. It seems that it is because his speed is too fast. If someone of his peer wielded a hot weapon, he still had to be careful, thinking he had just rushed over. He slashed a few times at the monarch and the subordinates beside him guarding him. The others asked anxiously, "Councilman?" Hai Sam clenched his teeth. "What is that guy?" The other guy took the gun frantically and attacked Zhang Chen. One other big man also rushed to say, "For the honor of the pink water, Zhang Chen has a little contempt. A bunch of sneaky invaders." He kicked the other guy in the face and said, "Is it worth mentioning the honor?" He was kicked several tens of meters away by Zhang Chen. The grenade in his hand followed him and erupted, causing everyone around him to be engulfed in flames. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. He knelt on the ground. "Water dragon, since when did this kind of person awaken? And we don't know anything." Zhang Chen with the sword in his hand approached. "It seems." Zhang Chen's face behind him looked towards the Upper Sam. "Only you are left. Do you die yourself or I send you to die?" He held the needle tube in his hand and his eyes became frantic. "That you should go to die, Dragon Water Pig. You thought you had won, and the Red Water martial artist would not die." Zhang Chen looked a little surprised at the Upper Sam. Needle pipe. "I will see them take revenge, continue the honor of the Red Kingdom," and finish his words and put his heart into the strange medicine. The people of the Upper Sam immediately transformed. The monarch became big. Zhang Chen witnessed it all, thinking to himself, "It is a medicine that enhances the body." It is not true. The medicine only works in early evolution. Zhang Chen clutched the sword in his hand in a posture ready for battle, and his appearance was watching the Upper Spruce gradually become one Gang Shi. Zhang Chen looked at the Upper Sam, who had now become a beast. "These pink water people are indeed crazy." He sweated and said, "I want to turn people into herds." His eyes turned bloodshot. "Thou shalt profess it to be, great achievement." Shansam punched Zhang Chen's side, causing the surrounding ground to be broken. Retained his consciousness. "How strong?" Zhang Chen appeared behind Shansam and slashed him hard one time. Being stabbed in the back by Zhang Chen one time, angrily shouted, "Piggy water long, you are disgusted." Zhang Chen wondered, could it be that after turning into Gang Shi, there was still a feeling of pain? Zhang Chen slashed one line behind his back. Blood splattered. "No way." In his mind, he thought to himself, "It's too hard, can't make a fatal wound for him." This person's body quality is in the third stage preliminary awakening, merely the direction of genetic evolution, but the two sides rushed into a fight. Zhang Chen watched Shansam evolve into an erection and assessed, "Too weak. Zhang Shi is stronger than you, based on the thick flesh. How can this level of combat of yours turn into an awakened person?" Shang Sam spoke, "Of course, thanks to you Long Water people. Zhang Chen was a little surprised. The Long Water people rely on the upgrade exam fight, which we upgrade based on killing the Long Water people. You are our laboratory and upgraded nutrients, he he he. Zhang Chen and Zheng Hao said in unison, not to die peacefully. Zheng Hao standing above understood the situation. Zheng Yu saw this, and turned to ask him, Brother Zheng, do we come down to help? He clenched his teeth and replied, although I also really want to kill this creature with my own hands, I must quickly bring the pearl to safety. Zheng Hao and Chen Yu looked at Zhang Chen who was fighting with Shansam, but he alone can completely deal with it. Let's hurry up and gather with the others, Meng. Zhang Chen slashed one blow hard towards the upper Sam. Want nourishment, don't you? Then let you, as you said in, turn 1 2 3 4 5 6 grenades towards the upper Sam. He suddenly shouted, ah oh oh. He shoved the grenades into the upper Sam's mouth, once eating enough. Stopping, he cried out in pain, ah, the upper Sam has been blown to pieces by Zhang Chen. Notification system, energy fusion 30, 24, plus 80% endowed, storage ring fragments 773, pulled noodles 6 bags 290, frozen shrimp 500 grams 100, frozen sea cucumber 500 grams 80, frozen clams 500 grams 120, fresh beef 1 kilogram 300, soy sauce 70, frozen beef 1 kilogram 800, frozen chicken 300, pulled noodles 1 pack 6 bags 150, purified water 5L 500, unmetamorphosed chicken eggs 500 grams 70. You go over to the upper Sam, garbage, let thee die for thee. Pompous Yacht 1, Level 1 Protective Hot Spring Villa 1, Exam Study Book 1, Sealed Medicine 1, Carefully Kept Map 1, Automatic Vigilance Station Design Drawing 1, Science and Technology Drawing 4-1, Ding, Zhang Chen surprise. The hidden system reminds you once again get close to the truth of the world. Pay attention to the map carefully. Though the big harvest is very good, but the truth of the world that keeps coming out is, the map is carefully kept. This is. Zhang Chen was checking when suddenly Zheng Hao ran up and cried, hey, Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen turned to say, Zheng Hao, are you still here? The explosion just now was because of you. Zheng Hao ran back to announce. His tone was extremely urgent. Ignoring so much, he hurriedly went to the roof next door to look north. At the beginning of the bridge crossing the river, there was a wall of exams, so when Zheng Hao carried the pearl away, he saw it. Zhang Chen was surprised. What did you say? Pearl Jade heard from the mouth of the boss of the Pink Clam Water. They tricked a part of the Dragon Water people to come as bait to take them outside the territory to attract Zhang Shi. Zhang Chen wondered, is it that party? Zheng Hao hurriedly, Pearl Jade, Brother Zheng. Zhang Chen deployed the map and thought silently. The Pink Water headquarters turned into a peninsula. Most of the traffic on both sides of the city was thanks to the bridge, so even if the small tide did not stop coming, it would not be possible to explode the bridge. Using the body to make a defensive structure, it was perverted. Only the Pink Water people could think of. Zhang Chen clutched the map in his hand. Zhang Chen said to Zheng Hao, I went to the side to check it out, you quickly left. Zheng Hao immediately replied, I know, then you were a little careful. Saying that, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up and looked towards Zheng Hao. The explosion in the headquarters was done by him earlier. Zheng Hao was about to leave when Zhang Chen's question made him a little startled. Zhang Chen stared at Zheng Hao and asked, have you saved the lucky survivor water dragon before? After a moment of silence, Zheng Hao also replied, of course. He immediately felt that Zheng Hao was a little different. Brother Zheng. Zhang Chen turned away. Good, sorry to call you back. Zheng Hao replied, it's okay. As he turned away, he thought, but it's actually a little weird. He was still a little suspicious of Zheng Hao. When they separated in the air defense cave, Zheng Hao was still an extremely physical being. Now it was a stage 2 preliminary awakening. Just relying on killing the gang she raised in the headquarters of the Nihon country can be upgraded so quickly. One cry came to Zhang Chen's attention, help, hurry up and save me. The reinforcements were approaching the watermen who were tied up on poles. It's over here. Oh, a AAA, help with. It's getting close to everybody. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Zhang Chen rushed but did not have time to save him, deserving of death, He held the sword firmly in his hand. Slash those corpses into pieces. Notification system, successfully killed 3 adult prostrate children, received 96 energy nodes. Zhang Chen looked up, tight, as I thought. This exam wall is the masterpiece of pink clam water. The dragon water is stacked on top of each other. The dragon water people are still hanging from poles as bait. Zhang Chen thought to himself, if the dragon foreigner passes, they use the foreign dragon people as bait for them to sneak in the dark, and take the water dragon people as an experiment in the field. The world has changed. The unvirtuous thing that these bastards do is still the same. Later meet a person who kills one. Looking at the exam wall in front of him, Zhang Chen immediately said, but from the height of this exam wall and the level of conscience burial of the people of Nihon country, the 10,000 bodies that Zhao Longquan said must not be far away. Titus headline. One call is coming. Zhang Chen asked, Xiao Shi, what's wrong? Xiao Zai's tone is a little urgent. Old man, it's not good. The drone captured, several large military vehicles drove to the door of the villa. Someone has burst into our house. Transition back to Zhang Chen's shelter. Second Fat was running around the high-end food that Zhang Chen brought, constantly barking and barking. Fat Yan stared at the pile of high-end food in the shape of yellow feces helplessly. From nowhere came the echoing voice that made the fat man turn his head to see how. Yo, what a good place. One group of people followed Qi Hongdad to Zhang Chen's place. One of them kicked down the door and said, how many people are here? Qi Hongdad in the back spoke. I know there are 3 people. But only one person is extremely powerful. Fortunately they are not at home now. The other said, luck should be the one here, if at home. Now we have killed it, dance. The people rushed inside and searched. They planted it here. Even if the tide comes we have food. This place also has a water filtration system. He laughed, ha ha, the dragon waterman was indeed the best creature. Suddenly he noticed the fat man standing beside him. He approached the 2 fat. What is this? Where to get the dog? One replied, you are here to watch the house. After all, they are not short of food. The other caught Fat laughing. Ha, stupid, such a good place only leaves a dog to watch the house. Fat has a cute expression on his face. He is even shaking his tail. Second Fat remembered Zhang Chen's instructions. Second Fat looked after the house. If anyone dared to come, he would kill me. In his mind, he secretly thought that he didn't need to eat that weird-shaped food, just eat these people. The other guy took the Fat too, slowly turned out one small knife. Hey, have you eaten through dog meat? Especially small dog meat, fresh and watery, quite delicious. You guys go to the fire to prepare. I cook later, there must be a stove here. You guys, don't rush to the house. Today we improved the meal first, he told the other guys without noticing the transformation of the Fat in the back. Strangely, why suddenly the feeling turned heavy, and then he suddenly turned his head. At this time the Fat too had approached him. Blood splattered, he cried out in pain. Those guys have noticed something wrong. What? Why? What's wrong? The Fat stamens have transformed, growling. The other guys suddenly looked at the Fat too, suddenly out of nowhere. Here, what the hell is this? They pulled out their guns and attacked him, while he was still eating, killed him. Stamens projected to one, biting off the other guy. The rest of the men also fell to the ground. They frantically shoot, monsters. The Fat staple was full of bullets. One black shadow advanced from behind. Bullets did not penetrate its furry skin. Qi Hongdang held the knife in 2 hands and walked over to the Fat too. Die, monster. He approached the Fat man. The knife that had just reached the Fat man broke in half. Qi Hongdao was surprised. Why is that? The Fat man turned to scrape him causing Qi Hongdao to be thrown a dozen meters away. He clutched the wound in pain. Mad dog. The second Fat Qi behind him slowly approached Qi Hongdao. He turned and closed the door. Those pink water people became panicked. That dragon water piggy threw us back to run, and closed the door. What to do? I can only risk it. They frantically fired bullets. The Fat man quickly dodged all those bullets. Fat stamens use skills. 2 black shadows appear. The Fat man opened his mouth wide to devour the other 2. Xiao Shi and Shi Chen ran out at this time and shouted, who dares to rape my family? I risk you. But not seeing anyone made 2 people a little embarrassed. He only saw him lying on the ground, burping. Zhang Chen arrived at the place to find that the door had traces of vandalism through. It was true that someone had entered. Suddenly there was a shout, surprise god, baby mouse. Zhang Chen quickly ran in and opened the door to examine the situation. He worried, mouse, hope, too. Zhang Chen had a little 3 dots, taking a shower. Shi Chen immediately said, Fatterer seems to have eaten the intruders, making everyone very dirty. We want to bathe him but he is not coordinated at all. Yeah, it's all wet. Xiao Shi and Shi Chun's whole bodies were wet, causing the underwear inside to be revealed, but it seemed that the two didn't know it. Shi Chen and Xiao Zai's chest were exposed, making Zhang Chen a little embarrassed and blushing all over his face. Shi Chen saw that Zhang Chen was a little strange. Brother God, Zhang Chen immediately turned his head. No, nothing, you go on. Suddenly Second Fat groaned. Xiao Shi turned to ask anxiously, Second Fat, what's wrong with you? Then suddenly Fat vomited, surprising everyone. On the ground were 3 treasure rings. This must have been left by the people who had just been eaten by the 2 fats earlier. He innocently turned to Zhang Chen. Brother God, you hurry up and look. The resources of the people of the Pink Country are definitely not less. Zhang Chen couldn't help but bleed from his nose at this time. He brooded, No, the notification system, your sinister behavior has been detected, petitioning you to immediately run away or stamp your head to admit fault. Zhang Chen immediately run away, fox. Shi Chen immediately hit Zhang Chen's head hard and shouted, Brother, where are you looking? Xiao Shi also scolded Zhang Chen. Old man is eager. Zhang Chen can only cry and beg. Sorry, this is instinct. Instinct? I don't mean otherwise. On Zhang Chen's head there was one lump. What is this? Notification system. Video call came from Zhao Longchuan. Zhao Longchuan immediately asked, Zhang Chen, is Shi Zan with you? We have already arrived at the southern refuge area, want to report peace to Shi Chun, but texted him forever. Zhang Chen's words were a little misunderstood. We are busy at the moment. She is in the shower now. I guess you have to wait a while before you can contact her. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhao Zilong's expression was a little unsightly. He gritted his teeth and asked, Are you busy, now in the shower? Knowing that he had said something wrong, Zhang Chen immediately denied it. No, don't get me wrong, absolutely not what you think. Zhang Chen told Zhao Xiaolong clearly, It turns out, ha, I absolutely don't mean to doubt you. Zhang Chen was sweating in his stomach, he obviously wanted to kill me earlier. Zhang Chen spoke, Main thing, I sent you some things, you took it. Zhao Xiaolong wondered, What is it? He was surprised. This is, oh my god, bombs, missiles, ammunition, there's medicine, so much, you give me an arsenal of stars. Zhang Chen became serious. It is impossible to protect the asylum without these weapons, but compared to Zhang Shi, the more you have to deal with the pink water bastards. Their headquarters has been raised, but the rest of the forces will definitely think of a way to sneak into the guard post. Listen to me. Those animals. Meet a man who kills one. The red-haired girl said, Captain, with only 53 divine lightning stones giving us a market price of 2,650 crystals. The erect-haired guy replied, That's a lot. Their exchanges were all clearly heard by Zhang Chen. He thought to himself that the soldier was really the kind of person who did not know how to transform. He said through the communication screen, These things he brought with him. He was the brother of the Dragon Country. He was a family member with me. The erect-haired man refused. The discipline of the army had no morality to take no from people. Moreover, he was in heaven to deal with the imperial body. At this time I could not occupy the comfort. Since he didn't take it, Zhang Chen decided to say, Our crystals are really not much, but the supplies are abundant, except for the crystal parts. Can I use the supplies to compensate? The other party replied, If so, I am not a flute. Zhang Chen said, My side needs a large amount of acid solution, corrosion-resistant skin, steel and flour condensation tape. How much do you want? Zhang Chen inspected the supplies. The blueprint of strongly corrosive bullets including 1 acid solution, 2 corrosion-resistant skins and 10 steel, he thought, must produce enough heavily corrosive ammunition to deal with the cancer. He replied, Except for that condenser bandage, the other supplies we have so many, have already sent you. He very quickly received, in which 10 tons of steel, 2,000 skins subjected to eating, 800 acid solutions, 70 frozen meat and 1,000 mineral water. This name was also quite liberal, and transferred to Zhang Chen a lot of supplies. Zhang Chen cheered excitedly, That's good. This amount of supplies in a short time by myself is really not enough. He put on a serious expression and said, Comrade Zhang Cheng, who was the captain of the Langyan land earlier talking to you. Now, I use the identity of Zhao Shichen's brother to tell you a few things. Then he showed the attitude of an older brother who loved his sister immensely, annoyed him, and protected Shi Zan well. This attitude of his made Jiang Chen a little surprised, froze for a few seconds. Then he smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I won't let Jiang Shi hurt a strand of her hair." But this word made him quite angry, constantly shouting, "Not only Gang Shi, you understand, Shi Chen is a girl, who is mere. Bathing does not know how to avoid people, a lot of dangers." At this time, Jiang Chen understood, and he replied quietly. Hearing his answer, Shi Chen's brother disconnected. He breathed a sigh of relief. And then said to himself, "This big brother read his identity card number straight. Is it not to remind me not to be eager, so can I be a gentleman himself?" When it came to this in his mind, there appeared the image of Shi Zan wearing a wet shirt so the fabric was tight to his body, revealing 18+ images, forbidden for children to see. The thought of coming here made him feel lightheaded. Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure, and he smashed the images out with his hand. And then repeatedly waved his hand so that the forbidden images of people under 18 years of age to see escaped from his. It was the importance and antagonism of the body that was the urgent thing now. He then controlled the system, which began to form powerful corrosive bombs. He revealed an evil smile. He led the two fats forward. He turned his head and said loudly, "Are you ready? You have to go fight a tough fight." Xiao Shi and her robot both raised their fingers to show that they were ready. "No problem, start." He lowered his head to point to the machine so that it produced the red rope. Red strings were spread everywhere by Jiang Chen. He said okay. Xiao Shi on the other side announced, "The old man, the grenade on that side has also been arranged." Jiang Chen held out two fingers with satisfaction. He thought, it must be okay to prepare. Hope asked, "Brother God, I don't understand that Gang Shi can't swim. Isn't it more convenient for us to directly blow up the bridge?" He thought about that case. And then explained, "We are faced with 10,000 bodies, such a large number, the flow of which has no effect, only by leaving an opening to lure them through." At this time, she understood. "It turns out, I think too little." He patted her head slightly and said, "Quickly rest, rely on your scout. The court will go to Tianyang City tomorrow, then there will be a battle." Their feet were dark, their car parked in the night. In the car, everyone is sinking into a beautiful dream. One of his arms reached up. They crawled away to the depths. "Cry out." The noises reached the point of waking the three of them. Everyone looked out the window. He wondered, there was no attack, what they were doing, and Xiao Shi was still asleep. She rubbed her eyes dreamily and asked, "What is the sound?" Suddenly their car shook violently. Xiao Shi tried to sit firmly. This is an earthquake." The system screen announced, 10 lakh bodies are 3 minutes away from the glorious bridgehead, please prepare to fight. He thought, it's time. Those animals didn't stop screaming. Shi Chen pointed in one direction and said loudly, the sound coming from the side of the wall. Jiang Chen took the sword and ran. "I thought, you guys showed the way to that side." He shouted, "Most likely the court, hurry, follow the plan," which made the astonished Hope exclaim, "Huh, ah." Xiao Shi climbed on the Fat too and said, "Let's go Fat." True to his command, Shi Chen climbed into the car. Press the control button for the car to return to the shape of a robot. Everyone is ready to fight. They stood in front of red wires. Hope to control the robot in anxiety. Naturally Xiao Shi was awake. She held a sword, and showed a cold expression ready to kill. He was also serious. Shi Chen controlled the robot with a bunch of thoughts. It's really Shi Tiao. Ching is enough to threaten death, if those guys storm through here. In the face of risk, there is no doubt that the thyroid muscle is the safest thing. The god brought it to himself again. Jiang Chen and the Hope inside the robot were both stunned. A hand sticking upwards. In less than a second, there were countless reinforcements rushing up, all of which were constantly screaming fiercely. One of them attacked towards Jiang Chen. He only needed to use a sword, and the reinforcement was shattered, and then he rushed towards the gangsters. The robot on the other side was also not idle. It used a sharp blade to destroy the gang. On the other side, there was a girl. She asked, "Brother Hao, that little sister didn't fool us, the exam really came. Can we help her withdraw?" Zheng Hao didn't reply silently. The girl continued to ask, "Brother Hao, hurry up and be decisive. The robot has power that cannot be disdained. It fires one shot. A cloud of reinforcements fly up. Robots are still fighting hard. One of them was shot in the head, and its eyes flew out. There was another one, too, who was shot for almost half the head. It turned out that the culprit behind these head-dangling incidents was Xiao Shi. She used a sniper gun to destroy the gang Shi. She smiled triumphantly. He, the old man is intelligent, so there is no reinforcement that can pass, the exam is just that. The corpses were full of corpses, so Jiang Chen could only step on them. He stepped on the heads of those erections to move forward. One of them rushed towards him. Of course, it couldn't touch Jiang Chen's feathers. He slashed once, and the gang immediately became a pool of blood. Another rushed up and was easily handled by him. Seeing that the situation was not right, he decided to create a gun. Suddenly a beast held him back. He pointed his gun at his head and squeaked. Jiang Chen fired a gun at his head and said to slash your family, burn you. Notification system, ding, auto-collect started. Successfully collected, successfully collected. In order to make it more convenient to destroy these gangsters, Jiang Chen created another gun. He said, cutting vegetables is not so happy. He kept firing at them, making the smoke and flames hazy. He agreed, then give you something stronger. There was a noise behind him, so he stopped his actions. It turned out that a herd with several thousand juniors in tow, it raised its huge paws, stepping on the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. That iguanas led the juniors towards him. Jiang Chen, who witnessed this scene, smiled slightly, and said, I know right away. How can it be so simple? Then there is a big dish in the back. Seeing that the corpses were burned, they cried out bitterly, and Jiang Chen let out a quiet cry. He carried the heavily corrosive bomb on his shoulder and said, it's too much. He sent the bomb exploding towards the iguanas. The acid in the bomb was full of his sun. This acid must have been so corrosive that it groaned in pain, and one even oozed. A small creature rushed towards Jiang Chen. He was a little terrified of the white light it brought. Have the gun ready in hand. He flew up, not giving those erections a chance to pounce on him. Above, he fired his gun below. What he shot at was a container of heat pills. When the heat pill barrel is broken, a large amount of heat immediately gushes out, which can burn everything in the world. It was slowly burning the reinforcements below. It seemed that the amount of heat medicine was not enough to destroy all these reinforcements. Shi Chun controlled the robot closer. Seeing that the situation was not right, she called to Mr. Shen, hurrying. She controlled the robot to jump on top of the gang. He landed on the ground and called, hello, pups. Retreating, he said as he slashed a few more barrels of heat pills, is the heat potion enough to destroy these people? Xiao Shi obeyed, controlling the pet to run after him. Notification system, hidden hints, ammunition combustion heat pills can maintain the mode for 30 minutes. If there is a need to upgrade, recommendations do not escape the automatic collection range but have a certain mortality rate. The current upgrade progress is 4,839 out of 2,500 times 2. Looking at the announcement, Jiang Chen pondered in his heart. The firewall can prevent a large number of reinforcements. The rate of storming through is only a bullet. The corrosive bullet is enough to withstand 30 minutes. In the fire, the iguanas did not cease to scream. He thought in a panic, what was he afraid of? The animals are still alive, not dead. They even stuck out their long, zigzag tongues, which looked quite scary. Seeing these people slowly crawling towards him, he thought to himself, oh my god. Kidding, the sticky fluid released from his body extinguished the fire. Those beasts were still crawling towards Jiang Chen incessantly. To his astonishment, there are children who are not afraid of fire. The iguanas have recovered, not just one, but 3 in a row. They, along with the long-tongued erections, were slowly advancing towards him. Seeing that the time had come, he ordered, browsed, and struck. She pulled up the lever with her strength and replied. In an instant, countless bullets flew out. This time there were many who left without returning. The fat man also helped, and he repeatedly bit these beasts to death. Without letting the 3 of them wait long, Shi Chen controlled the robot to fly up. He also flew the corrosive bomb in front of the men. Jiang Chen asked, are the strong corrosive bullets ready? Ope didn't answer, just fired at them instead of answering. Seeing that, he also fired bullets at the reinforcements. These erections were corroded by acid, so they flowed out. On the ground, Xiao Shi was not idle. She called, hey, this side, over here. A bewildered creature, not knowing where that call came from, and one saw her and was about to follow. She seduced, come on, this side has good stuff. It's funny, then good here that Xiao Wei said is a barrel of heat pills. Those animals still don't know they're still waiting, she said. Yes, that's it, stand still. I gave you a big surprise, and as soon as you finished your sentence you pressed the switch on the heat medicine bucket. The electric trap was immediately launched. Xiao Shi agreed. Whoever told you and Gang Shi could not distinguish, not even as smart as me. Shi Chen and Zhang Chen were still diligently firing bullets downwards. Xiaoxi said, "Okay." The next wave of old man and sister Zhan Shi also tried. Shi Chen inside kept pushing the lever, but it just squeaked. Not a single bullet was fired. She panicked and said to him, "The bullet is out." He replied, "I have some, immediately pass it on to you." This second persistence has already been suppressed. From the system came a ding. He paused and said, "It's because he ran out of ammunition." Shi Zhan controlled the robot to leave, but it was not so easy, and he ordered him to be arrested again. The cancer counterattacks, attacking him and the robot. Zhang Chen and Shi Chen couldn't dodge in time. The others were still rushing and attacking, causing him to panic. Making Zhang Chen say something in amazement, it was already gone. But it was already late. The little beast surrounded him. He thought, "Isn't it going to be okay?" There was even a Gang Shi sticking out his tongue to touch him with his tongue. A ding sounded. The current progress notification system is 5736 out of 2500 by 2. Check that the player is eligible for upgrade. Please ask if you will immediately upgrade. The iguanas let out a roar, its hands both making an attack. Without hesitation, it immediately threw the thing forward. Luckily, there was Shi Chen controlling the robot, and Zhang Chen on the other side was quite pathetic. He was clinging to the two gangsters. Shi Chen called, "God! Brother God!" He looked at the ones who were hugging him and thought about lifting. A red light appeared. The beasts that were wrapped around him were immediately knocked out, and he decided to choose to upgrade. Ding! The system has received the signal. Congratulations on upgrading as a mid-term awakener stage 1. Gene evolution direction receives 1 Thien Fu point. Energy evolution direction receives 1 Thien Fu point. Middle stage 2 awakening person after the current upgrade progress is 1023 per 8000 multiplier 2. Gene evolution direction and energy evolution direction. Distinguishing conduct 1 Thien Fu selection. Tianfu 1 gene evolution direction. 0 on 1 slaughter ferocity. Activated wound healing in an instant. Poison elimination. Infected secondary state. Etc. While improving attack damage by 30%. Improving self-healing capacity by 300%. Sustaining time 10 minutes. Hair poison immunity and viral infections. Suggesting hidden. After the end of the retention period will produce a state of vulnerability for 30 minutes. I.e. withstand 30% damage upgrade. Thien Fu 2 gene evolution direction. Transmutation escape. 0 out of 3. Each upgrade of the body's response, strength, speed and resistance to stimulation will receive a separate enhancement of 33%, 66% and 100%. Heavenly Energy Evolution Direction 1, Concussion Crystal, 0 on 1, consumes 10 crystals generated plus the crystal in the target's body, thereby dealing a large amount of damage to the target. The effect adds a radius of 5 meters, can repeatedly link 100 targets plus shock. Heavenly Energy Evolution 2, Energy Barrier Screen not above 3. After opening, all attacks that cause damage are reduced by 60%, 70%, 90%. Each successful defense will consume crystal stone. The stronger the attack, the more intense the crystal fusion consumes, until the crystal fusion consumes all. Too much information came out, he thought. If there was more time to think, it would be good. Now there was no choice. He then decided to opt for a transmutation escape upgrade. In the Fusion +1, the system immediately worked. Gathering the reinforcements into a lump, he thought, the cum adding. The foot of the building was thrown into a fireball by someone. The system displays again, starts self-gathering, notifications, get 1 crystal stone diamond, continuously appear. Zhang Chen happily calculated, once adding up, losing 10 crystals, destroying Zhang Shi and harvesting 92 crystals. He recovered his health and said, this trade is worth it. The robot controlled by Hope was surrounded by the gangsters. She exclaimed, "Yae! These animals are really destructive. We damage the robot together." Some children punch the glass to break. Some children remove the robot's arm. He called, "Hai Zan." Shi Chen inside closed her eyes and didn't dare to look. She called out, "Mr. Chen." He picked up his knife and said, "Hopefully, persist a little." At this time, one of them had already dangled the robot. Someone dangled the head of a robot that was destroying the robot. It was 2 people standing on a high-rise building. It turned out that the 2 of them were Jun Hao and Pearl Jade. Both of them had a gun ready to help him. Jun Hao ordered, "Pearl, don't ignore anyone." She opened fire and replied. He rushed towards her as he slashed to death the erections clinging to him. A wailing cry rang out, and he immediately spoke up reassuringly, "Don't cry, I'm here." The crying kept ringing. He thought it wasn't right, this wasn't Grease's cry. It was the cry of something underneath the robot. It kept crying hoo, he thought, what is it? Ding! The system that gave the hidden hint carefully detected the person infected with the new Type 3 variant, who cried. After reading this information, Zhang Chen was quite surprised. He thought, what was underneath was the form of Ba. He slowly approached the place where there was a hoo cry. Suddenly behind him there was a growling erection exam. He thought, it's okay. The new erection exam came so quickly. He realized something wasn't quite right. Zheng Shi said, it's really urgent. What is he standing there doing? Gang Shi has already arrived. It seems that Zheng Hao has realized something, so he said, wait for the jade. Drool, let's shoot. The situation is not good. The concentration speed of those gangsters is not normal. And again, they all kept a certain distance from Zhang Chen, not attacking immediately. He took aim at the robot's position. They didn't attack me, but... Zhang Chen thought, it's not true. They didn't attack me but rather, you stood up on your head. Hope Zan, patience a little. You drill come out. Hope Chen inside said out. God, brother God, these reinforcements, that crying reinforcement called. It has wisdom, to be careful. Another top of the competition came. When he raised his head to look, he was surrounded by countless Gang Shi. He decided to use the concussion fusion technique. His gaze was extremely determined. This technique was quite effective. In just a few seconds, the Gang Shi were destroyed, shattered into smoke clouds. This made the two people on the high-rise building quite surprised. They finally went to worship their grandparents, their bodies forming stones that fell to the ground, and beneath the robot a hand poked out. In just a few seconds, Zhang Shi wept and jumped out, hoping to remind him, he wanted to run. What did he utter? He thought, no wonder he suddenly didn't hear the crying anymore. This thing used his fellow human beings to give him a chance to run away, hurriedly pulled the distance out, proving that even the concussive crystal condition could be guessed. The crying erection was a girl with a fiery body, which round to round. He fired a few bullets as he spoke, so clever he couldn't spare his eyelashes. Being summoned to support a gun, this ability is annoying. He thought, even the cancer can catch it. That Form 3 is not 1,000 people enchanted in the erection, can burn like that. Nor is it unconvincing. That wailing erection turned its head, gently rubbed the erect cheek as the giant was, making it madly happy. Zhang Chen saw it and thought, gosh, may I introduce a little? The one who wailed has extremely fast movement speed and sharp claws that can cut metal. Demonic behavior. When meeting humanity, when there is no attack, when frantically launching attacks, hidden suggestions, its cry could not only draw Gang Shi around, but also strengthen them, leaving them crazy. He kept firing corrosive bullets as he said, what a scream, I have no interest in your girlfriend. After a while of shooting, the head of the iguanas was oozing, but still unharmed by it. He thought in annoyance, deserving of death. It must have become harder to fight. Because of the accumulation of the power of the waver, the vitality of the iguanas increased by 400%, now suffering 28% damage. The three of them attacked him at the same time. He said, all right, let you see me and the dog's flattery, based on the added strength of women who is better. He repeatedly fires heavily corrosive bullets at the range. The notification system, the iguanas take corrosive damage, forming 15% of the damage. He took corrosive damage, forming 17% of the damage, because he had to fight constantly. He was tired, panting. He continued to use the concussion fusion move, the notification system. The cancer suffered corrosive damage, forming 13% of the damage, and finally the cancer died. Only one of them died, and two remained. One of them raised his fist, intending to punch him. Zhang Chen also raised his sword, ready to fight. He said. The earth and stone shattered, it punched down. Fortunately, Zhang Chen jumped up in time, avoiding this heavenly punch. He went to Zhang Shi's place crying and lamenting to catch it, but it wasn't so simple, because it had already flown away. He thought in annoyance, indeed you are a dessert darling. I say so, ye also regard as. As soon as he finished, he stabbed it in the eye with his sword and used the fusion technique. A flash of blue light immediately surrounded the herd. All of this had been seen by the two people upstairs. He said in amazement, this is too strong. He is not. Zheng Hao replied, yes, too strong. If everyone could have the same strength as him, this would soon be over. He thought to himself that if he became an enemy to him, his life would soon be gone. Luckily, he aimed at the robot and said, it's gone. The armor can't move, it's surrounded again. He offered to come down, let's go down and help, and he agreed to answer and suddenly someone said, you have such a motherly heart. When they saw Hong Dad come out, they were both surprised. Zheng Hao called out to Hong Dao. He said, Zheng Hao, don't you want to grow as strong as Zhang Chen? Zheng Hao said, wait for me to come down and wait for me, she replied. When he first came to the door, Hong Dad said, in such a long rolling position, even if I didn't say you were very clear, was it? The way to quickly turn strong was not to kill Gang Shi, but to kill people. As he spoke, he slowly approached Zheng Hao and patted him on the shoulder. That Zhang Chen had such power, he didn't know how many lives he carried. Brother Hao, collecting his holy mother's heart, when he was fighting with Zheng Hao, believed him very much, killed him. He squeezed Zheng Hao's shoulder again, killing him and taking the crystal on him. He would be the strongest. Didn't you always want to protect our battlefield? Then you had to turn strong. At this point, he said loudly, Brother Hao, don't hesitate. Hongdat said such a long line, and Zheng Hao only spoke for an hour. And then continued, Hongda, you are right. I really should not have Holy Mother's heart. I must turn strong. Hongdat exclaimed, Brother Hao, you finally understand. He thought happily, now that I want to survive temporarily, I can only rely on the powerhouse. If that Chang is this idiot Zheng Hao, I will have a chance to turn around in the future. While he was deep in thought, Zheng Hao pulled out a knife and stabbed him once. He said, but isn't it easier to kill him than to kill Zhang Chen? He was in so much pain, his voice stammered slightly. Zheng Hao, you, Zheng Hao said, I saw it then. At that time, you joined the Nihong country, didn't you? You soon abandoned our barracks, and expecting me to continue to protect you. As soon as he finished his sentence he pushed Hong Duk hard and he fell to the ground. Then gently stepped on his stomach, causing him to spit out blood. You told me to go kill Zhang Chen. There is also a vengeful element in it, right? Because he killed your master, so that you could only run back. Did your hand have something to do with him? Ding! The system sounded the announcement of the recovery of the body of a person with extreme energy. Received 892 crystal energy. Upgraded to a stage 3 Tianfu primary awakener. Zheng Hao said, How, now as you wish, I have turned strong. Underneath, there's a robot's glass chisel. Shi Chen got out, and she shot it through the head with her gun. In her heart she kept asking what to do. What to do? She also used her gun to shoot continuously at the surrounding animals. She exclaimed too much, but then regained her spirits. The sight of him was definitely more pressured than herself, unable to trouble him. But she still asked the question in her heart what to do. Zheng Hao went to the ground to support her. He shot 3 Gang Shi in quick succession. After that, he approached where Shi Chen was standing. Zheng Hao asked with concern, Hey, it's okay? She replied, No, no thanks. As another explosion occurred, he carried the corrosive bomb on his shoulder and approached the mourner. In the end there was only the love, she still couldn't stop crying hoo hoo hoo. He ran up to her and fired. Dead, she yelled, oh wow. But the surprise was that her body was still intact, unscratched, he thought suddenly, without cutting through. He shot and shouted in exasperation, deserved to die, is this evolution perverted? Where Zhang Chen shot she dodged there. He thought, not only could he control other Gang Shi, the level of thick skin and flexibility was also higher than that of other Gang Shi. He chased after her and asked, given our relationship, if she felt it was appropriate. Obediently he said as he stabbed her in the back. She groaned in pain. He used the technique again, cum plus. Then stabbed a sword behind her, causing her great pain. Blue light rushes fast. At this time, the system reported the kill attack to 21%, then to 16%. Zhang Chen hugged the bomb and rushed forward and shouted that it was thick flesh, try this. The bomb galloped forward. Extremely powerful explosion. Dust flies hazy. Rampant heatwave. Zhang Chen continued to launch the attack and said that it was still a strong corrosive bullet that worked. The system appeared to successfully kill the whaler who received the crystal. The hidden comrade is in danger. If not saved in time, it will most likely become Fa. Zhang Chen frowned slightly and wrinkled his teeth and said that he was a noble Fa. Said who is Fa? The system immediately continued to announce, please stop being abusive with the hidden system. Receiving the notification, Zhang Chen looked at him apprehensively. Zhang Chen continued to look ahead and thought that his teammate was saying, at this time, his teammate was still fighting a horde of zombies. There at this time, Zheng Hao was saving Shi Chen. They were fighting against the undead. They were about to be unable to resist anymore. Suddenly, a strong force attacked the two people. Pearl Yu said, Brother Hao, he couldn't help it anymore. Shush. Pearl Yu looked at Zheng Hao. Shi Chen at this time saw Zhang Chen running over and happily calling out to brother Chen. Zhang Chen was about to run over and thank Zheng Hao. But he said, "Don't say these words, it's not over yet, if you don't deal with it next, you can run away." Zhang Chen pointed in the distance and said that it was not time to retreat. There were many unused traps on both sides. Shao Shi and Fat to the west guarded the east not to let Zhang Shi flood in. At that moment, Shi Chen seemed to recognize someone. "Keep looking closer." It turned out that a giant zombie from the fire was coming towards them. Shi Chen hurriedly interrupted Zhang Chen's words and called out to the brother god there and pointed in the direction of the fire. A giant zombie and 5 others mourned. Zhang Chen sweated and thought in his mind that one of them was already very difficult to solve. Why did there be 5 of them and then ordered you to hurry to the east? This place is assigned to me. The giant zombie kept growling loudly. Before parting, Shi Zan held Zhang Shenqi's hand, and called out to him, his voice full of nostalgia. Then instructed Zhang Chen to be careful, his eyes full of worry and love. Zhang Chen smiled and said he knew. They held hands and looked at each other passionately, making their cheeks flush. Then Shi Chen ran away and said, "I'm here in the east. We will definitely take good care of Zhang Chen and answer happily." After everyone left, only Zhang Chen was there. He checked the upgrade progress system was 15,903 2 out of 80,000. Seeing that, Zhang Chen thought to himself, now he knows that strong corrosive bullets can cause damage to people and mourners, but this alone is not enough. If you can upgrade another level, it is good. Then speaking in the direction of the giant monster, "Before I upgraded you obediently hanging there." He stood there with the horde of undead still growling. The speaker admitted that there were living people, delicious living people. Zhang Chen put the megaphone on his head, and then the voice rang out. After a while, there were many attracted undead gathered around there. Zhang Chen ordered to stop. Under the eager gaze of those undead, Zhang Chen swung his hand with a shocking crystal. The crystal fusion sprang up, and the other ray of light spewed out blue light that spread around. Zhang Chen thought that the afternoon across the bridge was all scattered. It was not easy to let them gather together, otherwise, there was no Form E and it was not easy to upgrade. The giant zombie and the other undead saw this, only screaming angrily. Fire enveloped him. The light of the fire flashed through. The explosion of earth. The giant zombie roared loudly, and then the ones next to him slowly jumped off him. Flashing a trail of fire, the earth shattered, huge stones flying around, so that he could see how great the power of the giant undead was. He continued to roar to the sky. The sparks and the ground just kept impacting each other. Thanks to its tremendous destructive power, Zhang Chen successfully upgraded others, awakened the second stage, then upgraded others, awakened the third stage intermediate level. 105 6 out of 12,000. Zhang Chen laughed with joy. At this moment he felt very comfortable standing there. Continue watching the giant zombie. Seeing him approach, he said with a smile at the right time. Elsewhere at this time, Shao Shi and Second Fat excitedly attacked the undead, both shooting and provoking the undead to come here. Come here a little more, our old man left a lot of weapons for me. Suddenly, the slimy liquid from nowhere hit Shao Zai's head. Feeling that his head was dirty, Shao Shi reflexively raised his eyes to the sky and shouted what was sticky, so disgustingly sticky. Before he could finish scolding, a red-eyed monster with teeth resembling octopus tassels and sharp claws stared at Shao Shi and opened its wide mouth and rushed towards Shao Shi. When the monster's mouth was only 1 arm's length away from his head, Shao Shi cried out in panic, "Mommy!" The monster that was encroached upon by the water continued to try to devour Shao Shi. Shao Shi raised his hands to support the defense. Then suddenly there was a strange sound in the distance. The monster was also attracted by that strange sound. Each growl kept appearing together. The whole undead rushed towards it. Shao Shi did not understand what continued to observe. Seeing that something was wrong, Shao Shi and Junior Fat rushed forward together. These guys were strange. Let's go over and see that the old man was also there. Zhang Chen after reaching the second stage awakening person level. He continued to sit there. Behind him was the giant zombie lying on the ground growling, and the swarm of undead above him sitting on top of him kept growling all the time. The screen shows the escape of the essence. One of the 3 is passive. Your attribute is once again enhanced by 3 times. Then the endowment multiples of 2. The gene evolution direction receives a genius point waiting to be divided. Zhang Chen fights the undead with the skill of genetic evolution, upgrading, and killing. The slaughter went on and on, getting more violent. Zhang Chen smiled approvingly that the fusion was really good. The display had completed the evolution. The undead continued to rush forward, intending to pounce on Zhang Chen at the opening. Their sharp hands were only a gauntlet away from reaching Zhang Chen at this time. A power was protecting Zhang Chen from behind, and the more he stubbornly attacked Zhang Chen, the more they were pushed away by the power. Then Zhang Chen grabbed the head of the undead and scolded the man with the attack skill gap. "Do you feel that you are very smart or not? Just when I finished my evolution, playing with you guys." Zhang Chen laughed on the chair and said in a provocative voice, continuing to be a gathering of lashing energy that makes the power of ferocity emerge. Knocking out the undead, those people now only dared to cry out. Zhang Chen continued to draw his sword. Slash off the heads of the undead. The rest continued to attack in waves. Zhang Chen continued to unleash a violent killing move, and another wave of blue power emanated. Concussion, the undead of that area flew around. Burst out with a thud, everything exploded. Just as Xiao Zai's voice was about to be annihilated, "Ya-a." In the blur, Xiao Zai's shadow slowly appeared. Zhang Chen at this moment seemed to see something that made him sweat, and he bit his teeth and let out two words. It turned out to be Xiao Shi, who was being controlled behind Xiao Shi by the crying monster. Zhang Chen saw this, stammered and said Xiao Shi. The wailing monster suddenly stabbed once with his sharp fingernails in Xiao Zai's back. She vomited an extremely terrifying all-blue thing. Zhang Chen saw this, and exclaimed, "Heaven!" That blue thing spread farther and farther. Xiao Shi followed Zhang Chen's orders, and leaned towards Zhang Chen. Xiao Shi was already controlled. How could even a human be controlled? Was it because of her erection skills? Zhang Chen speculated. Momentarily, do not think of Zhang Chen evading the alarm system, your guess is not wrong. Seeing this, Zhang Chen frowned in response in his mind at this time, and then even sneaked at me. Since when did Mi Cheng suggest going back and forth? Hurry up and say something useful. The system that received Zhang Chen's order continued to announce the display of body erection skills, causing the characteristics of the infinite human body to approach the erection. But the brain was most weakly affected. After the analysis system, Zhang Chen guessed suspiciously. Xiao Shi still retains consciousness, therefore, the one who mourns can only come into contact with Xiao Shi can control it. After roughly understanding how the mourners worked, Zhang Chen lured Xiao Shi into an abandoned house while it was still targeting Zhang Chen. He seized the opportunity for Second Fat to rush forward and attack the whaler. But before he could attack, he was spotted crying monster and ordered Xiao Shi to raise his gun to shoot Fat, causing Fat to be thrown a few meters away, causing Fat to cry out in pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity to obscure, Zhang Chen rushed in front of the lightning-fast whaler. Unleashing a concussive fusion move that made the monster cry out, suddenly only knew how to do it all. After launching Zhang Chen's move, he realized that Xiao Shi was also attacked, unable to use the fusion. Zhang Chen was forced to change his attack. He slashed down on the head of the whaler with his knife as he slashed and said to himself, it's okay, this distance is enough. The mourner finds this cunning. Use Xiao Shi as a shield. Forcing Zhang Chen to change his mind. Slashing off course, angrily cursing his mother, shit. Xiao Shi held a sharp knife. While not paying attention, Xiao Shi stabbed Zhang Chen once in the back. Zhang Chen immediately spat out blood. Zhang Chen collapsed. The notification system was severely wounded by the poisonous executioner. The healing rate of the wound -500% of the body was numb +300%. Seeing Zhang Chen was so shallow, the person who cried out laughed loudly. Xiao Shi, who was controlled, also laughed loudly, extremely terrifying. The system continued to announce the petition to use the injury to eliminate the risk. The sharp knife was stained with Zhang Chen's blood. Repeating the proposal to quickly use the plus crystal to eliminate the risk of being killed after 2 seconds of the notification system, Zhang Chen shouted, "This hint of yours." Zhang Chen suddenly turned his head and slammed Xiao Zai's head hard and said Lao Su's skill was to kill Zhang Shi, not to kill the stupid rat. Xiao Shi, after hitting his head, looked up for a while. Then slowly recall some memories of the scene appearing in a gloomy and melancholy area. Image of a zombie crushed under a large rock. A large shadow appeared lifting the rock and hitting it on the head. It turned out that Xiao Shi was tearing apart the flesh of the undead. Then put it to your mouth to chew. Suddenly Xiao Shi suddenly stopped as if he felt someone calling him. It turned out that Zhang Chen called Xiao Shi the mouse. Xiao Shi momentarily didn't understand anything, and rolled his eyes. Zhang Chen continued, "What is that, naive? Hurry over here and eat rice. Do not eat together, do not count as one family." Xiao Shi tearfully continued to look at Zhang Chen and hurry over here. Xiao Shi couldn't hold back the tears that fell down her rosy cheeks. Like remembering something, she cried out loud after remembering that her family members were eating. She didn't need to be hungry anymore, she wasn't alone anymore. Xiao Shi hurriedly stood up. Running back to the old man with his hands, "Sister Shi Chun, second fat." Suddenly she realized something. Zhang Chen rubbed his sore head, still holding the sword in his hand. Slowly sitting up and staring at Xiao Shi in front of him. Xiao Shi was still being controlled by the mourner. Zhang Chen was trying to hint at Xiao Shi. The great mouse cub recognized him, and he secretly rejoiced. When he saw Xiao Shi return to such a state, Xiao Shi, after remembering to see Zhang Chen with tears in his eyes, hurriedly asked him anxiously why he was injured like that. Without finishing the first sentence, Xiao Shi was stunned. She hurriedly raised her head in panic and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" A weeping human was sitting on top of her, holding Xiao Zai's head tightly, trying to control Xiao Shi again. Xiao Shi panicked and tried to knock it down. Zhang Chen hurriedly came to the aid of Jiyu Zhenan. Xiao Shi persisted, "Absolutely do not let it be controlled." Xiao Shi heard this, suddenly asked and was controlled by it. As long as he was not completely erected, his veins would not hurt Xiao Shi, but he threw it out, running farther and farther. He thought to himself, "Where do you want to go?" Stop Zhang Chen to chase and shout Xiao Shi to run so fast that it is beyond the skill gap. The headache brought Xiao Shi back to consciousness. Seeing Xiao Shi coming back to her senses, the wailer went lower again, strengthened her mental strength to fully control her. Zhang Chen nervously shouted at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was in pain, his eyes were bloodshot and he kept crying out in pain, he remembered. Xiao Shi then grabbed the weeping man's arm. "It was this guy who used my hand." Xiao Shi was going to use his bare hands to break the arm of the mourner, his body emitting green energy. Upgrade notification system to the Stage 2 primary awakener. She grabbed the wailer hard to the ground. Xiao Shi clenched his fists, and his eyes emitted an extremely strong-looking light, rushing up and shouting, "It's a big meat-eater. You even dared to inject the poison into my body." And Xiao Shi rushed up and bit the neck of the wailing person. Zhang Chen, who was standing next to him, suddenly asked the pups, "You have upgraded." Xiao Shi is still biting and crying at this time. Large chunks of flesh were devoured by Xiao Shi. Zhang Chen thought that this biting power was too terrifying. The wailer could only groan and tremble in pain. In the distance came a sound. This was a very similar sound to before the Shi dynasty came to attack. But the Shi dynasty had dispersed at least half dead at the same time. There could not have been such a loud static sound. Zhang Chen was in deep thought at this time when suddenly a system message sounded. The hidden system, the weeping people struggled with death. The whole city of Tianyang was rushing here and was about to form a new dynasty to face the survival rate of 2%. Zhang Chen read the announcement and said in a panic. After a while, each group of returning undead converged. Mourners also flock here a lot. The undead from everyone poured in a lot, enveloping them in the labyrinth. Xiao Shi and Zhang Chen calmly tied up the wailing person just now, but continued to call Zhang Chen to speak incomprehensibly. The neck was bitten in half, and it did not affect the fact that it cried. Fortunately, before taking some strange things from the body of Nihong's body, it was really used, and Zhang Chen worked to silence the mourner. This way really worked. Xiao Shi saw this and said, "I felt that the old man was more difficult to understand. If he really wanted a woman, he didn't need to look for Zhang Shi, wouldn't Xiao Shi ask?" Zhang Chen immediately replied that his mind was full of yellow scraps and eating a lot. The screen showed how Shi Chao formed with 4 minutes left. Zhang Chen took Xiao Shi's neck and said stop chattering, and with his other hand, he dragged the wailing person away. In the labyrinth of absence, Xiao Shi dragged the mourner into a dark alley and said that this side was the center of the square. This time it must be concentrated here. Zhang Chen went to the upper floor to prepare. Xiao Shi saw this, looked up and wondered if the old man had finished preparing. He landed on a high terrace, then said, "Shi Chun, stop attacking Gang Shi. Don't attract their attention." The people quickly fled. Zhang Chen used the system to notify Zhang Chen. After receiving Zhang Shen's notice, Shi Chen immediately agreed. The undead converged more and more. Zhang Chen accumulated green energy in his hands. Then the scrolling power ray spewed out a huge amount of energy. The undead who saw this looked up curiously. In the corner, Xiao Shi saw that the energy was about to shoot at him, and ran away and reproached his mother. He used a little more strength to destroy me. Xiao Shi emitted a green light that enveloped him. Whoever told me to take out this old man? The system kept telling me to take out the strong corrosive ammunition, take out the bomb and take out the explosives. Then kicked the weeper and cried Meng Meng far away, saying that you also came over to cry for all sets. The clapping sounded extremely loud. The undead were a little panicked, not daring to advance further. The undead kept screaming, all in a sea of engulfed fire. Seeing that the time had come, Zhang Chen hugged the cannon and said, "This is called stewing in one pot." Then he threw down straight from the rooftop. The bomb landed with a roaring echo. The whole area was enveloped in flames. The self-picking launch notification system. The tidal body destroyed the Tianyang city that was scattering. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The harvest is not bad. Continuing like this is about to upgrade. Xiao Shi stood below and watched in admiration of his mother. This action of the old man is really good. This group of examinees is at least several thousands. In the enveloping flames appeared a face that startled Xiao Shi and shouted at his mother. He kept screaming and groaning for Xiao Zai's help. Seeing this, Xiao Shi immediately said that Xiao Shi wanted me to save you. There was no way that Xiao Shi refused. Speaking again, obediently go to die, quickly returned to the undead who heard only to be helpless and desperate. He then jumped into the sea of flames. Xiao Shi was slightly startled. Then use your hands to support your face away from the fire. Suddenly looking at the undead and thinking, why did he really jump in? Was it because he heard his orders? Before he could finish thinking, suddenly a voice called Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi saw that the person who came was Hope. Browse was glad to come out and say that the sisters have also arrived. Yes, OAAA. Hope approval replied. The odd body on that side is gone. The tide has passed, so we came to converge. But Xiao Shi, this form of yours is wondering. At that moment, Xiao Shi also ran to Xiao Shi with joy. Saw that Xiao Shi happily answered Shi Zai's question. Pearl Jade also walked over at this time. Everyone gathered together in one place. Chen Jade also said, wow, what a... Xiao Shi looked at Xiao Shi a little strangely and said that Xiao Zai's head was more like Zhang Shi. Xiao Shi heard a shy smile and said that the appearance is now called the path of Zhang Shi, so that Zhang Shi has no way. Hope then looked around and asked if the god was nearby. Xiao Shi had always been cuddling with each other since meeting Erfat. Just then, the chapter god jumped down from above, suddenly appeared next to the two of them, calling each other's names. Seeing that the chapter god peacefully hugged the chapter god tightly and said it was good, teacher, we have passed, the chapter god was suddenly hugged momentarily, could not say anything, just blushed shyly. Then Zhang Chen also reacted and hurriedly reached out to rub his hair to comfort him. Hopefully it was hard. Hope Browse also passed, and then they both soothed each other looking romantic. But Xiao Zai's shouts interrupted that moment, only you hugged cunningly. Then Xiao Shi and Yan Shi rushed over, and everyone hugged each other. Xiao Shi said we wanted to hug too. Being next to Chen Yu told Zheng Hao that the feelings of this group of people are really good, right? Zheng Hao also agreed with what Chen Yu mentioned. Looking at them who were still laughing and joking, Zheng Hao secretly thought in his heart that this man would be strong for a while. After him, a comrade or a bouncer or an enemy. Thinking of this, Zheng Hao was unconsciously worried in his heart. Running out of glasses, everyone jumped and held their beers and shouted. They are celebrating today's victory. Zheng Hao spoke up to destroy the imperial court. Everyone is hard. Let's reward yourself. Hope to happily respond to me to eat. Everyone is happy to celebrate on the table, only the two fats enjoying themselves alone below. Zheng Hao's face flushed red and said that Zheng Ying didn't eat, so in front of him, he could eat such food. It was a miracle. Zheng Hao happily replied yes, he was threatened with a hit. Zheng Hao thought involuntarily, in his mind, he could only say that this world was not subservient. Thinking as he looked at Zhang Chen's happy expression. Zheng Hao then regained his spirit, picked up a beer cup and invited Zhang Chen and said, Zhang Chen, you are really strong. With your ability, you can definitely save the might like this. Hearing this, Zheng Hao immediately felt uncomfortable in response to the savior. I am not the Messiah. Zheng Hao continued to say that he could at least protect the safety of the water dragon people in Tianyang City. Zhang Chen didn't say anything, stood up and picked up the meat. Giving Zheng Hao and saying that we have just been freed from the imperial court. Don't say such heavy words on the dinner table. Zheng Hao was surprised by the act of uttering only 2 words Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen then asked for everyone's permission to finish eating, went to the room to rest first. Shi Chen sitting next to him said that Brother Chen didn't eat anymore. Zhang Chen replied, I'm a little tired. After that, he left Zheng Hao there confused. Zhang Chen secretly thought in Zheng Hao's mind that it was righteous. His virtue was not bad, and his strength could probably attract him. The hidden system at this time announced that Zheng Hao, who had awakened the second stage elementary, ranked the world strength 45,603 too. Zhang Chen was a little surprised. Zheng Hao was holding a glass of water in his hand at this time, while thinking, his ranking increased so much. Last time he looked at it was nothing more than a powerhouse who had just passed the top 10,000, so it is true that this person can collect. But whether to follow me or not has to see his choice. Now there is more important matter. Check what Zhang Chen said. When he checked the series of announcements that appeared, he saw countless resources. Zhang Chen immediately exclaimed, oh, not bad, it was really good. Especially this one. Zhang Chen lifted out a sword. The display screen, rare heavenly essence blade. When fighting can absorb 10% of the opponent's attributes plus the user, until the battle is over. Just looking at the long god sword and exclamation, really handsome, stronger than when using the blade. Also this one interests me the most. The map found at Nihong's headquarters had never been seen. At this time, moving the scene to Pearl Yu and Zheng Hao who were sitting in the back garden of the villa. Pearl Yu said to Brother Hao, why are you alone here? Zheng Hao did not answer Pearl Yu's question, but called Pearl Yu's name. Then said if you ever thought about being able to go back to the world before. Pearl heard it suddenly silent for a few seconds. Then said I hadn't thought about it. Yes, maybe we won't be able to go back in our whole lives. But we can build a new order in this deadly world. Rebuild a new world, Zheng Hao said. Then took Pearl Yu's hand and continued. He saw hope in Zhang Chen's body. Pearl Yu blushed and said Brother Zheng. Zheng Hao continued to persuade, Pearl Yu. Maybe we can really do it, do you believe me? Brother Hao, I believe just what you believe, I believe Pearl Yu said. Well, we need a messiah, Pearl Yu. I do something for you, Zheng Hao said. He wanted to let Zhang Chen be at the top of this world, even if he wasn't content. The Ding notification system congratulates you on learning the rare skill of optimizing drawings, then being an all-powerful chef, then again your genes have improved receiving visual cell renovation. Finally having injected the erectile virus has been able to immunize the erectile virus. We must also save this world, Zhang Chen thought in his heart. Next morning, Zhang Chen woke up and walked back, yawning for an hour with dark circles in his eyes. Shi Chen in the back ran to ask good morning Brother Shen. Why, you don't seem to be sleeping well. Zhang Chen replied, Shi Chen, you don't sleep at all. But what's the problem? Then take out from space a bottle of energy drink and pop the lid. Drinking, the alarm system is loading drinks with super powerful functions. Then he beamed back and smiled a little and asked Shi Chen, how is it? I feel that this doesn't count as a matter of going to bed tomorrow, Shi Zan ordered. He has been a game player for many years, staying up one night is nothing, but he has arranged supplies for this time, found that there are still many problems behind him, Chang Chen said, and then reached out to support Xiao Zai's clothes. Could it be that there was also an afternoon exam when Xiao Shi stood next to him anxiously asked? Zhang Chen just dried his clothes and said that, it wasn't that he just felt. Then opened the well-held map. Water Park display south of Pingcheng City, May 11, Year 2. Not 12 meteors fell. A whole scientific map has a total of 27 complete pieces, which can receive the whole high-level science and technology of Mercury, and at the same time open the lighthouse. The number of maps currently has 4. The riddle of the truth of the world became more and more visible, and the chapter said. Hope continued. May 11, 2nd year No 12. I remember in my diary that I didn't mention earlier that this was the day the virus came out. That's right, so he speculated that the virus had a huge relationship with the meteorite, maybe even the meteorite that brought the virus. So what is a lighthouse? Zhang Chen pointed to the screen and said that the lighthouse is a large artificial space station near the flight trajectory of Mercury, above which is an ecosystem that can provide itself for 100,000 people. There is also this thing that exists, which proves that before the virus violently abused the people here began to save themselves. Even found the possibility of continuing to survive for some reason and went bankrupt. Just focus on the entire scientific and technical map to start the lighthouse. saying that maybe all the lucky survivors will be saved. Talking half-heartedly, I saw Hope looking at me stopped and asked why look at him with this expression. It's just that I see you as more powerful than I thought, Hai Chen said with admiration in his eyes, obviously acting almost the same, but you have so much information, maybe you really are the savior of this world. Zhang Chen said embarrassedly, it's not that good. Not only do you have to collect all the scientific and technical maps, the clip documents found in the dental laboratory also have to be corrected. So many things are done. It seems that it has just begun, Zhang Chen said. Shi Chen now took Zhang Chen's hand and said that he wants to do it. Zhang Chen felt like he was sympathetic, very moved, and was about to continue speaking. At this time, Zhang Chen interrupted Zhang Chen. Good morning. Zheng Hao suddenly saw Zhang Chen and Shi Chen holding hands romantically, and blushed all over his face. Then run quickly and say sorry, I really don't have eyes to see. Annoy you too. Ignore me, you two. Continue running away when Zhang Chen suddenly said wait, don't go. Hearing Zhang Chen call me, you came at the right time. I had something to ask you. Zheng Hao paused and turned his back to say something. Zhang Chen stepped forward and said, Zheng Hao, do you want to join my organization, be my subordinate? Zheng Hao heard this and suddenly said nothing. His uncle's organization had already established the organization. Zheng Hao heard this and said tentatively, the mystical organization requires the founder to become the top 1,000 fighting power in the current game progression, the lowest member combat power required to be in the top 100,000 world. He has formed the organization. Zhang Chen replied that the establishment was already established, it was just that there were no members. Zheng Hao was surprised when he looked at the screen. In the display of the invitation to join the dreamy mystical organization, send an invitation to you. You can agree or not. I'm still putting all my energy into maintaining the business transport, but he has built a mystical organization, and for such a large number of crystals, it is impossible to delay his progress. This person loves him, Zheng Hao thought in his mind. Your strength and dignity both make me affirm how you feel. Of course, compared to being someone else's subordinate, being a terrain manager can be more presentable, you can think. Hearing Zhang Chen say that, Zheng Hao hurriedly said no need, I agree. Then Zheng Hao pressed agree to participate. I am content to join the organization to become your subordinates, consider you the leader, and not betray you forever, old Zheng Hao said. Zhang Chen happily said welcome to join. Last time, I had to go and clean up the city. You had to quickly find the people of the barracks before. Zhang Chen assigned the task to the Pearl and then left. Pearl Jade watched the God chapter leave. Brother Hao, we have joined the organization, so is it proving that our headquarters can receive the protection of Zhang Chen in the future? Zheng Hao replied. It's good that there are 20 days left when the world will refresh. By then the level of reinforcement and plant dynamics will be upgraded. Maybe we can survive, he said. But what I don't need is just our garrison protected by him. Remember what I said to you, we have to build a messiah. What I need is to use him as a springboard to build the new order of this world, Zheng Hao said. Oh my gosh, Zhang Chen shouldn't stop Yan Fat. Even if he had just eradicated the Shi dynasty, it wasn't to the point where a beast wouldn't have it. The Fat too were peeing around there. Then suddenly appeared a godlike monster, seeing that he thought his belly was prostrate. Second Fat saw that he was drunk on his face. Suddenly the monster ran away. Zhang Chen hurriedly called out not to run, but he was far away. Evil really? Zhang Chen turned around and walked on. The fat man happily followed. Realizing something, the chapter god cuddled with Fatterer and thought about it. Fat chapter showed me your attributes, the god chapter said. The system screen displays information of the two fats including the name, type of charisma, maturity stage, skills, etc. Maturity at this time is happy to say that of course the two fat MI have upgraded. MI Shang ran all the way. When he saw that second fat appeared in fear, the Great Wall said that second fat, I knew that you wanted to protect me, but we temporarily gathered our skills first. Second fat let out a voice as if he understood Zhang Chen's obedience again. Suddenly the fat man shook himself for a while. The body changed suddenly, enlarged, extremely athletic. Zhang Chen saw this, and cuddled with Fatterer and said, okay, that's good. Fat second smiled. Out of nowhere, a lot of undead surrounded the two of them. After that, the afternoon exam in the city was obviously not much, but it was probably enough. Zhang Chen began to move, and the two fats who saw this also rushed. Starting to work Type 1 and Type 2 usually directly killed. Only the highly organized Type 2 recaptured Zhang Chen, teaching the Fat 2. Suddenly there was a redhead girl from afar watching the two of them. She hid behind the rock watching them fight and thought so much that the man and the dog were dead. Did she need to call for help? But calling someone to come also gave her life. The battle was fierce. Zhang Chen still retained the upper hand to control them. Looking fat at this time, he let out an extremely ferocious roar. His mouth opened wide and growled, looking very scary. Zhang Chen used his sword to break the corpses into pieces. Then continued to use the hand chain to quickly bind the neck of the monster while tying and saying, "This is not bad. There are no wounds on the body. The bones are also hard and retracted." After tying up the undead just now, Zhang Chen smiled approvingly. Then continued to use the fusion technique to compound each wave of blue thunder power just like that to blow up the reinforcements. After a while they were all defeated. The soul of the corpse came out of the body. Zhang Chen collected them all, then put them on the screen and dragged the second-level monsters tied by chains away. Zhang Chen continued to say that catching these ones must be enough. "Zheng Hao, have your people found it? Go to the sports center for a trip, I have gifts for you." Zheng Hao heard this, and said that we came right away. The girl in the back who watched them all gagged and trembled thinking, "A few hundred gangshi that man killed in an instant. Even he didn't even need to touch those gangshi. Who was he? No, he couldn't be human. He couldn't be human." So the girl frowned enough to think nervously. The god, a word that appeared in the girl's mind, must be a god. He was the god who had to come to the girl to speculate. The screen continues to announce that after the afternoon, the chest is refreshing. There are 3 hours left to the top, please quickly search. After the sea of the two most terrifying creatures, the two god chapter scorpions, pulled back, they continued to groan. Everyone at this time saw the two gang Shi running away in panic, shouting that Zhang Shi was still type 2. Zheng Hao saw this, covering them behind prevented Zhang Hao from doing anything. "Although I joined your organization, it does not mean to tolerate you lying in the rain." Zhang Cheng smiled triumphantly. "What is the urgency?" Just then the face turned gloomy. "Not that," I said. "In your barracks, you don't have any real power. Can you protect them for a while? Can you protect them for a lifetime? In my organization, don't feed people and don't feed people involved." In the face of this, they had to learn how to protect themselves. Zhang Chen pointed at the people. Hearing this, Zheng Hao hurriedly countered, "So he couldn't take his pet over, he did it like the beasts of the red clam water." Zhang Chen said angrily, "It was different. I belong to risk-free teaching," and then he beckoned everyone over here. "Then say if the real power is strong enough, can deal enough damage to deal with this type, does not need to think much, but if the ability it is weak, then remember this position. Destroying the nervous system of the second type is the weak's only chance of saving life," while pointing at the undead for everyone to understand. Everyone approached but still trembled in fear and looked at it. "Why is it so simple? Isn't it true that Zhang Chen asked?" Someone replied. "Where is it simple for us to kill type 1? He killed type 2 like looking at a rotten worm. Does this guy have a human child?" It seems that there is still a need to combine practice. You take turns slashing, it is easy to get on your hands, and then the God chapter orders everyone to practice together. Everyone in turn tried to follow his method. But Zhang Chen noticed a boy with his eyes closed and trembling. "Do not dare to slash hard. Do not dare to attack, even slash the scorpion." Zhang Chen saw this, hurriedly said, opened his eyes and slashed the next person. Zheng Hao in the back helplessly said, "I misunderstood you. Sorry." "I see everyone. Thank you, old man. Don't be the one who is really dreaming, only you. I did it because I could help you," Zhang Chen said. "In addition, I had seeds to cultivate, waiting for their strength to rise immediately, leading them to open up suitable land for cultivation." The system continues to announce, "Please pay attention to the time. The chest has reached its peak. The map location has opened. Recommendations quickly collected. Hurry up." The chapter next said that there is also this reincarnation tree given to you. I have a new one. Thinking in my mind, this image system is the name of the reincarnation stories, in the system constantly announces urging hurry. "Thank you," Zheng Hao said. "The other person doesn't need to be a flute first, so I go to work before this party assigns it to you." Zhang Chen after handing over the work to Zheng Hao. Then quickly left to look at the notification system screen. Ha ha ha, apocalypse when people protect lives as well. Improve psychological qualities. My side just met a crazy guy who wants to transplant a healthy psychological class. Please message me privately. The redhead hurriedly murmured at the God chapter. Looking through the display said, "Why would the world push such a boring thing?" Continuing, "Now I have seen the God. Really, the whole body just approaching him is dead. He came to save his followers, is the only God of this world. It is true that the madman one looked at the girl and said. Another said the devil believes my aunt is also a god, haha. Zheng Hao frowned and thought about her words. The whole thing just came close to him to die. Why did this woman speak like Zhang Chen? The girl behind her witnessed it all, but no one believed her, and shoved her. Then a man scolded him. This crazy woman is the kind of person I have met a lot. The pseudo-god pseudo-demon doesn't want to cheat on the supplies where I don't know. The girl was knocked down, her face bruised, but she still tried to explain that my words were all true. Please believe me, believe the truth. He is our only hope, the forest girl said with tears in her eyes. Some people were silent and said nothing. The brunette continued to scold me. I thought she was faking madness. Now she seemed to be crazy, so strange that she believed it. Then he grabbed her by the hair. She let out a cry of pain. He shouted, "This world has no hope anymore. Only death and survival. Hugging hope is the greatest despair," she continued, but my words were true. At that moment on the screen appeared a scene of faithful fighting with the undead, which is the concussion crystal technique, causing the undead to be electrocuted flying. Everyone at this time the water rose in admiration that this was so strong who he was. The girl hurriedly said that the true God is him. The light of our face, the true God Epiphany. See if those dirty bodies are not in a position to approach him. Then she hurriedly knelt down and said to the God above, "Please bless us." Everyone who saw this hurriedly knelt down together. The brunette still had his attitude and stood up for me. A clip, who knows if it's real or fake? At that moment, Zheng Hao and Zheng Yu appeared right next to them. Zheng Hao said, "This clip is of course real. He is the true body of this world. Otherwise you can see through humanity the power of such a paradox." The brunette roared at who he was. Before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Hao stood in front of him and said, "I am the messenger of God. The true God told me to bring happiness to you, also brought some sayings. The true God told me to bring the seed that can live forever for his followers. This is the beginning of our reboot on human civilization." When everyone opened it, everyone shouted that the seed, "We are not hungry anymore. But this seed is alive, not mutated. I am a farmer who can see it." Some people continue to thank the gods except the gods, who can bring these things. Zheng Shu immediately pulled out his dagger and turned a blade that exuded green energy. The bewildered people watched without taking their eyes off. The city declaration says, "He who prostrates himself at my feet will receive peace and blessings." Zheng Hao was about to pick up the sword and continued to say that, "I am the only way to save. Come on in front of this sincere sword. It tells me whether you are loyal to sincerity," Zheng Hao asked. Everyone gasped together. Then they all knelt down and said, "May God bless us. We were content to serve beside him forever," obeying our instructions to let the brunette still stand there. He clenched his teeth angrily. Hearing the will of the second god Feng, true God, kneeling sincerely, Ti Feng, true God, kneeling, true God. Zheng Hao saw this and smiled triumphantly. The woman then came before Zheng Hao and introduced the messenger. "My name is Li Bingyu, and asked the person who took me to see the true God. I was content to give everything to myself as well." Zheng Hao looked at Chen Yu's expression. Zheng Hao pretended to cough up and let out a cry of misery. Li Bingyuhai didn't know how she met the true God who intended to dedicate herself. Hearing this, she hurriedly tore off her shirt to reveal her white chest. "Of course, the soul, the body, every organ on my body. As long as the true God wants everything of mine to become a sacrifice of the true God." Zheng Hao saw this, clenched Bingyu's hand and shouted loudly. Enough! She considered what the true God was, the cult. The true God was the creed of this world, the hope. You should go, be a missionary of the God, propagate the reputation of the true God to go out and perfect the true God sect. Build a spirit to memorize the true God to understand. Bingyu stammered and said to me, "I understand." Zheng Hao Yi said that he understood. "Then go to work. Let me see the thousand billion followers serving in front of the eyes of the true God." She was still smiling wildly. "Yes." After Ice Jade went to Pearl Jade and asked Brother Hao, "You know that Zhang Chen is not a god." As he walked, Zheng Hao said, "But this magical and desperate world needs a god on my side. People must unite to resist the gang, but by far what we see most is fear, running away, throwing away harm, being murdered." There had to be a sound loud enough to condense everyone, and this sound was his belief that he had to build the most powerful survivor. Build a brand new human dynasty on this abandoned land. This is a story that only the god's limbs can do, and the body in the back must be the god. Meanwhile, the god chapter was searching for bones everywhere in the city when he suddenly sneezed. He was thinking, Maybe Xiao Shi is talking badly behind his back. After opening the chest, not only get a lot of resources, but also get a heavenly endowment to repair the computer. But complain that it is also a second-level chest. The thing is too trivial. Only the energy crystal reluctantly can see. Below go open the third-level chest. On the notification screen displaying Thien Fu repairing welding machine, you may receive a hidden document in the computer of the laboratory. There is the answer you want. Under the instructions of the heavenly spirit system, Thien Fu rushed to study, repaired computers, fixed laboratory computer documents, dentistry. Press the start computer button. Zhang Chen typed a few keys. Then the joy in my heart was done fixing. The screen showed a girl with short shoulder-length orange hair, introducing herself. My name is Xu Yuna. As the top researcher in the 325-degree T laboratory. Command room conducting meteorite debris research. This is the first time I have recorded. May 21, 21 of the 12 years suddenly the meteorite carried unknown material energy that touched the glass. Through our research, we found that the energy of 1000 jellies in the crystal fragment was directly absorbed by the organism, which is the only type of energy that can be absorbed by organisms except for the starch that humans have discovered to develop new abilities. It continues to be July 10th, the second year is not 12. But joy makes people excited not last long. Observatory number 1 reveals biochemistry. Even then we are not aware, the nightmare has already begun. Speaking of this, she held her face and cried, then continued to say. In the crystal stone, there is also not only unknown energy, the more it carries the infected crystal energy mutant virus. Once the pathogenic form is infected, most of it will die because of the energy that cannot be combined. The lucky survivor will become bloodthirsty, violent, cannibalistic, losing all existing living characteristics. This was followed by the 12th of August of the year 2-12. Madman, she tried to hold the vessel containing the crystal. Display system screen. Faced with a tyrannical large-scale virus, going out to several shops, immunity was very stupid, and even launched a nuclear attack with projection crystals using energy destruction energy. The water behind the wall built the high wall that held the last land of humanity. Under the manipulation of these idiots, lest it be lost, now. Only hope can be given to the evolution of mankind. Then on September 12, 2-12 836 times the giant rat experiment continued to mutate, the strength from all sides increased, they were no longer afraid of bullets. Through anatomically discovering that crystal energy has completely combined with the pathogenesis to form energy crystallization, perfect fusion human research has not kept up with the rate of evolution of mutant varieties. It was a crystal, so it was born, Zhang Chen thought. The new life cycle begins to refresh. The age of gunpowder is no longer. Next came the 7th of November, the 12th year of the symbiotic drug experiment came to an end. I named it elementary physical medicine, intermediate physical medicine, and advanced physical medicine. Drugs are primary substances and intermediate dead drugs have completed the experiment, but at the moment high-end physical drugs seem to be unstable. Today, the crystal ganglion is the source of all mutations that attack the nuclear, which cannot be destroyed. I don't know what's next, but no matter who sees this video, please come find the number 1 restroom. That place is humanity's last hope. Please go finish talking. Screen extinguished. Zhang Chen was helpless, please. The 7th resting chamber notification system is located in Shenan City, Bekshu Street, the basement of the 7th floor of Shenan City Central Hospital. The system has opened the map for you. Based on the words of Xu Yuna, if so, the destruction of the Spirit Stone Center could probably end the world. That number 7 resting stub, what was that last hope? It seems that it takes a trip anyway to clarify. But Xiao Shi and Xu Yina are so similar, I have a feeling that there must be something related between them. After learning the secret of the dental laboratory, on the way to Nam Sun, he visits the zombie concentration area to hunt for. Only saw Zhang Chen launch a move to activate the spirit plan. Thanks to the explosive power from there, just one sword strike cut the giant undead into 2 halves. He said, "Oh, this heavenly sword pit can directly slash the sword, much stronger than the blade." The system continues to have a congratulatory message congratulating you on your promotion as a Stage 1 Senior Awakener. Get 1 energy point and 1 instinct point. The activated endowment automatically doubles the attribute. The condensed crystal. When a high-level contagious person is awakened has a high rate of falling condensed crystals. The higher the level of the infected person, the greater the rate of falling condensed sperm. The notification continues to show the newly opened endowed tree. The screen shows the evolutionary direction of genes including wild people, death tornadoes, and sensory weaknesses. Next is the diagram of the direction of energy evolution. Zhang Chen looked at the screen. The system automatically collects and then upgrades successfully. The hidden system announces that the exam group here has been cleared. In the abandoned shopping mall in front, check out the missing level 3 treasure chest along with a lucky survivor named the Conscientious Burial. Zhang Chen didn't remember the name of this group at this time, and was thinking when suddenly behind Xiao Shi and hoping to call him. Xiao Shi called out to the old man. "Why did the two of you come?" and Zhang Chen asked. Hope Chen immediately replied. He suddenly said that he wanted to go to Shannan City. He didn't come back. He definitely wanted to go to do something dangerous, right? How could we let him go alone? Yes, we are one family. No matter what we do, we must act together. Xiao Shi added. Hearing this, Zhang Chen felt warm, thinking that Shannan City would have a lot of trouble. "I can go, thank you," Zhang Chen said. But the matter of Shu Yi Na, maybe it is related to Xiao Shi. They want to follow, then follow. So let's go to Zhang Chen, they both said in unison. Moving the scene to a terrace, there is a groan somewhere. It is true that you can't stand to be played. The brothers who haven't even played around are sold alive and dead, the blue shirt said. The women are not many stars. Change one person to the yellow shirt to continue. The two men dragged a bruised girl who looked extremely pathetic, torn clothes. Her piece was stitched up, tears did not stop flowing, even begging her could not make a sound. When he reached the edge of the house, one of the men grabbed her leg and reminded her that he said that this gag is really great, no matter if it is played or eaten. This little girl cannot make a sound. Throwing her outside can also make a protective wall. He said sullenly. That guy yelled, "Don't talk much anymore. I don't come back, I'm dead in the back." The orange-haired guy said. Then it's their turn to go throw out the garbage and then we. Before she died she pointed at him trying to yell at you not to die peacefully. But it was you who had your mouth stitched so she didn't say it. The two men scoffed. What is this talking about? Hearing the sentence unclearly, the two men threw the girl down and laughed. After falling, the girl was immediately torn apart by the horde of undead. I was about to say it was over, but turning to the two of them, I suddenly saw a man, holding a sharp knife, or two of them trembling slightly, saying, "Heaven scared me out of my soul." He said, "What was the custodian doing? How did this guy run out?" The trembling man said, "That girl, killed by you." The two guys laughed and said a lot of things. They didn't want to die. Hurry up. She was crushed and gave to the lovely body to make use of scraps. After hearing this, the bespectacled man angrily rushed forward and yelled at the creature to kill you. The men rushed away. The guild cried out. He chased here and chased here. Suddenly the orange-haired man he chased caught up and grabbed him by the shoulder. He called for help. Guys like you are in a position to ask for help, and a knife stabbed him in the eye. Teammates saw this and ran away in panic. At this time, Zhang Chen also went there, hoping to point in the direction of the undead and tell his brother to see there. Xiao said in front of the mall why there was a pile of corpses. At this point the man ran away but ran in front of the mouth of the body. Regardless, it is our purpose to open the way first. Zhang Chen lightly punished the sword to solve the pile of reinforcements ahead. At this time, Xiao Shi seemed to detect something, so he called the old brother over here to see. They gasped in surprise why the girl's mouth was sewn up. Zhang Chen said broodingly. What's the matter? The system continues to show up on the screen in the abandoned shopping mall in front, checking out the missing high school chest along with a lucky battle marked as a conscience burial. Magic Egg says 80% is for preventing her from making a new sound. Hopefully hearing this, there was a sound. So cruel. Somewhere came a cry for help. A man ran out of the cave door shouting. As he ran, the man threw the girl down and said there was a crazy person inside, killing people. Hurry up and save me. Zhang Chen heard this and calmly asked him what happened. Slowly, he replied that there was a person who killed his mother and wife because of the upgrade. Now he is killing people everywhere. Hurry up and save me, and my team is all dead. Zhang Chen thought silently. Shi Zan ran back anxiously and asked if the people of the barracks were conscientious. Calm down a little. We will help you. The man looked at Hu Chun's chest and said, "Okay, thank you." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Chen slashed the man to death. Shi Chen angrily asked Brother Chen why he killed him. It was difficult for him to escape from the inside. Zhang Chen hurriedly explained, Shi Chen, calm down a little. Not all the injured people are good people. All the strong people who take their lives are bad people. I tried it in his pocket. The fish wire is stained with blood. Old man, Sister Hai Yu, I feel that this thing is 80% used to sew that girl's mouth. Xiao Shi hurriedly said, hidden hints on the screen correctly. Judge. You killed the last person of the barracks with all your conscience. The remaining members of this barracks were killed by unknown people. Hope took a look and said yes. On the contrary, the pursuer of his execution felt that a large proportion was not a bad man, after all, the one who did not die, with a conscientious burial ground. Then they left and got what I needed. I should go. The bespectacled man hid behind the cupboard. Hearing their conversation, that person killed the leader. The absolute strength was not weak, but I did not see his level, the bespectacled man speculated. So it's just that there's a possibility, the High Awakener actually has that kind of person in existence, so he doesn't detect himself or intentionally spare him. The man watched their silhouette leave. Just now, at the suggestion of the system, the God chapter quickly found the third-level chest in the basement of the mall. After opening it, in addition to the most important ordinary items, Zhang Chen also received an important piece of map. Zhang Chen was glad to say, well, he found 3 blue scientific and technical fragments, and later the energy conversion of the lieutenant colonel was also difficult to have a great effect. There's also this, plus getting a new book skill. Primary peeping eyes can distinguish the level of the letter ring below level 6, and at the same time can clearly see the item in the letter ring below level 3. Seeing that it is possible to understand what this distinction is, leave thinking unwisely, then study it later, then turn your eyes to look at Xiao Shi. At this time, in the eyes of the adult, all of Xiao Zai's clothes disappeared, leaving only his underwear. Oh, I can really see them all. All around him are all the items stored in Xiao Zai's body. He was surprised, but Xiao Shi, why did you photograph this water of the pink water? Seeing that Zhang Chen's eyes seemed unusual, he hurriedly asked what was wrong. Brother Shen, turn off the skill. Nothing. Seeing that this is the key to the racing car, we should depart and then go back to the Zhang Tam villa to look after the house. He protested violently, hugging Zhang Chen's face. Not without wanting to lead you, but this is a racing car, you can't sit all down. Moreover, there must be someone to look after the house. Zhang God comforts. Besides, your ability to suppress that Wolf King is too careless to reveal to delay me from fighting monsters to upgrade. Finally, I hugged the fat man and could look at the good face and know that I am worried about the god. Rest assured that we will take good care of him. Unless we can bring meat for you to eat. The fat too obediently obeyed. The god chapter was so angry that his face blackened. This dog waits for me to find certain food. Vault thee. Turning the scene to Zhang Chen, who was driving everyone away at high speed, Xiao Shi was excited, got up to catch the wind but was yelled at by him to sit down. Xiao Wei angrily argued about the first time he sat in a racing car. If the driver is not an old man who wants to take people's lives, it is even more perfect. Sincerely affirmed that this time he will definitely be stable. Let me enjoy it. Hope to sit back and look. Noticing that the sky seemed like something was wrong, there were black clouds on that side at this time. After wondering, the god called him to hurry up. The clouds there are so strange. After all, the speed of pressing is too fast. It really is. Zhang Chen looked at the reflective mirror and said helplessly. At this moment, the system notifies that the polluted you are rapidly approaching. A rain of creature energy will cause damage to lucky people, survivors, metals and structures. Estimated to have 1 hour 5 minutes 18 seconds left. Pouring rain. At the current driving speed that cannot be avoided, please speed up. The god immediately increased the speed to the maximum. And pressed the throttle to the end. Xiao Shi was stunned by the speed. Old man, brother. Words don't keep promises. Don't you say no racing. Why? Xiao Shi said. Zhang Chen shouted back. Xiao Shi, quickly sit properly. Don't sit firmly. You have to speed up. Thunder and lightning. Rain has begun to fall. Now, there was a garage in front. Zhang Chen hurriedly drove into it, but there were already people inside. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he parked his car beautifully. Fu finally avoided it. It was okay. Zhang Chen asked everyone. At this time, Xiao Shi and Shi Yu were drunk until the evening of their faces. Where the racing car fell, they turned into such corrosiveness that was strong enough. But it is likely that the body evolved in a short time. Dreaming of causing damage to the body is not very pronounced. Yo yo yo, where are you from? The rain outside is scary. You can escape here is really lucky. Ask if there was a man with long hair, and there were a lot of tall and athletic people behind him. The scene switches to the long-haired man welcoming to my little shop. He then went on to say, our Total Isa hotel is just to provide absolute safety for you. He said absolute safety quite confidently. That Hope said. He smiled confidently and said of course, yes, and forgot to introduce. I am Isa, the man behind me is my brother, 3 tall men. He went on to introduce where we have great armed power and a very good geographical location, besides the most important thing is lashing out at induction. A younger brother was 3, but the second-level primary awakener, lashing out at the power of the cannon that could kill a prostrate one. He confidently introduced his younger brother. There is him here, there is no exam that dares to work recently. Hearing Jiang Chen also coordinate admiration, Xiao Shi was about to open his mouth to say that he prostrated, he dared to blow. It was a bit too much, but Jiang Chen hurriedly gagged Xiao Shi. Mr. Isa went on to say that the important thing is that I have some rules, and I asked the rules again, and the AISA replied how valuable the rules are. But it's not complicated to say, it's money, ha ha ha, it shouldn't be the cum, he said with a smile. As long as he could pay enough cum, no matter how beautiful a woman was. The environment is comfortable, safe, then the food is clean. He then stretched out his hand in the direction of the God chapter and continued, even the weapon, as long as he gave it to him, he could meet it all. Then how much money can you give? The rain outside is so heavy, you guys have no place to go. He said in a somewhat defiant tone, 1 crystal per person, sleeping in a sand bed with 2 crystals each. If the room is private, it starts from 10 crystals. If there is no money, I can also provide job opportunities. Especially this lady can definitely earn a lot. Hearing this, the 2 girls didn't feel right either. The juniors also laughed ungainly, haha yes, our brothers can go take care of your business tonight. Hearing that, the eyes of Hope and Xiao Shi became gloomy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately stopped. Your small shop for such customers, safe or not. Let's talk about it. This service attitude still needs to be strengthened, just said Jiang Chen's hand while holding out the bag of semen. Then Jiang Chen threw the bag full of cum at the boss and said that this place is 100 crystals. I want this place to be the best. The boss hurriedly took it and changed it. Isa hurriedly apologized and led them away, again saying that it didn't matter, that the esteemed guest could definitely get the best service. Inviting him to the most pompous room, he kindly led everyone away. After Jiang Chen left, Isa weighed the amount of money in his hand and asked his brother what kind of generosity and strength. He couldn't see it with his eyes, but the guy who was 3 levels higher than me didn't exist, so he was definitely a chicken, he hastily asserted. There is both chicken and money, besides there is such a beautiful girl. This is a fat piece of meat, 3Z said sneeringly. His brother saw that and quickly reminded me to remember our rules, 3Z, don't break it. Meanwhile, a man lurking in the corner eavesdropping on their conversation. Meat to the mouth and ignoring to eat, is stupid. The eavesdropper let out a devious smile. The door opened and an extravagant room appeared. Xiao Shi was stunned and shouted wow. The waiter in the back politely bowed and said to Jiang Chen's group, this is the highest standard in our place. Wishing you all a happy stay. Xiao Shi turned to look at the waiter. She said to him in an extremely sarcastic tone, is it really the highest standard? Don't fool me. This room, even the window is not there. The waiter is still not angry. He wholeheartedly explained to Xiao Shi, now it is raining outside. The room has no windows. Underground is the highest safety factor. At this time, the system appears to announce that about 15 hours and 37 minutes and 43 seconds from the heavy rain, bacteria in the rainwater contain biological energy, will absorb and corrode the ability of objects. They come into contact, but will not cause any damage to the infected person. Jiang Chen touched his chin thoughtfully. He thought they could make such an arrangement, proving that there is often energy rain around here, but Tianyang City has not yet encountered it, proving that the closer the surrounding environment is affected. Suddenly the waiter became extremely enthusiastic. He handed Xiao Shi an item. He happily said that the mushroom is a good thing. Take a breath to make sure you are happy. Try it, he invited. Jiang Chen looked at the scene behind him in amazement. Then immediately proceeded to clasp the waiter's hand. He angrily told him to suck the monkey. If there is nothing to do, hurry up for me. The waiter, who was scolded by Jiang Chen, was immediately frightened. He timidly said, Quail, don't get angry. Xiao Shi saw that Jiang Chen was angry, and asked the old man curiously, why was he so angry, what was it after all? Jiang Chen poked Xiao Zai's boredom with his hand, then instructed him to ask less. Remember what strangers give, don't take it, understand not to hurry into the room. Xiao Shi was poked by Jiang Chen. He was bored, he shouted, it hurts. Then quickly ran into the room, running and shouting with delight, Oa. At this time, there was another man next to Jiang Chen. He smiled lightly and said to Zhang Chen that it is not a good thing to protect the pawn. As long as he is here, he should let him know. After all, it is Isa's most money-making trade. It is also his production line, he couldn't help it. He remembered the people who were addicted. Their bodies were thin from smoking too many cigarettes, and he continued to say that everyone knew it was DP. But a lot of people who would rather be addicted, in the end because they couldn't pay Isa's slave, also wanted to smoke, because it could make people forget despair. Zhang Chen agreed with what Zhang Chanla said, which was almost the same as my guess. Bo Chanla kindly extended his hand to Zhang Chen, but discarded these things. As long as there is money, this place is really comfortable. Hello, I am Bo Chanla, a foreigner, a long-term guest here. Zhang Chen reached out and grabbed Zhang Chanlo's hand, and he introduced himself with a brief sentence. Zhang Chen. Suddenly there was a scream outside begging you to let us stay here. I was content to do everything. Zhang Chen focused on listening to the sound. Outside, a bunch of people were bullying the two girls. Bazier behind Man Shu extravagantly threatened to cry out. The man holding Ji Shu's hand was very arrogant. He said to everyone here, "Guests, you hear? This lovely lady said just let her stay here. She is content to do anything." The other woman shed tears, although her appearance was extremely disheveled at this time. But there was no denying her beauty. She wiped away the tears from her face with her hands and then began to tell how the rain outside destroyed our refugee station. We had a hard time running here, we couldn't walk anymore. Begging you, save us. Bazi grabbed her shirt and she was extremely frightened. "Yeah," Bazier said, "to tell us to save you. Okay, but you have to let us check the goods first." A whole bunch of people were now surrounding to watch a girl being bullied. There were lewd and despicable smiles on their faces. They shouted in unison to check goods. Check goods. Bazier held the girl's wrist tightly to prevent her from escaping. The girl, who was both embarrassed and frightened, shouted, "Don't." At this moment, Man Shu suddenly rushed to bite the thug's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. But how could a little girl fight back against a tall, muscular man? She was quickly thrown away by the thug. Then the little girl just fell to the ground. Tri Shu was worried, so she rushed to see the situation of little Man Shu. She panicked and shouted at Man Shu. Bazi looked at the extremely disheveled Ji Chen, who was hugging Man Shu. He smiled viciously and then unlocked his belt. "Now Lao Su is free to deal with you. Then throws you out to burn the rain to death." Ji Chen had her shirt ripped off by Bazi, and she shamelessly raised her hand to cover her chest. Tri Chen panicked and hurriedly grabbed Isa's arm, expecting him to save me. Boss, save me with. But Isa didn't waver or pity her, he only cared about his own interests. Isa shrugged, coldly said that if only she could take out 4 crystals now, if she didn't, then sorry. After all, she still had to blame herself. If she hadn't protested before, she might have gotten the money at the store now. Luo Chanla suddenly took out 4 crystals. Then he handed it into Isa's hands. "Now the payment must still be in time," Isa said in surprise. "It turns out that the fairy likes this way. No wonder my girls don't get your money." Isa said, but this lady was very persistent, not sure if she would sell. Bo Chanla looked at Kai Tian. He said in an extremely considerate and gentle tone, "So are you willing to shoot for me?" Kai Chen looked at Bo Chanla, without hesitation said contentedly. Seeing that Kai Chen so easily agreed to sell to others, Bazier angrily shouted at the bastard to look down on him. Suddenly Bazier was enraged, and Kai Chen shouted in panic. Bo Chanla used his cold face to look at Bazi, making him puzzled. Then Chen Luo brought out a cloth over Ji Tian's body, and gently took her away. Just as Zhang Chen opened the door of the room and saw this scene, Zhang Chen handed over Man Shu to Zhang Chen's group and said that brother Zhang Chen bothered to let her stay in his room for a while. "I have something to discuss with this young lady, okay?" Man Shu looked at them with tears in his eyes, looking very pitiful. She then rushed over and hugged Shi Chen. Zhang Chanla hugged Zhang Chen and took him to his room and smiled and waved his hand to say thank you. Zhang Chen coldly replied to him. After Zhang Chanla disappeared, Shi Chen was angry and talked just now, thinking that the person really helped. Why would he even want to deal with that girl? Zhang Chen closed his eyes, did not feel angry, and said that it is a matter of 2 people volunteering. We do not have a stance to tell people to spend money without profit. In the next room they are constantly making a mum sound. Yaa makes the listener immediately blush. Shi Chen blushed and covered Man Shu's ears. Zhang Chen also came to cover Xiao Zai's ears. She asked Zhang Chen wonderingly, "What is it?" The next room still made sounds that made people shy. Ha ha. Shizan blushed and judged that he was not a good person. Pretending to be friendly and could not hide the dirt in the prince's heart. I saw that he tricked his words earlier, brother god, you have to be a little careful. Zhang Chen was still covering Xiao Zai's ears, making her angry, glaring at the old man. What he was doing. He saw that Shi Chen was really worried about him, so he honestly said rest assured. But he secretly thought, but what did he mean? Most annoying, this kind of person. He'd better not poke me. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, making a crackling sound. Zhang Chen looked back in surprise. Tai Chen stood outside. Her face was still red. She had changed into a different outfit on her body. Kai Chen said it shyly, annoying a little. I came to pick up Manchu. Manchu saw that Ji Chen had returned, and happily ran over and hugged her waist. Ji Chen led Manchu away. Before he left, he didn't forget to nod at them. The two people Kai Nian and Mantu walked and chatted with each other very happily. Zhang Chen opened his mouth wide in surprise. He secretly thought that it was only 3 minutes, it was already done. The physical strength of the Koreans was worried. Suddenly, there was a very loud shout that sounded to Manchu. At the same time, Bo Chanla along with Ba Zei, Isa violently kicked down the door of Zhang Chen's group's room. Bo Chanla was extremely angry and said, what you fed Manchu, human life is about to happen. The three Zhang Chen had absolutely no idea what was going on outside. Shizan nervously approached Manchu, who was in great pain holding her stomach, and cried out hoo hoo. After confirming that Shi Chen told Zhang Chen that the food was poisoned, Zhang Chen sat on the chair holding her face and crying. She secretly complained that Zhang Shensho's group had a severe digestive system disease. Eating inattentively would be in danger, except for you, it does not eat at all. Xiao Shi took a bottle of water and brought it. She immediately exposed Zhang Chen's lie. It was clear that you had drunk the water, and the system appeared with a message reminding that the clean water was opened. Ji Chen made sure to say that the water was no problem, because Manchu and I both drank it. Isa aggressively approached Zhang Chen. He pointed his finger at his face and repeatedly blamed him on the customer. Pretending to be useless. This is malignant poisoning, damaging the honor of our store. Bazier constantly forced Zhang Chen to pay compensation, a lot of money. Ji Chen hugged Mu Shu. She saw the evil eyes of the other three, and immediately realized that something was wrong. I said that the two of you also followed. It turned out to be a fraud. Shui Chanla was responsible for causing the event. The AISA brothers were responsible for the threat. See yourself as a fool who wants to cheat money. This time, Luo Chanla took Manchu to lie on the bed to rest. He sat next to the bed and handed Ji Shu a bottle of medicine and said that this is an antibiotic. Manchu will take it better. But try Shu, this medicine is really too expensive. I can't give it to you for free, Tri Chen said awkwardly, but I don't have any money. Zhang Chen used the primary peeping eye function. He looked at the medicine bottle in Zhang Chen's hand. The system now announced that the bottle antibiotic was opened. Zhang Chen angrily said that Zhang Chanla was so greedy. Not only did he want to trick him, the woman he also did not want to ignore. Bo Chanla held the potion in his hand, pretended to tell Ji Chen that he really liked you. If only you would sell it to me in exchange for this medicine. This is also good for you. I can take care of you in the future. The system again appeared to announce that the bottle antibiotic was opened. Poor quality vitamins were accompanied by mortis mushrooms. Zhang Chen speculated that dreaming mushrooms could relieve pain quickly. Just trick Kui Chen into signing a bust contract even if it was discovered late. This is not the first time. In front of Zhang Chen, there was a table of items: energy crystals 88, homemade sharp clips waiting for sale 7, expired bread 100, contaminated water 50, clean water 15, salt craving finished soaking 150, instant noodles 40, mortis mushrooms 90, empty potion bottles 47, helicopters full of gasoline 1, common driving techniques 1. The system reminds this person to rely on poisoning the tricked daughter also with the sale of clips to receive upgraded semen. Currently the person who was tricked has reached 126 people. Zhang Chen looked at the helicopter in front of him, but this guy had a helicopter. Ba Zi angrily grabbed Zhang Chen's collar. He didn't hold back, he just shouted at him, Xiao Zi rotten, what do you think? Just tell you to pay the money to respect your face. Dare to say no, Lao Su killed you. Zhang Chen immediately said, calm down. I don't want to cause trouble, isn't it money? But it was about taking it one thing at a time. Zhang Chen retracted the hand that was being held by Ba Zier and let go. Zhang Chen suddenly became extremely eager to take on the role of Bo Chanla. This matter let me take responsibility. It was only a moment later when the shopkeeper demanded compensation. He had to say a few words for me. Zhang Chen, if I give Bo Chanla a price, I see that he is also a traitor, so Kui Jilian is his person. So I raise the price 20% higher than the market price. Sell him all the supplies. See how compensation it is. Kui Chanla is astonished to be 30% higher. He took off the ring in his hand, and immediately agreed with Zhang Chen that as long as Zhang Chen had this talent. Zhang Chanla immediately raised a total price of 1,380 crystals. He secretly exchanged all the supplies into crystals enough for me to become the strongest man here. By then not only was this Zhang Chen's money mine, Isa's everything was also his. Zhang Chen took the rein, then he suddenly changed his attitude to expose the truth about Bo Chanla. Mr. Bo calculated or true, the polluted water and moldy bread in here based on the price of the food usually sold to me. Bo Chanla was stunned. Zhang Chen put on his shoulder and he didn't look angry. Zhang Chen took out a box, but, it's okay. I have money, these things I bought. Zhang Chen used his sharp gaze to look at Zhang Chanla. You have to be a little stronger to be interesting. If you don't get beaten to death by me, then how boring it is. Zhang Chanla quickly grabbed the object in Zhang Chen's hand and left his hand. Zhang Chen took the ring that she had just bought, and handed it over to Zhang Chen, this one for Man Shu to eat. What Zhang Chen gave her was the dream mushroom. Zhang Chen was extremely grateful to Zhang Chen. She said thank you. Isa whispered to Ba Zi. The level of the Chanla supplement was only slightly lower than him. If that number of crystals did not matter, his strength would immediately surpass him. If that was the case, then find a chance to destroy him. Ba Zi was still hesitant about him. Didn't you say you couldn't break hotel rules? Isa immediately gave Ba Zi a tarpaulin. He helplessly said that your mind is really laked. Ba Zi immediately argued that your mind is good, isn't it okay? Didn't you say that I was in charge of brainstorming, you in charge of upgrading before? Bo Chanla after getting the crystal immediately leveled up. Around him radiated a powerful aura of power. Bo Chanla laughed a ha 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 ha. Upgraded, I upgraded. I finally qualified to become a member of the S13 nest and the system appeared to announce ding. Upgrade to Awakener, middle school. Zhang Chen heard Bo Chanla mention the name S13, and he was full of questions. Isa saw that Bo Chanla really upgraded. He was extremely angry. He ordered Ba Zir's mother to let him really upgrade. Ba Zhi, kill him. Ba Zir immediately rushed up to attack Aaa. Bo Chanla smirked, and Ba Zi continued to swing his fist. But when he approached Zhang Chanlach, he suddenly disappeared. Ba Zi said in bewilderment, it was the heavenly palace that evolved the energy. He quickly disappeared or was invisible. Zhang Chen said that invisibility was nothing more than invisibility to the lower level. Zhang Chen used his peeping ability. Ba Chen began to panic. He swung his fist around, but he didn't hit Bo Chanla. Here, is there not here? Zhang Chen with his ability. He saw that at this moment, behind Ba Zir, there was Bo Chanla holding a knife about to stab him. Ba Zi just like that. Bo Chanla pierced through his abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bo Chanla after killing Ba Zir. His next target was Isa, kill you. Isa rushed over in a hurry, and he ran and shouted at the three philosophers. Isa was just in time to catch his brother's body. There was a sign S13 on his body. He continued to appear behind Isa, raised a knife and prepared to stab him. But at this moment, Zhang Chen made a move, and before Zhang Chanla stabbed down, he held onto his hand tightly. Zhang Chanla said in amazement that he could see me. Zhang Chen said that not only could he see, but also very clearly. He swung his arms, causing Luo Chanla to splash behind him. Then successive streams of power were unleashed by Zhang Chen. Bo Chanla was knocked down, and behind him the ground sank into a large pit, and the merciful Bo Chanla spat out a mouthful of blood. He blushed angrily. He was mixed with the unwillingness of the fake pig-eater tiger. He and Isa were on the same side. Zhang Chen waved his hand, coldly said first, I am not on anyone's side. Hitting you is simply because I really can't help it. His mother is really itchy. He approached Zhang Luo and continued to tell him that the second I was always a tiger. Just the pig he didn't see, the third. Zhang Chen squeezed Zhang Chanlo's face with one hand. He seemed extremely interested, saying I was really curious how much an idiot could take the blow. Zhang Chen grabbed Luo Chanlo's collar and repeatedly slammed his head on the ground, causing him to beg for forgiveness to stop his hand, stop hitting. Zhang Chanlo's face was puffy at this time, bruised and nowhere to heal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen was surprised to tell him, "You can take a good blow." Jiang Chen grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. Jiang Chen's hand was also stained with the red blood of Jiang Chanla at this time. Jiang Chen continued in the hope of being able to intimidate Jiang Chen. "I am a member of S13 who knows something, quickly let go of me. Otherwise our organization will not spare you." Jiang Chen is not afraid and continues to mock the organization with 13 idiots. "Although I have never heard of it, but the water is good at naming. With the symbol of a shield with the S13 logo, today if I am deadly and the organization will not stop looking for you to avenge." Luo Chanlo's face was swollen like dumplings. His teeth also fell a few times. His nose was still bleeding. He remembered his organization. Jiang Chen raised his fist and was about to attack when he actually stopped his hand. Bo Chanla thought that his threat had an effect, so he was extremely afraid of it, then quickly let go. Jiang Chen stopped his hand not because he was afraid, but he secretly thought if he said something to play with that type, if he killed Bo Chanla behind at least 13 spoiled awakening ranks. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. This upgraded faster than killing Jiang Shi. Jiang Chen with the expression behind the chi said, "I can't let you live. Jiang Chanla is afraid." "What?" He took advantage of Jiang Chen's distraction and quickly ran away. He tried his best to run away. Jiang Chen led the escaped prey within his reach and also cried out. Luo Chanla ran to those addicts. "He gave you a very lucrative condition. Hurry up and stop that madman. Kill him. I give you the dream mushroom to smoke for 3 years. The other people who hear that they can smoke the dream mushroom for free, they are extremely happy for 3 years, really." Jiang Chen looked at the crazy people in front of him motionlessly, and they were constantly laughing with joy. "Ha ha ha, 3 years of dreaming mushrooms." Luo Chanla stood in the middle of the crowd. He kept shouting to you, "Bazir was killed by me. Now I am an old man. Whoever kills that man, I give Isa's hotel to him." The people seem to be strengthened. They are not afraid to rush up. That's the dose. Xiao Shi was extremely disdainful. It was true that Jiang Chen took out a sword from space. He smirked coldly, adding to it was a disdainful sneer, so he had to use the method of fighting Jiang Shi to fight. Jiang Chen instructed them. "Shi Chun, Xiao Shi, take care of themselves." Shi Zan replied. Xiao Shi also made sure to say, "Rest assured, old man." Jiang Chen took the sword and rushed up. With just one swing of the sword, he destroyed a lot of people. Another man with a knife who rushed in was also hit by Jiang Chen with a flying power. Noticing that his men were constantly being forced back, Jiang Chanla angrily shouted at the scraps, so many people could not do anything to him. At this time, a lot of people rushed towards Jiang Chen, surrounding him inside. He took this opportunity to run away, but it was enough for me to admit to running away. Jiang Chen took the sword and jumped on the fat goat and wanted to run. Jiang Chen swung his sword with just one move, knocking the people away, and hit the fleeing Luo. The system successively appeared announcing that the collected Death Ding received the energy crystal 1000 after 10 plus 848, 80% plus endowment. The homemade color clip was waiting to sell 7. The uniform 3 received 100 crochet bread, contaminated water 50, purified water 15, 150 complete packaged cabbage, 40 instant noodles, 90 mortis mushrooms, 47 empty pill bottles. Received 650 plus 520 energy gold crystals, plus 80% endowment. Helicopter full of gasoline 1. Common driving technique 1. Fragments of storage rings 66. Enchanted bones 20. Enchanted bones are something only available to addicts who smoke dream mushrooms. Illusory mushrooms are special materials required to make some props. Jiang Chen, after looking through the list of items, said excitedly, "Oh, the helicopter has arrived." In front of Jiang Chen is still the system control panel. He looked at those addicts coldly and said, "Now, the person who promised you everything is dead." Jiang Chen looked at the bone item, extremely curious about it. "There is also this enchanting bone that I saw for the first time. I don't know if it will have a great effect later." Jiang Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and asked if anyone else wanted to come and give their lives. Now in a room when the person lying on the bed was moving, Isa nervously ran to Bazi. Bazir was seriously injured. The cloth bandage wrapped around him tried to sit up. Isa saw that his brother was awake. He was extremely glad that he was not dead. "God bless him to threaten me with death." Bazir had just woken up but was extremely angry and scolded Bo Chanla that bastard was really evil. He had the most intentions. He had to think of a way to deal with him quickly. The two Isa brothers were chatting with each other when they heard the others' voices when they looked at the door at the same time. Jiang Chen entered the room very arrogantly and told the other two not to bother anymore. He looked at the other two, mysteriously saying it was still a matter of thinking about how you guys could move on. There were many people outside stealthily peeking at the scene in the room. Jiang Chen wiped my sword with a clean towel. My memory was not good. Someone told me to poison Malice earlier. Then Jiang Chen pointed the point of his sword at Isa, which made him very scared. He looked at the sword in front of him in a cold sweat. Jiang Chen continued to pretend to be a duck, but why don't I remember how I poisoned? There was only cruelty on Jiang Chen's face at this time, and he wielded a sword and threatened the two of them. You help me remember. Isa's face changed rapidly. He was afraid of constantly explaining that misunderstandings were all misunderstandings. We were also deceived by Minister Luo. But deep in his mind he was still trying to hide his words and would die. He glanced at the crowd outside and thought that so many people looked at him. His shop seemed to be spent. How could Jiang Chen believe his words? He asked deliberately, didn't he? Jiang Chen took out a lot of water bottles from space. The system appeared to announce the loss of 50 polluted water. He raised his sword on one bottle. Then challenged Isa to buy pure water in the hands of Zhang Changhua. He drank it into me will believe. Jiang Chen held the back of Isa's neck and forced him to drink contaminated water. Isa also knew for sure what water was in the bottle, so he immediately refused. No, could not drink, could not drink. Jiang Chen decided to force Isa to tell the whole truth why he could not drink. He said listen. The water bottle was thrown to the ground. Isa was so scared that she decided to say I told her. Jiang Chen with the sword stood in front of Isa and Ba Chen who were kneeling on the ground. Isa put his hand on his chest and began to tell the truth that Zhang Changhua would act against the beautiful girl and the rich. Either set a trap for them to become bankrupt or let them poison. This was his old trick. Isa pointed to Ji Chen who was right at the door. He went on to say that we had a plan to coordinate with him. This time the child was poisoned by drinking his dirty water. Jiang Chen asked Jiang Chen who was extremely depressed standing at the door to hear clearly. Don't arbitrarily trust people. People don't know, Jiang Chen sullenly replied. Jiang Chen made an evil face. He asked Isa to say that. It wasn't me poisoning anymore, right, so what is my mental toll? Isa immediately took out a box. He immediately flattered, understanding, it's all our fault, don't compare with me. This place is the mind of the store we invited you to take. Jiang Chen praised them very well. The system again shows the notice board of items receiving 15 energy crystals, 50 flavored fish cans, 120 fruit cans, 80 beef canning, 230 instant noodles, 50 purified water, 500 grams of frozen pork 200, triple flour condensate, wine 120, sea salt 200, black pepper 120, bow 20, cheese 95, bread large pieces 88. Jiang Chen looked inside the box that Isa had just given him and wondered why the energy fusion was so low. Isa immediately replied that the crystal I used for Bazir to upgrade. If you are not satisfied I go and collect more. Jiang Chen refuses them not to need me without this little bit of you. Jiang Chen manipulated the system control panel. On the control panel there was an item called flour condenser ice. Jiang Chen asked Isa where the flour condenser ice came from. Otherwise, I need a large amount. Jiang Chen wielded a black sword and forced him to honestly reply. This is a guest who used to pay the rent for the room before. It seems that he has a lot there, but I don't have it, but if you want, I will definitely help you get more. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen gave him 3 days and 3 days. 3 days later, I wanted to see his flour condensation taper brain. Isa insisted that it was no problem for me to worry. Jiang Chen walked out of the room, and he didn't forget to instruct him to arrange for Kui Chen and Mu Shu. At this time, Shi Zan and Xiao Shi were by their side taking care of Man Shu when they suddenly heard Jiang Chen say Shi Chun. Xiao Zai's reign is about to stop, we should also depart. Xiao Shi immediately agreed. The three Jiang Chen started to leave. Jiang Chen saw Shi Chun's anxiety, so he comforted his aunt and told him to take care of them. No need to worry too much. Shi Chen was also more assured, she replied. Suddenly Shi Chen became shy, and asked Zhang Shenzhen to say that she wanted to go to the headquarters of the lucky survivor in the south. I told her my brother was there. Also gave her the map of supplies. Brother Shen, do you feel that I am too holy mother? Zhang Chen smiled softly and told her that they were trying to live, they couldn't help but see hope, and they were honest unlike the holy mother. Xiao Shi peeked out from behind Zhang Chen. The little girl asked the old man to talk really hard to understand. What are these two things? Zhang Chen began to answer for the little girl, it is. As they walked, Zhang Chen blushed and laughed out loud at the difference between liking and disliking, which made Xiao Shi puff his cheeks angrily. Zhang Chen opened his storage space. Then took out a helicopter that surprised the other two. Wow! Xiao Shi was extremely excited. The handsome old man is too handsome. I want to sit. I want to sit. Shi Chen is also very excited. This time the speed to Shannan City can be faster. Zhang Chen manipulated the control panel in front of him. He prevented the other two who were planning to sit on the plane. Don't rush. On the dashboard appeared an announcement through the learned driving technique, and there were two options: yes or no. Zhang Chen did not hesitate to choose yes. Then the system sounded a ding. Through the learned driving technique completed. At this time, Zhang Chen volunteered to go first. Suddenly there was a voice behind him. Zhang Chen angrily turned around and said who the uncle was, and Manchu hurriedly ran over to Zhang Chen and waited for a moment. When Manchu continued to call him Uncle Zhang Chen, he suppressed his anger. He said to himself, she can't be compared to a child. She is a child. Zhang Chen showed a gentle expression and said, Manchu, can you work? Manchu gave a card to Zhang Chen. This is for him. Immediately the system made a ding sound to congratulate him on receiving the first level lucky card. Zhang Chen took the card in amazement. The system showed the information of the first level lucky card after using the event that the rate in progress must develop in a beneficial way, for the collection of the object from which the body fell off. Opening the void supply crate lasted an effective 10 minutes. Tri Shu patted Manchu's head. She sincerely said that she didn't know how to thank you. There was nothing that could be given. Only this could help you. Manchu gave them a big smile and said thank you. Zhang Chen held the lucky card in his hand. He said to Zhang Chen if it was okay. Compared to me, don't you need this more? Zhang Chen honestly said that we don't know what time to use it, nor can we rely on it to meet a trustworthy person. If Zhang Chen had said so, Zhang Chen would not have continued to visit, and he put the card away in the storage space. Manchu seemed to still have something to say to him. The little girl awkwardly poked two fingers together. I also have a gift to give you. Can you bow? Zhang Chen reminded Manchu to change the way he called him, brother. He was not even mentally prepared to call him. Despite saying this, Zhang Chen still listened to the little girl who lowered her head. Manchu blushed shyly and kissed Zhang Chen on the cheek. He was surprised. Well, what? Xiao Shi saw this scene and his eyes widened in surprise. Zhu Chen blushed embarrassedly holding on to Manchu. What are you doing? Little Manchu happily said to Zhang Chen. After we kiss you are yours. Wait for the eldest child to marry you. Zhang Chen was shocked. He sat down low opposite the little girl and said to the little girl to marry a man like uncle. Don't you criticize the elder. Manchu continued to say that it has been nowhere since coming here. Sister Ji Chen because she is always bullied by other men. You are the only one who is unconditionally kind to us. I like you. Sister Tri Nian once said that in this world good men are absolutely extinct. If you meet them later, you must definitely take them and don't let go. Zhang Chen stood up and put a hand on the little girl's head. He explained to Manchu the good and bad of the person who is not absolute in this world. If you want to live well, you must finally rely on your growth. Understand? Manchu said. It seemed that after explaining to Manchu for a while, she understood something, but still stubbornly wanted to marry Zhang Chen and wait for a strong transformation. She could marry him. Zhang Chen helplessly turned and left. He waved goodbye to them and left. Goodbye. The helicopter was launched. After that, Zhang Chen's group left by helicopter, and below Ji Chen and Manchu waved goodbye to them and said goodbye, thanking them for their future. Ji Chen looked at Manchu and said, okay, let's go back. Behind them suddenly appeared a wounded man. He used a wooden stick to support his body. The man just approached Tri Zan's place and shouted Yaa. Manchu was surprised to say that there were people there. The man who had just appeared on his body had bloodstains everywhere. He watched Zhang Chen's group leave and said what's wrong? Not only are there racing cars, they even have helicopters. He just stood there looking at the helicopter and wondered how to chase. The helicopter had now taken them to the south. Helicopters flying above below are countless exam reinforcements. Below is Shannan City Central Hospital. Zhang Chen controlled the helicopter. He said that the hospital did not seem to have been cleaned up. The number of bodies was very large, and he had to be careful. Shi Chen sitting in the back started to tease brother Shen. Even the helicopter knows how to fly. It is very gentle to girls. It is really a good man. Xiao Shi also assisted Shi Zan to tease Zhang Chen. Good man. Zhang Chen helplessly said spare me, when did this strange atmosphere end? Zhang Chen said to the two people behind Manchu that it was just a baby. can you two stop being unreasonable? Xiao Shi was irritated and said to Zhang Chen that he dared to say that girls are ridiculous. This is a classic speech of bad men. Shi Chen also said that because it is so small, why don't you refuse directly that this is committing a crime? Zhang Chen just kept silent at the reproach of the two. At this time, the helicopter was lowered to the ground. Seeing that there was a plane appearing, a crowd of bodies immediately rushed. Zhang Chen uses the occipital fusion power, taking the helicopter as the center. A circle of power spread around and destroyed all the gangsters. Zhang Chen took the sword from the helicopter and jumped down here. Zhang Chen swung his sword, and with one move, he defeated the nearby reinforcement, leaving me. He just killed Zhang Shi and said, "This good man. A lot of reinforcements can be easily destroyed under Zhang Chen's sword playing with you." Shi Zan and Xiao Shi were on the helicopter using guns to destroy the gangsters. Xiao Shi was puzzled to say that the old man who beat the court last time didn't even take such a risk. Shi Zan blushed silently. Shi Chen stood up, she sighed and said it seemed a little too much. She apologized for a moment, but he didn't really feel too boundary. Zhang Chen took the sword first, killing Zhang Shi, paving the way for Shi Chen and Xiao Shi to be behind. After destroying all the reinforcements here, Zhang Chen said that there are many reinforcements here, but there are not many difficult to deal with, easy to liquidate. Shi Chen also agreed to say, "Well, there should be no erectile exams in the courtyard anymore." Xiao Shi suddenly said something wrong. He remembered that there was another big one. Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Shi in astonishment, and Shi Chen called out to Xiao Shi in fear. Xiao Shi pointed to a nearby high-rise building and said there. Shi Chen and Zhang Chen also looked in the direction Xiao Shi pointed. Zhang Chen also heard something. Could this sound be? From the direction Xiao Shi pointed, a huge erection appeared. It was extremely large, and its eyes were blood-red. Zhang Chen was not too surprised because the appearance of Zhang Shi was indeed a herd, Shi Chen said anxiously, but. She looked at Xiao Shi in amazement, thinking how Xiao Shi knew. Gang Shi kept shouting at them. Zhang Chen with his sword jumped up, and he was surprised by Zhang Chen's appearance. Zhang Chen slashed at Zhang Shi with a sword. The body of the iguanas is split in half. Then just like that, the system appears a notification to launch automatic collection. Shi Chen said anxiously to Shen Xiaoxi. Zhang Chen looked over and immediately worried. Xiao Shi suddenly fell down and was being picked up by Shi Zan. Zhang Chen anxiously called Xiao Shi. Shi Chen just picked her up and asked Xiao Shi what was wrong. Xiao Shi weakly told them a headache. Shi Chen had a headache. Zhang Chen approached her and said, "Xiao Shi, now her headache has something to do with whether she knows that iguanas will appear." Xiao Shi said in confusion that she doesn't know, but she knows that there will be danger in that place. Zhang Chen remembered that the secret here was probably bigger than he expected. Xiao Shi and Xu Yina looked like that. It really doesn't seem like a coincidence. The group of them continued to move. Zhang Chen used his sword to open the hospital door. They went inside. Zhang Chen was still worried about Xiao Shi, so he asked her now that he had to go in and find the seventh resting chamber. "Xiao Shi, how are you?" Xiao Shi touched her head. She said, "It doesn't matter, you are better. Your head doesn't hurt like that anymore." The system again displays a notification using the automatic warning tower. There are a lot of bodies on the ground in the hospital. Shi Zan said that there are many bodies here, but he does not see if the body is ever mutated in the period where this place has been sealed off. The system now appeared to announce that the hidden system in the building had 5 prostrate worms, a nutritional poison worm. They did not pose any threat to you. Zhang Chen said maybe. He began to worry more, but the deeper he went into the situation the body became more and more unstable. At first it was a dried human body, then it was half human and half a body, and there were monsters that had not been seen. There were many bodies of all kinds of monsters on the floor. Zhang Chen recalled, he felt that something was not right. This demonic twisted appearance was very similar to that pink water. Could it be that the body here is also a product under the action of semi-finished drugs? If that is the case. Zhang Chen went to the research room. After opening the door, there was a lot of black aura in the room. Zhang Chen speculated that maybe the source of the pink water medicine research was here. Zhang Chen told them to look for the number 7 restroom in front of the entrance, which must have been placed in a very closed position. We split up to search. Xiao Shi silently looked in a certain direction. Suddenly, she pointed in a direction. Shi Chen said in amazement, "Xiao Shi." Xiao Shi went ahead to lead the way for them. Shi Chen doubted or asked Xiao Shi why she knew this place. Did she really come here before? And Zhang Chen just followed her silently. Xiao Shi honestly said that she didn't remember coming here. But she knew the location of the restroom. There must be an elevator on this side. Xiao Shi pressed the elevator button. The elevator made a sound. Xiao Shi was excited, said it was too good, and the electricity was still. Xiao Shi continued happily from here. Suddenly the elevator door opened, and inside was the body of someone. Xiao Shi was talking passionately when he suddenly stopped and shouted, "Hu yo mom." In the elevator was the body of a girl who appeared to be a doctor here. The body was completely transformed, her face twisted, her long pointed toenails constantly screaming, "Huh!" The body in the elevator knelt on the ground, causing Zhang Chen's group to fall backwards, and the 3 Zhang Chen group members shouted that they were crying. Zhang Chen took out his sword suspiciously or wondered if there was a crying child here. Why didn't the hidden system suggest? Xiao Shi and Shi Chen stood in the back and watched Zhang Chen suddenly get angry. Zhang Chen angrily scolded the system of dogs playing with him. He shouted for the 2 to hurry up and now I deal with it. Zhang Chen jumped up and swung his sword at the wailing child. It seemed that the monster also knew that he was going to die, so he kept crying out. Xiao Shi heard its cry and seemed to realize something. Just as Zhang Chen was about to kill the monster, Xiao Shi suddenly rushed to hug Zhang Chen and waited for the old dagger to go downstream. Zhang Chen almost fell and cried out. He angrily turned to look at Xiao Shi when he struck something. Xiao Shi hurriedly said that he was the person he was. What did Zhang Chen say in amazement? Shi Chen was also astonished to say so. This wailing child did not mean to attack in the first place. The monster was hiding in a corner in the elevator. It cried out in fear, "Hoo hoo." Zhang Chen assessed the human monster. Like this. Xiao Shi put his hands on his head, and he couldn't say that he must have humanity. Zhang Chen thought that if he was a person the system didn't mention, he would understand. Zhang Chen came over and grabbed the monster and threatened him honestly, "If he didn't kill you." He cried out as if he agreed to who. Zhang Chen saw the nameplate on his chest on which was written the person in charge of the laboratory, Xu Yina. After reading it, Zhang Chen was amazed. Zhang Chen asked if she was Xu Yina. They went into the elevator. At this time the elevator was going downstairs. Xiao Shi approached her crying. Shi Chen asked Zhang Chen in surprise. He said that she is a scientist here. Shi Chen was still worried about why she turned into this form. Zhang Chen replied that she must have used herself as an experiment. "I didn't see those strange bodies. The scientist was all crazy." The elevator has arrived now. Zhang Chen looked at the monster and said, "But what is the purpose and motive of her experiment? How much human reason she still has now, we don't know. It is still a little better to be careful." Shi Chen looked outside and reminded the other 2 to come. The elevator door opened, and Zhang Chen was stunned again. The elevator door opened to be a parking lot. Zhang Chen was amazed. "This is why is it a parking lot? This place is already the last floor. There is no restroom." Zhang Chen doubted or asked Xiao Shi, "That memory of yours is really not wrong." Xiao Shi touched it. I feel that it is this place." Xu Yina in the elevator suddenly made a move. She used her hand to repeatedly fox the floor. Thnag Zhang Chen shouted, "Xu Yina. What are you doing?" Xiao Shi shouted. Xiao Shi suddenly said, "Right. The old man down here. Zhang Shenyi are under the elevator, then get out of the way." Zhang Chen took the sword and entered the elevator. Then slash one time into the elevator. However, there was a path down below. Zhang Chen shouted yes. He told Xu Yina, "You guys are really hidden, there is a floor." Zhang Chen illuminated the bottom with a flashlight. Xu Yina crawled down in front of him and shouted, "Hoo hoo." Zhang Chen shone the lights behind him. Xiao Shi and Shi Chen hurriedly followed. Zhang Chen reminded him to be careful. Don't be in a hurry. Xu Yina let out a cry as if to tell them hoo hoo. Zhang Chen looked at the front in surprise. There was a door in front of him. Zhang Chen shined a flashlight and asked if it was this place. Where was the light switch? And the dust filled the sky. Shi Chen anxiously called out to brother Shen. Xiao Shi watched silently. Zhang Chen turned on the switch. It was okay to see it. Shi Zan and Xiao Shi looked at the room. Xu Yina crawled deep inside. Shi Zan said in amazement that brother Chen was. There was a laboratory chamber with number 7 outside, and there were many tubes connected to each other. Zhang Chen replied hopefully, "It seems that this place is Xu Yina's laboratory." Shi Chen approached Zhang Chen. She asked brother Shen, "This is the number 7 restroom." Zhang Chen assessed the surroundings, then said that it seemed to be. At this time, Xu Yina came to a nearby table. She frantically rummaged, digging in the stack of papers on the table. Zhang Chen shouted at Xu Yina, "What kind of trick are you doing?" Xu Yina let out a few hoo. Zhang Chen shouted at her, "Hey, stop her hand. Is this looking for things or destroying things?" After rummaging around searching for, Xu Yina finally found what she wanted to find. She took a bundle of paper in her hand and cried out, hoo. Zhang Chen approached her, took the stack of papers. "This is specifically to find out for me." Zhang Chen began to read the sheets one by one. He speculated to do so, proving that Xu Yina's consciousness was relatively clear, but the mourner clearly had a complete human body. She couldn't control her actions like her own. This was obviously a photo of an online conversation. The content of the paper was a conversation Xu Yina had with a person named Mo Lin. Mo Lin said that, "I felt that doing experiments on biological energy and combining microorganisms, it was absolutely a mistake. The structure of these microorganisms is very simple. The rate of mutated genes is very high. We just started the experiment. There are at least 5,000 strains, and by the time we talked this number has skyrocketed," accompanied by pictures of 3 types of microorganisms sent by Mo Lin. He continued, "I stumbled upon a bacterium infected by biological energy. The reason for using infections is because they are not caused by us through technical tricks. But the creature energy actively attaches to it. I feel that this creature energy is like a life, can find a suitable host, symbiosis with it." The second paper was an image of a strange creature. Its whole body was blue. Mo Lin continued to say that the bacterium was actively attached by the organism's energy, did not show a random mutation state, but always carried out stable multiplication, separation, and replication. I had never seen through the genes of 2 to 30-something organisms that could multiply stable, but this red guy likes to eat everything that contains sugar and food derived from traditional energy. Of course, the food I talk about also includes whole organic organisms. I decided to destroy it. Absolutely cannot let it reveal." Zhang Chen seriously read all the papers in one turn. The next sheet of paper was a notice announcing that all the staff of the C506 laboratory in one experiment had a fire, eventually a serious explosion, and that the squad had deployed an emergency search and rescue. No living people have been found, but I paid tribute to those who spearheaded the exploration of eternal secrets. They are our heroes. Zhang Chen noticed a special phrase in which the secret is eternal. He sighed and looked at Xu Yina if she could talk. How good it was. The secret became more and more, making people vague. Xu Yina seemed to understand what he said. She exclaimed, hoo. At this moment, Shi Chen was standing in front of the flight number rest chamber. She called Zhang Chen. He quickly looked at this rest chamber. Zhang Chen was surprised. Shi Chen opened the door of the 7th chamber, but the inside was completely empty. There was nothing inside. This chamber seemed to have been broken for a long time. Zhang Chen rushed over. He looked inside in amazement. Zhang Chen remembered the conversation with Xu Yina. She said seriously, "The meteorite node is all the cause of the mutation, lashing out at the nucleus that cannot destroy it. In chamber number 7 there is the last hope of humanity. Zhang Chen is afraid to think that we are late or Xu Yina's judgment is wrong. Is there no hope left for man?" At this moment suddenly there was a loud shout, "Ya Aa!" Shi Zan spoke this. Xiao Shi outside held her head with her hands, and she screamed in pain, "Aa!" Xiao Shi was extremely anguished. The little girl shouted, "Aa!" It seemed that her hair was changing. Xiao Zai's hair had turned white, but with that transformation, the pain also gradually disappeared. Zhang Chen and Shi Chen quickly rushed over. Zhang Chen anxiously asked Xiao Shi what happened. Zhang Chen noticed Xiao Zai's transformation. Her hair. Xiao Shi looked at them silently. After she removed her hand from her face, a face with yellow human eyes gradually revealed. Xiao Shi didn't seem to recognize Zhang Chen and Shi Zan. There were a lot of black auras around her, Xiao Shi exclaimed. Shi was very worried about little Xiao Shi. What's wrong with her? At this time, Xiao Shi has fallen into an extremely frantic state. Shi still hopes that she can wake up again. Xiao Shi is awake. The system appears announcing the unnamed experiment of the 7th resting chamber awakening. Self-naming Xiao Shi has touched the original state. Type 9 biochemical person. The extreme gene technique of mercury blue crystal perfectly harmonizes with the extreme of crystal energy. The age of 14. The new life skill of passive real life will follow the age of natural growth. Through combat, study, observation, practical methods can all enhance its environmental adaptation energy. No need for gene enhancement drawings. It is also possible to conduct automatic gene enhancement. When Shi Chen was about to approach Xiao Shi, Zhang Chen immediately prevented Shi Zan from passing. It was the experiment of the number 7 rest chamber, Shi Chen said in surprise. Zhang Chen thought anxiously, but this skill is too paradoxical. If Xiao Shi really loses his reason to launch an attack on us, he is not sure that he can suppress it. Zhang Chen had just finished his thoughts when Xiao Shi suddenly rushed to attack them. She jumped up and threw a kick. But suddenly, the person Xiao Shi attacked was not Zhang Chen and Shi Chen, but Xu Yi Na. Xu Yi Na was kicked by Xiao Shi against the back wall, causing it to cry out in pain. The system appeared to announce 19% kill. Xiao Shi still hadn't given up. She jumped up. Then attack on the weakening Xu Yi Na. Shi Chen was extremely surprised to see this scene. She was pursuing Xu Lina. Could it be that the experiment, not that Xiao Shi specializes in destroying Zhang Shi? Zhang Chen thoughtfully thought that relying on physical attacks alone directly deals 11% damage to Xu Liken in the state of a third-type erectile exam. There was a stick in Xiao Zai's hand at this time, and the little girl with the stick frantically attacked Xu Ying Xiu. But before Xiao Zai's attack landed on Xu Yichen's body, Zhang Chen appeared to save her. Zhang Chen clutched Xiao Zai's wrist holding the cane. He held Xiao Hai's shoulder and called out to the pups, sobering up a little. That person was not a person, he couldn't kill. Xiao Shi suddenly smiled, and her smile looked extremely terrifying. Xiao Shi broke out of Zhang Chen and then jumped up. Zhang Chen was surprised by her sudden action. At this time, Xiao Zai's target had shifted to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen stood in front of Xu Yina's person who was crying out in pain. He thought angrily, what is just killing Zhang Shi? This is killing crazy. Not knowing anyone, just move and she attacks. Suddenly Xu Lina cried out in pain, you. Her screams caused the objects in the room to stir constantly. And far outside, Xu Linen's cry could still be heard. Xiao Shi stepped back a little. Then took the momentum to jump up and attack Xu Yi Na. At this time Xu Yi Na no longer continued to dodge. She stood up to face Xiao Shi ya. The system again showed a message that the person infected with the third form erectile exam had lost its reason. The human being transformed into a mourner, and at the same time was summoning the gang exam. Zhang Chen was tired and annoyed. It was true that again and again. Xiao Shi swung his fist at Xu Lina, but Xu Lina quickly dodged the attack, causing Xiao Shi to fall to the ground to form a big hole. Attacking Xu Yina failed. Xiao Shi turned her target to Zhang Chen again. Her eyes were red. She jumped up and then raised her hand to jump towards Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen quickly used her speed to avoid Xiao Zai's attack. Zhang Chen created a shield in front of him to fend off Xiao Zai's attack. But the shield was completely useless. Xiao Shi could easily break it with one hand. Xu Yan was attacking Zhang Chen when he was attacking Zhang Chen and ran away. Zhang Chen angrily pointed his finger underneath. He said in a tone that ordered Xiao Shi not to go out, "You ran lost. And then where do you go to find me? Quickly and obediently recover normally, otherwise you will beat me." Xiao Shi raised her fist, and her fist also carried a huge aura of power. Then immediately threw a punch at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen immediately clenched Xiao Zai's fist with his hand. When Xiao Shi didn't pay attention to him, Shi Zan quickly rummaged for more things that could help him. Shi Zan shouted and told Zhang Chen that he persisted a little. If Xiao Shi is an experiment, there must be materials to suppress it. Zhang Chen was using all his strength to fend off Xiao Zai's attack. He took a moment to say to Shi Chen, "You can quickly find me to persevere for not long." Shi Zan held a book in her hand. She excitedly shouted yes and yes. Found it and found it. Shi Zan flipped through the book and quickly looked for ways that could overcome Xiao Shi. If the biochemical form appeared symptoms of dizziness, vomiting. If the biochemical form appeared swollen limbs. If the biochemical form was bleeding. Shi Chen flipped to a page that was no longer intact. She was glad to say that this is this. If the biochemical body has violent tendencies. Shi Chen was extremely bewildered, saying what if the biochemical body showed violent tendencies? Shi Chen hurriedly flipped through the pages behind and behind. Shi Zan desperately said that the document behind was burned. Zhang Chen stood motionless, as if he couldn't hold on anymore. Xiao Shi condensed his power into a blue orb. Then, attacking Zhang Chen with full force, the shield in front of Zhang Chen's body was completely shattered. Zhang Chen was pushed back by Xiao Shi, the surrounding earth and stone shattered, and the smoke and dust were hazy. The injured Zhang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He used all his strength to shout with the desire to be able to wake Xiao Shi the little mouse. "Are you really poisonous?" Just as Xiao Shi was about to approach Zhang Chen, she seemed to have been influenced by Zhang Chen's call. Xiao Shi was stunned and did not continue to attack. Then Shi Chen quickly rushed to hug her. With this sudden hug, Xiao Shi did not understand at all. Zhang Chen leaned back, and then also shouted at Xiao Shi. Xiao Zai's eyes seemed to begin to change. Shi Zan hugged Xiao Shi tightly. She cried and said that Xiao Shi can't be like that. "We are family members. We can't act with family members." Xiao Zai's eyes widened, and she seemed to be able to understand what Shi Chen said. Zhang Chen took out the obedience pill from the space. He opened the bottle with his mouth, extremely eager to say such a good opportunity, so that he could learn to obey first and then speak. Zhang Chen squeezed Xiao Zai's mouth, who was being hugged by Shi Chen. The little girl in pain exclaimed. Zhang Chen took this opportunity to pour the whole bottle of medicine into her mouth. Xiao Shi just swallowed all the pills down her stomach. After drinking, Xiao Zai's body emitted an extremely powerful light, and she seemed to scream in pain. At this time, Xiao Zai's hair had returned to its original color. Xiao Zai's eyes also became lively again. Shi Chen hugged Xiao Shi and said successfully, "Xiao Shi has recovered normally." Zhang Chen still does not stop worrying. It can only be said that there is no problem temporarily. The system shows a message reminding the side effects of the obedience pill, temporarily in a coma, 5 hours, 37 minutes, 23 seconds, due to the characteristics of the target physical effect. The obedience drug can only temporarily suppress the violent tendency. It cannot be completely subdued. Please be prepared to increase the dosage of the reagent again. At this moment, there was a constant noise outside, growling, growling, growling. Zhang Chen turned around and went outside. Before he left, he told Shi Zan to hear this sound like a quart. "Shi Chen, you take care of Xiao Shi, you go out and check it out." Just as Zhang Chen had predicted, outside of a new round of imperial examinations, the number of exams was extremely large. Zhang Chen went out and used a sword to destroy a large number of Zhang Shi nearby. But that is still nothing because the number of exams this time has come to an uncountable number. Zhang Chen jumped up and stood in a higher place, carrying his sword on his shoulder, observing the body beneath these things because Xu Yina had lost his humanity. Zhang Chen stood on the roof of a high-rise building warming up his bones. He thought that the automatic vigilance of the information tower could not withstand it for long. The bag must be a high-level exam after all. He looked at the information tower and then made that decision. There were suddenly a lot of fireworks in the sky. Zhang Chen squatted down, covered his ears with his hands. Zhang Chen made a reckless decision to play big. The corpses below stared at Zhang Chen. Their eyes were bright red and flashed with red light. Zhang Chen held the sword. His sword was covered with a blue aura of power. Zhang Chen used the first-order soul-burning skill. Zhang Chen was extremely excited to think of this sound. Half the city could hear. The whole body must have been attracted to the body. "You guys heat up." Zhang Chen suddenly jumped downwards. He carried a sword. Behind him was a powerful aura of power that burned the soul. The second step. Zhang Chen was extremely looking forward to what happened next. The hotter you guys were, the more excited I was. Zhang Chen showed a devilish smile. Taking him as the center, a circle of power grows and then spreads around, and wherever it goes, it will be completely destroyed. Zhang Chen bathed in the blood of Zhang Shi. At this time, not only Zhang Shi, but also giant, strange monsters and iguanas appeared simultaneously. Zhang Chen used the next technique of concussion fusion. He ran away carrying the sword with a huge burst of crystal power combined. Zhang Chen's pupils turned red. He used the concussion crystal, went where the corpse was destroyed. Zhang Chen stood firmly on the ground, surrounded by the blood of many corpses destroyed by him. Zhang Chen looked at the crowded crowd in front of him. In the sky a large hole appeared, which carried countless lightning bolts below. Zhang Chen controlled the hole with his hand. Zhang Chen stood still in place without taking any further action, and the crowd rushed towards him. Zhang Chen looked at his hand, burning the soul of the third hiccup. Every second consumes 4 times the whole crystal. The double strength usually used at critical times to save lives or kill high-level monsters is still less colored, but I am different. Zhang Chen raised his hands to the sky. He suddenly exploded in power. Zhang Chen was extremely arrogant and said that Lao Su has many crystals, who are players afraid of. In the hospital, Shi Chen was guiding Xiao Shi to a safer place, and he had to bring Xiao Shi to safety and then help him. But the unfortunate thing happened, hoping to be directly surrounded by a horde of monsters. Shi Chen laid Xiaoxi down in a safe place nearby. She took out a huge gun, silently observing the number of monsters with 6. Shi Chen was extremely confident, constantly firing at the monsters coming here. Absolutely not letting you hurt Xiaoxi. The monsters rushed in unison. Shi Chen fired at them one by one. She shot the monster while silently counting 1 or 2. It seemed that the gun could no longer be used at this time. Shi Chen thought angrily. It was terrible. She reached into the space to look for something that could use most of the weapons and ammunition that was left in Qi Zhishen's place. She could only use other weapons. She pulled out a rope, tossed out and wrapped the 3-child monster tightly. The monster that had just been tightly wrapped by the rope fell backwards, causing smoke and dust to rise in the air. It was wrapped tightly around its neck. The tighter the rope was wrapped, constantly making a crunching sound. Shi Zan was glad to think it was too good to be controlled. Struggled a little more to squeeze himself. Shi Chen saw something behind him. A loudspeaker monster came to attack Shi Zan. Another one was rushing towards Xiaoxi. Shi Zan anxiously shouted at Xiaoxi. Shi Chen was pushed to the ground by the monster. While the 1,000 pounds hung by her hair, she promptly took out a sword and space. Shi Chen pressed the electric sword at the monster she said jerked you to death. It cried out in pain. At the moment when the monster was in shock, Shi Chen quickly ran away. She risked her life to run away, then jumped up, carrying a knife in her hand. He once said, "The greatest fatal point of the prostrate is the spine." Shi Chen shouted to kill. 4. At Xiao Zai's place at this time, the little girl was still in a coma, and the monster looked at her with great confusion, in the ability of the monster to think that Xiaoxi was its accomplice. At this moment, Shi Chen appeared behind him and kicked him a little away from him, giving me a shot. Shi Zan quickly hugged Xiaoxi who was in a coma. She silently counted 5. Shi Zan was extremely tired at this time. Sweat ran down her face, and Shi Zan was constantly breathing heavily. Although she was tired, Shi Zan still kept Xiaoxi safe. She thought that she had no strength anymore. Fortunately, there was only one poisonous genitalia left. Suddenly, the 2 monsters killed by Hai Zan earlier suddenly came back to life. And Shi Zan was worried about why these 2 were alive. Shi Chen angrily blamed himself for still being too weak, although he was a team, but he was so weak that even the shadow of their back could not catch it. Shi Chen remembered Zhang Chen and Xiao Zai's strong fighting appearance. She desperately thought incompetent, low-level. Shi Chen realized that even little Xiaoxi was extremely strong, only she was not protected in the back. She was tucked in the safest armor but. Shi Chen closed her eyes tightly. She was determined to speak, but I also wanted to protect you. Shi Zai's body was too much to bear, but she still tried, clenching her teeth to help Xiaoxi stand up. Even if she was weaker, she wanted to protect you. Shi Chen carried Xiaoxi on his back and turned around and quickly ran away. Behind him were 3 monsters who still didn't understand what happened. Shi Chen carried Xiaoxi and ran towards the direction of the elevator in front of the elevator holding Xu Yina's feet. Finally the 2 of them managed to get into the elevator in time and close the door, which probably counted as the safest place here. But unexpectedly, Shi Chen left Xiaoxi in the elevator, and she went out alone to confront the 3 monsters. The elevator doors were completely closed. Shi Chen glanced behind her, saw that the elevator door was closed, and smiled in relief. She made sure to think Xiaoxi would be okay. Shi Chen once again swung the rope tightly wrapping the monster Ai Ya. At this moment, the 2 monsters in front of her were killed, and Shi Chen was extremely surprised. Zhang Chen appeared, and he passed her and jumped towards the monster behind her. With just one move, he quickly killed the monster. Zhang Chen turned around and ran back to Shi Chen. He anxiously asked how the exhausted Shi Chen sitting on the ground was injured. Shi Zan looked at Zhang Chen in bewilderment. Zhang Chen put his hand on her shoulder, sincerely said that the outside court wasted some time. Sorry. Shi Chen suddenly cried. She cried out loud and rushed to hug Zhang Chen. I thought I really couldn't see you again this time. Sorry I'm so weak. Even the prostrate ones can't deal with it, just more trouble. Shi Chen closed her eyes. She was extremely disappointed in herself, blaming herself for saying that he was out of danger and had to come back and save her. Zhang Chen picked up Shi Chen who was extremely depressed before now. He didn't help him. He didn't deserve to be by his side. Hearing Zhang Chen say that, Shi Chen only knew how to question. Zhang Chen continued to say that the previous time was the same. Obviously controlling the armor muscle still needed him to come and save him. Zhang Chen said, well, if you talk about physical strength, the extreme body now does not look very strong. Shi Chen was stunned to hear Zhang Chen say. She stared at Zhang Chen. But Zhang Chen suddenly laughed loudly. But since when have you not been able to help? Please, I killed the 3 prostrate children by myself just now. And saving Xiao Shi before my life is also me saving. Xiao Shi was still in a coma in the elevator. Zhang Chen was trying his best to comfort Shi Chen. He listed every single thing that Shi Chen could do, that he was very smart, not only knew how to do household chores, but also knew how to cook, if it wasn't for him. Shi Chen shyly turned his face away. Zhang Chen continued to list her good points. The food in this place, Xiao Shi could torment him to death. The important thing is. Zhang Chen was extremely confident, pointing at himself strongly. It is a man's business. Protecting women is also a man's responsibility. Shi Chen timidly asked Brother Shen, thank you for comforting me. I will definitely turn strong, so can I continue to be my teammate? Zhang Chen touched Shi Chen's face as a family member, it was important. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to finish his sentence, there was a loud noise from the elevator. The elevator doors slowly opened. Xiao Shi staggered out of the elevator. Shi Chen shouted excitedly, Xiao Shi is awake. Zhang Chen looked at Xiao Shi and then reminded Shi Chen. It was not true that this look of his eyes was not normal, be careful. Xiao Shi suddenly rushed to Ya A. Shi Chen called out to Xiao Shi in surprise. But at this moment, Xiao Shi fell face down in front of the 2 Shi Chen, covering their mouths in surprise. The system presents a message suggesting that the hidden system under the effect of the submissive drug is temporarily in a coma. 4 hours, 53 minutes, 33 seconds. Zhang Chen picked up Xiao Shi lying on the ground. Shi Chen asked Brother Shen anxiously, Xiao Shi this is? Zhang Chen helplessly said that he was asleep. Zhang Chen was surprised to think that this brat's physical condition is really good, he can still move, fortunately, he is asleep. Zhang Chen carried Xiao Shi on his back. He said that the baby mouse will wake up in more than 4 hours. This time he must find a suitable place to use his legs. But the laboratory was no longer habitable. Shi Chen said that the psychiatric ward below the hospital is quite discreet. We go to the documentation room to see if anything can be used. They were now searching every nook and cranny in the document room. All kinds of papers were found in one turn. The history of hospital development, the hospital layout drawings. Zhang Chen carried Xiao Shi searching on the nearby bookshelf. Shi Chen suddenly shouted to Brother Shen. He quickly watched this. It must have worked. Zhang Chen took the paper that Shi Chen had just found, and it turned out that this was a map of Shenan City. Zhang Chen pondered the map of Shenan City. Zhang Chen looked at the important locations of Shenan City marked on the map. He thought thoughtfully, marking the nuclear radiation deep in the northwest forest. It must be the place where the crystal fell that year. These places have been attacked. It is definitely impossible to go there directly. To ensure safety, you must find some anti-radiation clothes first. In that Shenan City Epidemic Prevention Station, the route of 10 miles must be an hour to return. Zhang Chen said to Shi Zan, you have to go to the Nanshan Epidemic Prevention Station. You and the rat stay here and wait for you to return. Shi Zan immediately agreed. Zhang Chen was still not very reassured, saying that the outside exam had been cleaned up, but to ensure safety, it was still advisable to protect. Zhang Chen laid Xiao Shi down, covered her eyes with a blindfold, and then tied Xiao Shi tightly with a rope. Shi Chen took the weapon and stood next to Xiao Shi, laughed and said to Zhang Chen, it is necessary to defend Xiao Shi. Brother Shen, is that too pompous? Zhang Chen went to the door, waved his hand at Shi Chen and said happily that it is okay to take a souvenir picture, he will not tell it. As soon as Zhang Chen came out, the system made a ding sound. He walked while manipulating the system. The notification system entered the state of automatically picking up and reopening the function. The notification system picked up 52,000 energy crystals, plus 41,600, 80% endowment, accelerated fertilizer 899. Human blood evolved 290, plastic skin 758, sharp claws 550, wear-resistant skin 32, corrosive fluid 16, accelerated fertilizer 125. Endowed glass 1, high-grade pet food 15, self-energy crystal 4, broken anti-radiation clothing 7, high-level infect indicator machine 1, storage ring fragments 833, nano medicine 1. Number 5, simple armor 10, machine gun 835, machine gun ammunition 7500. High-level infectious person indicator, which can be used 3 times, displays the distribution status and location of high-level infected people in the current city. 1. Nano warfare after use appears a full-body warfare with extremely strong toughness and regenerativeness. Will be very strong against damage. Reminders can be used with energy armor. Simple armor can cause the user's strength and speed to break through to the extreme of death. There is no defense. The damaged anti-radiation jacket has been punctured, cannot be used on chest writing Shannan City Epidemic Prevention Center. Zhang Chen manipulated the control panel. The simple armor wearing this was not like a star transformation. It did not seem to directly change the appearance. In a sense, it was very good. Zhang Chen put on the armor. He noticed that this thing was not bad. But the problem was that the condenser crystal was important. The fall rate was so low. In the system control panel in front of Zhang Chen, the image of the condensed crystal energy was displayed on the screen, where he also had the doubling of the minor, quaternary condenser fusion. The system appeared again announcing 1000 energy crystals equal to 1 energy condenser crystal, upgraded by 4000 energy condenser crystals by 4 energy condenser crystals by 100, 8000 third type infected. Zhang Chen angrily held his head. Last time the court did not drop any. This time killing 40 third type mutants had just dropped 4. Upgrading was getting harder and harder. The system emitted ding sound, used heavenly glass. On the system screen was showing the evolution direction of the death tornado gene +1, sensing weaknesses, the direction of energy evolution energy cultivation +1, soul burning, speed. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of luck, but also had heavenly glass. The tornado killed 1-in-1 with a weapon in his hand, needing a melee weapon that sparked a powerful vortex of energy around him. After the tornado is over, it will jump high, and at the same time conduct a heavy attack on the most powerful one or designated target. Deal 500% damage, 1 out of 3 energy refining, can be through consuming 1000 energy crystal points combined into 1 energy crystal. The success rate is 20%. After failing to return the energy crystal, the total number of energy crystals available 100119. Zhang Chen estimated with his hand and then said irritably, the result was very unpleasant. Now this little bit of energy crystal is not enough. He kept running. The result was that only the exam was righteous. Hurry up. Zhang Chen jumped up, looking forward to saying that he hoped that the epidemic prevention station could give a little surprise. Outside the epidemic prevention station, there are many exams gathered here. On the shattered door was a sign that said Shannan City Epidemic Prevention Station, which was appearing a lot outside. Surprisingly, there were still people alive in the epidemic prevention station, and they hid behind a wall to peek at the corpses outside. The leader of the monsters and the gang was none other than Xu Yina, who had completely lost his humanity. Hiding behind the wall were 2 women. The purple-haired girl asked how Han Yi was doing. The girl named Han Yi shook her head no, they refused to go. Behind those 2 girls there were many others. The girl who was helping the red-haired woman said that the girl's intelligence was very high. She took the others looking for us. Zhang Chen looked at the building below where a lot of reinforcements were gathered, and said that this was Shannan's epidemic prevention station. He looked at the frenzied reinforcements below. Although there were not many high-end types, fortunately there were many. Zhang Chen looked at the system control panel, just in time to test this new skill to see if it was good or not. The control panel was showing a death tornado. Zhang Chen jumped down to the reinforcements, then pulled out his sword, and the gangsters still looked at the appearance of a stranger in bewilderment. Zhang Chen swung his sword and formed a tornado that destroyed all around him. Where the tornado goes, it will be destroyed. Zhang Chen said that this thing is essentially like a meat grinder, and it is quite good. After destroying all the low-level reinforcements, there was only 1 giant high-level reinforcement left. It aggressively rushed towards Zhang Chen. He looked at the low-level reinforcement that was rushing towards him. There was also the last. Zhang Chen used his sword and slashed 1 blow at Zhang Shi, 500% violent damage. After destroying it, the system appears to announce that it has received Energy Crystal 2400 plus 1920. Zhang Chen looked at the sword in his hand excitedly, and said it well, strong enough. Another flood of reinforcements came, surrounding him inside Zhang Chen while manipulating the control panel, while swinging his sword to kill Zhang Shi. Only unfortunately, this side is full of low-grade things. If you want to drop the condensed semen, you still have to be a whaler and a rebuff. The high-level infectler indicator, which can only show the distribution of high-level infected people in a large area, is not very good to use, not even as good as my hidden system. The system made ding sounds. The hidden system in this building had a crying one and a prostrate bat child, and there were 6 lucky survivors. Zhang Chen looked inside in surprise and said something. Zhang Chen used the combined semen to quickly kill the gang of people who moved inside. There were people crying. One could not be. The small fly was also meat. Xu Yina and the monsters seemed to notice something. The monsters rushed towards the window. The girls who were hiding noticed that the monsters were distracted and took this opportunity to run away from the purple-haired girl and said, "Hey, underneath it seems that someone is killing Zhang Shi. Maybe the 9th team is coming back." A pink-haired girl who is still very scared said, "Ignore it, Captain. When they don't look for us anymore, we run quickly." A monster seemed to have heard their conversation, paused and cried out. Hong Yi ordered everyone to be quiet. Everyone followed me. Carefully, the purple-haired girl covered her mouth and motioned for her to be quiet. They stood up one by one. Hong Yi motioned for them not to speak, lightly. Suddenly a pink-haired girl shouted, her expression filled with fear. Behind Hong Yi, a monster did not know when it appeared. She still didn't know what was behind her, so she still calmly said, "Hey," if she was so loud. The other girl shouted at the captain, behind her. This sentence made Hong Yi's expression change rapidly. She immediately became scared as she was about to die. Hong Yi slowly turned his head backwards and was spotted. She shouted pepper, and in her hand immediately appeared a pepper aimed directly at the monster. Hong Yi shouted, ordering everyone what to expect, "Run quickly." They hadn't had time to run away, when Xu Yina appeared to block their way, and the little girl in blue said slowly. Xu Yina led the prostrate group to slowly approach them, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Ya a." Xu Yina let out a long shout. A. He ordered the monsters behind him to rush up and tumble at the living. A girl who was too frightened to cry out "Oh." Hong Yi was dealing with a monster. She heard her comrades' screams and turned around anxiously to watch everyone. At this moment, Zhang Chen broke the glass, jumped through the window and rushed in to find it. He slashed one blow and could easily destroy the prostrate that was attacking Hong Yi. He said disdainfully, "A trash fish." He swung his sword. The monsters were killed one by one. Zhang Chen killed them while counting their number of 2 or 3, 4. Hong Yi's teammates covered their mouths in surprise. Zhang Chen still felt that it was not enough to say 5 or 5. Zhang Chen with his sword jumped up in front of Xu Yina. He was extremely excited to say that it was finally time for you, Xu Yina exclaimed. She realized that Zhang Chen was very strong, so she immediately turned around and ran away. Zhang Chen coldly said that she wanted to run. He manipulates the system using a new move. Zhang Chen wielding the sword quickly shortened the distance with the wailing demon without a door, honestly there for me. Zhang Chen pierced through the wailing demon with his sword, then it shattered into splinters. Zhang Chen held the sword expectantly and dropped the condensed semen away. The system re-announces ding, automatically collects. Congratulations, you receive. After the item notification system received, Zhang Chen was extremely disappointed. Of course, there was none. He thought angrily that this fatal fall rate suddenly had a sound of praise sounding, "Wow, he is so handsome." Zhang Chen remembered them now. He turned around and asked, "Oh, are you okay?" The purple-haired girl said it was okay. Luckily with him, they kept praising Zhang Chen for being too strong. Hong Yi was still wary of asking who he was, why he appeared here. She secretly thought that maybe a blow to kill a third-type infector. And when she destroyed the prostrate ones next to her, she couldn't even see clearly. This person was too strong. Zhang Chen thought angrily to the point of being disrespectful. He coldly said very clearly that the person who saved you, not wrong, did not want to say thank you, but I came here to find radioactive clothes. If you can make a thank you gift for me. Hong Yi said angrily, how can anyone directly look for you FTA to ask for gifts of thanks? There is no gaff at all. Her teammates saw that the tense atmosphere immediately calmed the atmosphere. Thank you for saving us, but there are no radiation clothes on us. She showed off her pretty figure, softly saying that we had actually come looking for radiation today, but someone was one step ahead of us. The system squeaked ding, reminding there is a new announcement hidden system. The roar of the wailing person can attract high-level infected people in a combat state within a radius of 3 kilometers. Zhang Chen was happy to say yo, this is a good thing. With it, there is no need to go around fighting monsters anymore. Zhang Chen pointed to the necklace on the other girl's neck, knowing that if there are no radiation clothes, then give this to me, otherwise I can pay for it, the girl who touched the necklace on her neck said in surprise. Suddenly Hong Yi stepped forward to separate the two. She threw Jiang Chen's hand and scolded him for saying something. "Sharp Lang, stay away a little." Jiang Chen was suddenly scolded and was extremely stunned. "What I said was that pendant. What do you want?" Hong Yi was also dumbfounded. "The rope, the necklace." The purple-haired girl pointed to the rope on her neck. "It turned out to be this necklace. He saved us. This bit of stuff is of course not worth anything." Hong Yi held the arm of his friend Han Han. "This is evidence that this ninth team hurt us to be attacked by a high-level examiner. How can it be for people?" Han Han said, "We all know that this was dropped by the ninth team, but as long as they don't admit it, we are out of the way. By giving to his benefactor to return his favor, this is the same." Jiang Chen took the rope from her hand. Han Han asked him, not knowing how to address him. Jiang Chen smiled and introduced himself as Jiang Chen. Han Han also introduced himself to Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang," officially introduced a little. "We are the 8th platoon of the 4 Knights Heavenly League. This one is the captain Wei Hong. My name is Guan Han." Guan Han extended an invitation to Jiang Chen. "The protective clothes he needed were not available in our hands, but there was probably leftover in the barracks. Would you like to accompany us to try your luck?" After Jiang Chen successfully rescued the girls, they made a proposal to Jiang Chen, but he was a little hesitant to go to your place. But Han Han was now extremely excited to walk towards Jiang Chen and said that our place at the nearby hotel went with him. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to reply, but hurriedly checked his system. He thought, "How Shaoxi woke up for a while, recently, only that place can get radiation clothes." "Then you agreed with Han Han?" Yes, but my time is a bit rushed." Han Han heard that happily, "So happy to come out so well, waiting for the title. I will thank you." Han Han grabbed Jiang Chen's hand tightly, and she continued, "Yes, there is our car downstairs." Captain Hong He and the other girls saw that a little dismissive. Jiang Chen hurriedly slammed his hand out of Han Han's hand, causing her to be a little stunned. Jiang Chen say that, secretly thinking in your mind, for a man who has just met her, "Is it too intimate? I don't want to be a good man anymore." Hi, the blushing cheeks deliberately pulled the shirt down a little to reveal 2 dumplings that were both white and round. The pink-haired girl saw this and said softly to Hong He. Hong He seemed to like the man. The other girl felt the same and said that I also felt that I didn't want to try it. The redhead said nonchalantly, not sure that Jiang Chen's name was really not bad. It could be compared to the 4 horsemen, who were also full of such great righteousness, had never thought of eating from people. Hong Yi heard this, and shouted angrily, "What? How can he be compared to the 4 horsemen? You remember for me that our love belongs to the 4 horsemen." Seeing Hong Yi's reaction so outrageous, the girls said yes. Then they walked behind and whispered loudly to each other in fear of dying. The reaction of the red flamingo was too vehement. She is a hard fan who has accumulated 1,000 points that can have dinner with Xiao Ant. Then the group of them got into the car and rushed down the road. On the car, the lieutenant governor asked Han Han. She said that this time they went on a mission because they accumulated points as a result of being trapped. "What is point accumulation?" Han Han turned to happily reply that the point accumulation regime is the rule of our business. Han Han further explained, "Going out to find supplies or writing gangxi. You can redeem the corresponding points if you accumulate enough points. You can have dinner and date with the 4 horsemen." Jiang Chen curiously asked what the 4 horsemen were. The girls innocently mentioned the 4 horsemen. All excitedly said that it was the 4 heavenly horsemen, the group of super idols. Each of them was handsome and strong. At this time, they were our sole abode. A heavenly legion of the 4 horsemen can join the 4 horsemen in the performance music. It is true that fate has determined them to be our lifelong pursuit. Jiang Chen listened with a little hesitation, and there were question marks in his mind. Then he continued, "So they were the 4 bums of your girls who went out to find supplies. They just needed to eat and date you." One girl in the group heard that and countered that it wasn't. The 4 horsemen were very strong, very strong. The girl also surrounded Jiang Chen and continued, "Can you imagine how painful it would be without spiritual support? They are our motivation for life. The 4 horsemen spend more than us. We are the ones who are protected." Jiang Chen is afraid to say that the car is still running. Suddenly stand up like so very dangerous. The girls kept saying we just needed to find supplies around, and the 4 horsemen had to defend against the more terrifying group of radiation monsters on the border, which was a more terrifying existence than a Type E infected. In these words, Jiang Chen thought wistfully, the radiation monster is more terrifying than the Type E. The higher the radiation sources, the higher the level of gangxi. This is also possible. It seems that the strength of those 4 people is not weak. I was engrossed in my thoughts when there was a light knock on the trunk. Han Yi said to Zhang Shenyi to come and get off the car. At this time, he pulled out of his train of thought, and replied. As soon as he jumped off the car, Zhang Chen was amazed and exclaimed, in front of him, there is now an extremely magnificent palace. Han also got off. At this time she told Zhang Chen that it was okay for us to stay. Zhang Chen replied too modestly, thinking for the first time, I felt that Hu Chen's mansion was hidden when I was with Xiao Shi. Han's cheeks flushed with a pair of rounded sides continued, actually, this sentence I wanted to say just now. Then she walked over to Zhang Chen's place and continued, his strength is so strong that it can even be compared to the 4 horsemen. So do you want to think about becoming the 5th horseman? Seeing that Han kept getting closer, Zhang Chen involuntarily stepped back a little. At this time, inside the girls' barracks, a blurry figure suddenly flashed by, causing the girls there to be extremely surprised. The girl's eyes were extremely serious. She heard the laughter coming from a room. Ha ha ha, the 9th team kid obeyed the truth. The people of the 8th team definitely can't come back anymore. In the pool was the laughter of the 4 horsemen. They laughed. Unfortunately, that official Han also looked quite pretty, but he had to eat with Wei Hong like that buffalo just by telling me to die. These horsemen were swimming happily with each other when suddenly the girl who had just opened the door of the room, Xiao Jian, saw this, turned to look at Sister Xiao. The knight next to him said that Xiao Jian wanted to eat peaches for people. Sister Xiao questioned seriously at this time, hearing that the team on duty was obsessed. It was obvious that you had played tricks. Their strength is weak. Look very sorry. This can't blame us. Ha ha ha. Yes. The writers continued to laugh at her. Her face darkened at this time. She turned her headache over her temples, took a deep breath, revealing a tight rein. Then she walked over to a corner of the room that was covered with curtains in which there was a sound of triple A. She walked over and begged you to have the heart to walk around and make a mess as many times as she could and then refrain a little. Finishing her words, she lifted the leather curtain to reveal 2 naked bodies like chrysalis. The girl who saw this was astonished to exclaim, quickly took the towel to cover her hot body. This knight saw that it was not surprising. He said that he was so hot-tempered. Sister Xiao scolded angrily, not even knowing how to exercise such restraint. If she collapsed, what to do? He didn't pay attention and hugged the hot sister in his arms and scented her lightly on the cheek. What did he say? I'm giving out benefits to you, say if you like it. I don't know if it's welfare or sperm. This girl has been fascinated by this horseman. Her cheeks blushed softly. He added, there are no hunters now. Pepper helplessly sat down and rubbed his head with a breath. It is true that there are no hunters, but he is intelligent, eyes and ears are much in front of him. I try to do business very hard to use points to make you guys so powerful. If those girls don't go get cum anymore, you have to upgrade. This knight sounded a little pensive. Sister Xiao continued, it doesn't matter if you eat outside. You guys are still in the open party pool. Don't you want to lose everything? Saying that, Sister Xiao got up and was about to leave. He immediately put his hand on Sister Xiao's shoulder and said, Sister Xiao, what you said was a matter when you came. But at that time our strength was almost the same as the girls out there, but now it is different. We've become powerhouses, we have more dominance and choice, isn't that right? He said as he held her in his palm and touched her top pussy, making her blush shyly. Then he used his cunning gaze to continue to speak. The force of suppression was simpler. I didn't want to, because of that ridiculous bit of accumulation and the crystals that subdued me. Those brats also included her. He stabbed her in the back, spending a blow that made blood pour out. His last blow very decisively sent her Pepper to the altar to watch the naked chicken. The naked sister next to him who saw him act so cruelly could only cry out. The other horsemen who saw this scene were not surprised. They just said, a real hand, it is too much. Having a sister here is a little more convenient. Ah Luan, you are very callous. The guy who just killed Sister Xiao, at this time his eyes are extremely cold. He crushed the heart that just hooked from her chest. He said, I soon looked at that old woman uncomfortable, gave her face, and considered herself a big sister. Starting from now on, the company met the night by herself, the 4 horsemen decided. One of them smiled triumphantly saying this, I didn't object. Suddenly from the outside came the voice of who you are. The 4 horsemen resting inside the air mission, exempt us from being members of the special 9th team who came looking for the horsemen. These knights heard this, a little surprised. Hu Yo Team 8 survived and returned and spent it, and then accumulated Wei Honglian's points. One shot can eat with 2 type people. I remember she prefers Ah Luan and Xiao Jian. Yes. You guys are really pathetic. Ha ha ha, they didn't even forget to tease each other. One person spoke up and wondered if a Luan was not a little prince. He told the battle team to go out to them. Luan heard that, and cursed a bunch of rubbish. This little thing was not done. His face is handsome but his beak is extremely bad. The naked sister like a chrysalis is now inside all over the hiccups. Luan immediately stood up and said okay, and I went to try it. She saw that and reached out and sobbed. He coldly used a technique to end this sister's life. He was too annoyed to use something in the first place. Garbage should kill him straight away. He coldly said the other sister got one of his moves, immediately fell on the bed bleeding. Outside the barracks, 3 girls in delicious uniforms were standing in front of the gate. She in the middle spoke, and I didn't get any notification. You can't enter. Hongyi walked over and said I got 1,000 points. Besides, just now I came back from the epidemic prevention station to make a big success so that I could meet Luan. The purple-haired sister next to her also pointed at them and continued to say that even then, there was no longer a man next to her. Zhang Chen suddenly stammered and said, Guan Han saw this, and hugged Zhang Chen's arm happily and replied, he is the 5th knight Zhang Chen. The purple-haired girl who heard this exclaimed in amazement, 2nd knight. Even Han he had to exclaim Han Han. Han Han was still naive. He was really strong. If we could join the barracks, we would definitely grow stronger. Zhang Chen was suddenly turned around and said, I said I didn't agree to be the 5th knight. A girl immediately came over and lifted Zhang Chen's chin, which surprised him a little. As a purple-haired girl, she used an extremely disdainful intonation, and said that just based on this little prince, Guan Han don't think that she was once loved by the 4 horsemen. It is very good. Dogs and cats are brought in. Guan Han heard this, stood dumbfounded, and Zhang Chen seemed unhappy. Hongyi hurriedly spoke up from afar to stop the fool Mao from letting go. This man's strength was really before he could finish his words. Zhang Chen grabbed the purple-haired girl's hand, startling her with a voice. He coldly said, don't misunderstand, I'm just a passerby to love supplies. Then he smiled like a flower, but the look of anger was still present on his face, and he turned around. The girl locked her arm. But dog and cat, who did you say was huh? This girl was suddenly called out. Uncle, you let go. Sorry, I said wrong, please, the hand is about to break. Hongyi said to stop him, but he was too out of form. The 13 girls who saw this earlier couldn't help but be amazed. The captain didn't have the strength to fight back. At this moment, the door of the barracks opened and a guy appeared. Girls immediately spoke up. He saw the scene in front of him, standing for a moment as to who was messing around, and the 5th horseman I had never heard of. Zhang Chen immediately looked at him with his eyes with a smile, thinking to himself, this is one of the 4 horsemen, so low level that he can't check this level, let alone the one who cries the prostrate will fight back, and say that the strength is almost equal to me. What are you kidding? This is a woman bum. Zhang Chen despises him. Zhang Shen thought about it. But this is not related to me. He immediately released the purple-haired girl and said, misunderstanding, there is no 5th horseman, your 8th team leads me to find supplies. If someone has radiation protection gear, just bid to get the things, I will go. Luan wondered about the 8-star team. Hongyi excitedly ran to her, said that this time the mission happened a lot, but my points were finally enough and I could have dinner with him. Before he could finish his words he immediately buried this Hongyi girl. He angrily scolded, shut up, this murderer. Han Han saw this, anxiously stammered, calling Hong. Zhang Chen was also extremely surprised. Oh pit, this is the romantic family style. In his mind, he thought, but I'm buttered. Hongyi was slapped extremely painfully. She slumped on the ground, questioningly asked Luan. This guy still angrily pointed at her and loudly ordered the others. Just now, the people of the 8th squad burst into my room, killed the 8th squad sister who betrayed them, and then quickly arrested them. Of the 3 girls in uniform, they were stunned, exclaiming something. Sister Xiao was dead. Even Hongyi died on the spot. This is a misunderstanding. Han Han turned to see that Zhang Chen didn't care at all. He turned to leave. In his mind, he thought about the murder case to find some supplies. Why did he encounter such a dog-colored story? Peeking around in the ring of this group of people, no one with radiation clothes had to run before being swept in. Han Han immediately hugged Zhang Chen's arm and sobbed. I'm so scared. You Zhang saved me. What I promised you before. I begged you to save me. Zhang Chen was surprised. But you don't have protective gear, don't you say I'm you. Luan witnessed this scene. Anger filled his face. He clenched his fists. 8,000 miles of view of this rotten woman. I said, why not have a royal emperor? You will follow me. It turns out that I have found a new man, but I am still so good to you. I don't plan to do anything to you. He finished, and began to gather energy, launching a bolt of energy towards Han Han and Zhang Chen, causing Han Han to be extremely surprised. But thankfully, she dodged and Zhang Chen thought to himself, it was still in the second stage primary awakening. Han Han immediately stretched out his hand and said that this matter is not related to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Chen looked at the girl. Han Han also said yes, it is okay not to have a relationship with you. Every word dragged me into the murky water. I am still in a hurry to find things that are really not free to play 36 next with you. After all, save you a piece without any thanks, Zhang Chen secretly reproached. This time, the other three horsemen also began to appear. They were bewildered as to what was happening. Why, it seems that someone wants to compete with us. It is unforgivable. I always heard that. Angrily clenched his teeth. He clenched his fists. Accumulated energy. He gritted his teeth and said, he dared to argue with me, little brother. I don't know who you are. Today is dead. After finishing his words, he immediately used the finished energy to attack towards Han Han and Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was extremely annoyed that he didn't taste the green tea. At this time, he was very irritated. He coldly told me to ignore your affairs, but if you don't let me go, really anger me, don't regret it for a while. At the same time, Zhang Chen opened up his system. The knights who witnessed this scene asked each other in bewilderment. Ah didn't see him clearly earlier. One hand flew A's attack. Meng was too strong to let him go. A Luan Si provoked red bitterness and anger loudly. What, is there a little bit of strength that has already played a majestic game in the four knights barracks? No wonder the 8th team dares to betray us. I see that this guy has played the trick. Maybe the person who killed Sister Xiao is him. Everyone came up to kill this invader to avenge Sister Xiao. Bowed. This Ah Luan is such a liar who doesn't blink. As soon as he finished, the three uniformed girls with their weapons rushed up to attack Zhang Chen. He also had to exclamate a big hat, so he didn't seem to do anything, but I was human. Hating it most of all, being slandered, he began attacking the three girls. The three girls who were hit by Zhang Chen's blow cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Zhang Chen was really angry. He held the sword in his hand, and said loudly, if you don't say it today, I leveled your headquarters. Han Han on one side was also extremely surprised. Then she suddenly gave a cold smile, just catching up with that moment, he thought, laughing in his head. At this moment, a horseman who was about to flee saw this, grabbed him by the collar and said, a Vin defensive. This guy kept a fluffy attitude. Of people are afraid of pain, don't you? The middle god and the sword rushed to spray in his head. He thought he had said a word that made her show her expression. Finally succeeded. Suddenly, Arong's left arm began to change. It became huge. His fingernails also became extremely sharp, like the nails of a beast. He looked angrily at his palm, and let out a cold sigh. He could only invite him to die, and he immediately scratched a line towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen wondered in amazement. What the hell is this? There was only an hour of slashing and there was blood spilled. A mournful cry rang out. Inside the barracks this sound came out that astonished the people in the other room. They wondered what this mournful cry was, sounding like the voice of Ah Vin. Where did it come from? Suddenly Han Han pushed the door from outside. She said in a hurried voice, wishing everyone to hurry up and save the four horsemen. The people inside the room who heard this were extremely surprised and asked what was wrong. One person said, I know her. She is an official from the 8th team. Everyone surrounded Guan Han and asked Guan Han what happened. Guan Han took a breath and continued to say that there was a terrifying man who rushed in and wanted to kill the four horsemen. Everyone hurry up to help. After listening to the fire girls, what would someone want to harm the four horsemen? The call just now was indeed Ah Vincent's. Why did we not agree to the sisters to go to the aid? Whoever dares to harm the four horsemen, I kill that person. The girl was extremely determined to storm in front of my idol. I defended. Only Han Han was silent. After the girls left, Han Han turned around with a devilish smile. You crazy people. It turned out that the bloodshed earlier was caused by Ah Rong's arm being severed. Ah Rong cried out in pain, and Ah Luan saw this, and ran over to help him. The other two knights who saw this were also alarmed. They immediately said to each other, this little prince slashed Ah Vin. That knife was very powerful and seriously dealt with the other one, and knew that from their hands began to appear an invisible rope. Then they immediately threw out the invisible rope and tied it tightly to Zhang Chen's arm. A man who spoke worked. The other guy blocked his weapon. Zhang Chen standing still and silently watching the two of them. He thought in his mind, pain is very harmful, there is no problem, but now he is not even aware of what his level means. Then he gave him a smile. His hands gripped the invisible rope of those two guys. He thought, or even the basic observing eye wasn't there. You scornfully said you bums like to play with these colorful things, don't I? Then, play your color too. Immediately, the divine chapter's gaze turned red. He used the energy condenser to lash out at the transfiguration version. The condenser energy transmitted his power through the invisible rope of those two men, causing those two to be hit like an electric shock, crying out awe. Then they fell to the ground with blood and mouth. At this time a Luan still held a Vin in his arms, witnessed them all, anxiously thought in their minds that the two of them came up together, also fight against him. The strength of our 4 horsemen is almost equal. A Vin cried out in pain. A Luan hoo I hurt so much, help me. At this time, Ah Luan, after a cold thought, he said, Ah Rong, you are like that. You have the strongest defensive ability among the 4 of us. I didn't expect to turn into that, but if it was, speaking of this, he hesitated a little. Then his hand slowly rested on Ah Vin's neck. Ah Vin, still crying in pain, save me, save me. Luan said coldly, if only he died in my hands for me to upgrade at this time. He was no different from a blood-sucking demon. And he broke his neck with his hands, officially sending Ah Rong on his way to the Western Heavenly Sutra. Ah Rong died in the position of without closing his eyes. After finishing Ah Vin, he continued to upgrade, and Zhang Chen attacked the other 2 horsemen with electric lightning. Immediately fell to the ground. The soul leaves the body. Ah Luan quickly absorbed the energy formed after he killed Ah Vin. Zhang Chen couldn't help but be surprised by his actions. After a while of absorption, the system finally sounded the announcement that Ding had upgraded to a 1-tier intermediate awakener. Zhang Chen saw this, turned around and glanced at him and said. He was extremely angry and gritted Ken's teeth. Oh my god, you're also the one who didn't kill your accomplices to upgrade, so don't think about it. I spent something that you said earlier that 8 parts were also killed by you, right? Ah Luan, after successfully upgrading, had enough strength. He gave a devilish smile full of confidence, saying that the weak become the food of the strong. This is the law. You're so strong, don't you know this morality? At this moment, the sisters from the barracks who ran out to witness the scene in front of everyone were amazed. Even Zhang Chen was amazed because these girls were too crowded and dangerous. They saw their idol lying dead on the ground crying, my little aunt, Xiao Hao. Ah Luan stood on the side pointing at Zhang Chen and said, it's him. You guys killed him. Xiao Jian and Xiao Hao. He slandered Zhang Chen. Ah Rong and Sister Xiao are already dead in his hands. I really can't save them. Zhang Chen heard this and gritted his teeth angrily. He thought. His cheeks were spicy. He thought that he was no longer a performer, turned his face quickly. The excited girls rushed forward like tigers. I want you to pay for your life. Your perpetrator, the perpetrator. Zhang Chen was also a little stunned. His mind was now as tangled as silk. He looked coldly at the girls. Then shouted, you brainless guys are just right, and he unleashed his strength. The girls had to stop shielding the power with their hands. Zhang Chen was really crazy. He was angry and scolded torrentially. Me and Team 8 who just came here were just the perpetrators who thought carefully about what I did to have time to commit the crime. Wei Hong was by his side and the bodyguards were all witnesses. Also, if I kill that bead, you see, after all, who upgraded the supplies on him is now on whom. Isn't it clear? Ah Luan stood on one side listening to that, blackened his face. Zhang Chen continued to scold, don't be used as a gun. I don't even know how to use your head. I don't want to kill innocent people, but don't force me. These short-brained girls were a little stunned and didn't know if they understood anything. Zhang Chen pondered and remembered Han Han's smile, and then he continued enthusiastically, use as a gun. His mother didn't also hit the trap, then why did he feel that something was wrong at first? At this time, Ah Luan called out to the girls. He started to turn on the deep acting mode and tell you guys, see if I'm fooling you, why are you your arson? Zhang Chen heard these words and felt nauseous. He thought, shit, oh shit, who the hell would believe it? Yes, you don't believe it, Zhang Chen, and these fangirls who don't believe in GU. Immediately they rushed up like rabid dogs. Ah Luan will not fool people. 4 horsemen will not fool people. Ah Luan says I believe this man is the perpetrator, killing him and killing him. Zhang Chen saw that it also paused a little, it was a short brain. They directly rushed to tear Zhang Chen's shirt and pull his shirt, causing his 6-pack abs to be exposed, making him blush. He thought angrily that today I finally saw something called a brainless fan. He immediately got rid of the girls and loudly scolded you guys to come out for me, don't think men are easy to bully. These short brainless fans continued to rush up like rabid dogs killing murderers. Ah Luan on one side quietly supported Xiao Hao and Xiao Jian into a corner. Then he gave him a devilish smile. After that, Ah Luan carried Xiao Hao and Xiao Jian on his shoulders, and Zhou came up. Zhang Chen saw that he was about to escape and stretched out his hand to stop him. What kind of man are you bastards not to use a bunch of women as shields? But what kind of man can you escape from the arms of these brainless girls? Suddenly Hong He appeared and stabbed Zhang Chen's stomach with a dagger, causing blood to spit out. She coldly said not to allow you to bully my body. Zhang Chen was suddenly painfully struck. He threw his cold gaze at Hong He. Then gave her a hard flick and scolded her crazy, causing Hong He to lose momentum and stagger backwards. Then he took the dagger and pulled it out of his stomach, giving him a cold smile. These brainless fangirls continued to hold daggers around Zhang Chen. He wanted to harm Ah Luan just now. He must not let him go. Must not let him go. Everyone who hurt Ah Luan must die. They must all die. Zhang Chen was red, clenched his teeth. Shu Pan is crazy. Why is there absolutely no self-respect, no reason, no judgment? Is it different from the brainless Gang Shi? At the same time, the portal crystal notification system that can work on humans is only less effective than Gang Shi, to say the least. The brainless fangirls rushed in like tigers to pounce on the God chapter already defended. He pondered that this kind of person left in the world was either taken advantage of or died. He had to pay attention. He immediately used the plus semen. A burst of energy from Zhang Chen's palm emanated around, causing all the girls who were rushing in to officially fly their heads. As for Ah Luan, he immediately took the opportunity to mess up and carried Xiao Hao and Xiao Jian away. Running a long way to a big tree, he helped Xiao Hao and Xiao Jian sit down. Xiao Jian was quite seriously injured but still managed to slur, "Thank you, I didn't expect to survive, you can even save us." Ah Luan immediately said, "I feel that he doesn't want to kill people, it's just that we are going crazy, otherwise with his strength we would soon be dead." Just built first, he was still talking normally, but the back rope he took out from the system 2 daggers in front of Xiao Hao and Xiao Jian, causing the two of them to be a little surprised. Ah Luan changed his attitude. He coldly said, "Yes, maybe, but what if? I didn't want to die yet. His strength and level were too high. Even if I came to the most intermediate awakening person in the first stage, I didn't dare to guarantee that I could escape." So as he spoke, he stabbed Xiao Jian and Xiao Hao's neck with the dagger. The blood in his neck spewed out. Xiao Hao was stunned and rolled his eyes. He was seriously injured and couldn't resist. "A devilish smile bothered you to help me," so he directly fed his 2 brothers boxed meals. Then he began to absorb energy and upgrade. He did not forget to say, "I lead you over here. I don't think saving you is just looking for a no man's place to wait for that guy to leave. I still have to dominate this barracks." After a while, the system sounded announcing ding to upgrade to the 3-stage intermediate awakening. Suddenly behind him came Zhang Chen's voice, which I was really thinking at first, which surprised him. Zhang Chen continued, "Just get the anti-radiation gear that was not willing to be stirred into his turbid water pond. But his shamelessness succeeded in changing my mind." Ah Luan turned to glance at Zhang Chen for a moment. Zhang Chen clenched his fists in a low voice. It was still a matter of dying to finish Zhang Chen rushing to Ah Luan's place. After successfully upgrading Ah Luan, he saw that Zhang Chen was a high-level Stage 1 awakener. This time, Ah Luan secretly thought that seeing the level and meeting the demon, he was a high-level awakened person in this world who really had this kind of person. Ah Luan immediately loudly discouraged something slowly said to you. "You just want supplies, I give you all." But he had already provoked Zhang Chen, and how could Zhang Chen spare him? He continued to rush up. His eyes were extremely cold at this time. Zhang Chen slashed a sharp line towards Ah Luan. He was able to dodge, his face showed a panicked expression. He used a counterattack, both hitting him and cursing this madman. In his mind he secretly calculated, completely fighting back, but with his current strength, running away should not be a problem. It is true that winning and losing the king will run, good night. But he managed to run, and Zhang Chen kept attacking, causing him to create a protective barrier. He finally counterattacked, gathering energy in his hands, scrambling to grab the iron cage. He swung the iron cages at Zhang Chen's side. Zhang Chen still used his cold gaze and rushed over. From the iron cages that Ah Luan threw out appeared a bunch of reinforcements, who rushed out. But Zhang Chen didn't flinch when he came out, the crystal concussion, and the reinforcement that hadn't had time to cough directly flew his head. Ah Luan was frightened. He continued to grab the 2 iron cages with force. He threw out the iron cage again. A lot of reinforcements rushed out from the iron cage, then he rushed away. He thought in his mind it was awkward. But so many Gang Shi just needed to be able to stop that monster even for a second. Zhang Chen let out a cold sigh. Then he swung a sword that completely wiped out the Gang Shi. Immediately Zhang Chen caught up with him. He swung his foot and kicked him a little, causing him to cry out in pain. Zhang Chen's kick just now directly caused him to fall on his face. He was sweating in fear and stammered to tell his uncle what he wanted to do. Zhang Chen slammed his sword close to where he was lying on the ground, startling him. At this time, Zhang Chen has blackened his face. "Shut up for me. I ask you what you answered. What is he still with a hard mouth? What is this crazy monster?" Zhang Chen kicked on his back with one foot. He said coldly, "Even if the upgrade doesn't work, it's completely a scrapper, only a level, no combat ability. Saying you came to the border to stop the radiation monster is also fake, isn't it?" Luan coldly replied, "What do we stupid women say? They believe it. Who ventures to fight? Just give them some sweetness. We don't need to waste any energy to get rich resources to upgrade very easily. I told you how you teamed up with me, called Song Hung. Even if you can live the days of modern times, even better here." Zhang Chen raised his hand and said thoughtfully, "You don't go to fight monsters, but monsters at the border. It is true that there exists." He then asked, "Why don't you guys go to the border? Why is it lost?" Luan replied that this is not important. "Not saying this, thought of that Hung compound of mine. How do you feel?" He continued to negotiate. Zhang Chen didn't say nothing. A sword sent him off to meet his other 3 brothers. He angrily scolded, "But Shang, didn't your mother say to tell you to die?" Zhang Chen's system sounded the announcement. Automatically collect multiplier energy crystals 93,007,540 80% plus Tianfu. Signature image of certain combination multiplied by 230. Cheerleading props multiplied by 520. Primary water purifier multiplied by 1. Crossbow multiplied by 196. Small drawing multiplied by 1. Sharp short sword multiplied by 182. Drawing of sharp short swords multiplied by 1. Map of Bintan City by 1. Fragment of ring by multiplication 722. After the announcement was finished, Zhang Chen turned to a series of red eyes of the Gangxi that he had just thrown out earlier that were heading towards him. Suddenly something startled Zhang Chen's attention. Behind the bald-headed erections wearing masks was a large figure of another Gangxi. On its neck was a huge chain ring. This creature with an extremely muscular body, his whole body was bound with a large chain, rubbing his eyes red. Zhang Chen saw it. "Cold for an hour, there was a net to see you off for a while," and then he firmly held the sword in his hand. Zhang Chen jumped up and was about to swing a sword to see off this sword for a while, but suddenly there was a shout. "Don't harm him," causing Zhang Chen to pause for a few seconds. As Han Han, she came from nowhere and called out to Mr. Zhang. Han Han was now standing in front of the big Gangxi. She said loudly, "The radiation clothes you need I will give you. Just beg you if you want to kill me and him." Zhang Chen heard this, and his expression was clearly angry. He coldly slashed a sword straight at Han Han. But the sword blow just now was just that he slashed it out and plunged it into the ground, which was enough to make Han Han afraid to pee. Zhang Chen said angrily, said in a low voice, "Pretended to me? Really thought that I didn't kill you? Said you used radiation clothes to trick me into coming here. What is the purpose?" Crying deliciously, she said the purpose of course was to send all the people here to hell. From the first time I saw him I knew he could help me. In her head now is the image of a performance. In that performance suddenly appeared a space door. Han Han frightenedly hugged her boyfriend. The image kept haunting her mind. She continued a performance by the 4 horsemen and I were naturally dragged into this. After adjusting to the beginning, we began to accept reality. It felt like as long as the 2 of us were together, it wasn't a worry, but it was also at this point that things started to change. The 4 horsemen began to use the position of Messiah, standing in front of everyone in the name of fighting against their fan organization in search of supplies. But gradually I discovered that the men in the barracks were getting less and less. My boyfriend and I decided to get out of the barracks, and then my boyfriend lost it. Han Han remembered that moment when she was left alone in the middle of the void. Han Han continued, and I was also pushed towards those 4 people. She remembered everyone's words at that time. Being looked at by the 4 horsemen was her blessing. What was your boyfriend? Isn't it normal for a useless man to disappear? Loyalty to the 4 horsemen is our mission. Except for the 4 horsemen, all men deserve to die. She turned to look at the big Gangxi who was wrapped in chains and continued, because I live on to coincide with him. I continue to stay in the barracks, but when I finally find him, he turns into such a figure. Speaking of this, Han Han angrily clenched his fist and punched him hard on the ground. It was the 4 horsemen who had harmed him so badly, and the others in the barracks were all complicit including Wei Hong. They were all more shameless than those 4 people taking advantage of their daughters to help them upgrade. Han Han sat on the ground sobbing and continued, but they hadn't come to the border against the deceiver radiation monster. Zhang Chen, hearing her words, was also a little surprised. At this time, Zhang Chen was extremely serious. He asked, "So you used me to kill everyone here?" Han Han got up and ran somewhere, she said, taking advantage of him. "I'm so sorry, but someone like me who wants revenge really has no choice." She ran to an iron cage, then used her hands to try to open the door of the iron cage. Zhang Chen also hurriedly followed, and Han Han opened the covering cloth to reveal the radiation clothes. She took the set and brought it in front of Zhang Chen and said, "This is the protective clothing that I promised you. A total of 4 sets should say. I said, if you want to kill me, then go. I hope I can die with my boyfriend. It turns out that the radiation clothes you hid here. Don't blame me for not finding even the barracks." Zhang Chen sighed slightly. Zhang Chen quickly put away the protective clothes and continued, "What I need has already been taken to kill the people in that place. There are also a lot of supplies. We are considered to be in harmony." Then he turned and left without forgetting to wave hello. "I have no reason to kill you and I'm in a hurry. If you want to die, you go." Zhang Chen took out a dagger from the system space. Then he threw the knife at Han Han, much to her surprise. Zhang Chen turned his head and said coldly, "But does that boyfriend of hers really want to die with her?" After Zhang Chen left coldly, Han Han still watched the shadow of his back. Yes, Han Han's lover blocked Zhang Chen's path. He growled, the chain on his body was removed. Zhang Chen only gave him one look. Then a kick to his arm hurt him. It seemed that this arm of his was broken. Gang Shi cried out in pain. Zhang Chen rushed towards him at the speed of light. He coldly bent his hand backwards. Then tied him up with chains. Han Han on one side was extremely surprised. "What are you doing?" The Gang Shi was angry at this time, but there was nothing he could do. He could only growl. When he finished, Zhang Chen brushed off his hand, smiled and said, "Isn't this worrying about you killing him, not killing him, breaking his hands? No need to thank him?" So he just left. He didn't forget to tell Han Han, south of Tianyang City, there is a military headquarters of Long Zhen state soldiers. If you don't die, then your mind is good. They would be very welcoming to her. Han now ran to hug her lover tightly. This man threw a cold gaze at Han Han. His whole body trembled with joy. The military headquarters of Tianyang City. In her hand was the dagger left by Zhang Chen. She suddenly remembered his words earlier. Did that boyfriend really want to die with her? Then she coldly used the dagger left behind by Zhang Chen to stab a fatal blow to send her lover on her way. On Zhang Chen's side, he smiled quite confidently. He thought that if she was really smart enough, the next time she went to the southern military headquarters, he would be able to meet her. When he was transferred to the central hospital of Nanshan City, Zhang Chen was using all his vitality to run into the hospital. His system kept reading out that submissive pills could last 10 seconds, spare pills could last 9 seconds, submissive pills could last 8 seconds. Zhang Chen still tried to grit his teeth and run at full speed. In his head he silently scolded, "Oh my god, I can't get mad anymore." A few seconds later the sound of the system sounded again. The submissive pill invalidated. At the same time, a frustrated scream sounded from the hospital. Zhang Chen heard this, and then it was really crazy. Zhang Chen's expression at this time was extremely hurried, and he kicked the door with his foot, loudly calling out for approval. But the truth unfolding in front of the God chapter at this moment made him stand dumbfounded. The 2 girls Xiao Shi and Shi Chen were opening a bottle of Coke, causing the water from the bottle to splash both of them who were having fun with each other. Little Xiao Shi smiled happily. When she also spoke up, she said that it was impossible to fit, but Xiao Shi was really naughty. Zhang Chen rushed to Hui's place and asked her why did she release it. Being so surprised, she was a little embarrassed. She stammered because. Without letting Zhang Chen have time to explain that Zhang Chen was about to grab Xiao Shi, she also sensed it, so she suddenly turned to glance. But suddenly, Xiao Shi hugged her mother and called out loudly to her mother, hoping to laugh happily, and Zhang Chen was amazed at her mother. Zhang Chen leaned slightly and stared at Xiao Shi. He also turned to glance at Zhang Chen. Then suddenly it jumped forward happily calling 3, making Zhang Chen stand for 5 seconds. He smiled happily and said to Zhang Chen, "Follow it first." He still doesn't understand what's going on. What's with what? After a while, a pile of delicious snacks, chicken thighs, chips and bread were brought to her. Xiao Shi sat down to eat. His eyes were shining. He seemed to be very hungry and felt that this food was very delicious. Zhang Chen and Shi Chen sat next to her and watched her eat like a hungry tiger. Zhang Chen wondered if she woke up like this. Why didn't she remember anything? Her taste was bigger than before, and called her mother, hoping to nestle on Zhang Chen's shoulder and reply. Well, after fainting again, it seemed to trigger the impression effect. The reward was just like that. I'm not here. I arbitrarily released it. It's too risky. Leaning on Zhang Chen's shoulder, gently said sorry. It was just like that. Looking at you pitifully, I really wasn't callous. Then she went over and patted Xiao Zai's head and said, but luckily, Xiao Shi is still Xiao Shi. Even if she doesn't remember anything, it is Xiao Shi, making her eat well. Zhang Chen also rubbed his head to make her happy, laughing at his eyes. He talked he didn't know and forgot. We taught him little by little. So the next 2 days were the time that Zhang Chen and Shi spent teaching Xiao Shi again. At this time, Zhang Chen was instructing Xiao Shi girl. They were looking at the computer screen. Zhang Chen said that if you want to get acquainted with the world, start from Xiao Shi. Little Xiao Shi rolled her eyes and made a sound. Huh? Huh? Zhang Chen said helplessly. Don't just learn the sound of pigs. Next was to teach Xiao Shi to use a gun to attack Gang Shi. At this point, she seemed to be very happy, just laughing and lowering the fever. But she used the gun extremely skillfully. It was a skill that was deeply absorbed in her blood. After successfully destroying the Gang Shi group, he beckoned to Dad. Ba ba. Zhang Chen applauded him. Wow, too good, too brave. Killing Gang Shi did not back down at all. But don't call me Dad anymore. I had to call him Old Dao. She immediately obeyed, excitedly calling out to the old man, hearing that Zhang Chen was also helpless. At this time, Zhang Chen and Shi Chen were discussing with each other. He said seriously, things like memories are not coercive now, it is also very good. Hope on one side. Smile. Xiao Zai's eyes recovered very quickly. If you can recall what happened before, it would be good, Zhang Chen replied. Well, so Xiao Zai's current state, we should continue to approach the direction of the pit. The system announces that the total fusion energy is currently 210,000. The total fusion energy is 4. After checking the system again, Zhang Chen turned to call Xiao Shi. Baby mouse, stop playing, finish lunch, we have to depart. Hearing this, her face shortened. She seemed a little depressed because she was having fun. Little Xiao Shi was a little dismissive but finally agreed. But suddenly she jumped down from the pile of Zhang Shi's corpses and ran away, causing Zhang Chen to be surprised. Hey, what are you running? Zhang Chen immediately chased after him from the palm of his hand and began to take out the plane. Zhang Chen turned to Shi Chen and said to Shi Zan, I really have to go after it. I hope you adjust the plane. I hope you can quickly agree. Zhang Chen chased Xiao Shi to the hospital corridor. He loudly called out to Xiao Shi, Rad, not to break anymore, we have to go. Zhang Chen continued to look for a corner of the corridor. He suddenly heard hi hee hee laughter and moaning. Made him unconscious. Notice this sound. Zhang Chen immediately ran towards the sound. In a basement, his body was extremely urgent at this time. Coming down to where Zhang Chen loudly asked Xiao Shi what she was doing, she heard this and turned to glance. Zhang Chen immediately pulled out a dagger and pointed it at her loudly and said that he was a weeping man. Xiao Shu passed here. He didn't notice that there was this thing in the building. He secretly scolded angrily in his mind, suggesting that bad luck was slow to provide information. Little Xiao Shi immediately explained it. It's different. It's beautiful, it's yours, if you want to go, you have to take it. In front of Xiao Shi is now a pink-haired girl, she is moaning. Zhang Chen realized that she was from Shui Na. Why did she turn into this? The girl involuntarily pointed towards the pile of needles and empty vials at the side. Zhang Chen swallowed. He thought that he hadn't seen him in a few days, so he sneaked an injection for himself, although he did not turn into a human. But he was more eye-catching and did not know how his mind recovered. Suddenly, Zhang Chen slumped down, causing Xiao Shi to nervously stretch out his hand, and the big man was not allowed to harm her. Xiao Shi involuntarily hugged Shu Shui Na, and before I was very serious, I asked, Shu Shui Na, now we want to go to the place where the sperm falls to find the Venus node. Do you want to come with me? Shu Shiuna couldn't hide the surprise on her face. At this time, Zhang Chen controlled the plane, flew out of the hospital, and the people below watched, and on the plane, the cry of cultivation rang out. Little Xiao Yu kept looking at the window of the plane sobbing, hoo hoo, my beautiful Gangxi doll. Both Zhang Chen and Hope came out of words with her. Zhang Chen thought it was a different difficulty to live when he arrived. When he immediately comforted her, okay, it's okay for him to stay here, quickly sit down. Xiao Shi was a little reproachful and angry, and said loudly, all blaming the three great elders. The three great elders were too scared. Zhang Chen remembered the scene at that time and blamed me for doing that. He felt that his state was unstable and did not go with us. He sighed helplessly and continued, if he wanted to follow him in the future, he would come by himself. Xiao Shi heard this in surprise and asked again, hoping to add that he tricked people into not crying anymore, and quickly sat down. Zhang Chen was also angry. He said loudly, neither come nor make noise. I am not a pampered child. Little Xiaoxi kept crying, I wanted that doll, and Zhang Chen was still stern, not to make her cry even louder. Hope Brows stood in the middle, was also helpless with these two. She was going to beg him, but which chapter of God let her finish the sentence immediately reminded. Hope Brows, don't spoil it. I didn't know you had a bunch of female fans before. Then you told High Brows what happened to High Brows. Zhang Chen's plane flew to a desolate mountainous place and finally stopped, and they landed. Zhang Chen coldly slashed the warning sign in front of him with his sword. This is the border of the southern city of the blockade of the falling celestial area. Zhang Chen was led by the two girls. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim that the tree here is too high. The Hope in the back also agrees, and it is very dense. Zhang Chen continued to say that starting from this place is the meteorite blockade area. There will most likely be strong radiation. Hope what the number is now. I looked at the radiation meter on my hand. I was sweating nervously. I wasn't sure, but if this was the edge of the blockade, it wouldn't be dangerous. We are sievert and microsievert. The point of harm to the human body is 100 microsievert, but the unit here is pangolin. The number is fluctuating between 0 and 0.1. Zhang Chen opening the system board, he nervously broke out in a cold sweat. He thought because the structure of the world is so similar to forgetting about us, and this place belongs to two civilizations. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded, announcing hidden system reminder. Pangolin is the unit of ultra-human tolerance. Crystal radiation is 200 pangolin radiation. The awakened person does not divide the extreme endurance level of 2600 pangolins, but can through the energy shield skill at the cost of consuming large energy crystals energy in a short time, consuming radiation damage for the body. Radiation prevention clothing can support 5000 pangolins. After surpassing the tolerance level, protective clothing will lose all protective effect. 3-person mutation infects type 3. The body is not affected by radiation, but when the radiation passes 1500 pangolins, the virus Gang Shi loses its activity. When it surpasses 3000 pangolins, virus Gang Shi began to die. After the announcement from the hidden system, another announcement sounded. The current type 9 biochemist can resist 2000 nuclear radiation pangolins that change with the environment. The resistance capacity will gradually strengthen. After reading the announcement of the Black God of the Sun, depending on the circumstances of the transformation, the resistance will constantly increase to such a pervert. Xiao Shi at the side listened incomprehensibly, curiously asked what pervert. Zhang Chen pressed his hand to her face and pushed her away a little and explained, it is the thing in the third row of the third cell in the storage ring. Hoping for pangolins is the radiation unit of this world. The extreme tolerance limit of ordinary people is 200 pangolins. To ensure our safety, we still wear radiation protective gear. And the Hope on one side excitedly responds. Then the three of them started putting on radiation protection suits. After Zhang Chen said excitedly, now she departed, little Xiaoxi pulled out something elongated and neatly held in the palm of her hand and asked her mother what this is. She blushed sheepishly. Xiaoxi, why did you keep that and hurry up and throw it away? She wondered why. Zhang Chen in front of her immediately spoke up to remind the two of you if there was a sense of urgency. They went deep into the forest in amazement, thinking that this place was also a city. It was just that in the time when there was no human disturbance, it turned into a different form. The bigger the tree, even the car was taken to mid-air. National Forest Park where the meteorite fell. Suddenly Hope on the side called out to the god. She looked a little nervously at the radiation meter in her hand. He continued, the radiation count has increased to 230 pangolins. His guess is that it is true that the closer the meteorite is to the radiation, the stronger. Starting from this place was the area where humans could not survive. Zhang Chen looked around, but a way to come here. Even a Gang Shi did not see the opposite, making people uneasy. Zhang Chen pondered, although those shrimp knights have never been to the border, they can confirm that this place is something that exists. A kind of radiation monster. Is it because of them? All three of them used their feet at a gate, and said, the radiation here has already broken through 1000 pangolins. Little Xiaoxi excitedly jumped on. Wow, this place is the destination. After looks so happy. Then she jumped inside the gate. I want to go in and check it out. You idiot, don't run. Xiao Shi walked inside and looked around in bewilderment and exclaimed, the tree is too tall, from the tall groves, there is also a strange noise, etc. Zhang Chen and Shi Chen quickly chased after him. Shi Chen called out, Xiao Shi, and Zhang Chen loudly scolded, baby rat, the situation here is not even clear how you can run miscellaneously. Xiao Shi girl is still bewildered. Suddenly she pointed in one direction and said to Zhang Chen that the big man on that side had something. Zhang Chen was surprised, and then he also looked in the direction of the hand she pointed. Zhang Chen shouted, carefully running out. As a large bird, its whole body was red like the color of fire, and its fierce gaze rushed towards the three. Zhang Chen stood on the spot and looked at the bird. Shi Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Only Xiaoxi was excited. The bird plunged down on the three and then soared up again. It flew up and squeaked. Xiaoxi looked at her silhouette. Her eyes glittered. Wow, beautiful feathers, so beautiful, wanting it. Zhang Chen helplessly grabbed her shoulder and used her hand. Is it a tiger? Xiaoxi shouted a fly away again. The hidden system also sounded the notification of the energy based on radiation absorption from the mature. This breed is a sea-level energy point chain beast of the mature state. After reading the information about it, Zhang Chen put his hand on his chin and pondered. The radiant energy beast said that if this thing does not look harmful, there is no danger. I can also fight back. Little Xiaoxi in the back still watched the figure of the energy beast. Then he immediately grabbed Zhang Chen's hand and said, wow, the old man caught one of the children he wanted to raise. Zhang Chen's face was not to be discussed. The hope in the back covered his hands and smiled. Zhang Chen was helpless. It is because I am not pampering, absolutely not because I can't fight back. Taking another chunk of radiation increased from 1,500 to 2,000, then 2,100, 2,200, finally reached 2,300 pangolins. Zhang Chen asked worriedly, seeing why you don't look very good. Shi Chen replied, I'm okay because of the psychological effect of feeling a little tired. Brother Chen started a few steps earlier. The radiation index will increase to 100 pangolins. It seems that we are closer and closer to the crater. Little Xiaoxi in the back is also going. He said that he was also too tired to sleep. Zhang Chen looked at the radiation meter. He thought, 2,400 pangolins. Although there is a protective gear, it is about to reach the extreme stamina of the awakened person. And the stat increases behind him more and more. If the stat suddenly increases with the level of Shi Chen, it is impossible to stop. The Xiao Zai's increased brightness also seemed to take attrition as a premise. Then Zhang Chen turned to the two girls. Starting from now on, I walked forward by myself. The two of them retreated to the safe area waiting for you, hoping to wonder, but, she was about to continue but saw that Zhang Chen's eyes were extremely steady. Xiaoxi girl refused. Insist you want to go too. Zhang Chen immediately instructed her, protect your mother and go back. If you can catch a non-offensive energy beast, how do you let me raise it? Xiaoxi immediately agreed to say that, if you catch it, let me raise it. Zhang Chen turned around and didn't forget to tell her to show her mother. She agreed to arrest me. She agreed, hoping to hear it on one side. She was embarrassed. She thought, I said I was a mother. They didn't know that there was a person walking behind them. As a word of hue, she had been following them ever since, not wearing any equipment and still being able to safely enter here. Zhang Chen kept going inside. He paused a little. At this time the radiation index was already 4,950 pangolins. He looked at the radiation meter and pondered, 4,950 pangolins. Even if he took a small step forward, the protective gear would lose its effect. It was crazy that the radiation began to use his eyes to see the fluid state. But meteorites are ahead. That's the risk. The radiation index had now reached the extreme of 5,000 pangolins. Zhang Chen still tried to step up step by step extremely heavily. The protective gear was no longer working. It began to tear. He tried to endure it. Even the boots at his feet began to be destroyed. Zhang Chen pondered that the protective gear could not withstand it anymore. At this time, the distance between him and the meteorite was only a few steps, but the protective gear on his body was also completely dissipated. Zhang Chen immediately opened the energy wall to create a protective barrier. After opening the energy wall, creating a protective sphere, Zhang Chen continued to go deep inside. The distance between him and the meteorite was very short now. Zhang Chen had already seen it. He sat down and carefully observed. This is the strongest energy crystal center in the world. He gritted his teeth and sweated profusely, but from the level that showed that this thing was at least 10 pounds. He remembered Shu Zan's white rat experiment that year. Using only a fraction of 10 billion of the surface crystal shard's energy turned a small mouse into that demonic form. Now I don't even have protective gear if I touch E. Zhang Chen is a little hesitant. But the falling crystal sparked the little crystal chalk powder. Can change the ecology of the whole world, destroying a civilization. Now the purest energy node in front of us is all how powerful the energy is. Absolutely cannot be ignored. I just don't know if this thing can be put into the Buddha character space that cannot be absorbed. At this moment, the hidden system sounded the announcement. The only eternal crystal ganglion that can save into the space of the object transports the energy of the violent creature with the power of eternal mystery. At the moment of contact will generate energy poured backwards, even if only 0.1 seconds of contact in your best state. It will take at least 10 days to steam completely digest energy. Then your real power will increase to the period of energy digestion frenzy immunity all damage. Done announcing that Zhang Chen was happy to love he not dying, that's enough. Done announcing that Zhang Chen was happy to love he not dying, that's enough. He was having fun when suddenly he rushed in from behind. At this time, Zhang Chen noticed that he turned to look. Zhang Shenchen was startled, and the girl from Shui Na still rushed up like a tiger. He exclaimed in astonishment. The girl who had now touched her hand was close to the essence. She kept exclaiming with a very happy expression on her face. Zhang Chen immediately stopped her. Why run here? Don't touch that. This radiation she can't stand. Self-deprecation at this time. She was extremely panicked. Her eyes couldn't help leaving away. Zhang Chen was a little self-reproachful. She thought that such a high concentration of radiation could not be prevented from her following behind her. Zhang Chen was still holding Shu Shui Na tightly. She leaned on and groaned. And then she shouted, "What do you want to do? Don't you know if this thing will make the Gangxi virus inactivate?" Hearing these words from the mouth of Shu Shui Na, Zhang Chen was extremely surprised. At this moment, the system sounded, announcing that the infected person mutated type 2. The body was not affected by radiation, but when the ganglion surpassed 1,500 pangolins, the virus Gangxi lost its activity. Surpassed 3,000 pangolins, the virus Gangxi began to die. Zhang Chen thought, yes, Nina definitely found that radiation can temporarily suppress the erectile virus in his body, so he wanted to kill the erectile virus in his body through the mental ganglia, but this was impossible. Zhang Chen thought and continued to stop Shu Shui Na. She is crazy. Her body is already a body based on the virus. To be able to live, the virus dies. She will also die, but Shu Shui Na is not committed. Zhang Chen thought, Kai by saying that she did not have any protective latches but revealed in the high radiation now he is. At this moment, Shu Xuanyu's body began to get an erection. She froze, her brows paled. Shu Shui Na fainted, causing Zhang Chen to panic. Shu Shui Na. Well, indeed, to the extreme. Why say crazy and genius is only one step away? This woman is definitely more inclined towards the madman than the madman herself. Zhang Chen looked at the crystal in front of him. He didn't seem to be committed, but he left helplessly, temporarily leaving it here no problem. Then he carried the word yell on his shoulder. Extremely steadfast gaze, he said, on the contrary, this guy here must be out of the rescue, and then he began to strengthen the energy barrier. Then, quickly leaving, Zhang Chen was extremely urgent to hurry up and get her out of the radiation zone. Outside the radiation zone on a tall grove of trees there was a bird's nest on it. There was a loud call to Xiaoxi. As the hope who is anxiously looking for her, she called, "Where are you, Xiaoxi?" Shi Zai's call still rang out non-stop. Xiaoxi. This playful little girl Xiaoxi was now up on the high grove close to the bird's nest with pleasure laughing. He looked at the lovely young birds. Xiaoxi intended to bring them back to raise. She said excitedly. The baby bird followed her home. Suddenly Zhang Chen appeared from behind him fiercely asking. Baby Mouse said what she wanted to bring back. Xiaoxi turned to see Zhang Chen was startled. He stammered, 3 elders, why did you come back so quickly? Zhang Chen said angrily, could I ever say that? Zhang Chen gave Xiaoxi a few to spare her playfulness, then he grabbed her by the neck and quickly disappeared underneath. Shi Chen heard the sound of the two of them and turned around and called, Brother Shi, Xiaoxi. Seeing that the two of them had safely landed, Shi Zan immediately rushed over. Thank goodness that he finally found her. The little girl Xiaoxi who was given by Zhang Chen Bang had some dumplings on her head crying at Shi Zan. Hoo. I hope the 3 elders beat me. Zhang Chen shouted angrily, hitting me counts as light, if you don't even listen to me to tie you up. She sulked and beat me counts as light, if anything, you are violent. But suddenly she noticed Xu Shui Na lying unconscious on the ground. As a beautiful Zhang Shi doll, Xiao Shi immediately jumped down from Zhang Chen's palm, and ran over, looking at Xu Shui Na happily. He also wondered, this is the time he brought back. Why is Xu Shui Na here? At this time, all three of them came to the place where Xu Shui Na was lying unconscious, hoping to ask again, when did she come here? Why did she turn into this? Zhang Chen replied, she crept after me, wanting to use the crystal radiation to kill the virus in her body, turning into this form. I don't know if I can save it. Xiao Shi is close to her nose. She started to sniff, and then she was surprised. She said, she only wants the body to be too hard anymore. Zhang Chen heard this and nodded indeed. Then he pondered, it was obvious that he could frantically use his body as an experiment to turn into Zhang Shi. It was ridiculous to risk killing Zhang Shi cells in the end. Zhang Chen started to open his system. He asked curiously, Brother God, do we need to handle her? Zhang Chen replied that she doesn't need her physicality. Especially maybe there is a chance to turn around. Maybe we need to be with the crystal pit for a while. These supplies I keep. Finishing her words from Zhang Chen's warehouse, she took out a lot of supplies brought in front of Shi Chen. She asked curiously if the weapons and food he still had to be there for so long. Could it be that counting on the crystal stone pit didn't matter the radiation there? Zhang Chen put on a protective suit and replied with peace of mind. He was well taken care of by the children. I wait for you to return. I'm leaving. Xiao Shi listened to Shizai's words, and picking up indiscriminately this time. You really have to be careful of your skin. Finish the chapter quickly left, leaving the two girls bewildered there, hoping to turn his gaze to follow. He must be careful. At this time, Zhang Chen had gradually approached the crystal stone. He was uncomfortable. The feeling of approaching this place was still uncomfortable. The distance between him and the crystal was now very close, he thought. As long as he entered the radiation stream, there was a high concentration in the pit. The radiation room clothing would lose its effectiveness. He told himself then come on, he had finally arrived. At this time, the radiation room clothes had also dissipated. Zhang Chen immediately used 5-level soul burning. From a normal state to a state of rage. His face had changed greatly, his skin had turned brown, green veins filled his face, and Zhang Chen's gaze was extremely focused at this time. He immediately accelerated and accelerated. The distance was very close. Zhang Chen said it was now. He reached out and took the crystal in front of him. Then, starting to absorb it, a tremendous burst of energy erupted. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Zhang Chen suddenly realized, yet resisting, he was a little bewildered. He thought he couldn't absorb it arbitrarily. The radiation of this thing was also consuming the energy of the protective screen quickly. Did he need to give up first this time? Zhang Chen asked himself. Then he studied it thoughtfully for a moment. Suddenly Zhang Chen was angry, his tendons filled his face, his eyes were extremely determined. How could he give up like that? Then he immediately pressed his hands against the crystal. Determined, let me collect. His system announced, Crystal Ganglion 1. He was glad to be okay, but the joy didn't last long, the crystal energy in his storage space. Zhang Chen tried to suppress it. This thing, even if it was put in the item, could not suppress its energy. Suddenly, that crystal emitted a tremendous amount of energy, causing Zhang Chen to sweat as well. He tried his best to restrain it. But Zhang Chen couldn't succeed. He wondered what kind of perverted energy this was. Even if I was a high-level awakener, stage 1, and I couldn't absorb all the skills, couldn't I absorb it? Deserving of death, the body seemed to be beginning to dissolve. He cursed at that hint of bad luck without saying. Before he could finish, a huge explosion occurred, creating a deep hole. Outside, the sun shimmered with yellow flowers. Xiao Shi and Xiao Shi also heard the sound of the explosion. They were dumbfounded, but they had absolute confidence in Zhang Chen. Xiao Shi looked at her happily. Xiao Shi thought happily. Xiao Shi is no longer tired and sleepy these days, seems to have adapted to the current environment, but also often looks into the forest and looks up. What is she looking at? Thinking about it, she called Xiao Shi to stop looking. Come here and eat. Little Xiao Shi was still watching in the distance. She said, wait a minute, let's say. Then she turned around and said, I hope you have to go find the old 3 before I wait for you here. Before she could get her approval to agree, she rushed away, causing the approval to fall in love with Xiao Shi. No matter what she called, Xiao Shi was still extremely determined. She just rushed away. It smelled all radiation. There was no good food. The 3 old men had been in it for a few days. What were they doing? Now even the smell of radiation was getting fainter and fainter. Suddenly he saw the deep hole in front of him. Little Xiaoxi approached and observed. The smell of radiation from this hole came out. Suddenly she cheered, and found the three elders. He ran to the bottom of the pit. He shouted excitedly to the three elders, "Why sleep here? Mom hoped to cook rice and we'll go back." But when she looked closely, a burnt body with a black eye socket looked horrible. Xiaoxi saw that he was afraid of Blue Cat's eyes. He cried loudly. His cry echoed through the forest, causing a black crow on the ledge in the distance to pay attention. He rushed back. On the way, he was running and sobbing, his mother. Shi Chen couldn't hide his surprise and nervousness and called, "Xiaoxi." She also ran towards her. "Xiaoxi, where are you going? I am about to go looking for you." She carried on her back the dried corpse of Zhang Chen. She sobbed, "I went to find the three elders." Xiaoxi gently put the dried corpse down. When he saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. Xiaoxi had tears in his eyes and hurriedly asked, "Why was this? Why is it not to say that there is no danger, the deceiver?" Xiaoxi took a deep breath and continued, "Don't cry, the old three are okay." Shi Chen still didn't stop wondering. "I said he was okay, but his breathing and heartbeat were all gone." Shi Chen looked at Zhang Chen at this time, just a dry corpse. Xiaoxi continued to affirm, "After all, there is no problem, the three old men are just fast asleep. I hope I really don't need to worry," it laments. "I'm hungry." I hope to hear that. Stand dumbfounded, curiosity, she doesn't understand what. She thought Xiao Zai's words sounded very wild, but she seemed to have a strange feeling. I didn't believe that he was so strong, so she could easily die. She also brought him back, so now that he is like that, Xiaoxi has a simple mind. He has to act to take care of everything person. Then Shi Zan took out the helicopter. Little Xiaoxi, who was drinking water, was also amazed at Mother Shi Zan. The three old men bring the helicopter to her and we are about to fly into the sky again. He smiled brightly and replied, "Well, wait for me to finish eating, let's go back." Moving to a city surrounded by smog. In some clearing there were three erections with mutated shapes, their mouths resembling tentacles with a long tail resembling lizards, its head bald, its eyes bloodshot. There were two men watching from an abandoned house with three children we could probably deal with. He told the rest of us to go deal with that odd one before you guys go behind the structure that caught the attention of the other two before I succeeded in killing them. Don't let them get over here. Everyone replied. He is the captain of the business who was lucky to survive Dong Shijun Lake. After the discussion was finished, Dong Shang ordered that the action now begin, and the people in the group began to implement the plan. Dong Shijun walked up to the window. He clenched his teeth on the handle of two sharp axes. He thought in his mind that when he didn't notice this side was now. Just as he was about to rush up, a frustrated scream sounded that startled him too. The panicked pink-haired girl hadn't even specified the location of such a loud sound. The young man who had just made the sound of his face turning pale stammered, apologizing to me so urgently, stumbling. The short-haired girl quickly ran over to pick him up. The pink-haired girl along with the captain quickly ducked down. The girl asked the captain the situation now. At this moment, the creature below noticed it, looking up above the gathered people. The creature's gaze was now red, and the blood had risen to its mouth as tentacles began to open wide. Dong Jijun saw this, took up his weapon and jumped down. He shouted all the way and left. The others anxiously called out to the captain. Dong Shijun jumped towards the Gang Shi to slash a line, but this Gang Shi was quite agile, it dodged the last blow. He panicked that this fruit was peppered. All three of them spotted him and were approaching to surround him. His face shortened, haha this time. Dong Shangjun shouted angrily, I deserve to die here. Dong Shi immediately took the axe in his hand and rushed to a Gang Shi. He thought in his mind, knocking one down first. He succeeded in hitting this erection, causing it to bleed. But the other two also quickly rushed in to attack the Dong Shang. He raised his weapon with difficulty. Suddenly, Dong Shang was suddenly attacked by another beast, making him unable to dodge. Directly receiving a powerful blow from that beast, Dong Shang staggered and fell on the ground extremely painfully. From the side of the room above, his comrades nervously shouted at the captain. They continuously fired their guns towards the crowd. The young man next to him immediately spoke, reasoning, supporting, and the team at this time rushed. Dong Shang was hiding behind a rock, hearing his comrades say that with a smirk, running is that my style. Besides, I ran, he said as he lifted the large rock with his strength. He shouted angrily, leaving you here as food, and then he threw the big rock at the two erections. They were repeatedly fired upon by the guns and thrown by the boulders, and without time to turn around, they kept crying out. Taking this opportunity to exert his strength, with 2 axes in his hand, he took the momentum to jump up and attack the 2 reinforcements. Dong Xiang used his energy to lash out at them in a very decisive way, a blow that officially fed the 2 gangsters a box meal. Dong Xiang used a lot of force, so he was losing his strength, standing and breathing pink. This time, Li Li and the others rushed over. Li Li anxiously called out to the captain. Although he was very tired and lost strength, Dong Xiang still turned around with a bright smile. He said with a little pride, "This captain of mine is good. Once kill some haha, hurry up and help me a little weakened." Li Li cried out, the captain behind him. This time, the new martial arts army looked behind them, and thousands of red eyes of the reinforcements appeared in front of them. Dong Zhang's face was now shortened. The scene moved to the people of Zhongchen, Xiao Shi and Shi Chun. Xiao Shi was squirming, "Mother Shi, I was hungry and wanted to eat chocolate." Shi Chen smiled except for her and said, "Sorry Xiao Shi, the supplies are only bread left, can you wait to go back to Tianyang City to eat?" Little Xiao Shi heard this, and reproached angrily, "The big man is really like, why don't you prepare some more delicious food? You are too hungry to eat well." Sha Chen, who is flying a helicopter, is also helpless with this girl. She thought, "There is already a lot of food, Xiao Shi, you eat too much, you are too picky. Just eating breakfast with chocolate, isn't this the bad point that Brother Chen said?" He was engrossed in his thoughts, when suddenly he heard a shout from below, "The captain!" He couldn't persevere anymore. What to do? Everyone passed. He was stunned, and approached the window of the observation helicopter. Underneath were the Dong Thiem people. They were trying to fend off attacks like a big wave of vicious gangs. Dong Thiem Quan said, "I will think of a way to hold them back, you go quickly." Li Li still keeps firing towards the gang. She said, "No, how can we leave you behind?" Suddenly Dong Jijun took out the dynamite, causing the young man next to him to ask in amazement, "What did your captain take out the dynamite?" Dong Shijun said solemnly, "Come on, this is an order." Xiao Shi stood from the helicopter and saw that the things Dong Shijun pulled out had chocolate, and her eyes lit up, causing the person next to her to exclaim in amazement, "What?" Dong Xiang coldly pulled out the safety pin of the bomb. He angrily shouted, "Go die." Suddenly she opened the helicopter door and jumped directly. She kept rushing down, her brow was black. Xiao Shi screamed loudly. She couldn't explode, the explosion would be gone. Xiao Shi kept rushing down like a speed shooter, so fast that the collision was immense. But little Xiao Shi was now safely grounded. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face was black, and she was very angry at this time. Dong Shijun saw that she turned to glance at her, also felt scared, sweating profusely, and her whole body trembled. Dong Shijun's face was as pale as a clone, his whole body trembled. Holding dynamite in his hand also wanted to fall. He stammered not to explode. He thought to himself that this is the 4-star stages, or is the king of Gangxi still able to talk? Xiao Shi came over and snatched the explosive package in Dong Tianjun's hand, causing him to stand in curiosity. Xiao Shi immediately threw the explosive package into the air with force. A huge explosion of smoke and dust had occurred in front of them, and the red-eyed beasts stared in the direction of the explosion. Xiao's eyes was extremely cold at this time. She clenched her fists, screamed up and down, and then took a deep breath. The places where she glided past the erections directly flew their heads, blood splattered. Xiao's eyes gaze at this time was extremely fierce, and her fists were extremely powerful. He angrily clenched his teeth and shouted for me. Then, swinging a punch, the power of the fist creating a huge explosion, it screamed out of the way. She, after making a big punch, immediately happily picked up the food on the ground. She laughed in amusement. Hee this time. Enough to eat is what I like. Gangxi saw that and stood curious. Suddenly he steered the plane towards the guns towards the Gangxi. She started firing at them repeatedly, causing them to scatter and run away. Loudly, "Xiao Shi, you are really messy. If you let Brother Shen know, definitely pat your ass." Little Xiao Shi was a big old man who was a sleeping worm that he didn't know. Dong Jijun stood on one side listening to the two of them talking and fought together when he trembled and held it. Xiao Shi suddenly looked up with a smile and said that I hope I didn't sell you out, did I? Seeing her so like that was helpless. No, next time. Li Li witnessed everything that happened. Anxiously asked Dong Thu, army commander, who is this now? Why are they so strong? Dong Thu Jun was also extremely surprised, stammered and said he didn't know, but at least not the enemy. Watching the situation settle with our strength, if we still try to get caught up in the melee, they will definitely die. At this time, the Gang Shi had already grabbed the leg of the plane, causing the helicopter to wobble inside, shouting. Zhang Chen's dried corpse was also shaken at this time. Then the dried corpse lost momentum and rushed out of the door of the helicopter. Zhang Chen's dry corpse at this time seemed to wake up with sweat. Shi Chun still had to control the helicopter, so he couldn't do anything just to shout at the god and brother god. Just like that, Zhang Chen's dried corpse fell freely from the plane, and Dong Shijun was stunned and speechless. Zhang Chen's dry corpse fell, creating a huge explosion that made the gang look back in amazement. Even Xiao Shi was startled, thinking that the three elders had been targeted. Zhang Chen's dried corpse began to emit a faint white aura. This aura began to spread, causing these hideous beasts to begin to notice. They were as numerous as grass ants and began to rush at where Zhang Chen was lying. In the helicopter, seeing them as crowded as grass ants, startled called out to the god. Little Xiaoxi tried to beat these guys. She was out loud, "Don't harm the three elders." A few Gang Shi had already approached Zhang Chen's dry corpse, and they opened their rotten mouths and tried to tear Zhang Chen apart, but around him formed an invisible barrier. The people of Dong Shijun were also stunned and afraid. Li Li did not dare to witness the scene in front of him, covered his mouth with his hand and said that the captain of the man was too pathetic to break his bones. Dong Shijun helplessly sighed a breath. Although they were very strong, they could not withstand such a large number of Gang Shi. At this time, a Gang Shi opened its mouth and was about to bite Zhang Chen's head hard. As soon as it bit down, the invisible barrier protecting Zhang Chen's withered body shattered. A huge explosion occurred. Zhang Chen had now completely restored his original strength and appearance, and his whole body was surrounded by a golden energy. This made Xiao Shi and Shi Shi extremely surprised, and they rolled their eyes and watched. The yellow energy radiating was immense, lifting Zhang Chen up. Li Li stammered in surprise, "Captain, this is why Dong Shijun could not hide his surprise. I don't know." Zhang Chen opened his eyes slightly. He was a little surprised. Awake. Why is the coma so uncomfortable? Finally awake. At the same time, the current level notification system of the high-level awakening god level 1. Zhang Chen, who had just woken up, found himself upgraded. Couldn't hide his surprise. Wait, I upgraded. The system also sounded the announcement that Chen Chen Advanced Awakening Stage 1 Tianfu automatically full plus 20 genius points plus 300 glass skills. All attributes raised to 100%. Received a destruction finger. Explanation. One finger of destruction. From the finger comes a sharp blow that deals 1500% damage if the target is not dead. It also takes 100% damage per second lasting 10 seconds. Skill recovery timeout, 20 hours. Crystal fusion energy activated. Many superhuman abilities waiting to be unlocked. The higher the level, the more unlocked the utilization rate of energy absorption, the higher the amount of crystals. Zhang Chen was engrossed in the announcement when the gang was about to rush forward to tear him apart. From the helicopter he shouted carefully. Then Zhang Chen also raised an index finger and began to gather his strength to prepare to use the new move. Then, only to see Zhang Chen raise his index finger forward, a ring of yellow energy appeared in front of him, from his finger forming a ray of power. This ray of light pierced through the erections, causing them to growl in pain. Direct rays of light penetrate high-rise buildings. Not one but many high-rise buildings have been pierced by this ray of light, leaving a huge hole. Li Li gasped. He couldn't believe his eyes. The whole person trembled. Is the captain dizzy? Dong Jijun also has the same expression as Li Li. He stammered. It seems that we see what scary character. The scene of moving to the hotel. The boss was now loudly questioning the maid if she had found the person with the flower bandage. The maid replied in a low voice that he had previously provided the flower bandage to the person he had died. This old fox, hearing this, could not hide his surprise. He immediately touched the handmaid. He buried a girl with a face, ignoring, "Useless thing. Why don't you find him soon? The deadline of 3 days is coming," and then miss the chapter of the god to come back and not see the condensation ice. We all have to die. Suddenly a voice said, "Oh, you met through the Star God chapter." A man in a blonde hat with a smile said. 3 philosophers heard this, and said in amazement. As fast as a bolt of lightning. This blonde had rushed over and squeezed his master's throat and said where Zhang Chen was. This old fox was so scared that he wrapped himself around the radio. He continued to squeeze harder so that the old fox's brain could not breathe. He threatened me to give you a 3-minute chance to answer or else he would die. He is one of the members of the Eastern Jin S13. Maybe he came to avenge Changhua. The old fox thinks that this person's qi is too strong, must be Zhang Chen's friend or his adversary. Thinking about it, he smiled slightly. Zhang Chen's voice went to the northwest, not knowing what the person looking for him had. He had just finished his words when he was knocked out in pain by the needle. He said coldly, "What a chatter." He walked away with an amused smile and raised his hand to order, "You locate me to kill him to avenge the school." The people in this S13 organization immediately rushed away. Jin Dongzi smiled at Hehe. "I just need to cut off one of his hands, the other components belong to you." Returning to Zhang Chen's place, after successfully destroying Zhang Chen's body, Xiao Shi came over and patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder and praised the three great elders who were too good to be bitten by Zhang Chen. "But it was okay." Zhang Chen said indifferently, "No need to be so surprised, I upgraded." He hadn't finished his sentence when suddenly a tall building was shattered by something. Everyone turned to glance in amazement. Zhang Chen involuntarily hugged Xiao Shi tightly, reminding her to be careful. One of Captain Zhao's group was grabbed by a large, muscular Gang Shi, with two horns on his head, red eyes, and he panicked, crying out for help, "Captain Mao, save me." As soon as he finished, Gang Shi gently crushed his head, and he left his neck. Captain Zhao angrily clenched his teeth and deserved to die. Xiao Xing was dead. The girl next to him spoke, "Captain, we ran away lately, there is not only one iguanas." Captain Zhao immediately rushed down, his eyes were now extremely determined. He shouted at me to cut off your tails and leave here quickly. Captain Zhao jumped down and raised his dagger, intending to stab the former man's shoulder once. Shi Chen saw this and cried out in a panic. Captain Zhao's last stab was no different from a mosquito biting a pole, and the large body smashed one on the shoulder with one hand like hitting a mosquito with a fly. Captain Zhao was staggered by this force of the iguanas. "He's in free fall." The captain, who was knocked back with his hand, caused him to fall in pain and cried out. Shi Zan, seeing this, ran anxiously to call out to him. The captain, who was picked up by Hai Zan, asked Shi Zan in surprise why she was here. She only cared about his injuries at this time. His brother was injured. Suddenly an iguanas jumped to the front of the two. Captain Zhao hurriedly reacted. He walked over to hug Shi Chun to shield her and said badly. A golden light flashed through. The iguanas were pierced. Captain Zhao and Shi Chen both looked up in amazement. The corpse of the large iguanas fell in front of them. Captain Zhao hurriedly hugged Shi Chun to the side and quickly dodged away. Xiao Shi in the back rebuked the old man who almost smashed them. Zhang Chen explained that he urgently controlled the breath. He then proceeded to ask if Captain Zhao was injured. Hope Chen replied happily, "Our God is okay. Thank you for saving me and you." Captain Zhao saw Zhang Chen a little surprised. Asked Zhang Chen earlier, he was empty-handed, it was impossible. The members of the other team were also amazed that Xiao Zi had killed the herd before, of course, without looking wrong. Even heavy weapons were difficult to deal with. He killed in a moment. Last time he met him was not so strong. Zhang Chen and Xiao Shi jumped from the roof of the building to Captain Zhao and hoped. The captain stood up and said, "Zhang Chen just now, thank you." Zhang Chen replied to Captain Zhao, "Aren't you on the other side looking for supplies? Why run here?" He sighed and replied to the two Zas. "Speaking of shame, me and the team members always checked the foreign forces nearby, but were surrounded by the herd, losing many people." A female team member appeared and said that your captain was injured and hurry back to the headquarters to heal. Seeing this, he turned to look at the incoming team, a little hesitantly, saying that our task is not finished, now about I'm afraid. Zhang Chen on the side interjected in a short sentence, continuing to look for more. His body could not bear the health that was the capital of the revolution. He was surprised when he heard Zhang Chen say that, and he also smiled tacitly in agreement. Zhang Chen added, "And I also want to go to the correction facility with him." While Zhang Chen was talking, Xiao Zai's stomach next to him did not stop creaking. The whole person looked up and Zhang Chen's stupid eyes immediately guessed that Xiao Shi was hungry again. Captain Zhao happily agreed, "If so, let's hurry up." Zhang Chen told Xiao Shi to bring it from Yi Na. Xiao Shi heard this, and was awake and happy with the three elders. On this side the corpses of the iguanas lay out how voices sounded. The dog next to Jin Dongzi looked ahead and barked a beard. He immediately understood what he meant by going in that direction. He grinned evilly and said, "I remember there was a Dragon Water headquarters on that side of the headquarters who were always looking for us." At the same time as today, he and his dog rushed away. At the headquarters of Water Long, 2 soldiers stood guard at the door, one of whom found. A black figure flew in from outside, causing the astonished soldier to ask I. Moving scene to headquarters. From Yina being placed on the medical table, Captain Zhao Chen asked Zhang Chen who this person was. Zhang Chen replied at length. Her name from Shui Yan is a research worker. She specializes in studying erectile exams on people who also have a lot of secrets related to Gang Shi. Hearing that, Captain Zhao was surprised to ask again the secret related to Zhang Shi. Zhang Chen added. So her status is very important. Does Captain Zhao in the other headquarters have medical staff? I want to tell them to see Xu Yina's health status. The captain replied that I was going to call them over. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Xiao Shi asked what is it. Captain Zhao also heard the noise and said something happened. He hurriedly ran outside to see the situation. Not forgetting to tell you guys in Yan here I go out to see my god. Hope worry brother be careful. Jin Dongzi and his S-13 accomplices killed the soldiers guarding the door and broke down the wall. He was very proud to be terrified. Often this was the military headquarters of the weak dragon country, unable to withstand a single blow. At the same time, the people in Captain Zhao's team also took up arms and ran out to shout at someone, "What is this?" Jin Dongzi saw that. There are many women in their place. The blue-haired guy next to Jin Dongzi licked his tongue and asked again, "Is our leader still the old rules?" Jin Dongzi replied that of course men kill, women rape. At this time, the men in the headquarters with guns surrounded the S-13 team and shouted not to move. The captain summoned to ask who you are, why arbitrarily storm the headquarters. The Jin Dongzi smiled scornfully. Oh, this guy is a handsome guy. The big man I hate the most is that the handsome brother gives me to see that I don't cut him into pieces. He ordered the 2 beside you. You 2 stay with me. The others split the action. Go find the god for me. Captain Zhao heard the Chong god clenching his teeth, secretly thinking that he said Zhang Chen. Jin Dongxian had already attacked them, and they immediately rushed to attack the people in the headquarters. The brunette also reminded you when you hit women not to hit your face. Jin Dongzi heard that. Laughed, ha ha ha, weak opponent like shrimp. So on the contrary, it is difficult to control the force, right? Captain Zhao and 2 other members who stood close to the deadly defense dared us to fight for me. They repeatedly fired at Jin Dongzi and his accomplices. The Jin Dongzi directly jumped to Captain Zhao's place, raised his fist. A bunch of chickens also dared to dance the axe through the eyes of the worker in front of me. Captain Zhao raised his gun to block the blow. After suffering an attack from Jin Dong's punch, the gun in Captain Zhao's hand shattered into pieces. He immediately rushed forward to hug Jin Dongzi's body in order to hold him tightly for his teammates. The brothers quickly moved. Seeing this, the people in the knife-wielding team rushed towards Jin Dongzi, shouting to kill. Jin Dongzi was held tightly but very calmly. He smirked and laughed, playing this trick. He grabbed Captain Zhao's neck with his hand. Then lifted him forward to support himself. People don't matter, Mr. Zhao's teammates were stunned. Then hurriedly gathered the knife. The girl in the team nervously called out to the captain. The brown-haired youth angrily gritted his teeth and used the captain to support the knife. Seeing that he had not achieved his goal, Jin Dongzi threw Captain Zhao hard towards their comrades and cursing idiots. With just this little bit of bravery of you struggling is useless. He clenched his fist and the circles of energy light condensed in his hand formed a condensed energy to lash out. The needle said there was no need to prolong the time with you anymore. Captain Zhao also created a boundary circle to protect himself and the members. He clenched his teeth as the other man's aura was too strong. His blow caused the barrier realm to burst, and the people inside were all affected by that pressure. They thought that this guy had at least awakened the second-level intermediate level. Captain Zhao weighed his own strength. Not being able to defeat him here anymore only added casualties, then coughed a slurp. The female team member nervously called out to the captain. He turned around and said, "I'm okay." Everyone immediately retreated. Hearing the opponent of the S-13 team, he said, "No, leave the women?" According to the captain who summoned them to immediately retreat, the S-13 team also wanted to go all the way through our consent. Shi Chen was inside the waiting room, worried that he didn't see that there was any danger. Zhang Chen turned around and said if he was so worried, he went to check it out. Shi Chen was a little hesitant, but our brother God is still waiting for the doctor to come. Zhang Chen happily replied, "Isn't it okay to wait here? Why don't you need such a flute guest?" Xiao Shi saw that, and raised his hand to volunteer for the 3 elders to accompany these 3 places. It's too boring. Zhang Chen There is a little anger. Why is there you everywhere? So I'll be back quickly. You obediently stay by your side. Hope for me. Xiao Shi can't go and stand in one place. Stick out your tongue and tease Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen walked out of the room. As he walked, he thought that the condition of the rat showed the doctor if it worked. At the same time, 2 members of the S-13 team came to the door of the room. Zhang Chen also noticed that there was a movement and asked why the doctor came so quickly at the right time to ignore him. 2 members of the S-13 team came in. The redhead said that the place hid the 2 beauties. Shi Chen thought it was a doctor and asked in bewilderment if the 2 of them were doctors. The redhead laughed at the doctor. What game is this? Why play the game with the maiden? No matter how long it takes, as long as you tell me something. His face suddenly became dangerous. The acquaintances of a man named Zhang Chen were nowhere. Hearing him ask, he was surprised to think that this person was not a doctor, but he wanted to find the god brother. Seeing the look on Grease's face, he guessed it immediately and walked over to her. It seemed clear in her heart that obediently answering while playing the game could be less miserable. Xiao Shi saw this, and jumped over and gave him a charge in the face. Sak Lang stayed away from my mother, causing him to spit out fresh secretions. He quickly regained his balance and grabbed Xiao Zai's leg. This woman's strength was quite large, and he hugged Xiao Shi in his arms. Xiao Shi angrily struggled. You let go of me. The skinhead behind said that Brother Duan likes this kind of thing. Doesn't the person there smell more like a woman? Watch, the redhead replied. Then he doesn't understand the good of this kind of vivacious brat. He anxiously called Xiao Shi. She shouted angrily. Let go of the piss, get out, or I'll shoot. The skinhead saw you holding his gun, sarcastically. Put down the gun. I wanted to let you play with me. The guy we hate the most. People took the gun to show him. The redhead also laughed defiantly with her guts to try it. Without circling hope, immediately fired bullets were fired in quick succession. The redhead was also quick to take the bullets of the damn women with guts. Then he suddenly rushed forward and strangled me and said that the person who had opened fire with me last time had grown grass on the grave, and cried out in pain. Xiao Shi on this side is also worried about Xiao Zai's mother, the skinhead holding Xiao Shi tightly. Don't run. That woman is definitely out of the rescue now. Isn't it just you who can play with us? He condensed his strength into his fingers, looked at him and said, come down with him now, too. When his finger was only 1 knuckle away from the sensor. Then Zhang Chen appeared and immediately broke his arms. Too fast, too surprised, not even the redhead could feel the pain. It took him a few minutes to feel the pain that would come from his broken arms. He cried out in pain. The skinhead was afraid to turn pale and called out to Mr. Don. Zhang Chen just now heard that you are looking for me. I am Zhang Chen. The red-haired Duan is still constantly moaning when your little brother. Please call brother God. The redhead angrily shouted at Xiao Zi. He dared to take advantage of the fact that people couldn't be beaten up. Lao Su took his dog's life. Zhang Chen sarcastically said that when people are not prepared, he thinks that he can flip the deal. Shi Chen reminded him to be careful. This person's speed is very fast. He quickly rushed to attack Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen was still very calm. He confidently said that such a name was nothing more than a clown, then smoothly dodged his blow. Don't forget to give him a knife to his chest. Until his death, he did not understand and questioned how he could. How can you be so strong? Zhang Chen stood in front of him and declared that even this little bit of bravery dared to come and take revenge on the rest of my comrades. Ding! Launched self-gathering notification system received energy crystal X 7000 plus 5680% fairy fu plus. Storage ring fragment X 337, science and technology map X1. Rare skill weak sister strange puppet X1. Zhang Chen was quite surprised. Holding the puppet item in his hand, he asked what this was. Xiao Shi at the side kept sewing the 3 elders. The skinhead was trembling about what this was. Brother Duan was a second-level intermediate awakener, but he was killed by this little prince in an instant. At this time, Zhang Chen slowly approached the skinhead. Zhang Chen coldly said that your big brother went to hell and then you didn't go to keep him company. The skinhead stood in one place, his whole body trembled, begging for forgiveness. Don't come over here. A great blast of power rushed forward to attack the skinhead. The skinhead fell back in pain. Then he lost his balance and couldn't stop screaming. Zhang Chen rushed forward with his long sword. He angrily shouted, daring to tease the woman beside me, don't learn who survived. A howl rang out with fresh secretions on his body. Zhang Chen, after dealing with the skinhead, stood solemnly. Suddenly he spotted something. A huge explosion appeared right in front of him. Just then the captain summoned the wounded piece appeared. All three were amazed when they saw Captain Zhao. I rushed over and hugged my brother. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Xiao Shi asked Zhang Chen in bewilderment. What is wrong with the three elders? Seeing that, Zhang Chen also guessed that he didn't know, but something must have happened outside. The team members outside continued to resist, and they couldn't let them get close to the captain anymore. The bullets fired at the place of the needle and his accomplices seemed to be useless. Jin Dongzi used a chief to blow them away. He said contemptuously, a bunch of garbage also wants to stop me. I don't know how high the earth is thick. The Dragon Kingdom headquarters is just that. Let me kill comfortably, as he said as he rushed towards Shi Chen and Captain Zhao. As soon as his attack rushed, Zhang Chen appeared and clutched Shi Chen's shoulder, then used speed to pull the two of them away from the attack. Jin Dongzi was dumbfounded. After saving the two of them, Zhang Chen turned around angrily and said that he deserved to die 3 times 7 times to the person next to him. You wanted to die, and then he rushed with his sword to attack Jin Dongzi. Zhang Chen rushed forward with his sword and slashed him, but he was not the type to dodge lightly. He even threatened, "Do you know who I am? Dare to be overbearing in front of me?" Zhang Chen Shang. Then go back and attack Jin Dongzi. Even if the heavenly king Lao Su comes to Zhang Chen, I am not afraid. Hearing the name of Jin Dongzi, a little surprised, asked again, "You are Zhang Chen?" Zhang Chen using fusion attack, causing him to fall backwards. But he also quickly regained his balance. He was in an evil smile. You were finally caught by me. He immediately rushed towards Zhang Chen. He came forward in a state of invisible hover. I let you see the benefits of Super 13. Shi Chen and Xiao Shi nervously reminded the three elders to be careful. He was invisible. Zhang Chen was angry. The blue vein invisibility of the monkey was very clear. He immediately received a punch to the face. How could he? Zhang Chen repeatedly used a continuous slap on Jin Dongzi's face, causing his face to spin around like a pinwheel. He angrily clenched his teeth using a burning technique. The outer layer of clothing burned to reveal a muscular body. Don't look down on others. I am the leader of Super 13. How can you let someone like you have a face? Go die. He used a rank 7 soul burning technique to attack Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen dodged to the side to avoid the blow. Immediately counter a blow. He was slashed in the abdomen, spewed blood out. It was impossible that the strength of a high-level awakener. Why didn't I have the strength to fight back? Zhang Chen clutched his sword with both hands, preparing to finish him off. As he slashed down his sword, he said that awakening Gao Jia was something Lao Su killed as usual. The swords were blocked by a barrier. Rare notification system Xuanwu Kai Thuan. Jin Dongba is in the boundary realm of Judge Zhang Chen. I admit that you are very strong, but my Xuanwu Marshal Kai is very sure that you will not be able to break it. Kai, by how we exchange, as long as you ignore me, I will give you all the supplies on your body. There is even information master's secret news. Zhang Chen coldly replied, killing people, the supplies are also mine, and about the secret of the people, I can go and find out. The conditions of the exchange not established. Jin Dongbo angrily gritted Ken's teeth. If we don't agree, then we're lazy to tear the fish to death. Right after him the guys from the S13 team appear. Zhang Chen now swords. Everyone should not try to survive. These men surrounded Zhang Chen and attacked in unison. Zhang Chen was furious, causing them to explode and die. Then there was the speed behind the brunette, a bunch of umbrellas who also wanted to kill me. Dreaming, the brunette's head flew away. The rest were amazed. How could he not have died when was the speed so fast? Zhang Chen raised his sword and prepared to use it to burn the third order soul. He slashed a sharp line at the other. He could only cry out and cut him in half. Seeing this, the 3-year-old Jin Dong gritted his teeth in fear and deserved to die. Why was he stronger than the monster? Zhang Chen rushed to Jin Dong 3. Okay, now it's your turn. He slashed out dozens of optical swords that rushed at him. The great power caused the place to explode, stones splashed. Jin Dongbo continues to resist. Don't waste your strength anymore. My Xuanji martial branch can't be broken. Zhang Chen's face was as cold as money and replied, isn't it? A band of energy rushed towards Jin Dong's 3, piercing through his Xuanwu martial limb, causing it to shatter, also piercing through his body at the same time. He was amazed how he could. He was killed by Zhang Chen's attack. Automatic notification system successfully collected. Congratulations on receiving Energy Fusion X 28000 plus 22400 plus 80% endowment into Energy Capacitor X20. Rare Excellent Bao Bao X1 Rare Blueprint 7 Colors Bao Dao X1 Rare Blueprint Xuanwu X1 by 1 Energy Armor Blueprint X1 Lucky Survivor Probe X1 File Number 17 Viet Secret X1 Special Stealth Profile Grant Laboratory Research Report T221 Top Secret Strange Clip X1. After reading the items, Zhang Chen was also amazed. Super 13's people were really rich. He alone had so many rare equipment. The others said as if they were picking, "Congratulations on getting the anti-gravity skill, the rare skill, or the fatal weapon, the energy throwing the ice Mao, the rare skill, the strengthening, the X1 primary bad luck card." Rare or fatal skills in a short time cause heterosexual people to completely lose their defenses after entering an effective combat state will disappear. Energy weapons throw Mao ribbons through energy weapon resolution, and rare weapons have a certain proportion of obtaining the special attribute of the weapon and at the same time bringing this attribute integrated into new equipment. Primary bad luck card after using the target designation for 10 seconds in the future without stopping bad luck. The rare anti-gravity skill causes the body to be unfettered by ascending gravity. Zhang Chen sighed too much to despise these people. Luckily fused the crystal stone fusion otherwise, afraid that the dead person would be me. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Don't die, wake up quickly." Zhang Chen was startled to turn around at this time. Shi Chen was hugging Captain Zhao crying who couldn't help. Zhang Chen also suddenly wondered what Zhao Longquan had died. The survivors in the team also approached and called out to the captain, hoping to call out to his brother incessantly. Zhang Chen did not believe his eyes were not true, this was impossible. A female team member approached Shi Chen to express her condolences to the captain who was dead. She cried and denied it. A young man in the team also cried angrily, "All because of saving me, Captain Zhao knew who." There was absolutely a problem. Zhang Chen approached and grabbed Zhao Longquan's head, hoping to let him see Zhao Longquan. He twirled the ring in Xiao Zai's hand incomprehensibly, and asked what the three elders were doing. He checked for a few clues. The probing eye skill was Zhao Huan. It was definitely problematic. He discovers that a puppet is this puppet. The cell in the level 3 ring urgently brought a prop that did not do anything to occupy the space of a very unreasonable cell. But the strange thing was that the ring of Captain Zhao seemed to be too empty. Zhang Chen thought that except for these puppets, there seemed to be nothing, and he turned to ask him anxiously, "He won't die. We can definitely save his life, don't we?" One of the team voiced his approval to accept reality. The redhead knelt and cried. Recalling Zhao Longquan's words, "No matter how painful it is, not accepting the death of our teammates, we cannot step forward. This is what the captain said to us before. Even if the captain dies, we must continue to strictly follow the regime he sets. Now I collect his body. Say that she is about to touch Zhao Longquan's body." Zhang Chen hurriedly prevented. "Wait," she drilled in a hurry. "Everyone calm down, Captain Zhao may not be dead." Everyone was stunned when they heard this news. "What's so true?" Xiao Shi also counted, rubbing Zhang Chen's head and comforting the three elders. "I know that you are heartbroken by his death, but the dead cannot be revived." He immediately pushed Xiao Zai's hand away and explained, not that he would be revived, but that he probably wasn't dead in the first place. "This has something to do with the strange puppet I found earlier from Captain Zhao's character ring," the redhead asked in amazement from the captain. Zhang Chen said next, "I guess this thing is." There was a voice that said to interject into it, "The name is the Avatar puppet." Everyone looked in shock and amazement at the person who had just spoken. The person. Zhao Longquan appeared. He was unharmed and was standing in front of everyone. Everyone went from amazement to joy. He captain. He hurriedly ran to Zhao Longquan's place and asked what was wrong with this. He explained to you so that you could take care of me as you saw that I was alive and well. She hugged him and said I was worried about dying. Zhao Longquan kept saying sorry. The female team member asked, "But what was it like?" Zhang Chen raised the puppet he found earlier and said that it must have been made by this thing. Zhao Longquan admitted, "Yes, luckily, he could guess." Zhang Chen replied, "Because no matter what, he couldn't figure out what it was for. But it wasn't just one person who carried it on him. Something strange was definitely a problem. If it couldn't be used every day, he had to carry it, so the biggest possibility was a prop to keep his life." Zhao Longquan took back the puppet and praised the benefits. "Yes, this prop called the puppet replaced its ability to make the person who got it take critical damage. At the cost of sacrificing all supplies and a portion of the random storage rings to any safe location within a radius of 10 kilometers, at the same time leaving a replacement. No wonder the low-letter ring level was almost hollow. Why didn't he talk about this with the team members? Zhao Longchuan was a little self-reproachful. They were so worried. When he was next to him, he also agreed with him. He took the excuse that I was afraid that people would know that I was faking my death, so it didn't seem like anything important didn't have the effect of a sudden victory. This isn't the only level 1 prop anyway. Zhao Longchuan didn't understand and asked earlier. He said that carrying a puppet there was not only one Italian who was, that's right. If the puppet can transmit the song of the body, so the redhead I killed must still be alive. This kind of person lives is the great disaster who has to find him and then he transmits the news to others. On this side, the two men were sitting drinking tea eating cake when they received a message from Zhang Chen. The bulletin board showed the content of the flower condensation ice god chapter. No need to look anymore to find the red-haired man of Super 13. Finished reading the content that made the boss splash out the tea, so the opposite person was surprised to ask him what was wrong. The boss replied that Zhang Chen was alive. He told me to find Super 13's people. The bearded man who heard this turned pale and asked what was alive. He shouted angrily, "Can't we escape that little fellow's magic? The boss is calmer than leaving. If he is still alive, it is better to win his enemy than to win him." Then he stood up and followed me to inform the entire clerk in full force search for the Super 13 redhead. The other guy also stood up and hurriedly followed. Zheng Hao on this side is checking this week's list of dedication and distribution supplies as. Then also receive a message. Before he could open it, a skimmer ran in badly and then the angel. He calmly asked what was wrong, panicked, and the other man replied, who was lucky to be alive, "Someone caused trouble, please come out and check it out." He asked in surprise why he was so smeared over to check out the picture, and his subordinates replied, "A bunch of aggressive people are standing there fighting. Where do you eat differently from us? Yes, they are all in the same place, why discriminate?" The guy fiercely pointed his finger at the pink-haired girl. "Is it because our religion is different from yours that you discriminate against oppression?" The scared girl stammered no. "Then don't even hand over what is in your hands." Little girl in response, "I found it myself, now that Zheng Hao is almost there." That wrestler continued to bully the girl. "You want to take a spanking?" Just as Zheng Hao opened the door to enter. Everyone in the room looked at the door in amazement. Some of them recognized Zheng Hao. At this time, "Your cousin spoke, you are right. I respect your beliefs." Then, turning her gaze to the frightened girl, "She went out first, and handed it over to me to deal with," she hurriedly replied. "Yes." The people who started the quarrel at this time asked again. A person in charge of his headquarters said that he was a messenger, and some people dared to claim that your envoys were all fakes. Zheng Hao confidently said, "Our gods are very tolerant. What needs can be told to me." The wrestler continued to maintain an aggressive attitude. "Initially our demand was simple. All good things must be divided among us. Otherwise it is discriminatory." Zheng Hao replied, "You said earlier, the god on our side is an apocryphal. Then your god must be a true god, right?" They immediately admitted, "Of course, you should give up the pseudo-god. My master will save you." Zheng Hao showed an evil smile and declared, "Very well. I already know your needs. If you believe in your god can save you, then now I give you 10 seconds to pray for your god to appear to prove the existence. The content of prayer is very simple. Just be able to save a life, yours is get." After finishing his words, Zheng Hao started counting down 10-9-8-7-6-5-4. His whole body at this time radiated a strong aura, making the wrestler who was still aggressive earlier now stammered out what his life meant. The next man also said that he would not use the human method of explaining to appear, use this method to bully my master. Zheng Hao didn't care what they said and continued to count 3, 2, 1 so far. Let us see what difference each other's divine blessings make. Zheng Hao moved quickly, one punch, one kick quickly dealt with the aggressors just now. Finally, the wrestler in charge of him rushed behind him and told my god to let me be so strong. Your god can't even answer prayers. Finish a chancellor that makes that leader almost invisible. Zheng Hao added, after all, whose divine intelligence is a fake, then only saw a loud cry that sounded da-da. Before he could finish his words, Zheng Hao neatly disposed of his body, and they lay on the ground. Zheng Hao left incessantly, grumbling, wasting a lot of time. Today the new list has not been sorted yet. Yes, just now, it seems that there is a private message that I have not seen. Opening it up, Zhang Chen soon knew, I had seen it earlier. His face went quiet as he read the message. telling him to hurry up and find the Super 13 redhead. Zhang Chen on this side, after sending the message, was also quite satisfied with the arrest warrant, so he sent it already hoped to be able to find that person quickly. Then now, also up to adjust the supplies. Look at the pile of supplies in the table. Recently the supplies collected are too many, which ones are used first? Zhang Chen quickly clicked on a supply box. The system popped up to announce that you lost the 11,500 character ring fragment energy. 25,000 character rings successfully upgraded to level 9. Very well. The system continued to announce that the level 9 character ring was about to open the manner on you. Zhang Chen was a little surprised and asked the manner on his body. In front of the eyes appeared an illusion. Zhang Chen's spirit appeared, and this thing I went to check. His spirit began to move. Stars are all dew. The place that was not covered by dew was probably about a parcel of land. There really exists a manor house space. He approached and touched the fog and judged that in this fog it seemed impossible to enter. It seemed that this place was the border. The soil is very fertile. It seems that it is possible to grow agricultural products. Saying that, he immediately pulled out the bag and seeds, planted some things, tested them and then combined them into fertilizer. The seed has just been in contact with the soil. A young plant has come out. The notification system has used accelerated fertilizer to shorten the agricultural product cycle by 180 days. Potatoes maturation cycle is 120–180 days. Far from goat maturation cycle 100–180 days. Crispy fruit maturation cycle is 180–180 days. Maturing agricultural products need at least 24 hours. Zhang Chen rejoiced. Italy. The maturation time of agricultural products turned into 24 hours too. If so, at least there is no need to worry after the substitution of the soil is deeply contaminated. The notification system that on the 24th day of disarmament of food is stronger, the greater the demand for food. Zhang Chen was excited. What is it to say? What is the right time? Zhang Chen's belly had a boiling belly. Seeing the effect right away, how to get hungry and go find some food. Then the spirit returned to his body, breathing a sigh of relief. After returning to his hungry body, there was something to eat. Suddenly a black figure from above was rushing towards him. He quickly reflexively picked up his sword and asked who was there. Instinctively, he swung his sword and slashed in the direction someone appeared. Suddenly he paused, realizing what Yi Na meant by her. Xu Yina said nothing in silence. At this time, Zhang Chen let go of his sword, scaring me out of my soul. When did you wake up? Changcheng rubbed Yi Nasao's head with his hand, didn't speak, it wasn't completely cured. Following the natural reaction of clutching Zhang Chen's wrist, Zhang Chen also sensed the agility. Suddenly Xu Yan exclaimed. Then tugging on Zhang Shenlei's hand, Zhang Chen panicked, thinking about what she wanted to do. She then happily took his arm and went to the bathroom, Zhang Chen gasping in surprise. She couldn't speak, pointing to the bathroom, then using her body as a signal. Zhang Chen guessed that she meant that she wanted to take a bath. Xu Yu nodded happily. Making Zhang Chen blush hesitantly, she took a shower, then go and call me what to do. Xu Yan put on a pitiful expression and raised his hands. Zhang Chen saw this, and asked if she meant that her hands did not bathe, and asked me to help. Yi Na nodded in agreement. Then, from a trick, he would rip off all his outer clothes, revealing his hot body, 2 peaches as big as a rice cooker. Zhang Chen shyly covered his eyes with his hands, but did not forget to peek. Don't be like that, you can't be immortal. Then pushed Xu Yan into the bathroom with one hand. Then slammed the door. Inside the bathroom came the voice of Zhang Chen. Hey, don't take it off, I can take a shower for you, it's okay. Moving scene to a road, a lot of moving cars. A long-haired man used binoculars to observe. In front was the headquarters of the True God Church. In the business. The alarm bell sounded badly, then the angel. The girl ran into the angel in a panic. We found that a team was coming, and the person who came was not good. Hearing this, Zheng Hao turned around and asked what had an intruder. She said she spotted 3 different teams of lucky survivors approaching us. The south is the Nila, the west is the Atlantic, and the back is not a few blacks. On Zhang Chen's side, he helped Xu Yina finish bathing and was drying her hair. As she wiped her mind, as she explained, I wasn't in the bathroom looking at her body on purpose, don't blame me. Suddenly, Xu Yina stood up, turned around, and Zhang Chen panicked, crying out, don't move. Just as Xiao Shi and Shi came forward and pushed the door in, Xiao Shi happily asked the 3 elders, let's go out and play. Then they saw this scene that made Zhang Chen blush and Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi also felt embarrassed and blushed. Xiaoxi innocently asked what the three elders were doing. Zhang Chen replied, "Nothing." He approached him and said, "We've been in the headquarters for a long time, do we need to go back to the barracks for a ride?" Zhang Chen immediately took out the map and said, "Speaking of this, Zheng Hao's place is only more than 40 kilometers away from us. We can go to him to see. Last time the seat assigned to him did not know how to mature." The system displays a message that can carry out transmission of the waiting time of 3 days. At the time of transmission will simultaneously bring the person next to the leader to transmit members not in the organization limited to 10 members in the organization with unlimited ideas that can be transmitted. Shi Chen happily said, "If you haven't experienced it, do you want to try it?" Zhang Chen immediately responded, "Now let's try it." Zhang Chen pressed the button. They were immediately sent away. On the side of Zheng Hao's barracks, they were chattering. The brunette said the drone reconnaissance was less than 3 kilometers close to us. The brunette said we just experienced a loss of more than half the human being now with only 120 combat personnel. What to do? The purple-haired girl came up with a good idea. "We pray sincerely, please come help us." The brunette put her hand on her face, dejectedly sighed. "What's the joke? The truth is the highest existence. What kind of bravery do we have for him to talk about?" Zheng Hao raised his hand and interrupted everyone. "Don't panic. Our court has already passed, and is afraid of this little difficulty?" A young man in a hat spoke. The Nila envoy, who had arrived in the South Square, was preparing to raid the blacks. Acted faster arrived at the Vong Sun Hotel behind the farm, apparently assembling something. Most difficult Atlantician to deal with. I showed the image of the drone before it crashed for everyone to see. The image projected onto the screen appears 2 people are hanging their arms from above. The multitude of people rushed. Everyone watching the picture was amazed at so many exams we were spent. How could we run away? Zheng Hao angrily gritted his teeth and deserved to die. What a bunch of sinister shenanigans. The cultivators in the barracks began to lose their temper. "I want to see the patriarch, yes. We want to see the angel. The angel who is busy has something to say to me first. The young man in the fierce hat says what you are, but now the foreign is going to invade. We ask the god to appear." Zheng Hao walked over and asked what was going on. Making everyone turn their heads in surprise, call the angel. He asked gravely what he was messing with. A young man ran up to tell the apostolic angel that there was an invading enemy asking for the holy god who was gathering to stir up onlookers. The pink-haired girl said in annoyance, "What sect? I saw they were informants of the Shenyang. Some cultivators saw that." Rebutted her, "Don't suck blood, spray people. Based on where to say that we are insiders, we just want to see the true God. Yes, the afternoon is coming. How can the true God not show up?" The pink-haired girl came over and said, "It's not that the afternoon exam is coming, so neither the Lena nor the blacks know how you can know. This question makes them stiffen their throats. I of course had my communication channel." The person next to me suddenly noticed a fog appear. Then everyone was stunned, stepping back. "What is this?" Zheng Hao also asked in astonishment. Zhang Chen appeared with Xiao Shi, Shi Chen, and Shu Yina. Zhang Chen happily raised his hand and waved to Zheng. The spearheads wondered who they were. Could the leader be the true god Chen who could come out of the air? It is possible to come out of the air except for the true god, who is Zhang Chen astonished. Then the cultivators said to each other that they didn't even hurry up to worship the true god and Zheng Hao this matter. The brunette next to Zheng Hao also patted him on the shoulder and asked Brother Zheng, "We should go and help them." Zheng Hao replied, "Yes, she was right." Zheng Hao walked over to Zhang Chen and said that it was really good for his true god to show saints. Zheng Hao turned around in surprise, and Zheng Hao continued, "In fact, our barracks are in danger, and we are expecting you to take action." Zhang Chen looked at him and asked again. He replied that he had heard that there was an afternoon exam walking towards the land. Zhang Chen asked again, "Right, so I went to check it out." He immediately used astronaut gravity to fly straight into the sky to the amazement of the followers. "What did I see?" And then the god's feet flew up. "Heaven, the god's feet are indeed not trivial." Zheng Hao whispered and thought again. Why does Zhang Chen not have an extreme? But now that was the right time. Zhang Chen flew up high to observe the crazy afternoon exam. These guys deliberately lured the afternoon exam. Then Zhang Chen returned to Zheng Hao. He hurriedly asked Zheng Hao how the situation was. He replied, "Someone deliberately lured the 3 lucky survivors. The strongest only intermediate awakening. Nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, starting from earlier, what do you call me?" Let's joke about dealing with those guys first. Xu Yina couldn't speak, but gestured forward. Zhang Chen asked again. Oh yes, you want to go and test yourself? Xu Yina nodded. Zhang Chen immediately agreed. Okay. Those Shenyang people handed it over to you. Zheng Hao saw this, and was surprised. Zhang Chen reminded not to be reluctant, to be careful yourself. Xu Yina gestured to understand and waved to Zhang Chen. Then leave. The two girls below both admired how fast it was. Zheng Hao anxiously asked Zhang Chen if she was alone. Zhang Chen reassured her how much she could do herself. The produce I told you how to grow, and then took me to see if it was on this side. Growing agricultural products is very convenient. We have 300 farmers. Currently, about 4 tons of crispy berries can be picked a week, 7 tons of meat potatoes, 2 tons of citrane. Zhang Chen looked at the results without ceasing to praise. Very well. In 6 days, the oppression against such monsters will be eliminated, although only partially removed, but all the soil is polluted. Cultivation produces mutations. So even a little hard work can't let go. These 6 days we need to use all our strength to store crops, Zheng Hao obediently replied. On this side the Atlanticists were approaching the Long Kingdom's stronghold. The leader looked at the guy next to him with binoculars, held the map and said that our 4 chariot teams were in a position to launch a general attack whenever the leader responded. Breaking through the defenses of the dragon countrymen, he felt that using the appropriate groups of vehicles. The guy confidently replied that the body of the small dragon waterman was weak in one nest. The leader also agreed. I feel the same way. Last time I cancelled the African country. Even heating was not enough. It was over. I hope the dragon water people did not disappoint me. Through binoculars, he observed that Xu Yan was rushing towards him, wondering what it was. He then ordered hurry to see what rushed out from within the long water barracks. The speed was too fast. In an instant, the word Yi Na appeared on their heads. Much to their amazement, screaming at women. From Yi Na raised long sharp fingernails as weapons. Cross a few basic lines in their faces. The leader of the Atlantics, seeing this, also took up his weapon and said loudly, or is he going to attack? He and Xu Yan rushed to fight each other. With one flick of her hand, the sword in his hand was broken, and each hilt. Then there was a straight piercing of the chest. Blood splattered out here. How could it be? Bai Chen is like he has the power to awaken the second stage, only then he is killed. Xu Yan continued to rush to attack that guy, and his speed was too fast to dodge. Xu Yi Na slammed a chant on the tank with his hand, and a large amount of energy radiated throughout the vehicle. The people inside were astonished at what. Then a huge explosion took place, causing those inside to also be pressured from the explosion and splashed out. He fell backwards and cried out in pain. The anxious subordinates ran to him. Was it okay? He angrily gave the guy who had just asked a distorted slap to his face. What are you still standing there doing to me? They immediately obeyed the order to take up their weapons and proceed to Xu Yina's place. Xu Yina took a breath and inhaled the surrounding air inside his body. Then used the power of burst. They were dumbfounded, unable to understand. The surrounding gang Shi all headed towards Xu Yina's place. So did the monsters. They began to rush to attack the people of Shenyang, which surprised them. What gang Shi? How could that woman summon gang Shi? Could she not be a member of the Dragon Water headquarters, but a mourner? The chief shouted loudly, hurry up and kill them, not too close, too much on the first. They were extremely aggressive, not afraid of guns, and came close to the Atlantics. Just a moment later, those people were neatly swept away by the gang Shi. The leader who still didn't stop shooting deserved to die. How could it be if it wasn't for that person who cried out for destruction without even knowing that Xu Yi Na had appeared from behind? When he raised his face. It was also the time when Xu Yu let his head fly. There was a drone watching every move of the word. He kept recording and informing his master. Sha Yan was a Nila man who watched and clicked his tongue. These people were useless and died in the hands of gang Shi lured by him. The leader of the morning he spoke, then yes or no, we all have to take action. Our goal this time is to expand our courtiers. If the people of the dragon country do not convert, let them suffer a little. Sha Yan replied, rest assured, leader. The two of their subordinates with knives smiled cunningly and said they were already prepared. The soldiers of the Nila with knives rushed forward. Sha Yan and the Tang leader also rushed to attack the Long Kingdom's stronghold. The two cultivators standing above used binoculars to observe that a group of people rushed here. Quickly bring this matter to the angel. He immediately communicated the news to the angel. Inside, Zheng Hao was anxiously asking Jiang Chen that Xiao Shu hadn't returned yet. If Jiang Chen replied, it was okay, she hadn't finished her sentence when she was interrupted by the sound of a message, which was Zheng Hao's message alarm. Zheng Hao opened the message and read it and exclaimed the quick movement. Jiang Chen asked Zheng Hao anxiously, what happened? He replied that the Nila, their actions were faster than they had imagined, and had already hit here. Jiang Chen heard this, and smiled confidently and said, don't worry about a bunch of umbrellas, let me go. Xiao Shi next to me asked to go to the big three. The three of you want to go. But Jiang Chen stopped him with his hand, Xiao Shi said angrily, and for a long time, the tendons of those Nila people handed him over, laughed and said, Brother God, I also accompanied Xiao Shi. Hearing that, Jiang Chen agreed, okay, small matter, if you two are interested, then go, brother. Xiao Shi heard this, laughed out loud, ha ha ha, just this little thing didn't even need 3 big cushioned elders, said, and then Xiao Shi rushed forward. Xiao Shi also followed Xiao Shi slowly. Jiang Chen stood and waved. The 2 girls of Water Long looked at her and exclaimed, this little girl too quickly. But was Xiao Zai's personality a little different from before? Outside, the Nila men had approached the door. Tang Armor Y is excited to be here. The soldiers behind them cheered incessantly. Tang Jianyi turned around and ordered everyone to prepare to take this barracks for me, when suddenly the door crackled. Sha Yan sensed something. She rushed forward and pulled the leader to the side, dangerously careful. Just as a bullet from the inside shot through the face of Tang Armor, he hit the soldier behind him in the face. Shi Zan regretted that the person who was quite similar to the leader just now unfortunately could not take a single blow. Xiao Shi in the back also spoke up. Shi Zan's mother did not bother to hand it over to him. To say that making Xiao Shi rush forward at the speed of light is a snake player, right? Seeing the danger approaching, Sha Yan hurriedly stood up to block the leader, stepping back. Looking at Xiao Zai's movement speed and secretly exclaiming too fast, Xiao Shi recognized her and said it was her again. Hello, the invader. They both raised their fists to attack each other. But she didn't seem to be Xiao Zai's opponent after just a few strings of fresh secretions. Then, falling backwards, Tang Jianyi saw this and ran to help him call out to Sha Yan. She hugged Sha Ma in her arms, gritted her teeth. Ken, Sha Yan said sorry to my leader, I was useless, and he replied that he deserved to die, she dared to hurt her so badly. Hang sense, he put down his eardrums, stretched out his arms, burst of indignation, summoned pets, unforgiving. The snake on her neck turned into a huge one, opening her mouth wide and sharp teeth towards Xiao Zai's direction. Shi Chen in the back nervously shouted. Xiao Shu quickly dodged. Before she could dodge, Xiao Shi was swallowed inside by her snake. Hang Ying turned his gaze to where there were also accomplices. She then ordered the soldiers to seize the parade, and they immediately received orders to rush to where the parade was standing. Xiao Shi on this side was already in the belly of the snake, but suddenly its whole body shook. Then came out loud cries of frustration. What is this causing the leader of the Nila people to panic? Her beloved snake writhed pain did not stop thrashing. Just a few seconds later, Xiao Shi ripped open the snake's belly and came out. Terrified the soldiers. The few moves that defeated them, not forgetting to mock your little snake too badly. He was stunned. How could she not have died and killed my pet snake? She immediately drew her sword and deserved to die. Then angrily rushed towards Xiao Zai's side, returning Xiao Qing to me. Before she could reach Xiao Zai's place, Xiao Shi passed her like a wind. Xiao Shi turned around and criticized her speed for being too slow. Then give her a head on her back, causing her to spit fresh secretions out. The soldiers who saw this panicked. Xiao Shi stood on top of her and said disdainfully that Nila was just that. She gritted her teeth angrily, deserving of death here. How could there be this kind of monster? Then she quickly disappeared from Xiao Shi, not forgetting to say goodbye to the good lady who will not suffer in front of her eyes the next day will fight again. Xiao Shi angrily chased after me. I haven't hid you enough, where do you run? We don't want to go, where we want to go. She had caught the eye of hope. Shi Chun immediately fired, the bullet rushing towards where she was fleeing. She was frightened and screamed. But it was too late, Grease's bullet had finished her off. Xiao Shi excitedly ran to Wow, she is so good. She replied that Xiao Shi is good, she is nothing more than a waiter. Suddenly the ground shook, and they both looked around at what was the earthquake. Not but thousands of gangsters flocking to the barracks. Shi Chen was stunned and said no, or was it Shi Chen? Then quickly took Xiao Shu's hand and ran. Xu Yina on this side was also trying to escape the gang Shi because they were too crowded. The rest of the Nila soldiers were also alarmed. So what should we do? They were helpless and could not run anymore, then were engulfed by the gang Shi. They had chased close to Xu Yina's place. Xu Yina was still trying to resist. The people of the Long Kingdom found out and shouted loudly, and then the court came. They immediately closed the citadel. Zheng Hao inside was also stunned and asked what was wrong. Isn't the court dealt with? Zhang Chen and Zheng Hao went up to the observation deck and the gang Shi group approached the door of the barracks. Gang Shi couldn't stop screaming. Their aura terrified the people of the barracks as well. They shouted at each other and hurriedly attacked the gang Shi in droves. Zhang Chen raised his hand and thought how to say that Xu Yan could summon gang Shi. But she couldn't even control it completely. There was a problem, and Zhao Huan came to beat herself too much. Zheng Hao looked over at Zhang Chen, who was standing thoughtfully thinking about how Zhang Chen hadn't even made a move. The person next to him said no. Gang Shi was about to storm in, or let's run away. Immediately ate a slap from Zheng Hao. Such an important moment, what kind of insult did he say? What's so scary about having a true god here? The beaten man hugged his face and said, but it was a true god Gang Shi tied that could fight back in the afternoon. If we don't run, we all have to die. This word also made Zheng Hao think about Zhang Chen, which is nothing, but I can't control the opportunity he wants to strike. Zhang Chen on this side still stood still and thought. And Xiao Shi walked over to the gang Shi god who was about to burst in, and he only coldly replied. He asked now what to do. I think Zheng Hao must have waited in a hurry. The big guy behind him has also gathered. At this time, Zhang Chen said, okay, you guys are here, I'm going to deal with them. He immediately used the death storm technique, condensing a large energy source. Then sweep the gang Shi flood. Hope is not great, I don't know if I can fall out of the energy condensation node. The people of the Long Kingdom saw this in surprise and asked if it was the true god. At this time, Zheng Hao breathed a sigh of true god truth. It can be said that the meat grinder did not waste any effort. That's right, Zhang Chen just a few light moves caused them to disintegrate. The Logans were dealt with, followed by the herds. As soon as he came down, there were 3 true gods who could really defeat him. Why couldn't he dump the fighting power of the terrifying herd? So Zheng Hao on the side immediately said that it didn't matter. They heard this, and asked the angel in amazement. He replied that it didn't matter what I had seen with my own eyes. The sight of the man fighting the iguanas alone. If you want to say, dealing with it is not difficult. The problem was that this number was more than imagined. Zhang Chen was still fighting hard with the spirit fusion gang who stabbed directly into its eye with his sword. It's exhausting to continue like that. You have to think of a way to speed up the victory with the cancer herd, using a way that can reduce attrition, handle the other gang Shi. The people who were constantly shouting Zhang Chen from above were gradually rushing forward. A circle of energy he created is now causing Zheng Hao's men to gasp in surprise as well. Zhang Chen was rushing forward at a very fast speed. The energy source was getting bigger and bigger. Dare to resist is also suppressed by his energy. Then formed a huge explosion. The people of the barracks also had to shield themselves with their hands, and the herd was destroyed. This is the power of the star god that is so terrifying. Zhang Chen rushed forward and pulled Xu Yan out of the danger circle, apologizing for not properly testing the power of the residual waves. Xu Yina looked at Zhang Chen in panic. He thought but couldn't. In the distance, there are many leftovers that have not yet exploded dead. This residual wave power is not enough. Then he pushed away from Na and said to avoid such a large expenditure of energy was not the way. Play some new games. He immediately took out the automatic vigilance tower. They are machines that fire bullets on their own. Where the gang Shi moved was eating bullets. Ding, the automatic notification system successfully collected. Zhang Chen was happy that this performance was not bad automatic collection success. For the time being there was nothing else going on, said, and then he turned to leave. The subordinate who had suspected Zheng Hao earlier had now respectfully bowed to Zheng Hao and said that my envoy was seriously alert to the doubt through the power of the true god. Zheng Hao responded very well, although I was also exhausted by his current ability. He saw Zhang Chen come back and said to him, "What kind of new weapon is yours?" Zhang Chen replied to the weapon he had just retrieved not long ago. Now try to use a little bit to hit the herd, but the performance is not bad. The cultivators of the Tu Long land also have to admire our true God is really cool. The guy next to him also speaks who doesn't. As soon as he finished, he was gagged by a guy behind him with a knife and cut his neck and thought we were all dead here today. The other guy was also stabbed with a knife in someone's back. The long-haired wrestler told him if you should die here today, then of course your life is not yours. The junior came forward and told him that the big brother of the long country was attracted to the opportunity we came, and he responded very well. The junior returned from the survey and said our leader had discovered the farm nearby. The leader replied, "Oh, these dragon water scraps have this kind of good stuff." He gave him an evil smile and ordered him to go around to find the warehouse to see if there was food he could eat, and the junior replied. Inside they were looking for 2 patrollers without even knowing they were murdered, constantly rebuking where those 2 patrollers ran and did not return to their shifts. The one next to them also spoke there near the outer circle, see if the true God's summoning object has forgotten the time. The hat guy continued to complain, so it wasn't Sister Bing, she had to teach them. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was surprised that the pink-haired girl in the back didn't understand. He hurriedly shouted what this was. Gang Shi burst in, and then he looked at the wounds on their bodies. After examining them, they found out and muttered that Sister Bing had been killed. The pink-haired girl was now alarmed to find out that someone had already come in. It is possible to avoid Jiang Shi, compress it, then do not alarm the others to kill our patrol is that the enemy is very strong. Hurry to find the true God. Please sincerely help, so put on your hat immediately get orders. He hadn't been gone long before he was strangled by the guy who had come earlier, don't go so fast. Then he was killed by the other guy in front of Sister Bing. His face was full of murder and he said that there was a guard here. Sister Bing didn't say many words, and immediately rushed forward to give him a punch, hitting his face straight. This was followed by a chief, causing him to fall backwards, splashing a few liters of fresh blood out. She then ordered everyone to go quickly. Just go through this place to find the true God. Suddenly a bullet came from nowhere and pierced his chest. The leader appeared, I let you go at this time, Sister Bing must also be afraid. But she kept her composure and told the other junior to hurry up. Before he could run, the guy who had just woken up grabbed his leg. A slight smack made him log out, damn kid fist not bad. He pulled out a sword and told the leader to hand her over to me to handle. The leader laughed ha 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 see that disheveled form of yours. Sister Bing was now frightened to tears. That leader coldly said let you handle it, but don't kill it right away. Receiving the order, the junior immediately rushed forward. Go die. He swung his sharp sword and prepared to finish off Sister Bing. She cringed in fear, as the sword was about to slash at Sister Bing. Then the leader launched a sword to stop him from angering the leader. The leader shouted at the little prince you warned your head, I said don't take her life, didn't you hear it? The junior scratched his head and apologized. He didn't understand to ask again, but this woman was the one from the long country who had to take the downstream of love. The chieftain explained that these dragons were hiding their food too well. We were missing a guide, she was very suitable. The junior who heard this, understood, grabbed Sister Bing's neck and said, oh, hearing it didn't make her cry out in pain. The chieftain brandished a knife in his hand and said, if you don't want to die, obediently lead us to the warehouse to offer food. If we are not content to make beer for us then we can find another guide. The junior heard this, and said to interfere with the leader is still for me to twist her neck hehehe. Sister Bing is now afraid to speak wait a minute, I am content. I know where the warehouse is. The junior just let Sister Bing go, then yes, lead the way. Sister Bing was released, her whole body was still trembling, secretly thinking that she deserved to die. There were 2 patrols on this side, before the time to change guards. No one came to check. She could only hold them first to think of a way to inform others, and then she told them to go in this direction. They followed Sister Bing, constantly threatening her, it was best not to play tricks. Otherwise Lao Su would not mind letting you try the consequences. Sister Bing led them to a large door and said that this place was the warehouse, and the leader said to open the door. Sister Bing opened the door, the junior did not stop praising, oh, no tiger is the leader. Finding a guide is indeed very effective, the leader ordered. Okay, hurry up and take a look. They came in, the junior was amazed, oh, this looks pretty much. They rushed forward like hungry tigers, the leader ordering me to be searched. The junior pulled out a sack and said my leader found a lot of seeds. Another name shows a lot of sweet potatoes. The leader laughed out loud ha ha ha, so good, this trip is really not worth it. "You guys bring all this place and put it in your lettering ring, maybe take an extra part." The tattooed man gritted his teeth angrily. He shouted, "These guys, don't forget about me." And this person was attracted to food. Sister Bing hid behind her. Now was a good opportunity to run away. Sister Bing crept back to the door. Then slammed the door and locked them inside. They only now realized that they were locked up. The leader clenched his fists angrily. He said angrily out loud what trick he couldn't even see. The tattooed man stammered sorry. The leader didn't expect the woman to run. She had legs that naturally knew how to run. So the captor said as he raised his fist, "Punch the door hard and keep telling her not to spare her legs." Sister Bing outside was also terrified with his fists as if to pierce the door. In a moment he had ripped open the door like paper. Sister Bing was afraid to turn pale and called Chen Chen. Hurriedly turned away. "Must find the true God, save me with rescue." The Zhang Chens above also heard the commotion. Zhang Chen spoke, "It seemed that I heard any sound from the Venus," and agreed. Shu Yi Na pointed forward. Zhang Chen asked. Shu Yi Na. She stood and heard it. "Why did the sound from inside come?" He also asked him what was wrong. Zhang Chen replied, "You and Shu Yi Na seem to hear that there is a cry for help. Do you remember what direction there is? If you recall that side of the agricultural area, no food warehouse is also on that side." Zhang Chen immediately judged this. "If there are really people for food sneaking in, we can go and see," Xiao Shi said. The three elders also want to go. On this side, Sister Bing is trying to escape from the rescue leader with. Suddenly a knife flew from his head and pierced straight into his palm. The junior nervously called out to the leader. The angry leader swore "Damn women" and ran here to find reinforcements. Zheng Hao appeared shouting, "Who you are? Why storm the barracks?" Sister Bing has caught the straw to save Zheng Ying's life. Zheng Hao turned to look at Sister Bing and cared. "I saw that the side was full of bodies, fortunately she was okay." The rival leader laughed cunningly and scoffed. He couldn't dare to play with Lao Zi. He wanted to be okay. He immediately used a two-person attack and the kind of chicken like "You sat in the most fertile place lately. You said we were coming to do." Fortunately, at this time, Zhang Chen appeared, blocked the knife that was rushing towards Zheng Hao's face and answered his question. "Oh, robbery?" He directly broke his knife. Both Sister Bing and Zheng Hao were happy when they saw Zhang Chen, who is the angry leader Xiao Zi. Sister Bing in the back reminded the true God they must be the third team of people who want to attack our barracks. "These people are really strong, please be careful." Zhang Chen gently replied, "It's okay to be a bunch of pirates, just don't be afraid." The leader praised the weapon in no small way. He directly pulled out a big axe, "Which I just wanted to make a little bit of stuff, but it was good to come here. Following me and killing them to occupy this barracks." He ordered his subordinates, Zheng Hao, to be ready to fight. He shouted, "How sassy you dare to kill our businessman." Then rushing to fight the leader, the other despised, "Only this little bit of bravery." It was disappointing. Zheng Hao was astonished that his weapon had been cut into pieces by him. He looked over at Zhang Chen, who was fighting his juniors alone, thinking that this little prince was not scary, but he was afraid that he was not just talking. The women he led to were also different from the scrappers earlier. "Getting my disciples to separate to deal with them is not easy. As long as I kill one first." He was thinking about it. Where did Zheng Hao appear from behind him? Then swung her sword and slashed at him. But he disappeared like the air. Zheng Hao panicked to be ruined. He in the back spoke up to react. It was late that his axe had injured Zheng Hao. He lay on the ground coughing. He approached to sneer at a Dragon Nation scrap. "Even my 3 moves could not catch." He had a lot of supplies and food, and then he swung his axe, intending to finish off Zheng Hao. Sister Ice saw this, and shouted at his feet. Seeing this, Zhang Chen reacted quickly and grabbed a junior by the neck. Then threw him to the old man's person. Both of them bumped into each other and fell to the wall behind them. He said that a strong Dao wanted to kill my team members. As he said, Zhang Chen broke the leader's hand. Without self-strength he cried out in pain, "Ua-a-a-a." That guy wasn't the kind that he used to break free from Zhang Chen's control. He deserved to die, and sneaked old Zhang Chen in surprise and asked what. Zhang Chen immediately pulled out his sword. "You feel like killing like you? I still need to sneak a fight?" He also took out his axe to block Zhang Chen's attack. "When you successfully sneaked me earlier, I dodged. Don't be afraid of you." Zhang Chen replied disdainfully. "Oh, isn't it? I like the hard-throated kind of you." He then condensed the energy into his hand. A blast of power shot up to his face, dying to the point where his throat stiffened. Zhang Chen's move directly dangled the leader's forehead. The tattooed junior saw this and rushed to call out to the leader, "Is he okay?" The leader fell backwards and rolled his feathers in the helpless presence of his juniors. He couldn't stop trembling, raised his hand and cried out for help. "Then turn off the breath." The astonished juniors shouted, "Leader is dead, he's dead, then what should we do?" Zhang Chen rushed over to answer their questions. "I sent you all off on your way." Just a few basic lines, the rest of them were also knocked out. After settling them, Shen Xiaosheng left, leaving them to cry out bitterly "Ah ha ha ah." Zheng Hao was also amazed. How long he hadn't seen him. His strength had increased a lot. At this time, where a herd appeared, it rushed towards Ding to pounce on Zheng Hao's people. Zhang Chen clenched his teeth. The iguanas knocked the men away with one punch. They screamed, growled, and snarled. Shi and Xiao Shi were also carefully attacked by it. Zheng Hao and the brunette also entered a fighting stance to stop it. "This place is our last defensive ground that cannot be lost." But this iguana's fighting power was great, and he raised one leg and kicked Zheng Hao away. Zhang Chen looked at it suspiciously. Strangely, why there were fish in the net? Could it be that I missed any defensive lines? Zhang Chen jumped up and stabbed the body of the iguanas with his sword. He cried out in pain. Zhang Chen pointed his finger at the height of Zhao Huan's strength. Then switch and then launch directly to the person of the iguanas. The heavily attacked iguanas flew their heads and fell to the ground. Zheng Hao was downstairs. Glad it was so good, Zhen Chen's hand was okay. Zhang Chen, after settling the elder, hurriedly went to the watchtower to check. The guard tower warns that there is still strange how to get through here. Leave this out later and now solve the problem first. There he reached out his hand to collect the guard tower. He came forward and happily said that this god of his equipment is too good. If sold, he can definitely make a lot of money. Hearing what Zhang Chen said, he ignored the questioner. He put his hand on his head as if realizing something. "Yes, this thing I have a lot of money. To say to do is to do it now that I find my way." At the Aisaki Hotel, the gang Shi is flooding the door. They kept howling and howling. The boss who took out his gun to destroy them deserved to die had Zhang Shi aimed at us. He was firing when his gun ran out of ammunition. He cried out in panic and ran out of ammunition. The crowd quickly surrounded the two. One stormed up and attacked the boss. He was about to stretch out his rotten hand. Then the blonde-haired young man bid farewell to save the boss a life. The two stood with each other's backs to each other, creating a defensive stance, and then too much of a test, here we are forever dead. The boss said I ran out of ammunition and then the test was so loud that I couldn't break through the encirclement. There was a message sent to the boss, "Whose sake where I have the firearms you sold for me?" Aisaki asked the fire army again. The system pops up informing you that the fire army has sent you sold out in his favor. He pressed the button on the gift box. Immediately guard towers appeared around the two, surprising them. The two were bewildered for a moment. The watchtower began to operate, repeatedly firing at Gang Shi. The blonde youth asked in surprise what the situation was. Aisaki then laughed, "Ha ha ha. It turns out that this is Zhang Chen's fire army. He's glad. So good, we're saved." The guard towers are constantly firing bullets, making Gang Shi not have time to yawn. The firepower was so strong that they all punctured holes. Aisaki and the blonde youth was also amazed. Aisaki said Zhang Chen's weapon was too terrifying. "His brother really gave these weapons to you. How did he have this?" Aisaki, "He told me to sell 150 crystals. The astonished blonde was so cheap." Aisaki sigh. "It's cheap, but I guess this is the price of the famous waiting experience, which will definitely increase in price." On Zhang Chen's side, everyone was noisily talking. He asked him what he wanted to do. Zhang Chen replied to correct the business. Then ordering Zheng Hao to pull all over here. Zheng Hao dragged a bunch of Gang Shi over. Everyone was amazed at what they wanted to do. It was Gang Shi, right? They were led by Zheng Hao into a large iron cage that had been prepared. Then Zheng Hao released the chains, closed the door, and reached out repeatedly. "Zhang Chen informed you of the danger earlier, so that we could see some weak people, but our headquarters did not need the weak. So I set up a barrier for people to get through. The passer stays, the non-passer immediately leaves." Hearing this, everyone began to anxiously ask what he meant, telling us to fight Gang Shi. Zhang Chen replied, "Yes." The person who persisted for 10 minutes seemed to pass. The crowd began to stir. "Not so much, how to live." Someone agreed with Zhang Chen. True God is right. I don't need weak people, I have confidence to overcome. Xiao Shi helped open the door, but don't storm it yourself, Xiao Shi replied. The door was opened, and the people also rushed in, and I could definitely get the affirmation of the god. Some people outside were still afraid to enter. Zhang Chen asked the people who chose to give up. They trembled and replied, I'm afraid. Zhang Chen turned his face away in frustration. This is the end of the world. Do you want to tell Zhang Shi? I'm afraid if I want to stay, go over, or leave. They remained silent. Then biting his teeth and biting the grass rushed into the Gangxi who deserved to die. Inside, they were trying to fight the Gangxi. Some people are scared to cry out for help with. Somebody, Deng killed the Gangxi. I can definitely pass through the test of the true God. Cries for help plus cries rang out. Zhang Chen was still waiting for time to pass. He began a countdown of 8765 swords that had been drawn. One of them was attacking Gangxi. But that one was quite strong. It turned the situation around, strangled him, knocked him over. The Gangxi was opening his mouth loudly, intending to finish him off without extremity. At the most critical moment, a streak of light crossed the face of the Gangxi. It was Zhang Chen who came to relieve the siege. Zhang Chen announced that 10 minutes had passed. Congratulations on passing, he sighed. Thank you, sir. Then Zhang Chen dealt with the rest of the Gangxi. Xiao Shi helped me save people out. Zheng Hao found someone to bring the injured person for treatment. Unable to persist for 10 minutes, after curing them to leave, Zheng Hao replied. Xiao Shi asked again. The three elders really wanted to chase them away, and Zhang Chen coldly replied, yes, because the world has just begun. Next, the risk will be higher, sooner or later we will not be able to protect everyone. He turned to ask Zheng Hao if he had communicated well that a group of people had to go. Although he looks a little sad, this is the might. The might has the rules of the might. To rely only on others' survival is not reasonable. Zhang Chen added that the person in charge of the barracks should understand this point. The weak will only make the business. It's easy to give others some approval. But bearing so many lives alone will one day be crushed by himself. In comparison, the more I wish they could live well, and so did Xiaoxi Zheng Hao. As I was talking, Zheng Hao appeared in the back and asked me what was wrong. The injured person has already dealt with it, and what instructions are there next? Zhang Chen replied, so he should rearrange the defense of the barracks, do not appear vacuum like before.